win.
Dan's like, yoink. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna take that one.
That one's good too. All right.
Why not? Saying that
Hasman's like
it signals very
he's like top 5
clearly
YouTubers right now, right? Like his shit.
When they did a thing. Okay, listen. When they did a thing on the top 10 searches on YouTube,
to that kind of person, ever try to negotiate with that person.
Oh shit! When they did a thing on the top 10 searches on YouTube, Asman was in the top 10, not in the top 100. Hasan's not even in the top 100. Asman is fucking unbelievably huge on YouTube, at least.
Is so minuscule compared to the risk of spending a lot of time catering to them and trying to court them.
Big time.
And for what? Like you can't rely on these people to show up. Like even if Gavin Newsom agreed to every single one of their demands, let's say there's like 5 demands, and he agreed to all 5 demands, how the fuck would I feel confident that these people would actually follow through and vote for Newsom? Like, why would I?
Didn't you
like,
say
why
earlier?
Would I?
Didn't you say earlier in this stream something to the or maybe I'm blending what I was watching last night on stream?
What do you mean?
Didn't you say?
What do you mean?
You would like to see a progressive get into office?
Wait, is this
the lefties up, or it would reset the scales, or a lot of the animosity, blah blah blah?
That was today. You were watching my stream today.
Doesn't taste any good.
Yeah, I probably had it on while I was making breakfast.
Probably.
And?
Probably.
Yeah, because I was wanting to see if you were streaming or not. What do you mean? How was I going to know if I was even going to join the fucking call and talk to you if I didn't know if you were on?
I said that 2016 seems to have done permanent damage to Democratic Party politics because there's so much resentment from the populist left.
The Hutch one? No, well, I could take the gameplay one, I guess.
Wait, did I not give you the Hutch one?
Them from power.
No, I'm getting the gameplay right now.
Yes.
But I hear it. I hear Hutch.
Yes.
I don't know what the fuck I'm watching right now. Was Hutch reacting to himself talking to another guy?
You're schizoing out, man.
Yes,
You're
okay.
Shrimple, actually.
If this song doesn't make you happy, I don't know what will. I don't know what will.
He's just on break. He puts a vid on.
Oh, there we go. Look at him. He's dancing. Still dancing?
Yes, Moot. Can't you see him dancing?
Sorry, that's just a long bit.
When are we getting into the molestation?
Soon.
Who's he debating? PISSCO?
PISSCO.
It's just an incredible song.
Oh god, it's just so. It's even tiring to listen to a debate against PISSCO. We'll be an hour into this, working on the definition of the fucking word.
It is not homemade coffee. That's true.
They're gonna make the quickest egg in the world.
Did you get Dan to make his Asman statements for today, Mooten?
Why you keep doing this? Okay, I'll do it after you make your Myron statement. How about that?
Yeah, I think red pill ideology is fucking disgusting. I think all of those guys are insanely.
Myron specifically. If that's what you want from me, for the Asman specifically.
I'm not asking you for personal Asman gold attacks.
I hate everything that there is about conservatives except for the gun shit. That's it. I don't even want the small government anymore. I used to say I wanted, like, not to have $1 billion going into polar bear research. I don't even care about that. I just want the gun stuff from Republicans. All of them are fucking stupid. Every single one, if you call yourself a Republican, they're all leeches, entirely.
Now say Asman Gold's mom deserved it.
What the fuck?
See, look at that. He's a pussy.
Okay. That probably DMCA'd the stream, but was it worth it? Yeah. Yeah. I think it was. Demi Urge with the tier 1 membership, McMitty with $10. Indie Inc. with 37 months. McMitty, cheers for the stream. Also, I asked Gemini about real wages, and it sided with me. So your move, Tesla shitter. Wait, McMitty, did we speak? Were you the one that was saying the real wages? I vaguely recall. Mr. CT with 51 months. Thank you, buddy. Uno Couch Potato with 41 months. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, I'm gonna fight with PISSCO for a little bit. Is what we're gonna do. Dazvidania with $5. Medi had a pretty asinine tweet responding to a Ross Barkin article about AOC's Munich appearance. I did see that tweet, by the way.
My brother. 1 second.
My brother. Wait, now your mic is so low.
Oh shit. We'll just. Oh wait, I'll fix it. 1 sec. 1 sec. Is that any better?
Yeah,
for
that's a lot better. Yeah.
Okay. Well, 1 sec. I just want to put so people can see you. Is that all right?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me turn off my camera here.
So that we can, you know, really do this right.
Turn on camera.
Happy birthday,
Tight.
low_F.
Let me do this. Let me do that. Let me do one of these.
Hey, what the fuck?
One of those. I want you to cry.
Do it like that.
For me. Oh shit, it's gonna work. People about to see you. That's okay, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right.
Hold on.
My brother.
Let me just real quick 1 second.
Yeah. Take your time, my bro. Did you hear there's like a Mockler thing happening today? Mockler versus.
I did. Is that
Redacted?
is that going to be live?
I'm not sure. That's what Josiah said. He might be spreading fake news though.
Was there an announcement about this? Because someone in my stream was saying the same thing.
Josiah with the super chat is like, "Are you excited for the Mockler Hasan showdown?" I'm like, I didn't know that was happening, but fuck yeah, we'll be wearing our Mockler jerseys.
Some people in my chat were
We'll
saying
be like
that
the Super Bowl.
they heard about it. Is it going to be streamed, guys? Is this going to be live?
Tell us, please. You want it?
Did you see Brian Tyler Cohen going?
Oh yeah, I retweeted him.
Yeah.
I retweeted that shit because, listen, you all are so cringe about the chorus shit. I do think that there's one aspect that I agree with Taylor Lorenz always have, which is disclosure. I do think that chorus members should disclose when they get income streams related to their political content. That's always been a thing, but I have no problem with chorus existing. And I think that people who do need to realize what moment they're in. And yeah, so I retweeted that.
What I think is wildly cringe about that whole thing was that during the Hasan crash out stream last week, he was like there was like a 5-minute exchange that he had with his audience where he was telling them like they were, I guess, pushing him to go scorched earth on chorus and Brian Tyler Cohen, and he did this whole rant for like 2 minutes about how he needed to repair with Brian basically. Because Brian knows a lot of fucking political consultants, or I don't know what language he used, like Democratic Party political consultants. So he had to like repair that relationship, but he said it, you know, like live to his audience, and he still continues to accuse Chorus of paying creators to do Israeli propaganda. So it's like he wants it both ways. Like he wants to be able to use Chorus as like an Alex Jones boogeyman, but then he thinks he's being sly when he just tells his audience like, no, we got to like play politics with Brian. You know, that's kind of fucking insane.
I think it's to the heart of our critique. It seems like pragmatism is available for everything except the voting decision. This is kind of like voting exceptionalism attitude that people seem to have, where they understand pragmatism in the context, for example, of resolutions on Israel-Palestine, for example, in terms of making alliances. I think even a lot of people like the Mamdani Hochul situation. I understand not everybody, but I think that lefties are willing to abide, or at least a lot of them are willing to abide, pragmatism or sort of, I don't know what to call
What I
it,
missed?
super
Nothing yet.
political moves that are beneficial, but aren't necessarily ideologically based in any other context except for the vote itself, which I always find odd. And that's another example of it. I think like withholding criticism of Chorus or withholding going hard on Brian Tyler Cohen because of trying to make an alliance. Well, great. I mean, maybe that's the right move to make politically. Then why aren't you consistent with that framework of pragmatism in other contexts where it clearly applies?
No way.
Like the answer is very obvious, but I don't know how brain broke a piece goes on this issue. The answer is because Hasan is only trying to maximize for his clout. Right? Like that's the obvious, easy answer that explains every single thing here without needing to bootstrap on 20 million other things.
Hold on. I think you missed the point of what I was talking about though. Like I don't think it's that deep. Like I think Hasan wants it both ways, where he can do literal Alex Jones level analysis. Like you would agree that him baselessly accusing people of being paid by Chorus to do Israeli propaganda is like fully Alex Jones, right? Like pretty much right.
What do you mean by? I think it's not based in anything. And
No, but Alex Jones, it's just like fully Alex Jones, right? Alex Jones will come up with the craziest conspiracy theories you can think of to explain 9/11 or like election results. He'll do like Zog kind of stuff. Is this really any different? If Hasan is,
I'd be careful there unless Alex Jones has changed recently. Alex Jones was part of that older generation of Americans. I think Alex Jones was a big Jew lover or Israel lover. I don't think Alex Jones generally did the neo-Nazi Zog shit or whatever.
He did in the past. Now he's not so much anymore.
What did he say in the past?
Jew. Like a lot of that stuff. He was definitely anti-Semitic in the past, but now he changed.
What was the Jew thing in reference to?
There's like 10 of them.
Can you name a single position or whatever?
Well,
like when Kanye
I
came
don't
on with Fuentes, like Alex Jones was staunchly in the other camp on that.
I will get you.
Like, yeah, Brandon just said the
I'll
Jew
search.
thing was him talking about anti-Semites using it too much. Because that's what I thought the reference was. Is he's like, everybody wants to blame Jew or whatever. So it's like these, yeah, but.
just randomly accusing creators of being paid by Chorus to do Israeli talking points.
For some Alex Jones conspiracy, 100%. I'm sorry, just when I hear Alex Jones conspiracy, I think of like Sandy Hook, because that's
But this is right next to it, is what I'm saying. You don't think it is?
In terms perhaps of the brazenness of saying something without evidence, but in terms of like the material harm, no. But I do understand what you're saying. It's a brazen claim without any evidence, and that's like what Alex Jones does.
Like if I told you Alex Jones baselessly accused some random medium-sized influencer of being paid by Israel to do propaganda, you would be like, oh yeah, that's like typical Alex Jones.
Yeah. I would also say that Hasan oftentimes makes brazen claims without any evidence.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
JDAM stuff.
Well, no, this is beyond JDAM stuff though. This is like fully conspiracy-brained Alex Jones level analysis.
Agreed.
Okay. All right.
I just know what you mean, like, because sometimes the lies of Alex Jones often happen in the context of active debunking when things have already been debunked, or that deal with areas of like just the most depraved damages. So, for example, like there are situations where Alex Jones has continued to spread things after they've been debunked. Now, in this Chorus case, I think it hasn't. There's no evidence for it, right? And there's certainly
Who's in this house at
of,
17 minutes?
Chorus
What
people
the
who
fuck?
contest it 100%. But sometimes there's like a factual underpinnings to what Alex Jones will say that are like so obscene and offensive beyond the level of the kind of these kind of negative innuendos that were made by Taylor Lorenz and by Hasan. But in general, I agree with what you're saying. That's what I was thinking of Alex Jones with like Sandy Hook shit, Jan 6 stuff.
See, I don't know if I agree with that. I actually think they're just as bad. You want me to explain?
Yeah.
So Hasan's whole thing is talking about the Palestinian conflict and using the language of genocide, right? That's been his biggest sort of like focus for the last couple of years. He will say things like a live streamed Holocaust, these kinds of things. He is very casually, very baselessly accusing just random influencers that show up on his feed of being paid by Chorus to do Israeli apologia, like genocide apologia. That to me is just as disgusting as accusing parents of like faking their kids' murder. It's like it's like right next to it. It's not, a layer above it. It's just, that is just Alex Jones level of disgusting smear.
I think that I agree that it's Alex Jones-like as between the Sandy Hook comparison and, these kinds of accusations. I find the Sandy Hook one to be more reprehensible and shocking of the conscious.
We're about to debate
in
Alex
these,
Jones for the next 30 minutes.
Perhaps, you can
I don't know why every single thing with PISSCO takes like an hour to get through every single. You have to be so careful. Like, I just already fucked up. Like, this is like asking, like, at the beginning of a debate with PISSCO, like, oh, what'd you have for breakfast or whatever? And PISSCO's like, well,
Which breakfast?
Or what do you
Define
mean by
breakfast.
breakfast? So, like between the time periods of 7 a.m. and 11 a.m., or are
'Cause
we
some
going to
people have
include
their breakfast
brunch?
at noon.
Like somehow every single possible question ever. I don't know how he hasn't become aware of this, or nobody's made him aware of this. Every single possible question for him becomes like a 1 hour like side tangent. We might never actually escape the Alex Jones topic. Maybe we might be listening to this for the next 2 hours. It might be that.
Accusing someone,
It's like what
which
Alex Jones
time
does.
accusing someone of being
Yeah.
paid to do genocide apologia. I mean, that's pretty.
Yeah.
That's pretty fucking disgusting.
I don't know. I feel like I'm granting your characterization.
I feel like you're
Or
saying it's like a
I'm
step.
just
It feels like you're saying it's like a step above. I'm saying it's just as bad as Alex Jones. Like that is on the level of you faked your kid's death. It's the same level.
I am taking exception just with the Sandy Hook comparison one specifically, and I was just wanted to clarify what you meant by the Alex Jones type thing. If you just mean like these kinds of baseless conspiracy theories without evidence, yeah, I grant that.
I
But
mean,
don't have the same intuition about the Sandy Hook children. I just find that to be more reprehensible.
I mean, a baseless, disgusting smear is basically what I mean. Like a completely baseless, disgusting smear. So when I compare the
I
two that
totally
we're
agree.
talking about,
That's why I totally agree, and that's why I retweeted Brian Tyler Cohen and him responding to Hasan because I found that to be a baseless, disgusting smear.
yeah, but I'm so yeah, sorry, not yet, but I'm saying that Hasan wants it both ways. Like he wants to be able to do these because I know he doesn't actually think that these people are being paid to do Israeli propaganda. Like he's just lying. Like he knows that whatever he says to his audience, he can get them to get on board with, and he has literally, or figuratively shock trained them into just believing what he says. But at the same time, he's also telling his audience, I need to repair with Brian. Like, why is that? Why do you think that is, by the way? Like it's because Brian is, one of the biggest creators on the platform. I looked
Yes,
at his
there it
monthly
is.
views, and it's fucking insane.
Yes.
Like, Brian, do you know how many views Brian Tyler Cohen gets every month?
He gets a month. I don't know. He gets hundreds of thousands of views on his like main
What?
news videos.
It's tens of millions,
Brian
isn't
gets
it?
like over 100 million views.
100,
a month,
okay, yeah.
I think.
That doesn't surprise me.
That, but there might be
It's a lot.
shorts wrapped into that as well. But still, it's a
You had a
ton.
question there. It was like, what? Why would he do that? Why would he at once claim Chorus, a project that Brian promotes, is doing this kind of genocide stuff, and also be willing to try to like mend bridges? I don't know. Is that your question? Is like, what is the explanation for that?
Not a question. I'm making an observation. Like, he's trying to have it both ways. If Brian was just like a medium-sized creator or a smaller creator, he would not try to have any kind of, he said the way he described it is, I need to do a little bit of repair with Brian. And this was like moments after he accused somebody of being paid by Chorus to do like Israeli propaganda or something like that. And it's because Brian in the last 30 days, PISSCO, has gotten 178 million views. This fucking guy. Can I just have some of his money? He doesn't need all that money. He could just give me.
He's
like,
doing big
I think for
things.
20 bucks
He's
a
doing
month,
big
you know.
things.
Um,
So
fucking
is the
pathetic
point
is
that
my
Hasan
point.
is like unprincipled?
Yes, that's not the word I'm looking for though. He's first of all, I think it's fucking
Club-driven?
hilarious that he could just announce his master plan.
Yes,
to
it's
his
so
audience
fucking annoying, and
of
nobody cares, and nobody
basically,
calls
like,
him out on our
manipulating
on it.
Brian. That's what we were talking about. Like he's just like
He's doing the same
"Chat,
thing with
you gotta
mainstream
trust me,
media
okay? I
now.
gotta do some repair with Brian because he knows all these DC consultants, and they're all like on my ass this morning because I said I would vote third party. So I got to do some repair with Brian, but also in the
Why is that
same
manipulation?
breath, because in the same breath he's
Oh
saying,
my god.
in the same breath he's saying Chorus is paying influencers to do Israeli propaganda. So what he's telling his audience is like, oh, I need to like manipulate Brian basically. Like I need to like manipulate I need to have like a good relationship. I have to like play politics with him to have a better relationship with him. But I also want the ability to
And before
you know,
PISSCO, but isn't that good? Don't we want to be
baselessly smear
political?
creators as Chorus paid Israeli
Don't we want him to
propagandists.
support us?
It's fucking ridiculous. Like it's actually kind of crazy that he said that out loud to his stream. As if nobody with a direct line to Brian wasn't going to reach out to Brian and be like, just so you know, this is what's going on. It's fucking insane.
Or is the point that like strategically it's fucking stupid? If his goal was to do X, why would he do Y?
It's actually, it's more that it's hubris. It's hubris that he thought that he could tell his audience of like 30,000 people that he needs to play politics with Brian. And that no one was going to be no one was going to like reach out to Brian and warn him that this is what, first of all, this is what Hasan is like saying about Chorus every other fucking week.
You know what I just realized? PISSCO's like a 4-year-old where it's like, you have to go to bed. Why? Because you're going to be tired in the morning if you don't sleep. Why? There's like the Louis C.K. bit. Like this is like, Jesus.
On his stream, but also he's telling his audience that he wants a better relationship with you, so he can get these quote unquote DC consultants off of his ass. Like it's kind of wild that he didn't think that someone was going to reach out to Brian.
Wouldn't it be more fake to like withhold your criticism of Chorus while trying to mend bridges with Brian? I feel like wouldn't it be more fake to be like, if you felt that something was wrong with Chorus, assuming he did, and you like withhold that, wouldn't that be like fake?
Like this is such a stupid syntactically correct question. Like, if you really genuinely believe that they're Israeli paid propaganda for genocide apologia, and Brian Tyler Cohen is like the head representative of that, why would you want to have anything to do with that organization? This is like the evilest of all evils. This is what genocide is. Why would you want anything to do at all with it? So you can't pretend on one side, oh yeah, I need to build this bridge, blah, 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 while also saying they're getting paid by Israel to do genocide apologia. That's such an obvious, I don't know why you have to spell this out. Ugh.
I just don't see, is there an inconsistency in saying his belief about Chorus and also saying he wants to mend the bridge with Brian, except for the fact that it would probably make it less likely that you'd be able to mend bridges with Brian?
But why would he not assume that somebody would just reach out to Brian and give Brian a heads up? It's crazy to me, right?
Maybe the answer is, and I'm not saying this is true, is because he believes both things, right? He is willing to say what he says, even though it will incur some reputational cost with Brian.
Oh my God.
Maybe he's stupid and didn't think of it, or maybe I don't know. How else do you explain it? That he's just hubristic and dumb and not calculating?
Yes, I mean I think it's hubris, like I said, but like I don't think he actually thinks these things about these creators. Is my point. I think he doesn't actually think that they're being paid by fucking Chorus to do Israeli propaganda.
Wait,
he just
why would
lies.
you say that then?
Because PISSCO, he just lies. Do you understand this about him? He just lies. He does not give a fuck. He will lie about you.
But it's not even a self-serving lie, because you're saying it's counter to his goal.
It's self-serving in his broader goal of like turning people against the libs. Like that's his biggest project right now. It's less like being anti-Trump and more turning people away from the lib establishment or whatever. That's his #1 goal. And so in service of that goal, he will very casually, with no evidence whatsoever, just accuse people of being paid by Chorus to do Israeli propaganda. Like he knows that it's bullshit.
Maybe he believes it.
He doesn't though. Like I don't know why people are. I was like you at one point, PISSCO. So naive, you know, so full of youthful optimism about people. And the more.
Isn't this the Trump thing?
Maybe he believes people who believe deranged things or without any evidence. I mean,
true, but there's also like people that lie about things, like just baselessly, shamelessly, consistently lie about things.
How long he said for global entry, other shit. Like, yeah, no, I totally grant that. I'm just like, here's an example where it almost feels like either he's impulsive or he has integrity, perhaps in this instance, because notwithstanding, unless you think he's lying about trying to mend bridges with Brian, notwithstanding that, he went out and said something that was directly counter to that goal, and the response, well, he's just lying because he lives to lie. I'm just like, well, I don't know, like maybe he's lying. I don't have a strong view there, but
so what I think is that he views his streams as these like big old bubbles. Usually it's only like the super viral stuff, the super kind of more sensational stuff that goes viral, but he streams like 6-8 hours a day for basically like 7 days a week. And the vast majority of that content doesn't go viral. It's just, you know, it's just, there's just a lot of kind of filler content. And I think he was, in his mind, he was like being kind of Machiavellian and scheming and shrewd, but it's just kind of wild that he looks at it.
You really think that he gets clipped a lot, man?
Yeah, I do. I really do.
He was going to say something and then he's very, very dumb.
Wait, can I show you the clip? Can I just show you the clip?
Yeah. Yeah.
How do I share my screen with you?
If you go to share, just hover over it, and there should be like share thing.
If I go to my screen, share your screen.
I now have an expectation that I now have an expectation.
How did you fuck your queues? This is supposed to be my PvP account, so I was PvPing on it, but I need to get 3 million fucking credits. So
Connor,
like my horse pornography.
Your horse porn, your frog porn.
I like horse porn. It is what it is. Fuck, where is it? Hold on. I'll just send you the clip, actually. I'll just send you the clip and then you can watch it here.
Okay.
There's like more context to it. This is like a 45-second clip, but
okay.
But you kind of get the gist of it. Here, I'm gonna send it to you on
Discord.
Yeah, there it is right there. Okay. And then chat, I'll show you guys the same thing.
All right, let me just mute myself real quick.
with liberals, shit libs, libtards on the timeline, up and down, over and over again. Once again, Lonely Island up in this bitch, okay? I'm seeing some motion.
Oh, wait, no, that's not even the right one. I'm sorry. I fucked up. That wasn't the right one. One second. Fucked up. That's not the right one. Where's the right one?
What are these fucking spawns?
I fucked up. This is the one here. There you go. All right, it's that one. Okay. All right, this is the one here.
You're too important to be, what did you say? You're too important to be having a conversation with these course people? No, I need to do a little bit of cleanup here. I think you guys don't understand. There needs to be a cleanup here. Okay, there needs to be a little bit of pushback here because these guys do speak directly to the fucking consultant class. That's why Trey Easton of the Searchlight Institute joined it on the fucking pylon. Okay, can we just trust my judgment here every now and then? Can we have a fraction of confidence?
Piece is gonna be like, what's the problem?
So good.
Wait, was that Moot speaking?
Yeah.
Oh, because I can't. PISSCO should be kicked off of Live and Learn. I'm sorry, I know that sounds aggressive, and maybe even soy pill. It should be a lib show, like with liberals. How is it so much talk about these tanky fucks? Like, let them do their own thing, let them build their own thing, let them have their own spaces. It's so fucking annoying how much of the discourse is captured by talking about these people that hate Democrats, right? What Hasan is talking about is Hasan had this whole thing blow up recently where he was a little bit too mask off about how he would vote for a third party over Newsom versus.
Oh yeah, that was retarded.
Yeah, but Hasan has been trying to play with his little PR firm and everything else. He's been trying to play politics and clout chase recently, where he's like, I need to get in good with all these like media people. That's why now. You'll hear him say for the first time ever, it's like, the mainstream media is really important. They help what I do. I couldn't do without the mainstream media. I wouldn't have anybody to report on, you know? I'm just a political commentator. So he's telling his audience, like, blatantly, like, yeah, we got to get in good and we need to do some reputation repair because, you know, our shit's kind of fucked right now. And it's just kind of funny to say that because you're, like, blatantly admitting that you don't give a fuck or you're not, like, principally aligned with any of these people. You're just using them to, like, rebuild your reputation. Like, that's a retardedly crazy thing to say.
You fucking questioning my judgment? It's such a good clip.
PISSCO's gonna pretend not to understand. PISSCO's gonna pretend that it's not a big deal.
Are you there? Can you hear me?
Loading.
You're still muted.
Loading. He's loading.
My bad. Yep, saw the clip. Just give me 1 second to restore.
So good.
Honor.
That's such a good clip.
Okay. So he said, let's do a cleanup here. And then he immediately proceeded to go on Twitter and like talk shit, right?
Well, it's not really the point.
So
but.
not immediately. No, this was like a few days later. There was some creator. The context of the post from last night was there was some creator that here, let me just follow the thread here. It's right here. So like there was a guy named Zachary Kirk who is looks like a liberal creator that likes Jasmine Crockett.
Mm-hmm. Loner would be a good addition.
Like a
Lonerbox would be good because Lonerbox I think is like wherever he is on the political spectrum, he's like he's right there. Like he's a good backstop to people being retarded. I feel like Loner would be like the furthest left person I could ever like see myself politically aligned with, but the most important thing about Lonerbox is like he won't let any fuck shit get away, or get away from him, or anybody get away with any fuck shit around him. Like he knows exactly the games that are played with some of these people. Probably doesn't. Oh. It probably doesn't help that this everybody's killing me in these queues. But it probably doesn't help that Hasan personally went after Lonerbox for like a year or two. But
video down here. And then Hasan quote retweeted this person and said, "Chorus-funded creators need to stop doing shit like this. Straight up Israeli-esque."
No, but if I see one, I'll let you know.
Yeah, here, I got one right here. Do you want it?
Oh, no, I know it already. I just don't have one. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Does anybody need a snapping blueprint?
This fucking
Kill that
guy.
motherfucker.
First of all, where is he getting that this person is a chorus creator? Like, where did he get that? The fuck is that all about?
I have no idea.
Alex Jones is my point. I mean, and he tied it to Israel. He tied it to Israel.
Unless
You know?
there's a basis to know that. Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, he tied it to Israel, and then you know, Brian called him out, and then Hasan said what he said. But like, this is my point where it's like hubris and stupidity. So like, he does think that he can have it both ways, or he can just deploy this, you know, chorus attack anytime. I guess anytime a creator posts something that he doesn't like, I guess is what's happening here. And then at the same time, he's like, but chat, you gotta trust me, I gotta repair. I gotta repair with Brian. He's got too many DC consultant friends. They're all fucking jumping in my mentions this morning. The whole thing.
I just thought it was the best example of like an inconsistency on that thing. Like I totally agree that it's Alex Jones-esque to assert that they're I don't know, course funded if there's no proof of that or no basis to believe that it's done to avoid Israel criticism. I agree with that, but like it doesn't seem to be inconsistent with trying to repair relationships with Brian Tyler Cohen. If anything, it would show like integrity if he actually believed it, right?
But he doesn't, though. This is my point. Do you think he actually believes it?
God.
I'm not sure. That if you mean like,
I don't know.
What he thinks course
Yeah, I mean,
is
do you think
Israel?
that, do you think that he thinks that he can just call people, you know,
I didn't
course
see
created,
that.
course,
That's the first time I'm
Israeli
hearing of
assets, and he knows that just a big chunk of his audience will discredit those people. Like in their minds, that person will have been discredited. Therefore, ... you don't have to like listen to their criticism or pay attention to anything they have to say. They're just course Israeli assets. Like that's what he's doing. It's all a big effort to discredit people. That's just like his MO.
Knowing that they're not course funded.
No, but specifically like tying it to like Israeli propaganda, which is
Why is he acting so fucking retarded? What? Wait.
Triple
So
as he is.
when he ties it to Israeli stuff, you're saying that he's trying to like discredit their opinions broadly? Like, really? Are you saying that? Oh, so like, can you explain that? Like, what? So like, wait. Do you mean like Hasan doesn't trust Israel as well? Like, or he thinks that they're all lying about that stuff? Or like, what do you like? Oh my God.
But that's what he does. Like the course thing is just for him a vector to, you know, tie it to like the broader kind of Israel stuff.
Got it. But like, can we just take this one at a time? So this guy Zachary Kirk, is there a basis to believe that he's a chorus funded creator?
Well, so there's somebody in my chat that's
Why
saying
are we
that,
talking about chorus?
Taylor said he was in chorus. But that's
Because PISSCO at his heart. And this is why no matter what he does, and no matter how many mean things I say about him, this is why PISSCO will always be my boy, okay? He's a debate lord, okay? And I respect it. He's a debate lord, and he could do this.
He's a debater.
He's a debate pervert. He's a debate pedophile, and he could do this for 12 hours. And I could too, and I love it! But, holy Christ. Oh my God, double Rocketeer, please no.
I'm losing on this. Let me pivot. Let's talk about something just completely irrelevant.
Something like that.
again, that's not the point though. That's not the point. Like he's using Chorus again as he's framing them as a organization that is doing Israeli propaganda.
I would say the framing there is implying that like there's a broader pattern of Chorus apologia for Israel. Although
oh my God. So when you say that they are being paid for by Israel, the implication is not that they're doing Israel apologia. The implication is that they're being paid by Israel to do it, and they're concealing it. What are you talking? These are two totally different claims.
I want to say that that's like a level removed from what I would like. I thought that there was no basis to conclude this guy was in Chorus, but I'm happy to say that like that part of the framing, as you know, Chorus is in the tank for Israel without additional evidence. I don't agree with that framing, but I would put that at a different level removed than like just claiming people are Chorus funded because of their Israel takes. You know.
Dumb that down for me. Dumb that down for me.
Okay. So if there's a basis legitimately to believe that a person is Chorus funded, and it seems like in this case there might have been a basis to believe that he's Chorus funded, then saying things like Chorus funded people need to stop doing X, Y, or Z, or Chorus funded people need to do, you know, with reference to a specific purpose, it starts to feel less of Alex Jones-like, except to the extent in which he's playing in this framing of Chorus, kind of implicitly, this framing that Chorus is a Zionist project, which I will grant you that has been the narrative that a lot of leftists, including Hasan, promoted, but it doesn't feel as Alex Jonesy, that example.
Well,
we're back on the Alex Jones
even
shit.
above, even at a more meta level, above like the Israel stuff, I think like the broader claim about Chorus is that they are a slush fund to pay creators to push the Democratic establishment like party line, and so they use Taylor. I say they, I mean like the populist left or whatever will be just like very broad. They use Chorus as a way to sort of get people to dismiss anyone whose opinions they don't like. But like I disagree with this creator that Jasmine Crockett is the better candidate. Okay, that's fine. That's not a big deal. But like Taylor takes it further, right? So like, you know, I'm just pulling up a tweet of hers on the screen right here.
Yep.
You know, she quote retweeted the same thing. Said this guy was in the Chorus 16.
Just like the first two seasons. Why?
Do you remember the episode where they had like caught Rick and then they were in the Shonies, and then they go on like a whole thing, and then you find out that you're still fucking in the Shonies? That's how I feel about fucking PISSCO debates. It's like, stop, we're still in the Shonies.
Dirty dark.
What are the Shonies? I don't know what you mean by Shonies, but you're talking about the one where he was, where they're in the simulation and the simulation and the simulation, right? Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Funding program, by the way. Content like this is certainly profitable. So like I think the obvious inference there is that this creator is being paid to, you know, like stifle the populist left, which in this case would be Talarico, right? Like they've you know, the populist left, they've caught on to kind of Talarico in the last week. I don't know if you've noticed, but like Emma Viven's been talking about him positively, and Hasan's been talking about him positively. And so a creator,
I'm getting prepared to make some endorsements myself. I'm guessing it's like Israel positioning. That Talarico is more openly against Israel funding than Rocket is.
I don't know if he's even spoken about Israel yet. I think it's more that he's a populist. He's like it's not about left or right. It's about up and down, and it's because he's a populist.
Okay.
He's like, you know, anti-corporate.
Also, leftists really don't like black people that aren't socialists. Woo! Leftists are so mad that they let the N-word get away from them, and the right claim that, because god damn, would they sling it hard.
Anti-billionaire.
I have gotten the sense that more lefties are starting to catch on to Talarico and support Talarico directly. I do get that impression.
Right. And so, you know, in the context of that, you have this one kind of, how many followers does Zachary Kirk have here? It's 14,000, you know, not like a huge creator or whatever, but he comes out and he's like pro Crockett. And then Taylor reposts him and says, this guy's a part of the fucking dark money slush fund. And then Hasan, I don't know if you posted that after or before, then Hasan jumps on it and adds the whole like Israeli element. It's their way of like trying to discredit people. That's his entire MO. Yeah. So like I think Hasan has figured out that he can sort of condition his audience to take his lead. And if he tells his audience, oh, you can't listen to this person, they ... And there's like 1,000 like fill in the blanks.
Pedophile.
And it's usually like a lot of times it's like a straw man argument.
Personal.
Or, you know, he's done it to me a number of times where he'll take a clip like with no context whatsoever and then pretend as though, you know, I literally want to like court segregationists into the party, for example. So it's usually some kind of straw man attack or some kind of baseless smear. But like this is how they operate. It's not new. Like this is not like a new strategy for propagandists to do. This has been like an established thing that works for like hundreds of years. But yeah, that's what I see is happening there.
So, would you have a problem if Hasan said something like this? I hate it when left-wing influencers or liberal influencers repeat Israel talking points and act as surrogates for Israel. Would you have a problem with him saying that in the same level of like disingenuousness and bad faith? Presumably not, right? If he just said,
I would have less of a problem with that because that's less of a smear. Because at that point you're just saying, oh, you agree with Israel. But as soon as you start attaching like a financial incentive, oh, you're getting paid to do Israeli talking points, that I think puts it in a new tier.
It does,
especially in the context of the language of genocide. Because his whole thing was like the libs.
Also, why is PISSCO working so hard here to clean up Hasan's language? Like, he's a big boy. He's done, if you believe him, politics his whole fucking life. Like, if you have to do so much work to workshop and clean up and ameliorate the things he's saying.
I'll call it a genocide, live stream Holocaust, As soon as you add like, oh, he's being paid to essentially do genocide apologia, then I think it takes it down to a level that is right down in the mud with Alex Jones' fake school shootings situation.
Got it.
It's just like this, you know, there's no depths that he will not sink to in his dishonesty. He will use any smear
about liberals
that he thinks will give him some kind of a tactical advantage. He has no fidelity to the truth at all. Like, he does not give a flying fuck.
True.
Is what I'm trying to say. But I don't know. We can this isn't really what I wanted to.
Oh, now we can start the conversation.
This morning talking about.
No, but
30 minutes in.
Interesting. We can move on, but I just have like a few other things. Like, I'm about to give you like a different scenario, which isn't the same, and there are ways that you could distinguish it. But for example, for the tenant media thing, right? There are absolutely, you know, a closer connection between Edward Gregorian. I mean, was essentially a shell entity for Russian government actors. No doubt about that, right?
Yeah.
No doubt about that. In that context, if there were a clear money link where it's like, like some sort of Israeli interest group has contributed large amounts of money to the Chorus Fund. In that context, let's try to make it more applicable. Or hell, let's even say Israel is making some sort of illegal, FARA-violating contribution or something, or some other.
That's still not the same as Canada.
Into the fund itself. Would you be okay with them making these same kinds of comments? In other words, because I don't think that we would have like, we don't really care about saying Tim Pool is just Russian propaganda. Tim Pool. Now they maintain we weren't influencing our content at all. This was hands off. Is it? You don't have a problem with that, correct? It's just like the lack of, or the presence of attenuation between the source of funds and the lack of any evidence of government involvement.
Oh my God,
I think it's more
bro.
the fact, PISSCO, that the idea that Chorus could be some kind of a paid Israeli propaganda effort was utterly and completely annihilated within days of that reporting. I feel like you would have had to have gone out of your way to not see the many receipts that creators were dropping in the days that followed that article. Examples of Chorus creators that were not only outspoken about Israel, but they were using the same language. Like, they were using the same really strong, harsh language for people like Chuck Schumer. They were calling it a genocide, these kinds of things. Like, you had to have gone out of your way to miss those things. But the whole point is, like, these creators that have this influence, they will head off that kind of stuff by discrediting these people in the way that I just told you about. So it kind of makes perfect sense that a lot of people in Hasan's audience who didn't see those receipts, because he and all of that whole ecosystem, they just like smear and lie everybody. And as soon as you tell your audience, oh, this person's being paid to apologize, to do apology for like
Jesus,
a genocide, then of course it makes sense that they didn't see any of those receipts, because in their minds they're like, oh, this guy's a genocide. Why would I even watch a 10-second clip when they're doing genocide apologia? And so like the whole thing, PISSCO, is intentionally dishonest. That's my point. They know they're lying. It is a conscious, deliberate effort that they're doing to try to discredit people that they think represent a threat to their populist left movement. That's what this is all about. That's what I think.
Got it. I think that it runs the gamut between people who are intentionally deceptive and making false implications or leaving enough question marks, and people who genuinely either are hoodwinked that there's some additional evidence of like Israeli influence or Israeli aligned influence in some of these creators. So I'm not sure that I'm going to label that all these people, whoever the denominator is, are all lying. I don't think I
Notice how he broadened it now to all these people on the strongest claim, so he can always like make a non-statement of like, well, I don't think every single person was involved in the craziest conspiratorial mislabeling of people ever. And it's like, what are we even saying at this point?
justify that claim. But surely I think that you have a responsibility if you've accused people of being.
And now we get like a general harm
paid
reduction
Israel
statement,
shills or
like,
something
oh,
like
don't do
that.
a bad thing.
There
It's
should be
obviously
substantiation.
bad.
I have
Pretty
less of a
serious
problem
allegation.
I think it's a super serious allegation. That's one of the reasons why I think disclosure is important, not just because I think it's the right thing to do in terms of your audience, but also because I think at times it can inoculate you by showing that you're upfront about, you know, that you're getting money from this particular place, and almost like the lack of disclosure on that, I think it hurts a lot of these creators. That said, it might also put a target on their back for like bad faith actors or whatever. That said, like, thing is, people can draw conclusions based on money in politics, money in this or that, the source of money. Everyone does it. And I would absolutely take issue and do take issue with people turning chorus into something that it's not when there's no evidence of it. That's why I retweeted Brian Tyler Cohen. That's why I take the stance that I do. That's why in generally I'm in support of chorus existing. That said, like, if it's funded in a particular way, there are going to be criticisms of it that way, and not all of the criticisms are bad faith criticisms.
Oh, what a oh my god. That's just the most
Not every
retarded shit
criticism.
ever.
No, I feel like you're kind of doing gymnastics here, buddy.
He is.
What?
He is.
What's the gymnastics?
It's
Why
so
did I say
much
that's unreasonable?
gymnastics. This is a very crystal clear thing. There is no evidence that Chorus or that Chorus creators are shilling pro-Israel talking points because they're getting funded by Israel. There is no evidence whatsoever of that. To broaden that, like, well, maybe some people there might be a donor to the 1630 fund who might be Israeli, and maybe that money makes its way to Chorus, and it's possible that it may be somebody, like, what the fuck? What are we even talking about at this point? What a nonsense line of argumentation to shill or cover for an obviously bullshit claim.
So I just learned about a Moot and Bailey. I feel like this is like a Moot and Bailey.
Oh,
where,
true.
Like, the
It is.
Bailey would be, you know, like trying to defend. Not that you made this argument. Like trying to defend the idea that you can just like casually accuse people of doing Israel propaganda. But it feels like you retreated to a more defensible position of like, well, you know,
Anything
there are
could
some
be
issues
anything.
With the idea of like any kind of dark funding and disclosure. Therefore, I can understand like why people have those complaints. But I'm not talking about that. I mean,
Yeah.
I understand that that's like. I somewhat agree with you. I think that disclosure is good. So, for example, 16, 15 years ago, when major companies first started sponsoring YouTubers, it was kind of like the wild, wild west because the FCC wasn't really monitoring that space in the same way. And so I would get contracts for sponsored content, and it would specifically say in the contract, don't disclose. So like these advertisers knew that, at least for the time being, the FCC was not paying attention to that space because it was like burgeoning and new, and there were no, you know, there weren't the same kind of regulatory eyes on that space. And so I would send the contracts back and say, no, I insist that I'm going to tell my audience that this is paid. Like it feels dishonest. So
that's good.
I do understand that is a defensible argument. I agree with that argument. I think disclosure would be better. I'm also sympathetic to the idea that these creators could be targeted by this fucking psychopathic online populist left who are completely deranged and unhinged. And so I'm a little bit sympathetic to that as well. But I'm not talking about these kinds of like reasonable critiques of the structure and the non-disclosure. Like, okay, that's fine. I agree with you on some of that, or maybe even most of that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the idea of if a creator shows up on your feed and you just want to discredit them in the eyes of your audience, you just baselessly accuse them of being paid by Israel to do propaganda. Like that is so far removed from the critique that you just gave.
You know, I don't have any intention of doing a Moot and Bailey or anything like that. I would condemn reflexively or knowingly, maliciously accusing people of taking money without any evidence. I hope that you didn't get the impression that that I would think that that's like good or okay or justifiable or whatever. All I'm saying is like, I think what you were asking for was like a broader set of condemnations around quote unquote like these people and their different problems. And I just like, some people are lying for sure. Some people are delusional. Some people have what I take to be good faith criticism, even if I don't agree with it. And that's all I'm saying, is that all criticism of Chorus is not illegitimate. Some of it is. And when you point to specific examples by specific people, 100%, I'm there. But like, for example, if APAC gave money directly to this fund or whatever, or to creators, I don't think we would have a problem with them. They're paid Israel shills, right? Even if they're like, but no, APAC doesn't influence what I do. Now, in this case, I think the evidence is not strong that there's any sort of content regulation, any kind of specific ideological, other than pro-Democrat, that is like tailoring content of any kind. But I just think that there's like different contexts and different criticisms, and I'm not sure what I'm signing up to when you ask me to condemn certain things or call them lies. I'm happy to do that for specific critiques, but I don't think that all critiques of Chorus are like that. I don't think that's unreasonable or a Moot and Bailey.
I guess this feels like it is relevant in the context of the larger conversation that I've been having with like you a lot in the last like 9 months or however long it's been, where I feel like I'm trying to get you to see like a larger issue that's at play here, which is that I think that the goals of the lefties, like the bigger creators that I talk about, are not in line with what I thought you and me are trying to do. And I guess that's why that's what I wanted to talk to you about today. Because
I agree with that.
I want to figure out if we actually do have the same
realizing PISSCO's crazy
goals. So I wanted to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind.
Yeah, me.
Okay, so when Josiah reached out to me and asked me if I wanted to do a podcast with other liberals, I don't know if he pitched it in a way that made me think that it would be framed as, you know, for liberals as opposed to, you know, like for lefties or populist lefties or whatever. Like, but in my mind, when he asked me if I wanted to come on the podcast, I took it to mean like an alternative liberal podcast in contrast with what I think is like the more dominant kind of left-wing politics online, which is more populist left and fuck the Dems flowchart and all that kind of stuff. Was that your understanding when you started the podcast? Yeah.
There've been some changes where it's like Midas and these other people who I think are more unapologetically, you know, pro-liberal, pro-democracy, that kind of stuff. But in general, no, I think that Josiah viewed a kind of like a niche for lib content creators who like enthusiastically will support.
I feel like Hutch is about to break up with him
when the time comes to vote, and be a kind of bulwark, for lack of a better.
I think a big issue with PISSCO too, because a lot of his stuff, I think a lot of this is like psychologically rooted. It's not like he hates Democrats or anything, but like, this sounds so mean, I guess, but I feel like PISSCO keeps a lot of really bad company. Like the fact that I think he legitimately considers like Rob Noor to be either a close friend or like a friend, and then he goes to like all these Ryan Malele debates or Malene, whatever that guy is. Like he has all of these people that are like in his orbit that are like the worst types of horribly bad faith debaters that he'll like personally go to bat for. Like, and it's strange because when you watch PISSCO argue with these people, it's not like PISSCO's capitulating. Like when I watch PISSCO debate with Ryan or when I watch PISSCO debate with Rob Noor, it's not like PISSCO's like cucking out to them, like saying like, oh yeah, you're right about everything. But I wonder if they're having an impact on his argumentation or his like the way that he mind models the world or something. I don't know. It's really weird. His like just the group of people that he's always like doing content with, I feel like are really, really bad outside of the live and learn people.
Her word against you know, socialists LARPing.
Sorry, so that's what you did think that the podcast would be? Is that like we're an alternative?
Like if you can imagine every single conservative podcast ever, what are you doing? You know, here's the evil trans people for the day. Here's what God Emperor Trump said for the day. Here's all of our right-wing fanatics that, oh, you guys like Orban? You guys like Tommy Robinson? You guys like the AFD? Like it's like the daily digest of fucking far-right propaganda every single time on every single right-wing show, all the time, always. And then you have like a show called Live and Learn, and it's like half the time is infighting with tankies that want to destroy the fucking party and cancerously rot it from the inside out. Like, again, I understand that we don't have the same like inoculation against far left terms, but imagine you have a right-wing show and you're bringing on people called like, fuck, I don't know any of the Nazi terminology, the Schwarzenegger, whatever the fuck, whatever fucking buzzword or whatever. Like, it would just be so crazy, although it doesn't sound that crazy because they would probably all still be supporting Trump. But like, you have guys called like the Vanguard, right? Like, the Vanguard is a reference to radical socialist movements. The Vanguard is like the radical Marxist party that violently overthrows the government and overthrows the bourgeois. That's who the Vanguard is. Like, these are the names of the people that are coming onto your show and are all like radical Marxist leftists. Like, and they're like, oh, maybe the Democrats can be useful idiots for a while. And it's like, God, it's so fucking exhausting. It's so exhausting.
The socialist LARPing?
Wait, what did you say?
Nope.
Oh.
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, like where we don't just shit on Democrats for no reason, where we, I mean, the podcast is called Live and Learn. You know, he was thinking about getting liberal creators who support the American project and who support our candidates when the time comes.
Gotcha.
And instead of having like just shame all the time, for there to be some pride in standing up against the threat of Republicans and fascism.
Okay, all right. So I want to get into your mind, dear PISSCO, who I love.
Oh boy.
And you are in fact my boy.
Uh-oh.
And my title says that you're the devil. That's just a meme. That's just a meme. No, hey, give me your question.
No, just so we're clear though, I have decided that Hasan versus reanimated Epstein, I would vote third party, is what I decided. I don't know if you saw.
Really?
Yeah, the update, yeah.
Is that like a meme position? Because that's what Hasan said?
No.
Why can't he even... Imagine if Hutch just said the same thing about like a lefty. I feel like PISSCO would do his best to steel man together to assemble a reason why that makes sense. And he's like, what? Is that a fucking meme, bro? Jesus.
So I took what they said to heart, and they made a lot of really great points. And so I think it is a valid strategy. And so if it's Hasan versus reanimated Epstein...
They didn't make good points.
Maybe not to you, but to me, I mean, they really got me to look at this differently.
So it's a meme position. It's a meme position.
Oh
it's not a meme, no. PISSCO, I don't know if you want the status quo to continue in the Democratic Party. I feel like if you pledge fealty to Hasan in 2028, that, you know, we're only just going to get more of the same. We'll probably get an even worse reanimated Epstein, you know, 4 years after Hasan. And so... I mean, I live in California, so it's like whatever, right? But
these arguments, you're talking to an open door, man. These arguments suck.
I don't think they suck. I'm saying I think they're good arguments, and so like I feel like I have leverage, and if I just pledge fealty to Hasan, then I'm giving up my leverage. So,
well, on the leverage point, I think that this is kind of some prestidigitation by the kind of like strategy bros for Hasan, because presumably if it's...
Did you catch that, Mooten?
No.
He just used the verb. Is it a verb here?
Prestidigitation?
Yeah. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, he must be playing D&D.
You D&D pal. Jesus.
That I did. I thought there was
good strategy. It relies on libs being like butthurt, and so you know we're just doing our job here. But I don't know, man. Like I get it. Yeah, their arguments suck, but you know.
I'm not saying that. You're saying that. You're saying that their arguments suck. I think they have good arguments. I think that we should use our leverage to push the party in a direction, and if we don't use our leverage against reanimated Epstein, then what? You would just get more reanimated Epsteins down the line. So I think it actually is a really good argument, and I think, you know, moving forward, yeah, that's going to be.
We can disagree on that. I don't think it is.
You don't want to move the party forward?
Well, I do, but I would have to grant that it would move the party forward to do that.
Well, I mean, if you pledge fealty to Hasan versus reanimated Epstein, you don't think the party's just going to get complacent?
I don't think that necessarily it would.
Problem is that Josiah suggested a podcast where they don't criticize tankies all the time with Hutch and PISSCO. Wait, was there another podcast they suggested? Is that what they were talking about? It is kind of funny if you think about it that like one of the members of the Live and Learn podcast already had to leave after announcing he was basically a socialist. And then you've got like...
Who had to leave?
Wasn't a Kano boy? Wasn't he on the podcast?
Jesus.
Yeah. Live and learn, I guess.
Yeah, I think that if anything, winning against Epstein is probably going to be a mandate in and of itself, but will caution any kind of like sweeping... It's almost like the election in UK where it's just pretty much because the Tories were horrible that they get in or something, right? So you know, I don't really think that it would necessarily lead to complacency.
Yeah, but if I pledge fealty to Hasan versus reanimated Epstein, and then Hasan wins,
pledge fealty?
And then yeah, if I pledge fealty, tell you right now, you know, I will support him if he's the nominee for the Democratic Party, and in doing so, I give up all my leverage, and then he just gets in there and continues the status quo, then
Hutch, why are you doing this? I don't know. This is stupid.
It's not a bit. I'm being serious. I'm being serious. All right. No, hang on. All right. Let's get to the. I do want to ask you some questions. Okay. All right. This is important. All right. When you say, actually, you know what would be a good starting point? Like, what label would you give yourself? Would you call yourself a progressive liberal? Just a liberal? Would you call yourself Democrat?
Don't say Dem sock. Oh God, say sock Dem at least.
I'll call myself a liberal.
Okay. All right.
Just a liberal, not a progressive liberal.
I think I would be accurately called a progressive as well, but I kind of view that term as, again, another chameleon-like term. It means different things to different people. So as I understand the word, I'm using it like socially progressive.
Okay. I want to preface all this by saying that I am not a lawyer. I do not have lawyer brain. All of these questions that I'm asking you, there is no gotcha in any of these questions. I promise you. I'm genuinely curious because I want to get at why you and I fight and scream at each other so much. So that's good. You would call yourself a liberal. I would say the same thing. I mean, I wouldn't shy away from the progressive label, but I think it has more baggage these days. So maybe your strat is right. But when
I don't shy away from it. I think it's not my first inclination. I would say I'm a liberal, proud liberal Democrat. You know, but I'm not offended by the progressive label.
Okay, when you say liberal, like, what do you mean by that?
I mean it in the sense of someone who's committed to liberal values, freedom, to republicanism. I also use it in that sense as well as the sense of American liberal. So both in the political American context and in the sort of structural governmental context. I believe in property rights. I believe in the existence of, you know, certain rights like speech, etc. In addition to bog standard liberal Democrat positions.
Okay. Can you go into more detail about like liberalism? Like, why do you like liberalism? Like, why do you think the alternatives are not as good? You know, do you think that liberalism is worth like fighting for and you know, preserving? Like, give me a more kind of fleshed out, detailed thought process here. In the structural sense, liberalism? You mean in the political theory sense, or yeah? I take good to be what we ought do, and I take a view that what we ought do, a moral question, relates to.
Oh my God, dude, PISSCO's chat is a fucking battleground.
Oh, I've been watching it. What are they doing?
Hutch is a right-wing Democrat, so you're pro-corporation.
It's a right-wing Dem?
Let's see. Hutch is audience captured. He has to do the Hasan bad crap because only Diddy G watches him.
Diddy G.
Actual liberal purity test. What the fuck are we doing? Kind of feels like a flowchart right now.
You know, I think a good way to see if like a streamer is gonna like go fucking crazy and like, I don't know, blow up their shit with you is to watch their chat rooms, actually.
100%.
Watch how the streamer reacts to their chat.
Yep, 1,000,000,000%.
Back.
This is one of the things that like the Soy Pill talked to me about. I won't say he got mad at me about it, but like I was like, if your chat is like universally calling me like a fucking pedophile and shit, and you're just like whatever on it,
back, yeah,
that's
100%.
like I'm good on that. I'm good on that, Chief. I don't need that. Apparently, this is one of PISSCO's.
When I was streaming on Twitch, sometimes I'd have people come over and like anti-fan. And I would just fucking like ban him.
Yeah, of course.
Because like, I
but
mean,
it
you're
also,
my friend and like, you know.
Yeah, not only should you take a more active role in it, it says something if those types of people feel at home there, you know?
Yes.
Yeah. This guy is apparently PISSCO's mod. Hutch only exists as a Hasan op, nothing else. Cernas? Is that true? Jesus. Good one.
Preferences.
Thank you, Eliminator, for the 5 gifted!
And those preferences map on to the existence of certain rights. And the existence, in addition to those rights, of a value of, for lack of a better term, social well-being. And that, unfortunately, is going to be a composite of a bunch of different, you know, states of mind and states of pleasure, et cetera, advancement that, you know, for now, we'll just leave it there, social well-being. And given that that's my preferences for the world I would like to see, I see sort of different political systems that, in general, would tend to maximize the protection of the rights that I value and the outcomes that I value. And in that respect, I think that a liberal system is the best at that, at least from what I've seen.
So I agree. And I look at it through a historical context as well. And I look at it through a comparison between liberal democracies and more autocratic regimes. And when I look at a country like China, where I'm sure you can find people that in their day...
The clipper that Hasan was watching the other day, Substance, is a massive PISSCO chatter donor. That guy's also one of my number one haters. He's also, I'm pretty sure he like runs in all of those Gisticle Discord servers. He's one of the big Brigader guys as well. There's like 5 or 10 different Gisticle people that constantly brigade and monitor like every fucking Discord server in this orbit. And then some of them give big money for it. I think Doobie is one of them. I didn't know Substance was a donor guy as well. Is he actually?
Today lives feel contentment or stimulation or pleasure or satisfaction. And I don't think that the current Chinese state is necessarily like directly comparable to the kind of government that we saw in Orwell's 1984, right? Like there's gradients of bad, but when I look at a state like China and I consider the fact that what the conversation that you and I are having right now, you just can't have that conversation in a public forum in that country, and that is something.
In a free society that I don't like the Chinese government, the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons I'm against authoritarian regimes, including the communist systems that we have seen emerge, is precisely because they don't protect rights, like in China.
Yes.
If you could truly call it communistic at this point, some aspect of communism for sure, but it seems like following the the fall of the Berlin Wall, that
state capitalism.
There's some differences in how
Why does PISSCO keep these anti-fans around his company? This sounds like an insult, but it's a secret compliment. Like, I think especially before diving into the online politics world full time, I think PISSCO was just kind of more normie, and that he had like a good, obviously he knows law, he knows his job and everything really well, and then I think he knows like actual kind of politics kind of well, but I don't think he knew anything about like the online political landscape. Like when I was talking to him a few months ago when he wanted to have that huge screaming show with me or whatever, like he didn't know what a Marxist-Leninist was, or he didn't know what like a communist was really. Like in his mind, these people were all still just kind of like, oh, if you're a communist or a socialist, that just means you're like really liberal. You must want a lot of trans rights or something. And I don't know if he'll catch up to that. Remember, one of the psychological things holding PISSCO back is that like when he commits to a position, it is almost impossible for him to ever change positions. It's almost impossible. So yeah, who knows if he'll ever be moved off it or not.
Do it, but regardless, I don't like how China does their shit.
Yes, so neither do I. I find it not 1984 dystopian, but like on the path for sure. And I think of the fact that this conversation is just like, I'll just repeat myself, is not possible. We could not have an open, frank, honest discussion about criticisms of our government at a macro level if we lived in China. The pushback that I get a lot of the times is, well, people are allowed to criticize their local governments in China, but that plays into the larger problem that I see with a country like China, is because the Chinese Communist Party, like the way that they keep tabs on local governments to make sure that they're, like competent or doing their jobs is through the local population expressing their discontent. But those people are not allowed, straight up not allowed, to criticize the top of the power structure in China. And so to me, like that, whatever fancy bells and whistles they have with their infrastructure, that stuff to me is not worth the price of not being able to have this conversation. So this sort of
I
right,
totally agree with that.
right. So like I didn't think about rights in this kind of way until Trump came along and threatened the liberal kind of government, democratic government that we have in this country. Like I sounded a lot like the kind of lefties that I have a problem with when I was in my 20s and like going into my 30s. Like straight up, I mean, it was very similar kind of rhetoric, and it was Trump coming along that threatened these things that got me to appreciate them in a way that I didn't before. I'm just telling you this to sort of inform you about like why I say the things that I do and why I focus on the things that I do. Because there was a point in the conversation we had on the pod on Monday where you framed it as though the reason I was speaking up was because I had a personal axe to grind with Hasan or like other people. And I
think it's possible.
That's part of it. That's part of it. I find myself like I do have personal issues. I do have personal issues with the way that Hasan conducts himself. But the thing that I'm more focused on when I talk about him a lot is the threat that I think he poses to this system and I agree with you. I think this is like the best system that the world has ever seen so far. We could have some kind of epical shift at some point and we move away from liberal democracy and something better comes along. But so far, the spanning human history, I prefer liberal democracy over like living under a pharaoh or a Caesar or a monarch. And I think that it is like not only worth protecting, but we really need to be like vigilant in the fight right now because it's under threat in a way that it hasn't in decades. But I've been speaking I do have other questions, but I want to let you jump in. And
I don't know that there's disagreement there. I hope that people haven't gotten the wrong impression. I feel like the majority of my impulse against MAGA has to do with structural liberal concerns, like separation of powers, the elimination of arbitrary power, the imposition of procedural guardrails, upon which all of our rights are premised.
Bro, these fucking Hutch chatters, or I'm sorry, these PISSCO chatters. LOL, I wouldn't even know Hasan without DGG. What? And then this guy responds, me too, LOL. I started watching Hasan and stopped watching Destiny. What? You've never heard? Okay, Dad. Very real chatters, very real comments for sure.
Everything I said about Mahmoud Khalil, even the defense of Hasan Piker for global entry, even if you don't agree with my factual assessment, though I think it's accurate, that is coming from a liberal perspective, namely that we don't want viewpoint discrimination to exist except in areas of the highest concern and only for narrow purposes, because to allow a broader set of viewpoint discrimination, even for the doling out of privileges that are in no sense entitlements, that is sort of a pathway to continual erosion of the shit that we value most. And so my entire, I think, position in this liberal sphere has been to prioritize the protection of those systems. And so I think in that sense, I've been very clear that I'm a liberal in that sense first, before I'm a liberal in the sense of democratic politics. And I guess I don't understand. Is there a doubt of that? Is there real?
Hasan is trying to push a narrative that you push people to his side recently. Yeah, they do. It's all narrativizing. It's all so cringe. Meanwhile, he's like, Hasan like chooses and abandons allies so quickly based on whether or not they'll simp for him, or whether or not they will like help attack his enemies and promote people that he thinks are promoting him. Like, even if it means retweeting Nazis all the time, which he used to do. Or now when he's like giving this like explicit cover to fucking Gisticle, who by the way has always hated Hasan, but like over the past few months has changed so they can try to get on his good side to shit on me. It's just like so cringe. And then meanwhile, while all of them are claiming that I have contrarian politics, that all my political views are defined as like the opposite of whatever Hasan believes, which is like, I mean, again, like you can watch my streams, you can watch me research, you can watch me come to conclusions about things. It's so stupid.
That I would support China or like Stalinism?
So I'm asking these questions because it's not that I doubt, it's just the pushback that I get from you sometimes, it makes the questions pop up in my mind, and it occurred to me that I had never really just sat down with you and just asked you to get into specifics about these things. And so I think if we have this conversation,
this debate needs to happen. I'm tired of Hutch living in his everyone agrees with me that Hasan is the great Satan bubble. We will literally never build a successful coalition if we fight forever. Hutch trying to rebrand people who already know who they are. Econoboy was slandered by Destiny. Hutch didn't care. How did I slander Econoboy? I was willing to have, we had a whole ass like a 2 or 3 hour convo. I loved Econoboy. I platformed on my stream. I told people not to bully him as hard when they started to because he was saying a lot of crazy shit. Like, I was always the person saying that, like, I don't think Econoboy is mask on. I don't think he's like secretly hiding any bad political ideology. I just think he gives too much cover to these other people because he's naive or whatever. I don't think I ever even accused, did I ever accuse Econoboy of even being bad faith? I'm not sure if I don't think I ever even did. I feel like I constantly, I don't want to say covered for Econoboy like he was a horrible person, but like I think I was always very charitable and pretty nice to Econoboy.
It would help me understand your process a little bit more. That was the point.
100%.
Yeah.
I'm open to it. Yeah, keep going.
Okay. All right. So then the next question I would want to ask is, you told me how you feel about liberalism. I agree. I think that these rights are relatively new in the scope of human history, and they've been a tremendous positive thing for human beings to have like constitutional rights and checks on authority and a rejection of monarchies. Like these things have led to a lot of really good outcomes, and in fact, on balance, like more good outcomes than bad outcomes. And so it is for me like paramount to continue this project. And if it turns into something better, great. But for now, I think this is.
That's why I did this with you, Josiah, and Econoboy, and now with IRI and Soypill, because I think all of us are committed to that.
The Hutch lovers do not care about politics. Clearly,
we have disagreements.
Oh my
on
god.
strategies and on some like I don't know some.
Does PISSCO? I wonder sometimes too. And I think this is one of the reasons why I probably had more success than basically every other large streamer in terms of like building a community that I want to interact with and draw people out of, is because I actually like participate in my community. Whereas I feel like for a lot of, especially the larger Twitch streamers, you would stream and then you would like go backstage away from the unwashed masses and you'd have kind of like your own cliquey group of friends, but you would never like interact with any of your fans or whatever because they were all kind of like just like cringe losers is like what the assumption would be. And I wonder sometimes, because how does PISSCO not see his chat? Holy fuck. It's like, it's unhinged.
Well, he probably does is the thing.
Does he?
My guess is he does, and he probably agrees with them. That's why they get to fester
No
like
shot. I can't believe that
why
yet.
Why else would you leave your chat like that?
I think he's naive or doesn't understand community moderation or something. I have to believe that before.
I disagree, because any streamer at this point, if you see something in your chat that you don't like, you address it and you deal with it. So
I don't know. Maybe, yeah.
Online drama and
I
stuff,
think you're being
but
too charitable.
I don't think I've never doubted that you, Josiah, IRI, Soypill, Econoboy are committed to that project. Even Econoboy, when he came out as a socialist, I viewed him as a socialist that's compatible with that project. And so
I agree.
all of that is a recapitulation of a basic thesis, I think, of our podcast in the first place.
I agree about Econoboy. There was, when he started coming out as more explicitly socialist, there were people, you know, in our communities and in other communities that were, seemed to be eager to like throw him in a camp with every other socialists and say, well, they can't be in the coalition, it's incompatible with liberalism. And that was like why I came up with the black pill lefty term. I think it's easier just to say populist lefty, because I think that is just broad enough to encompass the people that I'm talking about. But I never got that sense from,
because I think that encompasses Bernie and Amdani and these other people. But
it does.
You can use it, and I will understand what you mean by it. Oh, do you mean to include them?
Yeah. So like,
okay.
There's like the fringe far lefties, and we're talking about like BE and Z Squirrel, and they're like 0.1%. They're like on the fringe of like the.
These are like Assad supporters. These are like tanky supporters of Bashar al-Assad who
is Hasan, by the way. Hasan, by the way, is an Assad lover, by the way. I don't know if PISSCO knows that. I don't know if Hutch knows anything about Assad, but absolutely 1 trillion%. Hasan loves Assad.
Invasion of Ukraine and that kind of shit. Yeah, no.
Or like Kaya
Those
Walsh.
people are a small I don't know who that is, but I know Zay Squirrel, and I know like Haas from Infrared. This is
Yeah.
a very small contingent of the left. in
Yeah.
America.
So yeah. But when I say populist left, it includes, you know, the vanguard just as it includes Hasan. Even though I would say that Hasan's politics
And
are
Bernie.
And Bernie, yeah. Even though I would say
No, you shouldn't include Bernie in that. Listen, God, I disagree with so many of Bernie's policies. Bernie's so much further left than me. But Bernie and AOC and Mamdani, these are like politically minded people who at the end of the day are engaging in politics and in political projects, and they know it. There was a really funny fucking clip. If somebody links it, I'll watch it real fast. Does anybody have the Hasan Bernie Sanders thing?
Oh, the new one where he's talking to him and he's like, about the Gavin Newsom shit?
Yeah, hold on. Like,
Last time, I was supposed to give you a Japanese Communist Party pin that I got in Japan, and I still forgot to bring it today. So I'm instead going to give you. Do you know what this is?
Nope.
An evil eye. And so I'm going to give that to you. We say in Turkey, we say nazar, which means like you know. I'm having a hard time taking this off.
All right. Well, you give it to me later.
Okay. All right.
I
never
don't
mind.
want to use up the whole 5 minutes here
All right,
getting your
you
pin
know
off.
what? You're right.
So what
5
this
minutes,
is about
yeah.
is saying to the billionaire class, you know what? Trump gave you and your friends $1 trillion in tax breaks. And at the same time, they cut health care by $1 trillion. 15 million Americans, including 3 million here in California, are going to lose their health care in order to give tax breaks to people who don't need it. That's why I'm here. Enough is enough.
Yeah.
wow, that's really bad, right? That one big beautiful bill, cuts for Medicaid, Republicans constantly attacking the ACA, Republicans constantly trying to undermine any bit of social welfare we have in the United States, right? ACA premiums going up. What a horrible, horrible, horrible thing, right? What do you think Hasan has to say about this horrible thing that Republicans have done to attacking our healthcare institutions in this country? What do you think? What do you think Hasan has to say about that?
So there is one person, the governor of California, that is actually quite critical of the billionaire's tax. Do you have a message for Gavin Newsom?
No, he does what he does. He and I disagree on the issue. And that's about it.
Okay. All right. Fine. I am a little bit more critical than you are, I guess. At least.
So you're not as nice a guy as I am. That's about it.
That's true. That's true. Exactly.
And that's the difference between Hasan and then like AOC and Mamdani and Bernie Sanders. This is why these people shouldn't be lumped together. Hutch shouldn't lump them together. They're different. It's a different caliber. It's a different quality of class of people. They have different goals in mind, right? Bernie is on a political project. Hasan is on a social media project. It's totally, 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 totally different.
Hasan politics are definitely probably to the left of the vanguards, but bro, you should look into Kaya Walsh, by the way. Okay, you should look into her because that is a crazy story. All right, because she was like 17 years old, you know, like interning for the Warren campaign in 2020, and then fast forward, and she's filming literal propaganda videos from inside of a fucking drone factory in Iran, wearing a hijab.
Yeah.
It is
Like, I'm not-
wild. I'm just saying, like, it's just
Yeah.
we don't need to focus on her, but I'm just saying, like, this is,
No,
like,
I
it is,
get it, but like, I don't spend most of my time worrying about like the Iranian Revolutionary Guard supporters or people who like, because they're just not, in my opinion, like a huge percentage of the online.
No,
like,
I
even
agree,
people
I
who are
agree.
critical. Yeah.
I agree that you don't hear me talking a lot about like Z Squirrel and VE and Kaya Walsh because they're so fringe that you have to be like really online to be familiar with these people. But nobody takes them seriously. Like nobody. I mean, they get traffic on their shit, but I don't know how much of that is bots. But yeah, nobody takes them seriously. So anyways, back on the topic. Okay, so you described your belief in liberalism. How do you feel about, like, just generally, how do you, and we'd have to unpack, I guess, each one because I guess they mean different things, but like, how do you feel about socialism, democratic socialism, Marxism, social democracies?
I think these also run the gamut from like systems that don't work and that have been tried and are stupid, and are effectively debunked, to a kind of different style of liberal compatible social insurance. And depending on what variation you're talking about with those different terms, I have different views on it. I'm not ideologically committed to the abolishment of private property. I'm not ideologically committed to worker ownership of the means of production. I'm a pragmatist at heart, and that is with reference to the rights that I think people ought to have and be protected. That includes, in general, the right to own property. But certain government interests can, at times, override rights. Rights are never unlimited. So, in different contexts, you'll find me being more on the side of socialist policy. For example, I could see myself supporting single-payer healthcare in this country and basically getting rid of the market for private health insurance, or at least significantly curtailing it. And I would view that as fundamentally compatible with liberal values. I don't, just as I don't have a ideological commitment to nationalization projects, I don't have an ideological commitment to rights at any cost all the time, no matter what. So again, I'm a pragmatist at heart, and depending on what version of the word socialist you want to talk about, I'm happy to comment more, specifically.
Well, I think a really pointed way of
called
getting at
this
that question would
train?
be, I would just ask you, what do you think of when it comes to specific historical figures that followed Marx and pursued Marx's
Why is Hutch going down this road?
prescription? So if I throw some names at you, like Lenin, like Stalin, like Mao, like Che, like Castro.
Bad.
Yeah.
Bad. Well,
Dive into that.
Castro,
Yeah.
Yeah. So in general, bad. I mean, I don't support the Cuban regime. I think it's important, however, to keep it in context with like what they were overthrowing at the time in Cuba. Like,
Yeah.
or
Russia.
I think you make a decent argument. Yeah, true.
Or
I
Russia.
think you make a decent argument in Cuba. Like the oppression they were suffering under Batista and this like mafia owning all this shit was unconscionable. Same thing with Tsarist Russia. So it's easy enough for me to say like bad. It's kind of uninteresting, but I will say in general, I have a negative attitude towards the political dispositions of these communist leaders, including Lenin, including Trotsky, including Stalin, to the extent that I know them. I'm not highly sympathetic to them, but however, everything in its context, right? If I were alive at the time of the Spanish Civil War, I would have supported America sending arms to certain militias, pro-Republican militias in Spain, as opposed to General Franco. So that would be necessarily an
Oh, that Dark Door guy is donating now, too. Can we acknowledge Bro got a script from Connor? Exact same questions and history he used.
alliance with anarchists, with Stalinists, the PUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUUU Catalonia, so I'm willing to break bread for.
Oh, nice. We got the Vyvanse jokes. Why does Hutch constantly pull faces? What is his Vyvanse dose? 60 milligrams? Nice, base.
For a greater purpose. In general, I have a negative attitude towards most of the famous communist leaders in history.
Yeah, I think that's something that I think is very challenging and tricky. If you believe in liberalism and you feel somewhat alarmed that there seems to be a recent sort of growth in explicitly Marxist ideology in the country, it gets tricky because, to your point, the systems that these people were doing revolution against were brutal and like horrifying. Like Tsarist Russia was fucking brutal. Like when you had millions of Russian soldiers that were forced to go to the fronts of World War I and they weren't taken care of. Many of them didn't even have fucking boots. They were being paid like pennies for their service. Meanwhile, their commanding officers were making like literally 200 times more than they were, and they had fucking access to prostitutes. And
do you think there's a Marxist trend outside of online space in the US? I'm going to be honest. I'm vibing this out a little bit, but I feel like right now the young like socialism in a more true form exists in the United States now more than it does in Europe. Because I truly feel like when I talk to Europeans even, that the European understanding of socialism now is like when the government does stuff. Or at least with younger people that I talk to. Maybe older people don't feel that way. Maybe Eastern Europeans might feel significantly different. But when I talk to like Western European people, it really does feel like they're like, oh yeah, like we like socialism. And they're like they're where the Americans were 20 years ago, where they're like socialism when the government does stuff. And then now young Americans are like, socialism is not when the government does stuff. When the government does stuff, that's just them trying to entrench the capital interest. And what we really need is to overthrow the ruling capital class. And I was like, what the fuck? What happened?
Their lives were not all that bad. And then, you had Tsarist Russia.
Why are you talking to young Euros? Isn't the age of consent in France like 14?
Violently cracking down on peaceful protests. In 1905, there was this priest that wanted to just
stop.
ask
Don't
for reforms,
shoot at me. That's me. Don't do it.
A nonviolent protest, and
look, I'll go over here. You can loot the red lockers. I'm not even going to touch them. It's all you, buddy.
Like these people, I think, by the hundreds or thousands. And so, these things that they were rebelling against, it's like, yeah, of course, and Marx's critique of capitalism at the time, like most of those critiques have held up. But at the time, he was looking at industry that was starting.
Wait. Hold on. I feel like the critiques haven't held up, no? Hold on. Does that mean he's coming over here? Just go loot. Don't shoot me. There was a huge prediction, I thought, that Marx made. I don't... You're unbelievable. Not nice.
Are you dead?
No, I'm trying not to have cursed cues. And this guy's not even good. Oh my god. Very rude. Ah! Stop! Oh my god. Fuck! It was wasn't it called the tendency of the rate of the profits to fall or something, right? That like capital would never be able to maintain its profit curves, and eventually as competition came in or whatever, like the rate of profit would fall, and then eventually, I don't know what that would mean, you have to kill every fucking worker or some bullshit, or do some crazy shit, but like that was, I thought that was one of like the core predictions that Marx made about capitalism, why capitalism would fall. Like he thought this would happen in his lifetime, and it didn't, obviously. But to say that like all the predictions came true, also like in terms of how to figure out like pricing for an economy or whatever, like nobody uses like the labor theory of value. Nobody uses this. It's not like used in any part of any economic model to make any kind of predictive price thing, right? Like it's just like, it's more, I don't even call it like economic philosophy or something. Oh.
Hello there. To ramp up, and the conditions for the workers back then were like so unimaginably horrible in the modern context. You know, 12-hour workdays or 14-hour workdays, the zero like ability to unionize. Anytime they tried to do any kinds of strikes, the police would come in a lot of the times and violently like crack down on those strikes. And so, you know, it's not that his critiques were wrong, or it's not like many of them haven't held up, but
oh my god, the chat's going crazy. But we're like 5 minutes behind, so I don't know what I'm
so
talking about.
yeah, it does get complicated when you're trying to push, you know, liberalism over socialism, because they're not necessarily wrong about like exploitation. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, I hear it, just like, we have to always remember.
Fuck, sorry. Also, when he says they're not wrong on exploitation, this is a tricky word, guys, okay? There are a couple words that Marxists use that they're not the same words that we use. So like when they say exploitation, okay, in a capitalist economy, the only way that an owner can make money is if they hire a laborer, and the laborer engages with their capital to produce a product that's sold to another person. But for the owner to make money, then necessarily the laborer is producing something, and he's not being compensated 100% for the value of the thing that he's producing, right? That extra amount of money that's generated, that the owner takes, the profit, that's what Marx considered exploitation. We use exploitation in a very broad sense to just mean like you're taking advantage of somebody. But in the Marxist sense, all profit is exploitation. So you have to be careful when Marxists say things like, oh, we just want to get rid of worker exploitation. They want to get rid of all private capital when they say that. They want to get rid of all privately owned businesses. That's what that means.
There are emotional reactions instantly, which I do have a negative one for all these comments. I'll let you in on something. I don't know if I tell everybody, but it's not wholly the reason why I was born in this country, but one of the reasons why I was born in this country is the existence of a Maoist insurrection in Peru by the Shining Path. And, you know, that essentially civil war lasted many years. And, you know, so I'm no fan of Maoism. I'm no fan of these kinds of movements. You know, certainly I would instantly have a negative emotional reaction to, you know, Lenin, ideologically I would as well. But we have to, I think, always see things in their context. You know, we worship the ground of our patron saints, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, but implicit in what they were doing, the American project, was genocide of the Native Americans, was slavery. You know, Jefferson banned the importation of slavery, but
chattel slavery, a uniquely American evil, you know.
Yeah, so like we can go through these kind of accounting for different systems and understand, I think, that everything must exist in its context. And so I would defend the memory of some of our founding fathers relative to their time. And I just sometimes I feel like the important historical context of these figures, they were trying something different. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie Reds, but it's about.
But this is such a bad argument. Oh my God. We defend George Washington despite him being a slaver or a slave supporter. We support old American founding fathers despite their positions on slavery. Leftists will support Stalin and Mao and all these things because of how ruthless they were against the capital class, because of how ruthless they were against political dissidents. It's not the same.
American communist, you know, Jack Reed, he wrote about 10 Days That Shook the World. And you have to remember, like, the Russian Empire was the embodiment of just cruel, authoritarian, absolute monarchy. I mean, this is it puts to a lie the notion that the Allied powers in World War I were just about defending democracy, because if that were the case, why would you be allied with Russia? There was some other thing there. And so, you know, maybe I would think differently. Maybe I would be more negative towards like modern day communists in some sense than like people who are trying to overthrow.
Is that, I'm going to be honest, did you study World War I in school, Mooten?
Briefly, like we learned about like kind of why it started, and then we moved a little bit into like how bad trench warfare was.
Oh yeah, okay, wait, what the fuck? Yeah, wait, I feel like we focus on the weirdest things in like American school. Yeah, I feel like we had like a week on like trench warfare was so bad. The boots would get swampy, and then their feet would fall off, and there was a lot of disease, and there was a war of inches and blah blah blah. Yeah, okay, weird.
And it started over like an assassination.
That's it, yeah. Oh, Franz Ferdinand got killed, and that was the only. That was it. It's like, oh, and then
that's
what? 3 or 4 great empires deleted from the planet because of that. Gee, that's kind of crazy.
And then we
I don't remember.
Go to World War II.
Yeah, I don't remember it being taught, and I don't know if people had the opinion. Maybe they do though, and I just don't remember of like World War I being a war for democracy. I feel like that was more World War II theme.
Never heard that.
But I can be wrong.
That was always
in you know, post initial revolution in Russia. So I just mean like, yeah, I can give you these answers, but just keep in mind the historical context I think is vital here to understand like the entailments of our views in the modern day.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. I think there's a term for this called presentism, where you judge historical figures or events through a present lens. This happens a lot in political discourse, within Democratic Party political discourse, or kind of broadly left-wing political discourse. The way we talk about Bill Clinton in 2026, for example, like the perfect example of this. Bill Clinton.
Oh, I don't know if I agree. I thought Bill Clinton was a bad president.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
In context.
well, I mean, putting that aside, I mean, I don't even know if I
For what?
feel comfortable debating Bill Clinton.
I don't even
spent
know
a ton
what
of time
is.
on him, but the fact is that by the time he won in 1992, the country had been in a.
Did
in
you
a-
even learn about the Middle Eastern theater? We didn't learn anything about World War I, I feel like, in American school. And for World War II, nothing happened in Africa. Nothing happened in the Middle East. It was basically just,
It was Germany versus allies
yeah.
and Japan.
And Japan eventually, yeah.
And you hear about
nothing
a little
about
Italy, but
Sino-Japanese,
don't hear
nothing about
much.
anything going on with the crazy shit with Japan and China, nothing about any of that. Yeah, these countries all just kind of popped onto the world stage after World War II. We didn't really learn, at least I didn't in school, in the context of any. But I didn't take any AP or honors history. That was a class that I was in the...
Retard class.
Yeah, I don't want to say that, I don't want to be mean, but that was like when I would go to history class, I would see a whole bunch of students. I was like, who the fuck are you guys? You're not in my math and physics and chemistry classes. I don't know who any of you motherfuckers are. Holy
motherfuckers?
shit. Yeah, I didn't even know these guys go to my school. They're in my class. Yeah.
rightward kind of stasis that started in 68 with Nixon. The country moved away from LBJ and the Democratic Party because of a combination of the Vietnam War and then also just perceived chaos from the anti-war movement, the various left-wing movements, the civil rights movements, political violence.
Oh, and then we also don't learn, what are defining moments in every South American country's history. I don't think we ever learn anything about South America either. We really don't, and I went to Jesuits are considered, I think Catholics consider Jesuits kind of like wokey people, a little bit too woke for the average Catholic's liking.
It's a joke, yeah.
And even though I was part of a Jesuit high school, I can see there's a valid argument for when people are like, we need to have more focus on Black Americans and we need to have more focus on what America did in South America and all these things. There's a legitimate argument to that, I was probably 32 or 33. I don't know. I never considered the fact even that the United States was very reluctant to enter World War I and II, and I actually think that's kind of sad. It took a tax to bring us into I think to bring us into both the wars formally. We were doing trade embargoes and shit or whatever prior to that, but it took huge shit for us to go in because America was very much obsessed with this idea of isolating ourselves from European problems and just building our own shit and doing our own stuff or whatever, which I think is kind of sad considering how much we represent ourselves to be the sole victors of World War I and II, and we did do a lot in World War II for sure. I don't know as much about how pivotal we were to World War I, but yeah, I think that's sad, and I think knowing that history would maybe change. I don't actually know if it would change everybody's perspective on anything, but
I think it's
Ramping up.
sad that if the bombing of Pearl Harbor would happen today, that there would be a billion fucking conspiracy theories about it.
oh yeah, if anything, dude, if 9/11 happened today, whoo,
Yeah.
yeah. I also feel like we didn't learn anything about the U.S. occupying the Philippines. We didn't learn anything about a lot of. I feel like our history with Puerto Rico is pretty bad as well. Although now I'm a Puerto Rico hater, so. But yeah, how we acquired some of our territories, I think is not the best. But yeah, I don't know. It's I'm not saying we should shit on our country constantly. I don't think that's good. I don't like it that some people try to present America as uniquely evil. The vibe I have is that America was a better country, especially given our empire and how much we could have engaged in insane amounts of exploitation. Although actually, I don't even know if I would necessarily give America credit for that. I feel like the whole world was moving in that direction during and after World War I even, because there was a reason why Western Europe set up kind of that mandate system for the Middle East. As much as people are mad about them cutting out countries and shit, I think they basically recognize that trying to have these indefinite extraction colonies over these other countries is just not working. We'll run it for a little bit and then hand it over to the power there and hopefully they'll be friendly towards us, which I think was more respectable than, Algeria and trying to have your own government that's purely extractionary to just exploit the fuck out of a country forever,
Vietnam War, and then also just perceived chaos from the anti-war movement, the various left-wing movements, the civil rights movements, political violence was ramping up. There were a ton of protests that were happening all over the country at the time, and a lot of people got really frightened by all of that. And so, Nixon came in and promised law and order, and then that kind of held in terms of the presidency, through 1992, with the exception of Carter, who just, was most feel like he was a failure of a president. And so, when Clinton came in, you had this governor from Arkansas, this deep South, kind of pragmatic but progressive guy who could kind of speak the language of the constituency that the Democratic Party had lost. And so, whatever your feelings are about his presidency, he was kind of a necessary leader of the Democratic Party movement at the time. That was
this Dark Dur guy is crazy in PISSCO's chat. I wonder who he is. I feel like he's probably one of the main haters. You guys always have
shit.
Well, he's just constantly poisoning the well in PISSCO's chat. But all the guys in Jisco's Discord, they always have 20,000 fucking AKAs. So I have no idea. Yeah.
the kind of Democrat that needed to run in order to take on the monopoly that the Republican Party had on things like law and order and stances against illegal immigration. But in the same the same context of like when we were talking about Lenin or Mao or whatever, you know, I think you shouldn't just dismiss these people as raving, lunatic, mass murdering psychopaths. You should consider the context of the Russian Revolution or the Chinese Civil War with the nationalists, and that's all well and good. But I guess this kind of dovetails quite nicely into the next question I have for you, which is, what do you think that Hasan's politics are? And I want you to go into like as much detail as you possibly can.
As I understand it, I think he's an avowed Marxist. I think that would entail that he is a communist, even if he doesn't necessarily label himself as such. I think that he has embraced Marxist-Leninism based on the statement I recall him saying, acknowledging that he is as such. And recently I think he said Lenin is base or whatever. And so I view him as somebody who is committed to workers owning the means of production, at least on the face of it. We can question how sincere it is. And the creation of a classless, stateless, moneyless society or whatever.
I don't like that. I don't think anybody, to be honest, uses the term communist ever. I don't know who even, maybe in Europe or whatever, I don't think anybody really uses communist. It's kind of like a nonsense term. Also, this idea of like stateless, moneyless society, like I don't know who even, like I don't even know like the most hardcore Marxist people that like agree with this thing. Although to be fair, I don't even know if the hardcore Marxist people agree with the workers owning shit. I feel like their main obsession is usually the vanguard. It's usually like the revolutionary party that's going to overthrow the capital class, and then they kind of use the worker right now. I'm giving a mean interpretation of that, of course, but yeah, the moneyless, stateless society thing, like the wiki definition of communism, I don't think anybody, even on the far left, ever seriously talks about this.
Let's go to the courtyard entrance.
You want more?
Yeah, if you can give more, yeah.
That's the.
How do you think he views liberalism?
They use liberal as a slur.
Yep.
Liberal is they view as weak compromisers who don't have the gumption to achieve the real change the country needs, and so they are not liberals.
I would go further than that. I think he thinks that liberalism is an evil ideology that needs to be destroyed and replaced.
Yep.
This is based on years of listening to this guy's rhetoric. You can actually find a conversation that's still up on YouTube that he and I had back in 2019 or 2020, talking about like harm reduction in the context of the 2020 Democratic Party primary. And he back then was saying basically the same thing that he's saying now. It's basically the same rhetoric, where, you know, at the time I was asking him, you know, Bernie was comfortably in the lead because the field was still very split at that time. And I just wanted to, and at the time, for context, I was confident that Bernie was going to win. In retrospect, I feel a bit naive because we should have all seen it coming, like what happened with like the moderates coalescing around the strongest moderate. Like, of course they did that. I don't know why we didn't all just expect that was going to happen. But I still asked him at the time, like, just in case, and I asked him specifically, just in case.
What's with Puerto Rico? That's where Pixie and her corrupt family are from. That's what's in Puerto Rico.
It's, you know, it ends up being someone like Joe Biden. You know, would you commit to, for example, like, you know, phone banking for Joe Biden, or stumping for him, or advising your audience to support Joe Biden? And he said the same thing back then.
No.
He said just recently, which is like, no, I don't even want to like talk about that. Now, of course, he did eventually come around to endorsing Biden, but you know, he did. Yeah, in 2020, yeah, he did commit to the harm reduction, but that was like extraordinary circumstances. I mean, we were still in the middle of this like.
I also, and I know this is like beyond this conversation, and honestly, I think I would probably kill myself before even trying to have this conversation with PISSCO, but like, there's a difference between like half-heartedly, dejectedly, like sighingly, finally, after everything, endorsing Biden, when you've been telling everybody for years that he's like a genocidal apologist, that he's no different than the other party. Like when you're engaged in this rhetoric over and over and over again, and then you like very half-heartedly at the end is like, yeah, guys, you should vote for Biden. It doesn't even matter though if you're in California. It's like that's not real. Come on, that's so stupid.
Pandemic, and we had all these riots going on, and Trump was just so in your face, like chaotic at the time, that I think it was just really untenable to like not endorse, right? But a little bit different now, a little bit more stable now, I guess you could say. But I do, you know, after years of listening to this guy and watching his content, I think it is obvious that we do not have...
Also, there's just a quick thing, I'm sorry. Hutch said, or PISSCO said something I really don't like. PISSCO was like, oh yeah, like I think that Hasan is a Marxist now or whatever, because I heard him on a stream say he's a Marxist. You never, ever identify somebody's political beliefs, especially radical ones, by waiting for them to self-identify. That's the dumbest thing in the world. That statement implies a lot of weird political analysis going on, where you're like, oh yeah, like I know this person is a Nazi because I finally heard them say they're a Nazi. Like, you would never assess a person's political beliefs that way.
The same project, like, at all. And it's not just him, it's just like there's a lot of other people in the space. You know, I think he's interested in only elevating the candidates that he likes, that he thinks get him closer to his goal, which is basically the complete eradication of what he considers to be the Democratic Party establishment,
yes,
the liberal order in the United States.
Yep.
No, I don't know if he thinks that he can do it overnight or even in his lifetime, but I think his larger goal is to replace liberalism entirely with an authoritarian kind of leftist, in his mind, utopia.
Undeniable.
How much do you think is LARPing?
Oh my God.
That's a
It doesn't
good
matter. No! Fuck. You shouldn't fall into this.
No, he likes it. Good question, he said.
It doesn't matter if you're LARPing, if you're a political leader, or rather if you're an influential person. Because regardless of whether or not you're LARPing, the people that are listening to you are not LARPing. That's the issue. What about Straighterade? What about Straighterade? Straighterade is radical. I don't mind Straighterade as much, though, because I feel like she was honest about her radical opinions. Like every time we debated, like, she was obviously clearly further left than me, but I'm pretty sure she was, like, just open about that, no? Like, I don't think she ever hid that necessarily.
Question, because, like, I think human beings can be very complex and nuanced and multifaceted. I think he is driven primarily by ego and status, clout, and money, and the perception of being kind of like the leader of a vanguard movement. I think he psychologically very much enjoys that kind of framing. It makes him feel warm and fuzzy on the inside. But I also think that there's a part of him that sort of drank his own Kool-Aid. So I think there's a part of him that genuinely thinks that he's the new leader of a...
I think PISSCO has something where his eyes are sensitive sometimes, and I think for some reason they get red, and every time his eyes are red, everybody in chat, including my chat, spams like, is he high? Is he high? Is he high? And if I was PISSCO, I would get fucking annoyed by that question. So that might be why his glasses. He's hiding, whatever, yeah.
Of a vanguard movement in the United States. And so, but that all kind of ties in with ego too. So it's like, it is related. But I do think that he sees the stakes as being that high, and he sees himself as playing a really important part in ending liberalism, right?
And do you think that when his support of Mamdani, for example, or Bernie, was a way to achieve that? How do you make sense of that, given our views on those candidates?
I think that if you're someone with his politics, you have really slim pickings. So he's not a democratic socialist. He's a Marxist-Leninist. So like, it's not enough for him to get single-payer healthcare or paid family leave. It's capitalism is destroying the entire planet and will destroy, all of our lives are getting worse.
She was honest in the sense that when talking to you, everyone understood she was a full-on communist, but now that she's in other circles, people are confused. Yeah, but I think they're only confused because of PISSCO. That'd be my guess.
Worse and worse, and there's a moral imperative to end capitalism entirely. And so if you're someone with his politics, then you don't really have like a lot of choices. But the ones that do emerge, like the ones that have found success, like Mamdani and Bernie and AOC, he will tout them as a part of his movement in one day, and then the next day he'll say that AOC is on a bad path and Mamdani is not a betrayer yet. And you have someone like Bernie who only recently started using the language of genocide, has never said that Israel does not have a right to exist. And so I think
what does Israel have to do with it, though?
What do you mean?
What does Israel have to do with? Because it sounds like what you're suggesting has to do with like base values, and I'm just not sure why. You could be against Israel's actions or their existence without that framing, and so I'm not sure what the Israel position is doing with respect to what we're talking about here.
How it fits in with his worldview?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's not, he's principally anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist on paper. That's what he says. He's like anti-capitalism, anti-imperialism. And so
he's really anti-Western, though, because the imperialism from their side is always excused, right? He didn't really care that much about the Ukraine-Russia stuff. He obviously... The reason why MLs and these guys, ML meaning Marxist-Leninists, which are the extreme like socialists, the reason why these guys always shit on like Polish people or Ukrainians sometimes is because they really hate people that were Soviet satellites that are happy to be free of that and then are like proud to be free from that. They hate these motherfuckers more than anybody else in the world. That's why you heard so much talk about like Bandera and everything from people like Hasan and other lefty types. Like, oh, they love Nazis. Oh, they love Nazis. Because in their mind, like, well, you guys are traitors. When the Soviets were trying to take over and rape your people, instead you like worked with the Nazis to try to fight off the Soviets, and so although the Nazis will fuck your people up as well, it just depends on where you're at. But yeah, that's why Hasan has so many slurs for like Polish people and everything when he talks about them.
Views Israel as a ethno-supremacist Western project to colonize the Middle East, and so they're two separate things, like anti-capitalism and anti-imperialism, but they're very much overlapped in his mind. So it's all about like there's like the Western imperialist core. And they have this like...
I mean, but he's pro-Eastern imperialism or something like that, right? Because like, if you're saying he's a Maoist or whatever, or Stalinist, I mean, these were imperialist countries. I mean, it's nothing of Russia's interventions, or Soviet Union's interventions in Afghanistan, in countries in Eastern Europe. China had at least in terms of spheres of influence, similar stuff. And so he's not. You don't view him as principally against all forms of imperialism, just Western, kind of the Western chauvinism, Western imperialism.
Yes. Yeah. I should be more specific. Yes. He's anti-Western imperialism, but he claims that he's broadly anti-imperialism, but it's really anti-Western imperialism.
Got it. What the fuck does that have to do with me?
I just want, again, I'm not leading to some great point. Okay, so if maybe your lawyer brain's turned on and you feel like I'm walking into a trap.
I'm just answering the question. I'm just like, I don't know. It feels like you haven't gotten answers from me that seem ridiculous.
No,
I have to say,
no,
but
no, you bet.
That, like, my view of Hasan, he strikes me as like sometimes ideological, sometimes almost, I don't know what to say, reveling in capitalist abundance, and very interested in relationships and in effectiveness in terms of his brand, et cetera, et cetera. He's selling products, and so yeah, he seems like a streamer. I think you granted in the counterpoints conversation that he is nowhere close to actual political authority or power. And certainly doesn't have the influence to like turn Mamdani into a Maoist. And so I guess I'm just like, I'm not sure, given those realities,
This is important.
why anything I do is like weird or out of place or surprising.
That's important that you brought this up because it allows me to clarify my position maybe in a way that will help you understand that my mind is thinking about things that go well beyond any kind of personal grievance I have with Hasan. Like I do find him to be insufferable and cringe. I do find him to be a sort of like absurd hypocrite on a number of issues. And those things are obviously going to color my perception of him. But when I think about Hasan and the damage and what I'm trying to push back, and it's not just him, it's like a big kind of ecosystem of creators. I do not think that any serious person is afraid that they're going to pull off, I say they, I mean like the Marxists, an actual leftist revolution in this country. They are way too unorganized, way too incompetent.
And they don't care. They don't care. It's not that they're unorganized or disorganized, disorganized, or incompetent. It's that they don't care to. They're not even trying, right? You don't see, like, how often is Hasan sincerely and genuinely trying to get motion towards the DSA or sincerely trying to support, like, some, like, mutual aid national group or whatever? Like, it's not really. He pays lip service to it every now and then, but, like, not really. There's no real commitment to this stuff.
Discipline for that. Nobody, like the Fox News machines, they'll spin up their wheels and 24/7, you know, inundate our boomer parents' brains with propaganda that the leftists are on the verge of like a fucking revolution in this country. But they know that that's not true because they know these people are just kind of unserious. And
this is also why like people like Hasan are never seriously targeted by people on the right, is because he's not a threat. When I say controlled opposition, I'm being hyperbolic. He's not really controlled opposition. But I do think he gets preferential treatment sometimes from people on the right because they know that people like Hasan only serve to benefit their political movement because they only serve to shit stir in the political movement of the left because they're never going to actually be politically viable anywhere, and they know that. And that's why Hasan's not like deplatformed or people don't push for his demonetization. Like, I could be wrong, but when Fox was covering the shot caller stuff, it was generally just covered from like a humor perspective, right? I think it was that one guy, I always forget his fucking name, who does the shows, this huge virtue signaler, the panel show or whatever.
Jesse Waters?
No. The other guy. He talks with the one, there's the one girl who's a liberal on the show, and there's like two other conservatives. I always forget the guy's name. He's got a weird name. Gutfeld or something. Greg Gutfeld? Yeah, that guy. My recollection, I could be wrong, but my recollection is just, it was just kind of like funny, and they said it was kind of like a gross person, but that was it. I don't think they were sincerely pushing for him to be deplatformed or anything. Not that I remember. And if this would have been somebody who was like a political threat, I think they would have leaned into that, like the dog torture shit. I think they would have leaned into that way harder.
Oh, big time.
A bit silly and larpy. But that's not the concern that I have. I don't think that Hasan and his movement are going to end liberalism and replace it with, you know, some kind of Marxist structure or whatever. Even though that would be a nightmare for me. I would not want to live in that country. That's not what I'm concerned about. The concern is that they are doing so much damage to the online discourse and to the general discourse, because I feel like at this point online discourse does bleed into the mainstream in ways that it didn't maybe like 20 years ago when social media was just starting.
Yeah.
And so the concern is that liberalism will fall, but it will be the fascists who destroy liberalism, and it will have happened in part because there's this entire fucking ecosystem of virtue signaling bullshit that is spinning 24 hours a day, and it's not dissimilar from Fox News, but it's just from a different perspective. And it serves to do the same thing, which is depress voter turnout, convince mainstream normies that the Democratic Party...
Yeah, there is something to be said for the fact that Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk were also willing to debate Hasan. Yes, because, yeah, he's just not a threat, you know?
Or, basically just the same. Are you familiar with...
Also, because even if they lose points to Hasan, like, who the fuck cares? They're losing points to somebody who's arguing for a politically unviable thing, right? As opposed to me pushing them on, like, MAGA or Trump, or pushing them on, like, actual policy, like law that's been passed. Like, if you lose on those points, well, these are things that are, like, politically relevant to the political success of your movement, right? If you lose some point about some esoteric thing about communism or socialism or something, who the fuck cares, In fact, if anything, you could even argue that it just helps them even more, because it would only be other liberals that would be convinced by those arguments. It's not like people in the conservative audience are going to be swayed too much by those, so...
Called... Oh, fuck. Shit. What are they called, guys? Dead Domain. They came out with a... what are their pronouns, guys? I'm being dead serious. Creator came out with, like, a video the other day and popped up on my radar, and then all of a sudden they, them? Okay. They popped up on my feed, and then the Twitter algorithm started pushing their tweets to me. And I just want to show you one thing, and it's like I think a really good example of what I'm talking about. And it's like, and it looks so small, right? It's just, just one tweet with like 600 likes or something like that. But I want you to see it in like the larger context of what I'm talking about. Sorry, I have to scroll back because I just fully relapsed on Twitter in the last week, and I've posted like 250 times every day, and it's like pretty unhealthy, and I need to stop.
It's a terrible Destiny hit piece. I actually appreciate that Dead Domain hit piece, because I think it was so bad. They included so much shit. I think that like all my responses were basically included in the clips they had. I appreciated that. That was a funny fucking That was a funny video.
You should have given me an interview then.
True.
Can you describe it if you can't find it?
Yeah. I can find it if you just give me just a
Okay. Yeah. Take your time. Yeah. There's no rush.
Bro, I have to scroll so much. It's bad. I need to just take the phone, app off my phone for like a week, I think.
Can't let these reply people get to you, man.
They're getting too many likes on Twitter. I gotta fucking do something about it. Okay, here. All right, perfect. This is the exact. I just want to hold on. Wait. First, I want to put it on my screen, then I'm gonna link you the.
Okay.
Hold on. Okay, let me send it to you here. There you go. Boom.
Okay. Let me read it. You want me to show this to the chat?
You can if you want to. I just maybe it would help your chat understand the point that I'm.
Okay.
Because I'm teeing up something here.
Okie dokie. Okay, folks, so this is the tweet. The tweet says, crazy, almost like that's what happens when conservatives spend hundreds of millions to attack a minority, and there's no equivalent motion from Democrats. It shouldn't be surprising Democrats lose the messaging war constantly, even when it should be an easy win. This is a reply to Loxa Jane's tweet about, in almost everything we pulled public is aligned with the conservative view on trans issues.
Right.
Gender surgery for minors, HRT for minors, bathroom bill, K-12 sports, and gender identity in elementary school.
So what is your just immediate reaction to Dead Domains post? What's your internal kind of reaction to it?
I think that I don't have evidence that it's Democrats' lack of fight that caused the shift in opinion, but that's my intuition for other issues. For example, immigration. My intuition is that Democrats are far too willing to just wait for polls and stuff and not.
Am I? Oh wait, never mind. Okay.
Counter message. It's intuition. But yeah, I don't really have strong thoughts on the trans version of it.
Yeah, I have very strong thoughts. The Dead Domains post.
Okay.
Very strong thoughts. And I think this is a really good example of. I'm making the point that this all. I talk about Hasan a lot, but it goes so much further than Hasan. It's like the negative influence that he is having, or the destruction that I think he's causing to the discourse, bleeds out into this kind of lower tier. And I don't mean lower quality. I mean like audience size. It bleeds out into this lower tier of moderately sized content creators who are taking his example. Not just his example. There's a lot of other kind of populist lefties that are on the top that sort of push this flowchart stuff. And so the damage I think is unquantifiable. I think the damage goes so far beyond, Hasan's immediate audience of maybe 30K, 40K. It's so much bigger than that. I think that this is a collective pool of audience size that is in the millions. I don't know what million number it is. Is it 10 million, 20 million? I really don't know. But this particular example.
I got a question.
Flowchart.
I feel like a lot of the times we talk about like leftists and how they have no motion, etc., and how they have like no literal political relevance, etc. So then why do we give a fuck about Hasan?
So when I say, I try to be very careful about this. Other people mince words a little bit too much. Not intentionally, but they're just not being careful. When I say they have no political relevance, what I mean is they're not practicing politics. What I mean is they're not trying to get anybody elected or do anything legislatively. They don't have a policy agenda, and they're not trying to win elections. But, and the worst part about it is, they do hold some of the public discourse hostage. That's the annoying thing. So
I see.
Yeah. So when you say why do we care about them, I agree with that. That's why I'm telling people, why I've been telling people, and hopefully, I think some other people are starting to realize, and maybe it's happening, why we need to eject all these people from the movement, because we shouldn't allow our discourse to be held hostage. Because again, like you said and asked, why do these people matter? They don't. They don't vote.
They're not in any body of Congress, literally.
Yeah, they're not that, and they're not gonna.
The person is AOC, who they disavow.
Yeah, and you're not gonna find any common ground with them in terms of getting them to vote for a candidate that's actually electable. They're only gonna choose the most purity tested people possible who would never win, and the only people that they ever want to run are primarying other Democrats. They want to fight from within. That's it. So it's I don't know how they're.
So if anything, they're our fucking enemies, and
Yes.
people need to fucking wake up and realize.
Yeah.
That.
And tell them to go form their own political party. That's what they should do. Go make your own party, or go try to win or do something there. Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
But the issue too is not only do they hijack our conversation, so now we have to talk about retarded shit. They're also good targets for people on the right to make us look crazy, and we don't get to talk about stuff we'd rather talk about and try to hold Republicans accountable because we're too busy warding off fights from the left.
And we're having to fucking clean up our image because of the retarded shit that they've fucking done.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
Or they're fighting about.
Yeah.
Logic. I mean, you would agree that they were employing flowchart logic with that post, right?
No.
Okay, so just to recap, they were retweeting Loxa's polling showing that the public had turned on trans issues, and then their quote post was, "This is what happens when you basically don't effectively counter message."
Yeah, it doesn't seem inherently flowcharty.
To me, when I look at her quote post, that is her saying, that is them saying that the Democrats' failure led to the downward numbers on the trans issues, even though it was the Republicans spending billions of dollars on pushing anti-trans hysteria for the last 6 or 7 years, they seem to have really, that's when like libs of TikTok, I think, really kind of picked up. And, you know, they had lost the fight about gay marriage, and so I think they moved on to trans stuff. And that's just like easier to attack, I think, because most people, I think, don't really regularly interact with trans people. And so they see the visuals of trans people in public, just being trans in public, and it fucking, their brains go, what is this? It's weird. And, you know, there's a lot of people in the country that live in an area where, you know, they don't really leave like a 20-mile radius for most of their lives. And so like they literally just never see that kind of stuff. And they're right in that the Republican machine spent billions of dollars making this wedge issue something that raised in cultural and political salience. But their ultimate conclusion was, this is what happens when the Democrats don't effectively counter-message it. So to me, I take that to mean that this is the Democrats' fault.
They're charting out culpability for Democrats, no doubt about that. I don't know, but I don't think that saying Democrats are at fault for something is flowchart logic. I think flowchart logic is when, no matter what, Democrats can't win. Where it's like, right, just because you say the Democrats bear culpability for something doesn't mean that you're using flowchart logic. I mean, I blame Democrats for shit, you know, and that doesn't mean I'm flowchart logic. If it's a broader set, like, well, these kinds of people do this kind of thing, and they are the kind of person who, even if they were positive changes and Gavin Newsom's policy or whatever, they wouldn't ever grant it. Now we just need to see that. But like this by itself, I don't think it's flowchart logic.
Question about
so
like
you just said
the trans stuff, I guess, that's kind of the discourse that's been happening. Do you think that Dems should kind of move away from this position because it's so politically I don't want to say untenable, but like it's not like the polling that I've seen, it seems like everybody doesn't like it. Like they don't like the idea of
I think the issue is
mutilating children.
Dems don't have a strong, consistent position that they can defend. I think they need to get a strong, consistent position, and then I think they can defend that one. That position shouldn't include like fucking like trans sports or whatever, but it probably should include even children being able to have conversations with their parents and doctors about trans-related stuff.
Yeah.
Especially because I think that I feel like you can wrap that up very cleanly with the pro-choice argument as well. That there are certain conversations that should be between you and your doctor, and it's a healthcare issue. I feel like you can integrate that really well. But the issue is, for whatever reason, Democrats are very scared to ever fight the left flank. I don't know why, but they're terrified of ever doing that. And then the left flank will start to endlessly purity test and hold us hostage. Remember, these are people that aren't politically effective and don't like put up their own candidates or anything. And then we end up having to defend all the crazy weirdo shit that that they say. Yeah.
So like the quote unquote crazy weirdo stuff that they're saying would be like, well, you should just be able to buy like HRT stuff online, and like anybody should be able to take it at any time.
Yeah,
blah,
that's
blah,
probably
or...
not. But mainly like the athlete stuff, it was goofy. Any defensive like, and there was a lot of that. Or at least in the online spaces there were, because I remember I debated a lot of that, where people were like, oh no, like a trans woman and cis woman are the exact same thing biologically after the cis woman is on, or after the trans woman is on hormones for 2 years, or like stuff like this. These are goofy arguments that
So was this an argument that was actually being made at like the political level of like people in Senate, etc., or was this just shit that like people were talking about online and then kind of became like a populist like
I think
conversation?
I think it was filtering up into high enough spaces that it was a little bit absurd, with like school administrators and stuff that were going before Congress. I'm trying to remember who got asked that question and who made this point. I think this was in front of a congressional thing, but somebody made the point that like, oh god, this is the worst thing ever. Like abortion wasn't a woman's issue; it was like a birthing person's issue or something. Like these don't ever need to be. This is such a loser argument. Yeah. But you can have a stronger. But if your position is more defined, right? Like I think that if you think that trans people are a real thing, if that's a real phenomenon, and if you think that the only treatment for that stuff seems to be some sort of medical transition, which, as far as I'm aware of, seems to be the case, if you believe these things, then you should ardently defend that position, even for children. As mad as that might make some people, like if it's a real thing for adults, it's definitely a real thing for children. But yeah, the Democrats just not taking a strong position on that and constantly having to capitulate to the far left on those issues, I think hurt a lot.
Is this an issue from Democrat leadership, not like, I don't know, like using like, I guess the term like whipping like the committee kind of into shape of like, hey, here's how we should like talk about this issue?
It's more the media on the left just does not synchronize and synergize as hard as the conservative media does. Conservative media is ultra synchronized constantly.
The next day they have fucking talk. Everybody has the talking point.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting.
So that flowchart logic is at its core about always reaching the conclusion that Democrats can't win.
Right, no matter what, never giving credit on a specific course of it. Like when there's areas in which
birthing person is stupid but accurate, birthing person is not accurate. And it's hard to, I'm not going to run through this whole thing in like 2 seconds, but like abortion is uniquely a woman's issue, because abortion is a thing that could only ever be a woman's issue. And not even because women are the ones that give birth, because if men could give birth, you could buy abortion infanticide pills at every single 7-Eleven and every single gas station on the block. There is no possible world where a man would allow a society to exist that would subject him to having their body used as an incubator for a 2-week fetus that they don't want. That would just never, ever, ever be the case. So the fight for women's rights to have an abortion, to be free of children that they don't want, of forced impregnation or whatever, these are uniquely women's issues that affect women in a unique way, and only women would have ever been affected by it in that way. Even if men could give birth, it would be so much different. That's why trying to take that away and to call it just a birthing person's issue is like, it's a very, very, very silly, stupid reframing of that thing. It's such a bad way to reframe that.
The policy has been, totally reversed, or when you've seen them criticize, even when Democrats didn't do the thing, when you put together like a set of beliefs that show a person.
Can we just talk about sex versus gender? Is in like only the female sex can give birth? It's so annoying to hear these two. I think the gender sex distinction is it's too academic for normal conversation. It's probably not even worth making, and Republicans have gotten so good at hijacking that retarded fucking argument. And
well, female is like a medicalized term, right?
No. These are all normal. These are all categorical. No, it's all just like people use female and male and women and man. I've heard some people argue differently, but I've read papers where I've seen different words used. The idea that like, oh no, in science they always refer to the female sex and they never use man or I don't. That's not true. No, there's that hardcore distinction doesn't work. It doesn't exist now.
Tendency to always blame Dems, even in the situation in which they do the thing that sort of the same that you set out. So an example of this might be like, didn't Mike from PA do that whole like Tim Walz? If it's Tim Walz as a VP, I'll vote for Kamala situation, where you're constantly moving the goalpost, where even when they like reach, okay, we'll call it genocide, but now you need to be in favor of military action, and there's like that kind of shit, where no matter what, it's never good enough, and no matter what, we're gonna blame the Dems. That's what I understand flowchart to be. It's a collection of different, but just by one opinion that blames Democrats, I think by definition it can't be flowchart, unless it's in a broader context, or this person has a track record of it.
Okay, so I just think you're wrong about this, because I don't think the flowchart is at its core about, quote, the Democrats not being able to win. I think the flowchart is at its core about the Democrats are to blame for everything. The second to last rung of the flowchart before you get to fuck the Democrats, which is always the conclusion. The second to last rung is, did the Democrats do it or did the Democrats fail to stop it from happening? And so the whole premise of that flowchart is you can blame the Democrats for literally everything. And so I don't understand how you could not surmise that or infer that from their post in this particular context.
Hutch, this is not a good argument for Hutch. You need way more examples of this. Because there are positions that Hutch might even make that same argument on, that PISSCO has already said he'd make that. I would probably make the argument on that Democrats maybe fuck their messaging on this, and it's we kind of just made that argument for the trans stuff. I don't know why Hutch is he needs way more tweets to lay out this argument, I think. And I would agree with him for this person, but he hasn't established that yet. He hasn't made the argument for that yet with just a single tweet.
Do Dems just not have like a good news organization? And I use good as in like I'm about to say Fox News good here, so that's not what I mean. But like Fox News, it's very much all fucking right. It's very like, these are the talking points, etc. A lot of the times right-wingers try to say like, oh, that's CNN, but I feel like
projection.
Dems still try
Here's
to
the
do
issue.
Like
you hear Dems
shit.
say, right? Or you hear Republicans say, hold on. If somebody were to say this statement, okay? Imagine this, okay? Somebody were to come out and say this statement, oh, this political leader is really, really bad at messaging, and that's why nobody's getting on board with what he's doing. Who would you imagine would make that statement? A person on the left or a person on the right? Why?
Yeah. I guess my reason would be like, because they're kind of like begging the question a little bit of like, God, I don't know how to like explain this. I feel like they're saying like they're bad at messaging, but what they really mean is like they just have like the bad fucking opinion is kind of how I would feel about it.
Okay, it's interesting you wrap it out that way. But so I would agree with the answer for a different rationale though. Republicans will never, ever, ever say in the media, Republicans will never say that a candidate or a lawmaker or whatever is bad at the messaging because they're doing the messaging. On Fox News, they're never going to say Trump has messed his messaging up on this because they are the messaging and they know that. That's their job. Yeah, that's their job. Hannity's not out here talking about how Trump could message better on a particular topic. Hannity's messaging for Trump on the topic. And that's true of the entire conservative media apparatus. So when that's what you're up against, and then keep in mind there's also the imbalance of like Democrats are actually sincerely trying to govern. They're trying to like govern the country and do the work of making sure everything doesn't fucking fall apart and go to shit. You're playing a very tough game against the other side.
Yeah. Because in order to infer from the post, you need to know that they're like that no matter what the permutation, they're going to blame the Democrats, or at least something close to a good reason, a good faith reason, a good basis to believe that, given even strong messaging from Democrats, they would still do this. Some sort of sufficient basis to think that if the numbers reverse, that they would give credit to the Democrats. So like you need to. The flowchart is about unreasonability of the person. It's about some sort of cognitive bias in the head of these people.
I think it's about the unreasonableness of the culture. I think it's bigger than that. I think it goes bigger than just the person.
But any particular person, to the extent that they're exhibiting the argument, needs to fulfill certain criteria, namely that they in fact are acting in conformity with that culture. And just knowing that this person is blaming Democrats for not being strong counter signalers isn't enough to know they're in conformity with the culture. Any more than it would be enough to know that I criticize Democrats for failing to message strongly enough on immigration.
Okay.
PISSCO is correct here. He needs more evidence. That wasn't a good single tweet for Hutch to fight on.
Can I just go to that from real quick and I'll be right back?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, yeah. Let me the perfect time.
Turned off his cam to go to the bathroom.
Do some callouts. Ace with $10. Destiny's toxicity is self-defeating. It blackpills his audience and dem space as a whole. This space becomes a breeding ground for the Hasans of the world. I don't know if I disagree with you on that one. I do think that, I think it's getting better these days, but I think there's way too much blackpill in DGG. Ace with $10. Hasan gains more space on the center left and spreads his brand of purity politics, which end up undermining the Democrats. Destiny's tactic to defeat MAGA is only that. I think it's getting better. This space becomes a breeding. Ace with $10. Destiny's toxicity is self-defeating. It blackpills his audience and dem space as a whole. This space becomes a breeding ground for the Hasans of the world. I don't know if I disagree with you on that one. I do think that.
I don't think I'm black. It depends on what you mean by black pilled. I feel like in most of my no, that's not true, not most. But I feel like I've tried to tell people that like you have to have some maybe even irrational optimism about the future of politics, because I feel like it's almost required to be participating in any type of political project. I think I say that enough. I
feel like you were dooming for a few weeks, but then you kind of swapped it.
Yeah. I also have a whole bunch of crazy personal life shit going on as well that involve the exercise of my entire friend group and everything else. But I try to hold on. But when I like, it depends on what you mean when you say black pill too. Like, I think if you try to give a warning, like if you do this, you will fucking fail. This needs to stop. I don't think that's a black pill. I think black pill is when you assume it's inevitable. So like the fights that I think the liberals should be having with lefties, otherwise they've like lost. I don't think that's a black pilling fight. I think that's a hope pilled fight. You have to do something to make sure this thing doesn't happen.
I think it's getting better these days, but I think there's way too much black pill in DGG. Ace with $10. Hasan gains more space on the center left and spreads his brand of purity politics, which end up undermining the Democrats. Destiny's tactic to defeat MAGA is only going to empower threats to the Dem. I think in some cases you're correct.
For what tactics?
$20. Folks engaged in punditry, complaining about messaging just shows how low human capital we've become. Ooh, I want to think about that. I think I agree with that.
Okay, one second.
I will say it's a bit hard to be fucking
out.
hope-pilled right now. Like when we went through 3 weeks of fucking Trump just doing whatever the fuck he wanted into ICE literally murdering people on the streets. Like,
yeah. So what's up with that?
Time, man.
What's going on with that, Moot? Did the federal government just murder 2 U.S. citizens? Are we gonna hear anything about that, or
yes,
did we?
And now they're
any
saying,
charges?
Like, hey,
or
we're not giving our investigation over to like the state. Like, yeah, it is kind of a hard time to be fucking hope-pilled. So excuse us in DGG for having a bit of a difficulty.
For our chat, super chats and whatnot. Yeah, yeah. Like I'm gonna mute my mic and do super chat callouts and stuff.
Okay.
And you can do the same, and you can resume in like 3 to 5 minutes. Vidania with $5. I can agree with this hiker is not at his maximalist threat, right? But that's the best time to deal with the problem before it's at its apex. Ooh, that's another good point. Yes. Vidania, they view Democrats, liberals as Republican light, and they consider Republicans fascists.
True.
What does that make Dems in their eyes? Fascist light. Yes.
True.
Yes. They're very explicit about that.
Yep.
Basilcopter with 11 months, the Democrats would have been the exact same as the Republicans. It would have been 1-to-1. So I'm going to vote for them anyways. Hasan. Wait, when did he say he was going to vote for him? Brilsey with 65 months. Vidania with $5, but it is the same effect as a lie. They aren't bothering to fact check. Then they are choosing to baselessly accuse course like a lie. Yeah. So like, even though I don't know if you can call it like every single time a lie, the action itself of being so careless. I think Hasan is lying, to be clear.
Yeah.
When he accuses people of being coerced paid, he's lying. He's just making.
It's also annoying, and I don't know if it's the politics brain or the empathy brain, but like people understand these concepts intuitively. Look at how ass paint. You could argue that PISSCO's entire hatred and obsession over that. Well, I say obsession, but when he was covering that H3H3 lawsuit, all literally stemmed from that one Ethan tweet where he called him a fake lawyer or whatever. PISSCO got incensed at that shit. And he immediately, in that case, like, could you imagine saying to PISSCO, like, well, maybe he really genuinely just thought you were a fake lawyer. Maybe he just didn't know, you know? Like, I don't think PISSCO would have accepted that answer.
He knows it's a very decent chance that it's not true. Alexis with $5. My issue is the disproportionate influence on young people that are easily blackpilled on voting. I agree. Yes, I agree. And I think the danger there is you have young people that start believing this populist lie, this like nonsense, and then it kind of calcifies. And the longer somebody I think stays in a belief system or stays committed to a belief system, the harder it is to pull them out of that. So I agree. Yes, I agree that it's a really big concern that specifically young people are being whipped into this, nothing matters, everything's the same, nihilist kind of thinking. Which, oddly enough, coincidentally enough, massively benefits Hasan specifically.
True.
Like, he benefits from this nihilism on the order of millions of dollars a year. Like, he is very much profiting from this kind of belief system.
What was that one tweet? I think it was like 2 years old or whatever by that one guy who said that anybody whose entire media presence or whatever, whose entire podcast or show requires you to perpetually hate the Democrats, you should always be questioning their motivations. It's a very good point.
Cheesy fries with $10. It's frustrating how you have to walk him through all of this like you're talking to Vadim or Ogre Boy.
Yes.
I disagree. I'm actually enjoying this conversation. It's nice not to be screaming at each other.
You'll
Coalition with 5 Canadian. Hasan tries to ruin people he calls propagandists, but with Brian, who has a bigger audience, he seems to want to court his favor and leech off of him. That is exactly what he did. Or what he's doing. Dowser Dining with $2. BTC co-founded Chorus. He's not just a supporter. Yep. That's what I've been saying. Whiffer Nubbin with $5. It also puts a target on those Chorus creators' heads for Hasan's insane audience who think violence is acceptable. I mean, there's a lot of unhinged rhetoric going on the internet these days, not just with Hasan's audience. Oh, no, let's not do that. Where am I at? Dowser Dining with $5. Wait, how isn't that material harm? Hasan is trying to discredit Chorus and BTC by baselessly smearing them, thereby causing material harm. Did PISSCO say that that was not material harm? Demi-Urge with $5. Ask him if he thinks Hasan's Chorus lie is non-trivially harmful or harmless. That would have been a good question, but we're kind of past that point in the conversation. Ace with $5. Hasan learned a dude wanted to unalive himself and said he would make fun of the dude harder. Hasan is evil and we should never make bed with him.
Based.
From the Ashes with $2.
I mean,
GGG.
not good.
Extremes with 27 months. No offense, buddy, but you think this because you are deeply low information. You just don't know anything about policy because you're uneducated and unintelligent. You co-signed everything that is going on with the Trump administration. It's very pathetic. No offense. I don't know what that's a reference to. It seems like that was a reference to something. Dowser Dining with $5. I think I already got you there. Demi-Urge with the Tier 1 membership. McMitty, did I get you? Indie Inc. with 37 months. I'm not sure if I got you. Mr. CT, I don't know if I thanked you for 51 months at the start of the stream. Thank you. Uno Couch Potato with 41 months. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. All right, I think I am all caught up. Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Ready.
Okay. Back to the topic. We were talking about flowchart logic, and
yeah,
we seem to fundamentally disagree that their post was an example of flowchart logic. I think it is basically like the perfect example of flowchart logic.
If I were to critique democratic messaging and saying this is partially responsible or even like largely responsible or majorly responsible, that would be flowchart logic inherently.
I'm glad you asked, because on this particular topic, I don't know if they could have picked a more ridiculous topic to try to make this point. That the reason why the public turned on these issues and walked back some of the support that they were showing in previous years, assigning blame to the Democrats, I think is like we're beyond absurd. We're you know.
It would just be wrong though.
No,
it would just be wrong.
No, but it's not just wrong. It's absurdly wrong. When you look at a map of the country and color code it by states that have passed anti-discrimination laws, and contrast that with a different color code for states that have passed discriminatory laws against trans people, it is basically just a map, like an electoral map of the country. When you do that, it
doesn't contradict the tweet. It does. How does it?
It contradicts the tweet because the Democratic Party have been pushing back against this rhetoric. This idea that they have not been pushing back, both rhetorically and I would argue more importantly, substantively through legislation. The idea that they have not been pushing back is preposterous, because we can see other left-wing parties around the world right now that are substantively walking back support for trans people. And when you look at the Democratic Party right now, they are holding that line in a way that almost no other political party on the entire planet is doing right now. Do you understand that? Like, you take the least popular issue, right? Like the trans girls in sports. That is the least popular issue. It's like 80-20 issue in this country. And we have a really good example of a Democratic governor publicly picking that fight with Donald Trump to his face with Janet Mills in Maine. Or is it Maine? Yeah, in Maine. She was, she was in a room. I think it was like a meeting of governors or something. I'm not sure. And Donald Trump was standing at a podium and he called her out specifically like, oh, you're crazy. You want to do the trans girls in sports? You're doing trans for everybody. And she told him, that fucking alpha Stacy, told him to his face, we'll see you in court. She did, and they won. So like that was a Democratic governor that a lot of these same creators are, they're probably calling her like a fucking Zionist murderer or whatever. She picked a public fight with the president over a fucking 80-20 issue, and then actually like substantively fought back against the administration through the courts. And there are numerous examples of J.B. Pritzker. He's enormously wealthy. His wife has spent, I think, tens of millions of dollars, fighting anti-trans stuff. He's passed a number of like really critical pro-trans bills in Illinois. California is like insane. The amount of bills that Gavin Newsom has signed into law since he's been governor is like nuts. I mean, and these are not small bills, PISSCO. These are not like we're naming a street after this famous trans person who died. These are bills that are, in California, we mandated, through legislation, mandated that insurance companies have to cover gender-affirming care. We passed a bill to ban teachers from outing trans students. We passed a bill to rigorously protect trans people's privacy. We made it significantly easier to change your government ID. And I mean privacy, like it's not public info that you changed your government ID. So, somebody, if they wanted to try to find out if you were trans, like you have so much more privacy in a state like California because of the laws that we passed here. I mean, all this to say, California inspired a slew of a bunch of other blue states who passed very similar bills. And so what do you see in terms of the, and then I've been talking for a little bit. I'm trying not to be too long-winded here, but like, what do you see as like the dominant discourse about, both Newsom specifically and just broadly the Democratic Party in terms of the Hasan kind of like populist lefty online space? Like, in terms of trans issues, what is the rhetoric that you're hearing endlessly from these people?
I view that as a different question than the I'm answering that though, but I just want to sort of know, I view that as a different question than flowchart logic. I think one is sort of presupposing a state of mind, you know, a cultural context in which nothing is ever good enough and there's always a good reason. And the other is sort of like, what is the main narrative of the left? As far as I can ascertain it, some major figures on the left who are highly influential have concluded that like many Democratic politicians have abandoned trans, sort of cowardly abandoned trans people and thrown them to the wolves or something.
Do you think that's true?
No.
Aren't you acknowledging a problem that I think is really big? Because we're just talking about trans people right now. We could go issue by issue by issue, but we could cover
Healthcare,
dozens of issues, literally dozens
immigration.
of issues. The same exact thing is going on with these people's rhetoric. Not only are they wrong, they are telling their collective audiences of millions of people, maybe tens of millions of people, that the opposite is true. They're telling people that, in Hasan's own words, Democrats would just as soon murder trans people if they thought it would net them more votes. And then when you look at the reality of the situation, Democrats are holding the line and passing legislation to protect trans people, and the legislation is unpopular.
That's a good point.
They are spending, they're spending political capital to protect trans people when you give in the states where the voters gave them the power to do that.
Yep.
I just don't view that as contradiction with the tweet. I mean, you're like, they're spending political capital on 80-20 issues. I thought the tweet was about, like, why is this an 80-20 issue in the first place?
Oh, before he would engage with it, now he doesn't want to engage with that point. Now he just wants to go back to the tweet. Okay.
It feels like the criticism of the tweet is like, why have we gotten to this place where public opinion is such and such, not like taking a complete, now maybe in other places they've continued that narrative. I'm just like reacting to the specific tweet, which, you know, seems to take issue with the very fact that public opinion is that way, not that Democrats are unwilling to use political leverage in these moments, though, you know, probably it's the case that they say that just based on my stereotyping them. But again, I don't have a basis to believe that they're showing that, and certainly not just looking at the tweet by itself.
Even if we want to go down that particular road, I even think that
is unfair. Anything what I just said? Well, what's unfair about what I just said there?
I think the premise is nonsense. I think the idea that we haven't had prominent Democratic Party politicians and prominent liberal pundits going to bat for trans people, like rhetorically on message. I could put together, if you want me to, I'll fucking do it. I can be obsessed and get shit done. But I can easily put a sizzle reel together of really prominent Democrats speaking up very strongly in defense of trans people all over the country. So this idea
was the most trans. Again, they're just wrong. I mean, like, yeah, and maybe you can show me
some
messages, some stuff where it says that they're saying something delusional, and I don't agree with them, and that's fine.
Okay.
But again, I think it's moving the goalpost. The goalpost was like, is this strictly speaking, what is it, flowchart logic? And I haven't seen enough just based on that. And maybe I'm like being too narrow and only addressing that aspect of it. But I'm happy to like, yeah, this is a meme that Democrats don't do enough. Sometimes it's true, sometimes it's false. On the trans stuff, I think it's false.
I don't want to get caught up on what is the essential nature of the flowchart. I don't think that's important to the conversation. So we can reframe it in a way where we don't get bogged down in an argument that I think is a distraction from the bigger point, which is, you know, get rid of the flowchart. And what you can still say is that, yes, this person is wrong when they put up that tweet, and this person is one of
I suspect it's my feeling that they're wrong. It's my intuition that they're wrong.
They are
I don't know how much money
they are absurdly wrong.
I wouldn't go to the, because right now I sit here and it feels like people will hear this and think that I'm being like unreasonable. Like, it's my intuition they're wrong. I don't know how much money and time they spent on counter messaging on the trans issues. I don't know on some issues whether or not they ought, like, what the right position in that context ought to be. Like, I'm sure I don't agree that that all competitive sports should allow for trans sex people or transgender people to play in them. So I'm just like not 100% sure on all these different issues what the Democratic effort in fact was. Now, I suspect that they're wrong about how much money, how much effort Democrats put into the messaging war, but I'm not sure. That's okay for me to be unsure.
Even if we wanted to dive into that framework, what would possibly incentivize the Democratic Party apparatus and like the donor base? What would possibly at this point incentivize them to invest, you know, collectively $200 million into pro-trans messaging all over the country? I just don't understand why that would be an investment that they would even consider, because there's no good evidence that they would be given credit for that. There's a lot of evidence that this sort of pundit class on social media wouldn't pay attention, or they wouldn't care. They would say that it wasn't enough. You know, they would still continue to. When you have the largest left-wing framer saying that the Democratic Party would rather murder trans people than if they thought that it would net them votes after everything the Democratic Party has done, isn't that a really risky investment? Why would they do that?
Well, I don't know if their motivations rise and fall with what Hasan thinks. If that were the case, then you would think the Democrats would do things opposite.
It's not just that's the point I'm getting at, PISSCO. It's not just about him. It's about a larger cultural issue with this particular kind of young, more leftist or populist leftist kind of politics. They all talk about the Democratic Party in this way. All of them. It's not just about Hasan. And many of them sort of like take his lead and just sort of repeat what they hear him say. So he's profoundly influential within that space, but this goes so much bigger than him. There's this. Are you familiar with a concept called the illusory truth effect?
Not in those terms, no.
I just learned about it recently, and now I just see it everywhere. I'm having a moment with the illusory truth effect, the same way that I had with the Green Lantern theory of politics, which is like something that I've been speaking to for a really long time, but apparently there's a term for it. This is a term that in psychology, it basically means that human beings are wired to believe things if we hear them repeated all over, like over and over. And if we see a lot of other human beings repeating something that even our intuition or even our own knowledge knows that it is not correct. They've done experiments, psychological experiments, like with groups and then control groups, where, you know, you'll get 10 people in a room and you'll ask them a question that's pretty straightforward, like, is the sky blue? I mean, this wasn't the example, but and you know, in the one group where it's just that's how people are, everybody in there's like, yes, the sky's blue. But then in the other group, they intentionally plant 9 people in that group and say, well, actually, the sky's actually kind of red. What they've observed is like they can reliably get that one person to change their mind and say, well, yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, everyone's saying it's red. So it's red. So, like, that is what I do happening is like you have these.
I remember learning about this in psychology. I thought it had a different name.
I don't know what the name of the effect is, but the original psych experiment he's talking about was referred to as I think it's the Ask line test. I think the name is like ASCH.
Oh, yes, yes,
yeah.
yes. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, okay.
Confidently repeated every fucking day on live streams and on Twitter and on debates and on TV, and after a while people are like, well, yeah, everybody knows that Democrats would murder trans people if they thought it would make them, if they would net them more votes. Like, this is the danger PISSCO that I'm talking about. Like, this is the really destructive, corrosive, toxic effect of their kind of politics.
I'm confused. Is that showing up in, for example, if you poll trans people, is that their view? If you take a view at like electoral results where, there are major trans advocacy groups that are, in touch with their constituencies, where is the rhetoric, the false rhetoric, having its impact felt in terms of public polling, in terms of overall sentiment?
I don't know why you would jump to that. Wouldn't it be a better question to ask? Let me just ask you, if you had to guess what percentage of Hasan's regular audience, and we can go beyond Hasan, all of these creators that are engaging in the kind of rhetoric that I'm talking about, which is on a spectrum of just bad faith.
Hasan, Denims, these lefties.
No, it's so much bigger than that. I'm saying there's like hundreds of creators that are in this ecosystem. Hundreds, including Dead Domain, which is like, they're not a very big account. They have 25,000 viewers, right? Or 25,000 followers on Twitter. I'm not going to like focus my energy and efforts on debunking this person's feed in the same way that I would Hasan. But my point is, there's hundreds, maybe thousands of creators like them. Okay, and so within their collective shared audience, which here's another useful question, PISSCO, and then we'll get back to that thing. Like, how big do you think their collective audience is? I mean, there's no way to quantify it, right? But like, if you had to give a range, like, what do you think that number is?
I'm not sure. Hasan averages like 30 to 50,000 concurrent viewers. We have right now AOC polling at 8% among Democrats. I think self-identified socialists are something like 20-30% among the Democratic Party. It's the people in the general left of the Democratic wing, it's probably millions. The audience for these different groups probably overlaps a lot. I'd be surprised if it's more than a million or two. Maybe it is.
I agree with your first answer. It's definitely, I would say, probably tens of millions in terms of people that have like anti-establishment / populist kind of leanings within the Democratic Party voter base. But in terms of their collective audience, if I had to guess, I think the range is quite large. It's like anywhere between 8 to 25 million. Like, I think it's that big, right? And so
the audience of these people
collectively, all of them put together.
Of Americans or all across the world?
Americans. But this obviously would include, all across the world,
for me, it's napkin math. I'm not sure.
Well,
I don't know virtual you believe that.
Okay, I don't want to get bogged down on that because that's not the important point. But like, within that pool, how many of them do you think would agree with the Dead Domain post that the
are doing enough on trans messaging?
More than that the reason why the country has backslid a bit in terms of trans support, like when you get down to it, is because the Democrats didn't do enough to.
It's not you can't say that it's an exclusive. They put all the blame on Democrats. I mean, surely implied there is blame for Republicans who are doing the messaging themselves. So I wouldn't grant that the best way to read that is Democrats get all the blame.
I disagree.
But I would accept that.
I
you think that they're not blaming Republicans at all?
No, I think they see Republicans as like a fire, and they see the Democrats as like firefighters. Like, the fire doesn't have like sentient consciousness. The fire is just going to spread, right? And so, if I craft an analogy with a fire, that is what I think they view the Democrats as, like, it's their job to put out this fire. And so I think they blame, if you had firefighters that did a really bad job of like defending a home or whatever, then in the same way that you wouldn't necessarily blame the fire, you would blame these firefighters. But I'm saying that their premise is wrong. Like, these people, the Republicans are sentient. They are making conscious decisions. They are deliberately propagandizing in this way.
They don't treat Republicans as moral agents or something, right?
Yeah, it's all kind of abstract. Like, the Republican threat is like more abstract. Yeah.
I guess maybe that's true for some people. I don't know enough about this person to put them in that capital. I'm going to read that tweet as suggesting Democrat fault, not to the exclusion of Republican fault, but as as a thing to work on, and something that was a failure. But without more, I'm not comfortable saying that I know this person doesn't ascribe agency to Republicans. Maybe they do. I just don't have the basis to believe that.
Okay, just so
unreasonable. Just unreasonable. I don't know who this person is, Hutch. If I read that, if I put a critique of Democrats, you're like, what? So you only blame Democrats even though Trump's the president? I'd be like, fuck, I said a whole different thing, dude. I didn't say that.
To be clear, I do think it's reasonable for you to say, well, I haven't seen the rest of this person's feed. What I can tell you is that I have spent some time scrolling through the feed, and now I've had a few tweets pop up. This is not an isolated incident, but I do appreciate that you would be more comfortable, seeing that with your own eyes.
If I tweeted them in response to this, I say, do you put any blame on Republicans for this? You think they would say no?
No, I think they would retreat to the mind at that point.
Oh, so you do.
I think that they would be like, well, yeah, of course, but the Republicans are the Republicans, and we're trying to change the left-wing movement. They would kind of retreat to that thing. But I think
what if that does explain why they emphasize Democrats over
because the framing is like, we're beyond misleading, and we're kind of approaching a territory of intentionally obfuscating. Like, I view this kind of rhetoric to be that irresponsible, and that is what we're talking about at the end of the day. We're talking about irresponsible, lazy rhetoric. Is how I see it. It's lazy. Anybody with the technology that exists now, anybody could look up and find all the different laws, pro-trans laws that blue states have passed. You should do that if you're going to dive into politics, and if you're going to opine on the impact of electing this party versus that party, and if you want to focus on particular issues, you should go state by state. What Ohio, state governor and legislature are Republicans. What kind of bills have they passed pertaining to trans people? Washington. You should go state by state. And with the technologies that exist today, you can get those answers pretty fucking quickly. And that's the thing that frustrates me beyond belief, PISSCO, is that...
Is this unfalsifiable, though? Because like, what would it take for me to demonstrate that this person actually does ascribe moral agency to Republicans and blames them for a lot of things? What kind of evidence would convince you that this person does what you say he does not, or they do not?
If they told the truth. If they said, actually, it's the case that while I want them to go further on a number of issues, and while the work is not done yet, the Democratic Party has sacrificed a ton of political capital all over the country for years now. They're still holding the line.
It's a different position, right? So like,
that's the correct position, PISSCO.
Okay, no, I'm just asking like what. There was this. I thought you were alleging or saying that these people blame Democrats to the exclusion of Republicans. And on that specific claim, I'm like, well, what would it take for you to be convinced that that's not true for this person? What kind of evidence would it need to show that, regardless of whether or not the true position is that Democrats sacrifice capital in service of trans people, which I think is absolutely true. But regardless of that, what would it take for me, specifically on the point of Republicans not being treated with any kind of agency or any kind of, or like not focus on them, what would it take for you to be convinced actually it's not true about this person?
Their advocacy would have to completely transform. So, for example, there's nothing stopping. I mean, if you hold my position, and even if we disagree about the numbers, right? I said anywhere between like 5 and 20 million collective audience, either passive or super engaged, viewers. If you took a position that they have significant audience size, they could all tomorrow coordinate with each other and plan and execute demonstrations outside of Republican state legislature politicians, U.S. representatives, Republicans in the Congress. They could organize protests tomorrow at the same time, and they all have the collective audience size to be able to pull off something really impressive to demonstrate their anger and contempt and rage at the appropriate people who should be the targets of that rage. But instead, what they do is, should we just move away from flowchart, because we just very much disagree. We just very much disagree. Okay, like I think they should be targeting the people that are doing the actual damage instead of going out of their way to treat the Republican Party as though they're this amorphous blob that's not sentient and cannot be swayed one way or the other with political pressure.
Well, that might be true, right? Like, it might be true that we can't sway Republicans.
Wait, what do you mean?
To our side.
How could you believe that? Look at what happened in Minnesota. Look at what happened in Minnesota.
I'm not saying that I think it is true. I'm just like, it could be one justified reason, for example, not to canvass in like Republican-heavy areas is because you get more bang for your buck efficiency-wise going for independents or people who lean your side already. So like, I don't flatly reject
hang on, but that is such a bad analogy. Because an analogy about canvassing, like, yeah, sure, that makes sense that if you were to spend money strategically, maybe you'd spend money in a fucking R+3 district instead of an R+15 district. That makes sense. But in that context, you're talking about advocacy, trying to get out there and help elect Democrats. Like, that's the remedy in that spot. We're talking about them going out of their way to push a completely, just a totally absurd narrative that is not true, is the opposite of true about the Democratic Party. They're doing activism against the Democratic Party, even though the Democratic Party is holding the line in a way that almost no other political party in the entire world is doing right now.
Oh, I get that, but I'm just like on the specific point of, well, we focus our attention on people on our side because that's people who are going to most likely like win hearts and minds. Isn't that like your whole rationale for focusing on these people anyway? Right? Like, isn't the focus on these people to the exclusion of MAGA and Republicans with your criticism? Isn't that premised by the same logic, Hutch, which is that we would rather spend our time, consolidating our own than wasting time in a place where it's not as efficient? I thought that was like your whole thing.
You're gonna have to dumb that way down for me.
Okay. So
my brain is not
the
best brain. Okay, you gotta talk to me like a fucking sixth grader sometimes, PISSCO.
I'm trying to. I'm sorry if I'm too like verbose.
Your lawyerly words, like we get it. You have a degree, bro. It's fucking cool. That's great. Can we move on? You passed the bar. Okay, fine, great.
Okay. You spend a lot of time criticizing lefties who are like more, or at least claim some kind of position in quote unquote our coalition, our camp on the left, and you do so. I thought on the rationale that, well, I want to grab their audience, and it's actually like not an inefficient use of my time to spend focusing on these people because it's a huge area where Democrats can get gains is by suppressing this kind of internal, or at least more internal, opposition, which is functionally oppositionary, but like from within our house, right? And isn't that like the same logic of someone who would say, well, I spend all my time criticizing Democrats on Israel or on trans issues because I know that it's like, it's better to get my house in order, similar to how you would say it for the lefties. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, but I don't think it's the same thing because I'm right and they're wrong.
Oh, you might be right and they might be wrong. I just mean like in terms of the incentive structure, like it doesn't mean they're necessarily bad faith and they don't believe what they believe. It could just be like they tactically see it like a waste of their time, and I don't necessarily agree with that. But similar to how you might think, well, it's actually efficient for me. There's plenty of room for people to be self-critical when it comes to lefties. They might think the same thing about like the libs or whatever, or the establishment people. Now we might disagree with them, but it doesn't necessarily speak to their good or bad faith.
Yeah, I like when you introduce the element of bad faith, that's kind of a different conversation because like this person Dead Domain, I watched a couple of their videos. I've seen a few of their tweets that pop up on the feed. I don't assume that this person's bad faith. I assume that this person has been kind of swept up by that illusory truth effect that I was telling you about before. I think the bad faith actors are typically on like the top rung of content creation and audience size. And I think that Dead Domain does these kinds of tweets for a number of reasons, but probably one of the biggest reasons is to signal that they're a part of like the morally correct tribe. And so that's a different kind of incentive. Like I don't assume that this person is bad faith. I assume that this person genuinely believes that the Democrats have abandoned trans people such that the Republicans have carved out a lane and capitalized on democratic negligence to move the public away from trans people. That doesn't mean that I think this person is bad faith. And to your other point, the reason why, would you agree? Here's my premise. I think that normies.
Oh shit! Did you see that Hasan got a soundboard? Okay, Moot can just fucking ignore me. Fuck you. Apparently, he's a new sound today.
She wants the soundboard. Here, look at this. Kaya, place.
Epic. Super epic.
I now officially have a place button.
When I say normies, I mean people that are not like super engaged in politics, which is a lot of the country. A lot. That's like probably over 50% of the country are not regularly consuming politics. They're thinking about their careers, they're thinking about their mortgage, thinking about their kids, their families, their hobbies. You know, my mom is a super normie, like just does not pay attention to politics really hardly at all. Even though my dad has Fox News on the TV like 12 hours a day, she's doing her fucking Sudoku puzzles and reading and just whatever. The normies and the disaffected left, we might say, would be maybe a better precise term. I think there's more opportunity to claw away people from those positions, like apathy and outward antipathy towards the Democratic Party. I think the case to make is like easy, because I think that the case that the populist left are making is they're so lazy, they're so reckless in the way that they cover things, they make so many errors that I think it's really easy to just annihilate a narrative of, for example, the Democrats have like abandoned trans people. I think it is easy to annihilate that because there are literally like hundreds of bills across all these different states protecting trans people versus hundreds of bills across all these red states that are discriminating against trans people. And so for me, I'm imagining an audience member, and I'll wrap up, listening to someone, their favorite streamer, they rely on this person for information, they trust their information, and then they accept these premises. Yeah, do you know, Democrats would probably murder trans people if it got more votes. I imagine bombarding that person with like 100 bills and being like, you know, offering a different kind of take. And I imagine that person maybe going, huh, you know, I don't know, have you ever had the experience, PISSCO, where you had something in your mind and you treated it like conventional wisdom, and then somebody came along and offered a different kind of take, and it got you to really change? That's what I'm trying to do in these spaces. I'm trying to attack this.
It just feels very like the mirror image of what Hasan says, right? Like Hasan says something to the effect of like, our leaders don't represent the actual base of the Democrats who are hungering for a populist option who supports Medicare for all, and this is why I spend all my time in advocacy, or at least a lot of it, criticizing Democrats. Although I don't think it would concede all of it. I think it would concede some of it for sure. A big part of it is because they're not properly, you know, calibrated. There's not this typicality of the heads of the Democratic Party with respect to their constituency, and therefore I think that they're just waiting for a better narrative, a narrative they already agree with, they just don't know yet, and we're going to sort of like awaken them into a broader class consciousness. I don't say that I agree with that, but what I say is I think that in terms of the argument by way of concentration, that is, we concentrate on putting our house in order first. I don't view that as fundamentally invalid or like bad faith indicating or flowchart indicating.
You know,
in any particular case, yeah.
You know who I'm channeling right now? My energy when I hear you talk about this? Fucking Andrew Wilson.
What do you mean?
Well, I got roped into doing a debate with him, and it was supposed to be about politics and national, like Christian nationalism, and then he turned it into a conversation that he's like way more practicing than I am, which is about like meta. Like, no, but wait, no, I'm making a point. Like when you talk about them in this kind of way, you're almost treating it as this. You're coming at it from this like really super subjective kind of position. So for me, it's reminiscent of the fucking meta ethics debate of like moral relativism versus, you know, just like objective morality. You're saying like, well, they have a different perspective, so you know that's valid. And I'm saying that their premises are just wrong. Like they are wrong, and they are spreading what I consider to be bad faith lies, which then trickle down to people like this creator here, who sees them as reliable narrators and accepts what they say at face value, and then just repeats those lies. This is a systemic problem that is doing very real damage. And if we could activate these people and they're like skew younger, if we could activate them and push them into a direction of a commitment to long-term electoral engagement, to start treating politics like a long-term project instead of shouting demands every 2 years and then sitting it out a lot of the times because those demands were not made. If we can change their perspective on what is a coalition, what is a realistic timeline for the goal that I want to accomplish, maybe it would be easier to focus on accomplishing that goal at the state level first. Instead of this like, well, Gavin Newsom opposes a billionaire tax, therefore he wants to protect billionaires, and therefore I can't consider voting for Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, I think that like a lot of times there are malicious actors who spread narratives that are bad faith and stupid, and I would distinguish them from people who are just like thinking about things unclearly. And so that's why I'm trying to carve out a sphere of both political influencer and political content consumer that isn't. It's not like they're evil. It's not like they need to be like killed or destroyed or silenced or whatever. They just have the wrong ideas, or they haven't thought about a thing in a particular way. I hear like IRI talk about this a lot too. And so when I meet with someone, they might take the view, well, I'm gonna focus on the Democrats because it's gonna have the best effect. And I might say, well, don't you realize that by failing to recognize when they do accomplishments, you are not, doing the other side of it, or like, you could introduce them. This is the legislation that was passed. Is it really fair to say that we haven't used? And I view that as a fundamentally different discussion than one where it seemed to be, well, these people are all bad faith. They're all part of a network that is designed to depress Democratic turnout, or like they are enemies.
Those two things can be mutually
in a certain way.
True,
well, I don't think what you said makes a lot of sense. You're talking about speaking to the people who have had their opinions influenced by people that are not giving them good information and taking a different kind of tone with them. And I agree with you. So like if I'm having a conversation with somebody and they're open-minded, they're not rigid and dogmatic, because there's like a difference, right? Like you would agree, right? Like you've had the occasion to speak with someone who was open to your like new information, right? And that's a different kind of conversation. Like I would never, if I'm in a conversation like that with somebody, I would never start being like, you're fucking stupid, you're just like bad faith. I would never take that tone. I would see that as an opportunity to introduce new information to maybe
change the thinking. This is why, like, okay, maybe it was why we got
but I'm not saying that domain is bad faith. I think you're missing that.
Okay. Sorry, maybe I totally misunderstood. It sounded like you were trying to get me to agree that this is like the toxic shit that I'm talking about. This is the kind of bad faith shit that I'm talking about.
Well, no, they
It's like
fell
not
into
willing
the
to do what
trap. Is what?
No, I
pretty
agree.
clearly
I
said
totally.
that.
So like, hold on. Let me.
But okay.
On that post.
I'm sorry.
On that post, I replied to that post. And you can see the tone that I take, right? Like I want to show you because I think this is really important and it gets to what we're talking about. Where the fuck is the tweet?
I think it's our DMs, right?
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay. All right. So if you click on that, right?
You said, wait, you understand that the issue here is that the Democratic Party has continued to adopt policies and pass anti-discrimination legislation that protects trans people's access to gender-affirming care, privacy, despite the fact that the policies are becoming more unpopular, right? I'm sorry, Hutch. It just seems to like not address the critique. Which
what? Wait, what?
Is that
this is, but I'm trying to get you see, PISSCO.
Yeah.
I'm not shouting at this person saying,
No.
fuck you, you're doing all this damage.
Right.
Da, da, da. If I thought that they were, if I thought that they were bad, yeah, go ahead.
We're seeing other left-wing parties across the world substantively walk back support for trans people in a way that does not happen with Democrats. Again, I don't think that quite addresses it. The issue is that Republican conservatives have had a massive media, okay, this is better, and social media network that devotes an insane amount of time and energy demonizing trans people. Why would you spend your time doing fuck the Dems flowchart logic? Okay, this is accusing bad faith, blaming them for allowing Republicans to do this, to attack the party that's holding the line. It's when you do flowchart logic, you're kind of accusing them of being
not necessarily. I'm not. No. I'm
okay, sorry.
like somebody could be
Like, you could argue that Hutch's tweet could have been less aggressive, sure, but bro, compared to what these fucking lefties are tweeting and doing all the time, fucking Hutch's tweet here.
Can you read the tweet?
He just read it. He was just reading it. I feel like this guy's trying to kill me.
No, you're gonna.
Hold on.
I fucking lost my debit card, so I'm looking for it.
Why'd you lose your debit card, bro?
Well, because I have ADHD bad and I just fucking misplace it.
Have you ever thought about just not doing that? Limeo.
I thought, yeah. But I was too busy fucking your mom and, you know.
Based? Fuck this thing? Okay.
be doing the fuck the Dems flowchart logic because they genuinely believe in the principle of fuck the Dems flowchart. Or somebody could be like Hasan, who's doing it in a malicious bad faith.
Wait. Fuck, I know this motherfucker's coming to kill me. I'm gonna get annoyed.
Dishonest way. When he says something like Gavin Newsom would kill a trans person. I mean, can we just dwell on that for a second, bro? He said that I can forgive a little bit of hyperbole. I can forgive a little bit of hyperbole. Okay, that's fine. All right, listen, we put pepper on things. We're streamers. It is what it is. But that is a really remarkable thing to say. That the Democrats would rather murder you. If they knew that murdering you would get them more votes, they would murder you. That is him saying that the Democratic Party, as an institution, is evil to its core. Right? Would you agree with that though? Would you agree with that? Like he's saying that the Democratic Party is evil and
what is
dehumanizing.
PISSCO possibly about
and
to
they
say?
don't
Is he going to
value
defend that?
the lives and safety of vulnerable people.
It.
That's what he's saying. Yes.
He's saying that they're unprincipled and that they follow wherever the wind blows.
But that necessarily means that necessarily means that the Democratic Party don't care about vulnerable people.
As a principled matter, right? Like they they value their own, professional ambition and
it's all a lie. It's all a lie. It's all performative. All they care about is rainbow flags and performative corporate advertising, and they don't actually care about the suffering in the way that I do. I, Hasan Piker, and in fact, how dare you accuse me, Hasan Piker, of not caring about trans people? That was the other part of that clip that I left out, but like that's the other part of it too, which is like very Trumpy, right? That's very Trumpy, right?
Well, wait, Trumpy to say that they don't care about you, the politicians don't care about you?
It's very Trumpy to frame it in a way of they're not coming after me, they're coming after you, and I'm in the way. And so all these people that are coming down on me, Hasan Piker, all these people that are coming down on me, it's because their core is paid or they're DC consultants. And they're a part of the machine that would rather murder you if they thought that it would get them votes. I'm the guy. Don't question me. How dare you say that I don't care about trans people? Because I would say I would vote for third party. I'm Hasan Piker. Have you seen me with my media vest when I go on the streets, when I walk amongst the people? It's that kind of framing, right? It's very self-serving. It's very Trumpy. Yeah.
Yeah, to the extent that it's like leaning on notions of the establishment don't care or swamp creature or whatever the fuck. I mean, I guess that's Trumpy. And yeah, but like I just don't know that sentiment. To me, they don't really care about you. You know, politicians don't care about you. They'd suck the adrenochrome out of your skull if you could get them an extra vote. You remember Hillary Clinton did the about face on gay marriage? Like, a lot of politicians are like this, and they see which way the wind is blowing. And
What an unbelievable comparison. Holy shit, kill me. What a waste of time this conversation is.
they changed it on a dime.
Oh my god.
Come on, man.
Do you doubt that?
There is a difference between like politicians shifting with the political winds in ways that
Like this is a
make
this is a
perfect
beneath both of
strategic
them.
sense.
This explanation.
And, you know, would you argue, for example, that it would be
So
morally
dumb.
good to take let's just take Obama, for example. Obama in 2008. The country had not moved at that point to majority support for gay marriage. And he ran on marriage between a man and a woman. I think he was lying when he said that. I think he did support gay marriage. And then when he eventually switched, it was like kind of like right around the time that the Supreme Court decision came in, and it was right around the time that the public shifted to majority support for gay marriage. Would you argue that it is morally good to lie about a position like that if it helps you win an election and therefore empowers you to, say, for example, appoint a Supreme Court justice who was one of those votes for Obergefell?
I'd have to be convinced. I mean, you're just presenting me the, harm reduction trolley problem again, and of course I'll bite the bullet that sometimes lying is justified. I would have to, the particular lie and the context of it matter.
That's what I'm talking about, though.
But that's part of the critique, though. It's not just in terms of signaling; it's in terms of what they're willing to do. And
we've already discussed, though. Hey, hang on. We've already discussed what they're willing to do, bro. I mean, they have basically every single blue state. They are passing laws going to bat for trans people.
In the now context, but again, deal with the. I know that he's a bad faith piece of shit. Fuck Hasan bad. But if we are gonna do the labor of actually like dealing with the point as though he were a good faith, good person, whatever, then we should just like address the point. The point isn't that now Democrats are doing literally nothing. The point is that he's not a reliable ally in that all it would take is a shift in public polling, and all of a sudden, you can't count on them. That's the kind of critique there. And by saying, well, now they're doing stuff, it's not really addressing Hasan's point. And I think that you ought to. I think you ought to take it on its strongest. And the one thing you might say is, well, look, right now it's unpopular to do certain things, and they're still doing it. And so you're wrong, Hasan, because A, B, C, or D. And Gavin Newsom, did this, that, and the third, and that shows you that you're actually wrong about it, about what's going on there. But I don't think that like saying they don't really care about us. In some ways, like you embody that in terms of your ruthless attitude towards electoralism. Like you're willing to say, if it helps win an election, like, all right, sorry, abortion rights. If I knew that it would give us like Medicare for all, you're ruthless in that sense. And so everything's up for negotiation if you're, I guess, a harm reductionist or something. And I see that to some extent he's calling into question what these politicians really care about. And I don't agree with him, obviously.
No, you are going to extraordinary lengths to sanitize unhinged language.
How am I sanitizing?
Because you're saying that there's validity there. You're saying there's a messaging strategy there. You're saying it's perfectly valid for him to, you're doing a Mott and Bailey. You're giving him a Mott right now. Because you're saying, well, politicians do this all the time, and sometimes they say that they don't support gay marriage. Back in like fucking 2007, when 44% of the country supported gay marriage, and therefore, it's really not too dissimilar from Hasan saying that Democrats would rather murder you than try to court your vote.
No, but you understand what he's saying there, isn't that he's saying that they're
saying they don't care about you.
He's saying but they don't really care about your rights.
PISSCO, why?
You have to address that though.
Why are you treating? Can I ask you? Do you think that Hasan is like largely good faith?
No.
Then what are you doing?
Yeah.
I don't understand the defense. Why would you defend someone who you think is bad faith? Why would you give them a Mott like this in this spot? Why would you not? Just, I already told you the Mott. You compared his rhetoric to politicians shifting their political opinions or support for this or that policy after the public gets on board with it.
Hasan's point, yeah. But no, that's Hasan's point. He might be wrong in the specific instance of trans rights. And I think you have a good case there. I'm just like, whether or not someone's bad faith, I'm like, I think Rob Moore is very bad faith, but I still like try to address his argument.
But you said, oh wait. Okay, I feel very confused right now. I don't understand how you operate like this.
Tell me why you're confused.
I don't understand how you operate like this. If you tell me that you think Hasan is largely bad faith, why would you go to such extraordinary lengths to reinterpret his insane rhetoric in a way that is sanitized? It is sanitized. You're sanitizing.
I'm trying to understand what he's saying in the most reasonable way. And so when someone says like they would shoot you for a vote, I don't take that literally. I take that as to be like they don't care about you, and they are basically willing to throw all their principles to the wind for their personal political ambition. That's how I understand that statement. Now maybe I should interpret that he thinks that Gavin Newsom is a fucking serial killer. I just don't think that's the most reasonable interpretation of what he's saying. Maybe I should take a more unreasonable interpretation of that statement.
But
I'm just trying to.
Surely you know that when I hear him say that the Democrats would rather murder trans people, surely you understand that I'm not taking him literally. I am looking for what he's actually trying to say there.
Yeah, you say they don't really care about him.
Right. Do you think that's good faith? Do you think that's a good faith critique?
Well, hang on. Good faith critique means it's done honestly. I mean, it could.
Yeah.
It could
Do you
be
think
good
he's
faith.
do you think he's being honest when he says that?
I'm not sure. I think that they have insane standards, and so they really do think that like they could be honest about their insane standards. You agree that they have genuinely held insane standards, right?
Republicans?
No, fucking lefties. They'll be like, okay, but he said this one thing about trans people in sports, and that's the most important thing, and therefore I do believe they have no principles on the basis of that statement by itself. Or they'll say something like, well, AOC voted for the Iron Dome, therefore she's a pro-Israel shill, therefore she's a Zionist. Like, those are just like some insane standards that some people have, and so in any given context, you know, you're asking me to just be like, they're lying, right? They're lying, right? They're lying, right? Like, I don't know. Like,
but we're looping to my point, which is that the people, we're looping to my broadest point, which is that the people that have the most influence in that space are using that influence in bad faith ways, deliberately to be dishonest to their audiences and manipulate them into holding these views that are frankly absurd. Or let me put this a different way. When Hasan does that, when he uses that rhetoric, let's just focus on that specifically. We could be broader with it, but like, let's just focus on that specifically. What do you think?
Newsom would shoot you for a vote, right?
Yes.
Or for trans people.
What do you think that lie? And don't tell me he doesn't know that it's a lie. I mean, this is like, there's no conceivable way that he doesn't know that blue states and Democrats have been going to bat for trans. There's no way he's not aware of the different conditions for trans people in a red state versus a blue state. You would agree that, right? Like, there's no way he doesn't know that, right?
I think he's ignorant in a lot of things, so I think there is a way that he doesn't know it.
You think that he doesn't know that it's way better for a trans person to live in a blue state than a red state?
Oh, I think he probably knows that, but I thought you're talking about like the full panoply of different things the Democrats have done. I think it's possible he's ignorant about that. I think that he's aware that it's better to be a trans person in a Democrat state, yes.
So then what he said has to be bad faith.
Not necessarily, no.
Okay. This feels like a bit of cognitive dissonance to me. I don't know how you could simultaneously think that Hasan is well aware that states run by Democrats are way better for trans people. And that means something. That means like legislation, policy, right? He knows that. I don't know how you could say that and then say it's not bad faith for him to say that Democrats would shoot you if they thought it got them more votes.
Because they're different points. One is about what Democrats are actually implementing. The other is what they would implement if public opinion shifted. They're different things. You understand?
Say it again. Dumb it down for me.
Okay. Hasan's statement is about what Dems would do if polling shift, and your thing is what Dems actually do.
Mm-hmm.
Different things, right?
Okay, hold on. Let me expand on this point. Going beyond the fact that I think it's obvious that Hasan knows that blue states are passing myriad bills to protect trans people. I think he knows very specifically that that is what is going on. And I think he also knows that these efforts have been unpopular with the public. So he's seen the polling, but the polling shows that the voters themselves have moved right on a number of issues. Therefore, he has to know that the Democrats have done this pro-trans stuff despite the fact that they've paid a political price for it.
Well, I'm not.
Which is the opposite of. Which is the opposite of. They would shoot you if it got them more votes. They're taking steps that they know is unpopular, but they're doing it anyways to protect trans people. That these are as far away from each other as they could possibly be.
Yeah, so then I think, so first of all, I'm glad that we're moving off of just the mere absolute fact about whether or not it's better in blue versus red isn't enough to know that Hasan is being bad faith. But again, the fact that it's nationally unpopular doesn't necessarily mean that it's like locally unpopular in a way that they would internalize it. And so I think the again, just being totally good faith, just because the Democrats are taking some measures, and I don't know if Hasan's take is that those are the measures that he thinks that are unpopular that should be taken, but even assuming that they are, in the context of a blue state where overwhelming sentiment is with them, I think is different than looking at the overall national polls and saying, that they're doing it in that context. I think it would be like where the winds are shifting in such a way that they should be receptive to it. And for someone like Newsom, he is charting a course to try to have a more, someone even say like sane approach to trans issues or whatever, a more moderate approach to trans issues. That's a lane that he's I think, carving for himself. Not to say that he's anti-trans or anything. I would totally disagree with that. But that I think is his critique, not that Democrats in places where they're safe do things that are nationally unpopular, but in situations in which the polling is shifting in a context in which it would affect their ambitions, then they would shift. That make sense?
It does, but I have to say, PISSCO, who is my boy and I love deeply and has a degree from law school, I don't know how to reconcile what you're saying right now, which to me amounts to making an effort to interpret what Hasan said in good faith. Would you agree that that's what you're trying to do?
I'm trying to interpret it in good faith.
I don't know how to reconcile that with you saying 10 minutes ago that you think Hasan is largely bad faith.
What's the contradiction?
Why would you make such an effort for someone who has demonstrated that they will be bad faith at the drop of a hat consistently?
Because I think it's intellectually honest and consistent of me to do so. And otherwise, this just turns into Hasan lies, Hasan bad, and there's like nothing of substance for us to discuss other than he sucks. It's literally a circle jerk, and what is there to discuss?
Well, I think we're talking about something like much bigger than just Hasan sucks. I think I've made that point like clear that I think it goes way bigger than that. But like, say for example, you on Monday like really grilled me. You accused me of bad faith, and so I guess I'm a little confused of like why you would go out of your way to try to interpret what Hasan said in good faith when you say he's largely bad faith. But when I tell you it's difficult for me to justify voting for a Marxist-Leninist, you jump to the conclusion of, well, you're being bad faith because you don't like him. Do you think I'm more bad faith than Hasan?
No.
I don't know how to make sense of this then.
Yeah, so like in the context of our conversation, I don't know that I specifically accused you of bad faith other than dodging. So dodging, I think, is bad faith. I think you did dodge. But putting that aside, like I think that in interpreting Hasan's statement, everything I said so far has been reasonable. Like he's basically saying that Democrats are fair weather friends. I don't agree with that as to every Democrat. Some I do agree. There are some Democrats who I think are definitely fair weather friends. I think that's a reasonable interpretation.
But even right now,
I don't think I've interpreted you ever bad faith. I don't know what interpretation of yours was bad faith. I think that there is some personal animus towards Hasan, and some might even be justified. I think that in some sense you are justified to have personal animus against Hasan. But the question about Epstein, I think, brought out some what I think are contradictions, or at least entailments that you were uncomfortable with and uncomfortable to reconcile. But I do think I was trying to interpret you in good faith.
If there's two things that because how long have we been doing the pod now, man? Like a year and a half. If there's two things about me that like really drive me, is number one, the principle of taking the harm reduction seriously, and number two, a principled positive view of liberalism. I mean, beyond positive, I think that liberalism is like, it's essential that we maintain a liberal structure in this country. And so 100%. if I tell you that as a like principled liberal that really values like we could go into the minutia of like liberalism, but basically we're talking about a system that was devised to be a bulwark against a concentration of power, against like the various monarchies. It was a principle of democracy, and all the values that spring from that are things that I think are really important in terms of maintaining this order. Things like the rule of law and free speech and the ability to, form political parties if you want to do that, and criticize the government, and, individual rights and free markets and these kinds of things. And when I was telling you that even if you put a preposterous hypothetical in front of me it's really difficult for me to ever entertain the idea of giving a liberal Marxist-Leninist who believes in a uniparty the presidency. You interpreted that
Why didn't
to
you grant the Epstein?
you interpreted that
if
to be.
If that's your view, you should have granted it. If that was your view, you should have been like, yeah, of course I'd vote for Epstein over Hasan.
You're doing it right now. Don't you see that? I feel like you're trying to trap me in you're trying to trap me in an Epstein thing, bro. You're distracting
No,
it.
you don't have to. No,
It doesn't matter. The particulars don't matter. Whoever his opposition is, it doesn't matter. If you tell me that my choices are a Marxist-Leninist tanky who wants to end liberal democracy and anyone you can think of, do you not think that it's like
it's a layup for you?
Do you not think that
It's
it
a
is?
layup.
No, but you're doing the prime Kais, PISSCO. That's what you're doing.
What am I doing this prime Kai?
You're clip farming. That is what you're doing.
I'm not trying to clip
You're
farm.
missing the point. Is it not reasonable for me, because you know that I'm consistent in these things? Like, you should know that about me by now, that I do consistently value these things. Like, I'm not kidding when I say that, right? So like, why would you jump to the conclusion that I was motivated by personal grievance with Hasan rather than, well, I don't know, I'm very hesitant to give a Marxist-Leninist the presidency? That's like pretty difficult for me. I would even entertain, reanimated Hitler or whoever you might think. Like, it might be a difficult choice. I mean, maybe not Hitler. That's a bad choice.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me get some water. Give me like 2 seconds.
Oh yeah, sure. I have a lot to respond.
Basically, PISSCO, my boy that I love, I would like the same charitability that you seem
I give it to you.
that you seem eager to give to Hasan, who you say is largely bad faith. I would like, at minimum, the same amount of charitability. Is that unreasonable?
I give you no, it's not unreasonable, and I feel that I give it to you. I want to address some of the things you said. So on the personal thing, I said that before the hypothetical on Epstein specifically, and it's a true statement, Hutch. It is personal between you two. You granted that in the course of this conversation. Me observing that is, I don't think, bad faith at all. It's an accurate description. On the specific hypothetical, I felt that that was a layup for you. First of all, I didn't bring up Epstein in the first context. That was you, addressing IRI, and you asked IRI that question. Unless you're willing to grant that that was unfair clip chimping of IRI, I don't know why asking you a similar question is.
No, but you
unfair,
drilled.
but your question of IRI.
But you were
No, but-
drilled. You went into a mode. You were like, just say it. Just say you vote for Epstein. Just fucking say it. Say it, bro. Just fucking say it. I think you're motivated by it
Because that is, but think about it, right? Like, that should be a layup, because it sounds like what you're saying is, I would never consider voting for a Marxist-Leninist and all the things about Stalin. Then why not grant it? And so the only option is you wouldn't grant it because it would look bad. But any more bad than saying you'd vote for Epstein over Trump?
Come on.
How would that be worse?
That's another thing that you know about me. Is that
you said it.
Another thing that you know about me, PISSCO, is that I will bite crazy, insane bullets. I don't give a fuck. The point of my hesitancy, like, that was the bigger point. Like, the fact that I would have to pause and be like, well, is Epstein committed to ending liberal democracy? That is totally consistent with my principles.
Sorry, it's not. I'll tell you why it's not. It's because I'll tell you why it's not. Because you didn't consider that when you first said Epstein over Trump. You didn't think, hey, what about Epstein's commitment to liberal democracy? You didn't have to think about that. And so you'd have to explain why you would have to think about it with Hasan, but you wouldn't have to think about it with Trump. Because you already granted that before you even knew what the...
PISSCO, how are you not connecting the dots? What's the through line between Trump and Hasan?
You think Hasan is worse than Trump?
No,
Which is what
no. Come on. What's the through line between them that I would have an issue with?
I'm presuming illiberalism and authoritarian systems.
They're illiberal. Yes.
You didn't need to know. You didn't need to know Epstein's position when you granted that Epstein was preferable to Trump in the election, but you somehow do need to know it for Hasan.
We would need to listen. I think we would need to flesh out these hypotheticals a little bit more. Do you agree?
I think that's fair, but you already
because
Trump.
There's a couple different ways that you could unpack, like Epstein v. Can we please Like, is there any other historical figure that you can think of that would be better here? We need to move on from this.
I'm not going to make you answer the question, Hutch, but you can't accuse me of bad faith in the context of this specific question.
No, hold on. We're getting sidetracked. You're making me forget. You're making me forget. Don't do it. You know I forget things. Don't do it, okay? I've already forgot what I was saying. Chat, what was I just saying? This is what you do. You get in my head with your lawyerly tricks. I know what you're doing.
It's not a trick. No, listen, I'm defending myself, which I think is my right.
The two different hypotheticals. The two different hypotheticals. That's I remembered. There it is. Okay. All right. So the one hypothetical, it's Hasan versus Vance, and it's the current system, the current guardrails, all of that. Like, you just copy paste, right? And in this hypothetical, you know, Hasan knows that he can't get rid of liberal democracy, so instead he just pushes for like social democratic policies or whatever. Right? Is that do you think that's like a fair way to frame the hypothetical, that we can get into more specific details? If that is the case,
the way it's been,
if that is the case, if that is the case, I am obviously going to vote for Hasan in that spot over reanimated Jeffrey Epstein, just the same that I would AOC, Ilhan Omar, Bernie Sanders, obviously. If it's a hypothetical where, you know, Vance or that's a better, more appropriate question, by the way, like Hasan or Vance or Hasan or Trump or something like that. But they have built a political movement. They have popular support. They could actually like meaningfully move towards their larger goals. Then that becomes a much more difficult question, because in both cases, liberal democracy would be fucking done. And at that point, you have to evaluate, okay, like, do I want to die, you know, 20 million Americans die from famine, or 20 million in the fucking concentration camps? Would you agree that that's like a fair way to unpack
very
it?
Different.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's a fair interpretation of the question. I don't think, like, when people hear who'd you vote for president, they're like, who would you vote for to have absolute, like, fucking Dr. Manhattan powers over all our systems and be able to, like, manipulate with ease. I don't think that's a good, like, that's some shit that Steven said, and when he was trying to, in my opinion, double back on some of the concessions he made on Twitter or whatever. But I don't think there's any good faith reading of a question of, like, who'd you vote for president? Like, I'm voting for God Emperor, who has complete control of all the people, and, you know, I control the police down to every person.
But we would
like,
have to, flesh out the hypothetical in that way, right?
If you want to flesh it out, I'm not saying you'd be inconsistent for having two different answers.
But you would
what I was
have
calling
to.
out though was what I'm calling out though is you didn't need this kind of introspection into the hypothetical for Trump. For Trump, it was easy. Yeah, I'd bite that bullet on Epstein. Yeah, I would. But there's a different treatment that you were doing with Epstein versus Hasan, and that, I think, is telling, because something needs to explain that. And what explains it? That's my question.
Didn't I say, hang on, wasn't I consistent? Because I swear to God, that question came up, Hasan versus Trump. I think that came up like 3 weeks ago. Did I not say the same thing where I said I would Minecraft myself?
I'm not saying that you're inconsistent, that you said I would Minecraft myself on that. I'm pointing to something specific. That is to say, your willingness and eagerness to show your consistency, which I think is great, that you're consistent on harm reduction, was so powerful. A way to sort of test those bona fides was to say, I would even vote for someone I find morally repugnant, such as Jeffrey Epstein, in the name of, you know, societal welfare, if it were up against JD Vance. That was your statement. It wasn't accompanied by I would Minecraft myself. It wasn't like I would vote third party. It was just clear. I would vote for Epstein over JD Vance.
But I asked you a complete...
You didn't need to...
No. I asked you... Yeah. I tried to flesh out the hypothetical. You were the one stuck in debate mode. Because I asked you, what's his platform? Which is to say...
You didn't need those answers for Trump.
What do you mean?
You didn't need those.
Because at that point... Wait, no. Again... Stop doing this, bro. I am consistent. I literally said I would Minecraft myself between Hasan and
no, that's not.
Go back 5 minutes ago. Was it that long ago? I thought I heard it just like a minute ago.
That's not the inconsistency. The inconsistency isn't that you would Minecraft. The inconsistency is the amount of detail and the nature of the hypothetical that you require for Vance versus.
Do you have the sound on? Yeah, but I was on the phone, so I have heard things.
That's the inconsistency. Why do you need more information about the nature of the hypothetical?
Why does it matter? I was trying to flesh out my boy that I love.
Fuck it. We'll go back 7 minutes.
That you seem eager.
give it to you.
That you seem eager to give to Hasan, who you say is largely bad faith. I would like, at minimum, the same amount of charitability. Is that unreasonable?
No, it's not unreasonable, and I feel that I give it to you. I want to address some of the things you said. So, on the personal thing, I said that before the hypothetical on Epstein specifically, and it's a true statement, Hutch. it is personal between you two. You granted that in the course of this conversation. Me observing that is, I don't think, bad faith at all. It's an accurate description on the specific hypothetical.
That's a bad statement because whether or not something is personal doesn't mean that the entirety of the... He's actually making the... Would you consider this fallacy? Where somebody... Well, no, not technically. Where just because somebody might engage in fallacious reasoning means that their conclusion is incorrect. It's not true. But that wouldn't be it here. But like, there could be multiple causes for the reason why a person doesn't like somebody. And one could be partially personal. But like, it's not like Hutch is making a ton of personal attacks at Hasan. He's got attacks that have substance to them. But he also might personally not like him too, which is fair given that Hasan was spreading Hutch's docs. So, I mean,
I thought that was a layup for you. First of all, I didn't bring up Epstein in the first context. That was you, addressing IRI, and you asked IRI that question. Unless you're willing to grant that was unfair clip chipping of IRI, I don't know why asking you a similar question is.
No, but you drilled. But you were drilled. You went into a mode. You were like, just say you vote for Epstein. Fucking say it, bro. Just fucking say it. I think you're motivated by it
because that is. Wait, no, but think about it, right? Like that should be a layup because it sounds like what you're saying is I would never consider voting for a Marxist-Leninist and all the things about Stalin. Then why not grant it? And so the only option is you wouldn't grant it because it would look bad. But any more bad than saying you vote for Epstein over Trump?
Dude, come on.
Would that be worse?
That's another thing that you know about me. Is
you said it.
Another thing that you know about me, PISSCO, is that I will bite crazy, insane bullets and don't give a fuck. The point of my hesitancy, like, that was the bigger point. Like, the fact that I would have to pause and be like, well, is Epstein committed to ending liberal democracy? That is totally consistent with my principles.
Sorry, it's not.
What?
It's not. Because I'll tell you what's not. Because you didn't consider that when you first said Epstein over Trump. You didn't think, hey, what about Epstein's commitment to liberal democracy? You didn't have to think of.
I mean, I think that was the point. I don't think we've seen any evidence that like Epstein is like a illiberal, commie fascist or whatever, right? Is my understanding. I mean, I'm sure that factored in a bit, but also you're probably having a default assumption that a person probably broadly supports liberalism if they're in the United States as well. Like you probably assume that by default. I think that's a fair assumption to make.
About that, and so you have to explain why you would have to think about it with Hasan, but you wouldn't have to think about it with Trump. Because you already granted that before you knew.
PISSCO, how are you not connecting the dots? What's the through line between Trump and Hasan?
You think Hasan is worse than Trump?
No. Come on. What's the through line between them that I would have an issue with?
I'm presuming liberalism and
yes,
authoritarianism.
They're illiberal. Yes.
You didn't need to know Epstein's position when you granted
because
that.
Epstein is because you wouldn't default assume that Epstein is illiberal. You would assume that most people are liberals, broadly speaking. Is how it goes.
Epstein was preferable to Trump in the election, but you somehow do need to know it for Hasan.
Like the counter question that Hutch should ask here, although this is stupid because this is a waste of time because PISSCO is being needlessly obstinate in this conversation. I guess intentionally so. I don't even know at this point. Like, Hutch should ask PISSCO, hold on, PISSCO, let's say that you were able to reveal that Epstein was actually a fascist or Epstein was actually a communist. Do you think that I would still choose Epstein over Trump or Epstein over Hasan or whatever? Well, no. Then the answer would probably change significantly at that point, too. The point of the Epstein comparison wasn't that I would choose a stranger or whatever. It was that I would choose a guy with supreme moral depravity, a guy who is so unbelievably personally disgusting, right, as a defense of the liberal world order over somebody like Donald Trump. That was the point, right?
Listen, I think we would need to flesh out these hypotheticals a little bit more. Do you agree?
I think that's fair, but
because there's a couple different ways that you could unpack like Epstein v. Can we please, like, is there any other historical figure that you can think of that would be better here? We need to move on from this.
I'm not going to make you answer the question, Hutch, but you can't accuse me of bad faith in the context of this discussion.
No, we're getting sidetracked. You're making me forget. You're making me forget. Don't do it. You know I forget things. Don't do it, okay? I've already forgot what I was saying. Chat, what was I just saying? This is what you do. You get in my head, we do lawyerly tricks. I know what you're doing.
It's not a trick. No, listen, I'm defending myself.
The two different hypotheticals. That's I remember. There it is. Okay, all right. So one hypothetical. It's Hasan versus Vance, and it's the current system, the current guardrails, all of that. Like, you just copy paste, right? And in this hypothetical, Hasan knows that he can't get rid of liberal democracy, so instead he just pushes for like social democratic policies or whatever. Right? Is that do you think that's like a fair way to frame the hypothetical? That we can get into more specific details. If that is the case, I'm obviously going to vote for Hasan in that spot over reanimated Jeffrey Epstein, just the same that I would AOC, Ilhan Omar, Bernie Sanders. Obviously.
Yes.
If it's a hypothetical where Vance or that's a better, more appropriate question, by the way, like Hasan or Vance or Hasan or Trump or something like that. But they have built a political movement. They have popular support. They could actually like meaningfully move towards their larger goals. Then that becomes a much more difficult question because in both cases, liberal democracy would be fucking done. And at that point, you have to evaluate, okay, like do I want to die?
20 million Americans die from famine or 20 million fucking
concentration camps?
Yeah.
Do you agree that that's like a fair way to unpack it? Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's a fair interpretation of the question. I don't think like when people hear who'd you vote for president, they're like, who'd you vote for to have absolute like fucking Dr. Manhattan powers over all our systems and be able to like manipulate with ease?
No, that is kind of what people are assuming. Yes, bullshit. They're assuming more that than the other one of who would you rather have for a president. Well, we're assuming that the person that we ideally elect has absolutely no political power whatsoever, right? Well, I mean, I guess maybe you could argue it depends on the context of the conversation. We're talking in terms of political nominees, but like nobody would assume. Otherwise, what was PISSCO's reaction when I said I'd rather have Hitler for president than like than Trump? because I assume with the current guardrails and everything, Hitler would be able to do nothing. And he's Hitler. People hate Hitler. Even conservatives, generally speaking, hate Hitler. So like, yeah, I would always have Hitler be the president because he can't do anything. But nobody would feel that very intuitively. Like, who would your ideal president right now for the conservatives, who would it be? And you say, oh, Hitler. Like, who's supporting, or I'm sorry, when you say Hitler, who's thinking like, oh, really good answer because I know you're choosing Hitler because you know he's not gonna be able to get anything done. Like,
I don't think that's a good, like, that's some shit that Steven said when he was trying to, in my opinion, double back on some of the concessions he made on Twitter or whatever. But I don't think there's any good faith reading of the question.
Double back on any of the concessions. I mean, I could, even if there were ever concessions to be made, they would never be made to PISSCO because PISSCO is not capable of engaging in these arguments like an adult when he's on the other side of them. He just can't do it. It turns into the most debate perverted, like logical. When you say possible, do you mean like in all possible universes, it's logically inconceivable? I was like, Jesus.
Like, who's your president? Like, I'm voting for God Emperor who has complete control of all the people, and I control the police out to every person.
But we would
like,
have to flesh out the hypothetical in that way, right?
If you want to flesh it out, I'm not saying you'd be inconsistent having two different answers.
But you
what
would
I'm
have
calling out though was what I'm calling out though is you didn't need kind of introspection of the hypothetical for Trump. For Trump it was easy. Yeah, I'd bite that bullet on Epstein. Yeah, I would. But there's a different treatment that you were doing with Epstein versus Hasan, and that I think is telling. Because somebody needs to explain that, and what explains it? That's my question.
Didn't I say? Hang on, wasn't I consistent? Because I swear to God, that question came up, Hasan versus Trump. I think that came up like 3 weeks ago. Did I not say the same thing where I said I would Minecraft myself?
I'm not saying that you're inconsistent that you said I would Minecraft myself on that. I'm pointing to something specific. That is to say, your willingness and eagerness to show your consistency, which I think is great, that you're consistent on harm reduction, was so powerful. A way to sort of test those modifieds was to say, I would even vote for someone I find morally repugnant, such as Jeffrey Epstein,
yes,
in the name of societal welfare.
Yes.
We're up against J.D. Vance.
Yes.
That was your statement.
Yes.
It wasn't accompanied by I would Minecraft myself. It wasn't like I would vote third party. It was just clear. I would vote for Epstein over J.D. Vance.
But I asked you a complete...
You didn't need to...
No. I asked you... I tried to flesh out the hypothetical. You were the one stuck in debate mode. Because I asked you, what's his platform? Which is to say...
You didn't need those answers for Trump.
Oh, if Hutch asked if Hutch really asked it, I don't even remember listening to this. If Hutch asked that makes PISSCO's line of argumentation like even more bad faith. It's even worse.
What do you mean?
You didn't need those.
Because at that point... Wait, no. Again, stop doing this, bro. I am consistent. I literally said I would Minecraft myself between Hasan and
no, that's not the inconsistency.
Trump.
The inconsistency isn't that you would Minecraft. The inconsistency is the amount of detail and the nature of the hypothetical that you require for Vance versus for Hasan. That's the inconsistency. Why do you need more information about the nature of the hypothetical?
Why does it matter?
Wait, for Epstein, or what do you mean? For Vance and... I don't know what he's comparing. I don't know versus what he was comparing that to, but...
I'm trying to flesh out a hypothetical, bro. And I just want to circle back to the point, which is that isn't it consistent with someone who thinks that the biggest problem that we face in the country right now probably is, I mean, there's hyperpolarization, but like the threat to liberal democracy. That is the thing that I feel very vigilant about.
Yes,
so when I see
obviously.
apathy and intellectual laziness and disengagement, disillusionment, nihilism, alienation, when I see these problems getting worse and worse and worse, stop it. You cannot get out of this mode, and you're not listening to what I'm saying.
What mode?
You're doing it now. You're in prime Kai's mode is what you're doing right now. Just listen to me.
I don't understand how.
You need to answer my question, okay? If you know this about me, that I think that the threat to liberal democracy is an existential question that needs to be resolved, is it not consistent for me to want qualifiers in that spot? I don't know, is Epstein going to get rid of liberal democracy? Is Hasan going to get rid of liberal democracy? How is that inconsistent?
It's inconsistent with your prior approach to the J.D. Vance iteration of that question, because when it came to that, you didn't need to inquire as to Epstein's internal political views. You were willing to grant that Epstein would be preferable without that inquiry. That's the inconsistency.
PISSCO.
Yeah.
I want you to just... I really want you to just like engage in this question without deflecting.
Oh my God, is he going to ask it? Is he going to ask it? PISSCO, do you think that I thought that Epstein is going to be a communist or a fascist? Do you think that's even part of my calculation there? Or do you think the default assumption was... I hope these robots fucking kill me. I hate this fucking weapon.
If somebody is principally concerned of the threat to liberal democracy, is it not logical, in the context of asking me that question for a thought experiment, that I would want to flesh out whether or not reanimated Epstein would want to or be capable of ending liberal democracy? Would that not make sense to ask that question?
If by logically we mean reasonable, and in isolation the answer is no, it would not be unreasonable to do that.
Okay.
Not calling it in and of itself. And the inconsistency doesn't relate to the inquiry in and of itself. It's obviously in comparison to some other question where the approach wasn't taken.
This inconsistency, what you perceive to be an inconsistency, is not relevant. It doesn't matter. Maybe I thought about it slightly differently the second time you asked me the question, and it occurred to me to flesh out the hypothetical in a way that didn't occur to me the first time, but it would still be consistent with me being alarmed at the threat to liberal democracy. But you didn't even want to. You didn't even want to give me. But you didn't even want to let me flesh out the hypothetical. You're like your whole premise in that moment was the choice should be obvious. Like obviously you would pick Hasan, right? That's what you were doing, right?
No. Yes. Either way it should be obvious, right? Either way it should be obvious because if you view Hasan fundamentally in such a way that it's essentially indifferent to J.D. Vance, right? When you say Minecraft myself, you're kind of signaling indifference. If it's a case that in virtue of their threat to liberalism, they both, or at least you're indifferent as to who you vote for, such that you would Minecraft yourself, then it should be an easy yes, I'd vote for Epstein easily. That should be the answer. You didn't give that answer. That is alarming, right? On the other view, which is like,
PISSCO. Hang on, PISSCO. What is the difference in terms of potential calculation between forming the hypotheticals Hasan versus like Vance or Trump, or Hasan versus Epstein? Like, what do you think the issue is there for me?
Getting clipped, perhaps?
No. I'm saying, why would I ask the question about a calculation between forming the hypotheticals Hasan versus like Vance or Trump, or Hasan versus Epstein? Like, what do you think the issue is there for me?
Getting clipped, perhaps?
No. I'm saying, why would I ask the question about Epstein and not Vance and Trump?
Why would you ask the question about
Yeah,
Epstein?
why would I ask, like, what are his politics? What's his policies?
Presumably you're ignorant about Epstein's political views.
Yes, I know Vance's politics. I know Trump's politics. I don't know Jeffrey Epstein's politics. So in that context, of course I would ask the question, right?
If you're willing to ask it in the context of the JD Vance comparison, then yeah, of course it makes sense.
Did you hear what I just said a moment ago? I know Vance's politics. I know what he's about.
Yeah,
I know Trump's politics. I know what he's about. I don't know Epstein's politics. So why would I not ask that question?
Because you already granted the one, right? That was what the
Because I
question
know
was
their
supposed to-
politics. I'm repeating myself, PISSCO. I know their politics. I don't have to question. I don't need to know, like, well, you know, is Vance trying to end democracy? I don't need to know. I don't need to ask the question.
Then were you mistaken when you answered so quickly that you would know that it would be Epstein over Trump or Vance? Is that a mistake to answer so quickly? Without having done the inquiry.
Because at that point, PISSCO, is it not a coin flip at that point? Like, if I...
Like, yeah, true. Okay, he's gonna, yeah. This is like, this is just such a stupid... I don't even know how to engage with it. This is just like dumb. This is just a stupid inquiry. It's stupid.
know that, if I know that, like, that Trump would try to be like a fascist takeover, then it doesn't make sense to just, like...
What?
Give an answer about like which one he would prefer.
No, it's just like
just Hutch
it's
didn't give an
obvious
immediate
sometimes what. No, he's. It's all of this is just I'm just explaining like rhetoric and debate strategies. None of this is like a real. This is not a real conversation. But like when Hutch says immediately, I would fucking vote for Epstein over Vance. The point is not that Hutch would be willing to endorse any esoteric system of politics that Epstein had. That's not the point of that question. The point is he would support a guy who's morally deplorable, knowing that he wouldn't drive us away from liberalism like Vance would. So when you do the same thing where you're like, well, what about Hasan or Vance? Well, both of them are driving away from liberalism, so that's kind of weird. So I don't know what to say there. And then when PISSCO's like, oh, well, would you support Epstein or Hasan? Then Hutch thinks about it, and then Hutch wants to dive a little bit more into Epstein's politics here. And then I guess PISSCO is making it very personal, and he's like, oh, well, you just hate Hasan, and that's why you won't bite the bullet on this. But I'm assuming that if they were to go down the road on that hypothetical, and they're like, well, hold on, would Epstein be a supporter of liberal democracy? Yeah, he probably would be, even if he's a pedophile. So I'd support him over Hasan. But PISSCO's acting like he's got him some huge, like, bad faith thing here when the initial inquiry, the initial example that PISSCO or that Hutch was giving was just that, like, I would support somebody who's morally deplorable if it meant saving liberal democracy versus endorsing fascism or communism. But PISSCO's acting like he's making some grand point here.
Like
The true point, if they were really having a collaborative conversation and it wasn't PISSCO constantly just trying to clip farm Hutch, is PISSCO would say, oh, well, we probably should have done that inquiry about Epstein's beliefs in the beginning. And then if it was the case that Epstein would have broad support for the liberal world order, then you would answer you would support Epstein over Vance and Epstein over Trump and Epstein over Hasan easily. And I'm sure Hutch would say yes to all of that. Yeah.
Well, yeah, if you get rid of the name Epstein and then you probably just boil down this guy's politics and remove like the moral like deplority or whatever, then he would probably support fucking the guy who's Epstein.
Yeah, but the point is he would support them even with the child rape because he thinks that the threat to liberalism is so bad. But PISSCO should be able to work this out in 2 seconds. This is not hard to understand what the point of that hypothetical was. But he's just like,
but
this is the
he's
most
just being bad faith. Then
it's just
right?
It's endless debate,
like
pedantry, and just cringe. I don't know what he's even going for. It's just like cringe shit constantly.
Flip a coin on a candidate that you don't know anything about. Now, you can say you should have done that consistently in the hypothetical with Hasan, but this is such a superficial inconsistency. It doesn't matter. Maybe I was in a different mood that day. But you didn't. You jumped to, I think you're being bad faith, and I think you're motivated by personal grievance towards Hasan. You assumed bad faith. And yet, in our conversation about Hasan right now, you are bending over backwards to interpret his statement about trans people being murdered by Democrats in a good faith way after telling me you think he's largely bad faith. Now, that feels like an inconsistency to me.
Well, I don't think that I'm interpreting you with bad faith. I mean, can you point to an example of that? I don't know what's bad faith.
What do you think it means to say, I don't think you're being honest, I think you're motivated by grievance instead of principles? Isn't that the definition of bad faith?
Well, hang on a second. I do think that if
yes, the answer is yes.
Accusing someone of merely being motivated by personal animus opposed to principles, I think is a way of accusing bad faith. But just to be clear, that is different than interpreting someone in bad faith. And I think that you granted that when I said there's something personal here, that was true. I don't think that merely having some personal thing is...
Oh my God, PISSCO just ate my earlier position, and now he's pretending like that was his initial position. Holy shit! Imagine you say something like, "I really think that we shouldn't do something with this person," and the guy's like, "I think you're motivated by personal grievance." And you're like, and then you kind of fight it because you are. But the answer is, well, it doesn't always. Just because you might have some personal grievance against a person doesn't mean your entire rationale for not wanting to do something with them is all like bad faith, right? So your initial assertion there isn't relevant at all. And now that he got called out on that, now he's like, what? Now PISSCO's biting that answer. Was like, oh yeah, well, just because you're motivated by some personal grievance, that doesn't mean that you're necessarily bad faith. This is true, but then if that's the case, then why would you even bring that up in the first place? Why would you ever even initially say you're motivated by personal grievance? You would just never say that if this was actually what you believed. Holy shit.
By itself, bad faith, if you can stand on principle and put aside the personal bias. But I think the unwillingness to answer, and I do think it's a bit of a dodge. I think that's,
oh my God.
It speaks for itself. I don't know that I use such fighting rhetoric towards you. And again, like look at how I was happy to grant that Hasan is bad faith way more than you. I'm happy to grant that you are consistent on frameworks and principles in general. I don't know what about my interpretation of your comments was bad faith. Maybe you can identify one. That is my interpretation itself, opposed to my conclusion.
But I just did. Like if I give you an answer and you say, well, just say you would vote for Epstein. Just fucking say. Number one, you were clip farming right there. Number two, I want you to tell me right now, knowing like out with the context, if I am principally concerned with preserving liberal democracy, and you agree that Hasan wants to end liberal democracy, right? Like that's his ideal state. He would want to end liberal democracy. Do you agree with that, right?
Probably. I think that's entailed by
Then you
Marxism.
can give me any hypothetical candidate that in a contest with him, and it would be a logical, appropriate question for me to ask, what is their position on liberal democracy, right?
Yeah, I mean that'll be totally fair.
Okay.
So you're describing me bad faith, and as though I'm ignorant of your previous statement on JE, which of course would obviously.
That's such a superficial. That is such a superficial inconsistency. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It informs my state of mind, right?
But wouldn't me asking for qualifiers imply that I intuitively think that Hasan would be slightly better? If I don't need qualifiers for Vance and Trump, I would say, oh no, I would never vote for them. But I need qualifiers for Hasan. Doesn't that mean that I'm thinking more about possibly supporting Hasan?
I'm not sure that it does. I think
What?
anything, right? Like,
you're not sure? No. Come on. If I said just unequivocally, you don't even need to give me qualifiers. I would support reanimated whoever versus Vance and Trump. And then you give me the same hypothetical with
These conversations are so exhausting. Oh my god.
Hasan, and I'm like, well, I don't know what's that obviously
this
means.
This is one of the better
that
PISSCO combos.
Yeah, but it's still an exhausting,
yeah, it's rough,
terrible
but yeah.
conversation.
More inclined, if slightly more inclined, to possibly vote for Hasan, right?
Yeah, but you didn't give that answer when Soypil asked you that. You said you would Minecraft yourself.
You
so I have to take you on good faith, right?
You wouldn't give me, but you wouldn't give me an answer. You didn't want to let me flesh out the hypothetical. You were like, no, just answer the question. No, just answer the question.
I just gave you a response that shows that I'm good faith, which is I heard you be indifferent towards JD Vance and Hasan, and that obviously informs whether I'm good faith or not. So the fact that I think that you're indifferent as between them, as opposed to slightly and trusting you, that
this is wild. This is wild.
What's wild about it?
The fact that I wanted to flesh out hypothetical out more obviously meant that I would be probably more inclined to vote for Hasan. Obviously, it means that.
Are you more inclined to vote for Hasan than JD Vance?
Why do you think I didn't answer it right away, just Epstein, right? Like, why do you think I said that, right? Like, I wanted to know. I'm like, well, you need to like flesh it out, right?
Well, I don't know why you wouldn't answer right away.
But you wouldn't. But you didn't even want to flesh.
Why do you think? Ask him to guess.
No, bro, you didn't even want to let me do that, even though it's an appropriate question to ask. Your whole premise was it should be obvious. And to someone who is focused on illiberalism and is worried that liberal democracy might fail in my lifetime, it is of course an appropriate question to ask. But you didn't want to grant me that. I don't understand why you do that in that setting, and then you jump through these hoops to ascribe good faith to Hasan's rhetoric.
Am I crazy for feeling like PISSCO is playing with his food to make Hutch and making Hutch sound crazy? I feel like all the intuitions are being twisted. I wouldn't use the term playing with his food because that implies that PISSCO has a much stronger position in this convo than I think he does. I don't think he's far ahead, or I don't even know if I would say he's ahead at all in this conversation. But I do think this is all kind of like a perverted debate exercise. I think it's how he treats all these conversations with Hutch, which I don't know why, but maybe that's just the way he is.
Like, you are not treating me with the same amount of charitability as you are Hasan.
It's not true. That's not true. I'm not ascribing good faith to Hasan's rhetoric. I'm just trying to, take to the argument, address the argument in good faith. Not saying that Hasan is being good faith about it. There's a difference between those two things.
But why would you do that for someone who you say largely? But why would
I do that for Trump?
You do? You assume good faith with Rob Noor? Do I need to watch your last debate with Rob Noor?
And for Trump, for his arguments, yeah, I address them on the merits, even though I think he's being bad faith. Same thing with Trump, right? Like, I will say afterwards, and don't forget.
The problem with this, like, address the argument on the merits is that it's stupid because Hasan's arguments individually and discreetly are not the things that are being brought up. It's the character and the overall impact that he has on politics. That's the issue. This would be similar to me like addressing would do the Hitler thing. I don't know, like Hitler's arguments on the merits. We're gonna go through all of fucking Hitler's policy platform in the 30s or whatever. We're gonna find out what parts we agree with or don't agree with. Like what parts do you think Hitler was right on? What parts do you think Hitler was wrong? Like you would just never do that because you go, well, I think I would kind of categorically reject a lot of the concepts related to Nazism. And it's like, oh, what? So you can't take on good faith? You can't steelman some of his policy positions at all?
He also looks like a psycho.
Yeah, it's just stupid. But that's what Hasan is like doing, and he's asking Hutch to just pretend it's normal or accept it.
Yeah, guys, Trump is bad faith. But I will address Trump's arguments on the merits of their opinion. I don't just say, oh, Trump doesn't believe this shit. It's all bad faith. And, all right, end stream. Do you do that? Do you think I do that? Yes or no?
There's no way
Yeah, but the problem is you're not saying that Trump's character is not in question because we understand Trump not to be an ally of the Democratic Party. That's not like the massively contentious thing.
No way. You're saying that when you hear Donald Trump do his crazy cabinet meetings or sit down for an interview, you make an effort to treat his answers in good faith?
I address the arguments on their merits as though they were made in good faith at times. Yes.
But why didn't you want to?
Did you say that unitary executive theory is fascism?
I mean, not necessarily, but it's probably going to be indistinguishable from it. Do you understand the concept of like unitary executive theory?
Yeah, it means everything goes through the president. Like it trickles down, kind of. Like the president is the ruler of all of the fucking not branches, but like of all of his like people under him, right? So like, what's her name? Pam Bondi works for Trump.
Yeah, Kind of, yeah, basically, yeah. The idea is that right now the executive branch has agencies, most of which are established by Congress, and then there are kind of safeguards. They're not supposed to operate necessarily by order of the president. The president doesn't boss around the DOJ and everything else. But like, I think unitary executive theory basically posits that the president in and of himself should be able to do every single job on his own, but simply due to the fact that he's a human being, he can't do that. So he's tasked with other members to carry out his will. And they should only ever be carrying out his will at all points in time. But when you have something set up like that, and you've got a man that desires that much control and power over the executive, you're probably almost always talking to some type of authoritarian-esque figure, you know?
Yeah, that feels like it literally nearly gets you to a dictator.
Almost,
and the only
yeah.
things like stopping that is Congress and the Supreme Court.
Yeah, but the man who would want that much power is probably not listening to Congress or the Supreme Court that much, you know?
Yeah, especially if they have like the whole judiciary behind them.
Sure, yeah.
In our thing on Monday. That was opposite of that.
And was willing to do it. I 100%
If that was true, you would have let me flesh out the hypothetical. Don't you understand that? If that was actually true, and you were prepared to like allow me to arrive to some kind of answer in good faith, why would you not even want to grant the hypothetical? Why would you want to just drill down? No, just answer. Like that's not trying to be good faith, right?
So I listened to you when you asked, well, I would need to know Epstein's political opinions. And I'm like, why? I say, why would you need to know that? You didn't need it for JD Vance. That's me addressing what you're saying, and maybe there's an explanation there. Maybe you don't like that.
I think it's obvious. I think it's obvious that the reason would be that I think that Hasan is maybe more powerful.
Vance's political opinions?
Yeah,
Is that,
this
like, distinction.
Yeah, but he's saying, why did you need to know for Hasan or whatever, I think, but not for JD Vance? But again, it was because when Hutch originally made the statement, the assumption is that, well, Epstein is probably some kind of like liberal-esque person, whereas for Hasan, he's not. So he would need more information between like Hasan and Epstein or whatever. And it's being brought up in a second point when initially Hutch just kind of like threw it out of like, I would vote for this guy over I would vote for a fucking child rapist over Trump. And then PISSCO later on is like, well, let's test this child rapist theory out. And it's like, well, this wasn't like a super well thought out.
Yeah. But it's also he probably knows Hasan's point of view.
I have no defib. I'm so
doesn't-
sorry, but I can
He doesn't
manage
know Epstein's, and that is the crux of the issue. I'll be back. I'm getting a track back.
I threw 5 wolf packs at that thing, and I got trapped on... What the hell is that enemy called that jumps at you? A leaper. I got trapped. I couldn't...
This guy's just
couldn't even move, bro.
blog posting like crazy. Well, I'm sorry. Are you trying to get to the extract?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I got 3 bandages left, so crawl away.
I think the obvious implication there is that Hasan is palatable in a way, potentially palatable in a way that Vance and Trump are not, which indicates that I don't actually think that Hasan is like materially worse
How you know
than
I'm
Vance
in
and.
good faith? Hutch, how you know I'm in good faith is I still don't know your answer to either of those questions. I don't know what your answer is to JD Vance versus Hasan or Hasan v. Epstein or whatever permutation that is. I don't know the answer. And so it strikes me a little like, how can I be bad faith if I generally, even now, I don't know what your answer is to those typos.
So if you want to be good faith, then steel man, okay? So I want you to steel man right now. Why do you think I would struggle making a decision between Vance and Hasan?
That's good. Thank you, sir.
Oh, just kidding. You get HP back. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. Okay, good job. Oh, fuck me.
Vance and Hasan, presumably because it's unclear which would be worse, Hasan or Vance.
Why?
For society.
We just talked about it. Why?
Because you have some notion that, like Vance, perhaps Hasan would be pursuing policies or structural reform that you found corrosive to social welfare. And
No, come on. We just said
What?
it. We just
Liberal
said it. I opened
democracy.
up the stream by asking you, what do you...
How can PISSCO not repeat that answer back verbatim? That's really concerning. If PISSCO, that's like medical attention necessary. If he can't repeat, they just talked about this for so much, or for so long.
When you say liberal, what do you mean? Like, what is the through line between Hasan and Vance?
Yeah, it's obviously grounded out into social consequences and benefits, and so that's all priced in.
Social consequences. Why can't he say liberalism? Is he worried that he's like going to give away his argument or something? Why can't he just say that? Hello?
After that, I said, and our foundational values. So I know.
Foundational.
Yeah, I'm trying to price in everything.
Do you
Both,
think-
like, consequences? First, for example, we say USAID. Cutting USAID.
Why are
is
you?
liberal framework.
Now he's filibustering. Is this guy coming in or not? Oh, he's here. Okay.
That's an example that you use, and I'm trying to be as good faith and as broad as possible to include both things that relate to structural reform and the liberal system, which is consistent with cutting USAID, and also things that are not, so that cut to the heart of the liberal structure. That's why I'm being as comprehensive as possible in good faith by saying things like.
Oh my God, I'm being as good faith as possible by yapping and rambling and yapping and rambling. Okay, dude.
So consequences, which grounds out both.
There's like first order like fears and concerns, and then there's like second and third or whatever. I've said it 10 times in this conversation. That my
Yes.
first order like fear is the end of liberal democracy.
Yes.
And then below that we could get into like policy.
Sure,
like,
but
individual
that's-
policy.
I'm trying to address all of it. I'm trying to address all of it.
You don't have to address all
my
of
concern
it.
is that liberal democracy might end. So is it or is it not reasonable for someone like me with that fear? Could you not, in good faith, grant me that that's a difficult, not obvious question to answer?
As we on Vance,
Yes. If you know what, you don't think it's reasonable?
I don't think it's reasonable to struggle on that answer now.
Why? Make him explain that. That's a good question. Oh, make him explain that. That's good.
What are we doing here?
No, you should make him explain that. Don't act incredulous. Make him explain that. Because that's a good bedrock to finally chip away at.
I mean, just like I don't think it's reasonable to struggle on the Trump versus Newsom answer.
Is Vance illiberal?
Yes.
Is Hasan illiberal?
Yes.
Then what are we doing here, PISSCO? Why would you say that it's not reasonable, PISSCO? What is happening?
Because I have a different view on the level of threat to our liberal system as
But that's not.
well as other things.
But the question is to Hutch, not to you. Why would he give his own personal opinion there?
We can debate that.
Between Vance and Hasan.
That's fine. We could debate those particulars.
I'm not committed that it's a reasonable position that one be kind of like. Why should I be committed to that reasonability? I don't agree that's reasonable. You want me to say something I don't agree with? I don't think it's reasonable.
No. Wait, hang on a minute.
I tricked him there. He almost got him. He's trying to trip him up there.
Good faith and being charitable. You should be able to put yourself in my shoes and put yourself into my thinking without necessarily knowing all the things that you know or having all the same exact opinions that you have. But you should be able to imagine me thinking, fuck, that's kind of tough. You know, like Vance, you know, fascism's pretty bad.
Giving your views,
not great. You know, but like
maybe giving your view and stuff. But I have a different view, and so my view on reasonability, I'm not just like incorporating your perspective into my view on reasonability. I can be a reasonable person with unreasonable opinions on some things. You know, like I think that I'm generally reasonable, but I'm sure there are some things on which I'm unreasonable. And
I'm not incorporating your view into the reasonability of his. Of course you should. What a stupid fucking question. That would be like saying, imagine you were to ask PISSCO, would it be reasonable if a person time traveled from the year 0 to the year 2000 and saw an airplane, if they were incredibly afraid of that airplane because they thought it was a monster flying in the sky? Do you think it'd be reasonable for them to have that fear? Like, is that a reasonable fear to have? PISSCO would be like, no. It's like, why not? Because I'm not afraid of airplanes. Well, but are we asking for them? Well, I wouldn't agree with them, but that's not the question. Like, what?
So, yeah, like if I were in your head, I would obviously think that your position is reasonable because I would be.
I'm sorry. Last one for a month. No more PISSCO for a month, please, God.
You.
Okay, that's what I'm.
That's obviously the fucking question. Why would you ever ask? I don't know.
Talking. That's good faith. That's charitability.
I wouldn't even call that good faith. That would be like a default assumption. Now, obviously, with a co-host or friend, you should be getting even more than that. But this would be like a default easy assumption. I can't even believe it took that long to figure this one out. But Jesus,
that's you saying if I was you, that's you. But you did on Monday. But in this moment, you're saying that I can't imagine someone struggling with that answer.
No, I just think it's not reasonable. I can imagine quite a lot.
Oh. What is the difference? Could you imagine not knowing whether or not you should or shouldn't vaccinate your child? And it's like, yes. Okay, so you think there's like reasonable arguments on both sides? No, I didn't say it was reasonable. I just said I could imagine it. Like, what? What are we saying here?
Imagine people struggling with like simple math problems. Imagine people struggling with.
Oh my God! With simple math problems, what is he doing? What is his syntactic commitment to like? Well, when you ask me, imagine, you just mean is it logically possible that I could, in my mind, imagine a particular thing? Like, could you imagine?
Yeah, Dan's PISSCO impression is good, actually.
Could you imagine?
He's right on it.
Could you imagine wanting to rape all black people? And it's like, yes.
Well, I could imagine it.
I could, of course. I could imagine. Oh, I think it's unreasonable. I would never do it. And I would think it's avoidable, but I could imagine it. Yeah, like, who answers questions like this?
You know, this kind of question.
Does he have autism? And I'm not trying to be mean.
No,
like,
no. And the reason why is because when he starts getting debate mode-y, or when it comes back on him, all of a sudden he will understand a lot of the subtext really, really, really well. He'll be able to spin it like he did earlier with the whole what was the example that we just ran into? Oh, about like, are you personally motivated by a thing? He brought that up as a way to basically hand wave his entire argument. And then when Hutch pushed back on it later, Peter was like, well, just because you're personally motivated that doesn't mean that I can, I can't hand wave your whole argument for that. But he only brought that up after he got pushed on it. So like, no, this is not an autism thing because it's selective. You can't selectively deploy your autism just to help you in debates.
No,
that's bullshit. Yeah.
Does he try to say he has autism or no?
I don't know if he does. I feel like other people around him make the excuse,
a lot of people
but
in chat have said
yeah,
it,
other
so
people in chat, yeah, but people in chat think autism is just when you say something dumb. Even in my chat, are fucking retarded.
Then a math problem that's equal to less than what I would call reasonable.
So why is it unreasonable? Like, do you think that Hasan would make any kind of efforts to end liberal democracy, boost our adversaries that he thinks are morally better than us? Like, why do you think it's unreasonable for me to be concerned about Hasan like damaging or ending liberal democracy?
Oh, I didn't say that. I didn't say it's unreasonable for you to be concerned about damaging.
Hey, bro, these are just what a waste of time. Oh my God.
Institutions in democracy. I said it's unreasonable to think that it's a tough question as between him and Vance. That's why I think it's unreasonable. Not whether or not Hasan poses a threat. Like, I would obviously grant that. I mean, notwithstanding our it's funny people send me this message as though it would be a tough question. Notwithstanding like the personal conflict or whatever. I would vote for Destiny over Hasan. I would pick Schumer over Hasan. I would pick maybe not. I wouldn't pick Fetterman over Hasan. But like this is all just way of me saying that like.
But I might pick Fetterman over Hasan. I might. In fact, that's my intuition.
I would pick Fetterman over Hasan. Unfortunately,
the reason why should be obvious to you. Yeah. And I feel like you're saying a lot of irreconcilable things during this conversation because
what's irreconcilable?
Because you're telling me that it is reasonable for someone who is afraid of liberal democracy ending. Well, actually, no. You said it wasn't. I don't even,
No,
it's hard to keep track, man. I gotta be honest with you because I feel like you're a little all over the place here, bro. Is it unreasonable? So if it's not unreasonable, that I would be concerned that Hasan would really damage or end liberal democracy. If that's not unreasonable for me to think, then it has to be reasonable that for me this would be a difficult choice between him and Vance. It has to be.
No, because the magnitude of concern could be hugely different, and it is. Make sense?
I think the reasonable position for you in this spot is to say, yeah, I can understand why that would be a difficult choice. Now maybe we can have a debate, and that can be like a fun exercise of like, here's why I think the magnitude would be worse over here. Here's why.
Like this again. I hate these conversations because like Hutch is explaining stuff that PISSCO already knows, and it's just like the most reasonable. Like any human being should instantly be able to know this ever, and PISSCO already does know this. It's just stupid. What do you got for us, Hussein? Real fast. What do you got?
What's up? I'm just want to like reinforce one of your points you've been talking about with these left-wing liberal debates. I read a really interesting journal article recently about like specifically about Ethiopia and the Derg, and how in the Derg when they rose to power after they overthrew the monarchy, they kind of like they just murdered and like destroyed all like even like social democratic, like liberal, even left-wing people who are less like radical than them.
Okay.
They absolutely like just murdered all of them. Like it was called the Red Terror in Ethiopia. So I just want to say, like, if you want me to link you that, I feel like a lot of people are like really fucking weaselly when they talk about like these issues and be like, oh, do Marxist-Leninists actually like do violence when they get into power? Yes, they do. There's like historical process which this occurs in. Like this, it really happens. It happened in Russia. It happened in Ethiopia, which I'm more familiar with. So I just want to add that. And I think it's like the debate pedophiles who like say, oh, like it never happens. Can you point to like, oh, can you point to an example? Can you point to an example? Can you point to an example? I can give you those examples if you need me to DM you it.
Sure. Yeah, I agree. Okay.
Okay, that's all I wanted to add.
Be careful.
Much love.
Magnitude would be not as bad over here. That's fine. Like I would be down to have that conversation because I feel like there's enough of Hasan's rhetoric for me to say that I think that this guy was like Daenerys Targaryen basically. Okay, but like you can have a different view of that or whatever. That's fine. Like we could dive into the minutia of that debate without you saying that it's unfathomable that this would be a difficult choice for me.
I didn't say unfathomable. I said unreasonable.
Unreasonable for me.
I can't fathom it. Well, on my view,
Bro.
No, that's awesome. I love that.
This is like
I can fathom it.
He's like male Kelly Jean, unironically.
That's awesome.
I don't think it's unreasonable for you. I'm saying I think it's unreasonable.
He's
For you, it's very reasonable.
Listen, you are my boy. You are my boy.
What
I
is
do
it
love you,
then?
but sometimes I wonder if I'm your boy.
What the fuck?
Do you know what I mean?
Of course you
Sometimes,
are.
no, but I don't know.
I'm trying
Sometimes
to be as honest as possible and answer everything. I let you drive the conversation.
Do you think it's reasonable that I sometimes question if I'm your boy?
No.
There you go. See, that's better. That's making an effort to meet you in the middle and maybe repairing.
Oh, sorry.
I say I'm
think
your
it's reasonable.
I say you're my boy all the
Yes, I think
time.
reasonable, yes. Why would I want to hurt you?
I don't know. I don't know what drives. What's in your heart? You tell me. I don't know. Is it because I'm bald? Is it because I'm bald? Do you think I can choose what God gave me?
Whispering in your ear that I want to hurt you. Like I don't know.
Oh, the white blood cell accusation. When was my last DM to Hutch? The last message that I sent to Hutch was on October 30th of 2024. I whispered everything into his ear then. I predicted the future, by the way.
That would be the case.
No, but you did a switch up. You did a switch up on Monday, and you got into a mode where it was like, I think you kind of seamlessly segued where you were talking about how what Hasan said was bad when he said he would vote third party, and then you were like, but I want to focus on you, Hutch. And then you got into a mode, and it was like I felt like I was not your boy in that moment. I felt like I was your
in front of a guest too.
Your man enemy. I was your woman in that moment. That's what I felt like.
So I have this long-standing view, and Josiah shares it with me. And so on any score like this, Josiah and I are going to be equally situated. That it's folly to spend most of our time, or an inordinate amount, what we feel to be an inordinate amount of time, focused on the doings of Hasan Piker and people like him. Now, you could disagree with that for sure, but it isn't, I think, unsurprising that I would raise this long-standing concern, which has been, amply discussed in our show. Again, I mean, there's nothing that's new about that.
Why do you think I do that? Why do you think I do that? Why do you think I focus on that? Why do you think I focus on left
you think it's worth? Yeah, you think it's worth the time. I think it's more efficient. It's a way. It's because it's under talked about. There's a niche for it. That these people are fundamentally.
Notice how much you could trace so many different through lines between the bad faith argumentation that PISSCO engages in. But like, notice how much now Hutch's motivation has changed. When PISSCO first brought it up, it was, oh, you're personally motivated. Then the second time it was, well, you might be personally motivated, but Like, there could be other motivations as well that are more important. And now, when PISSCO is asked, why do you think I talk about Hasan, as much as I do? Why do you think I'm so fixated on this particular thing? Now, all of the reasons come out. And this is why I said in the beginning, this is why I said, no, it's bullshit to pretend like he didn't understand or didn't know. He knows all of these things, and he knew them right at the beginning. Now, all of the rationalizations, or I shouldn't say rationalizations, all of the good reasons that Hutch might have for being concerned about this thing, all of them pour out of PISSCO's mouth now. So he knew this the entire time. It just took this much conversation to get there.
He discussed in our show. Again, I mean, there's nothing that's new about that.
Why do you think I do that? Why do you think I do that? Why do you think I focus on that? Why do you think I focus on lefty thesis?
You think it's worth? Yeah, you think it's worth the time. I think it's more efficient. It's a way. It's because it's under talked about. There's a niche for it. That these people are fundamentally liberal. That they are enemies. Like, I understand your view 100%. I mean,
there it is.
But, like,
cool.
Like me raising like the point about, well, I don't think that this should. Why between this and Piers Morgan? I'm offended by both. I'm offended by fucking both. Whenever I see these enlightened centrists start fucking talking about Trump and sucking his dick, it makes me want to vomit. And so
Can I try to explain myself a little bit?
Yeah, 100%.
To help you understand.
Sure.
The way that I see it is,
Hutch should have okayed that because it was a good explanation that PISSCO gave, and for that was like the first time that PISSCO was able to mirror a thing that Hutch had actually said to show that he had some level of understanding there.
you have a collective pool of political content creators, and they all kind of specialize in different things. Like I would go to you and ask you a question about the newest Supreme Court decision. Well, what does that mean? What is this other case they're referencing? What's the implications of that? Is this just at the state level? Like, I trust you with a lot of that information because I have not been to law school. I really know very little about the law. Just the same as you might have YouTubers that are exclusively focused on, say, gun rights issues or issues of tax policy, economics, anything you can think of. There's like different specializations that liberal pundits that they fulfill, that they are qualified to opine on. I don't have a degree. I did not study economics. I did not study the law like you did. I don't know what kind of degree that Josiah has, but what I can tell you is that I have been on the internet for 17 years now, and I've been kind of politically engaged for about 10 years now. And as that time went on, I got more and more engaged, and eventually I just abandoned gaming altogether. And so I have had, like, ask my chat, thousands of conversations with different types of people, MAGA, centristy type people, far lefties. Okay, and so I'm like a lore master when it comes to like these arguments and fallacies that I have picked up on over time. And I think that this movement that they've built is very corrosive. And so if you want to focus your time talking about MAGA and the law, we are actually working towards the same goal, I thought, which is netting more votes for Democrats, like sounding the alarm about the danger that MAGA and Trump pose, the potential danger that JD Vance poses. That is what motivates me. It is not spite. It's not personal animus. It's not spite. I feel like they are a threat to the country, literally. And I mean like the people with the highest levels of influence that are bad faith, that are malicious actors who will not hesitate to make something up and smear you. I'm watching that cult of personality, and to me, when I look at it, and you can say this is not reasonable, it looks like MAGA. It looks like MAGA inversed. There's a lot of connective tissue between this cult of personality.
Oh my god. Bro, just again, PISSCO's chat. Now this is 10 minutes in the future, but Hutch says PV didn't pay him well. You got $2,000 for doing nothing, dude. Behind right now, but Hutch is really, really concerned for poor baby Israel. We get it. Hasan bad. Yep. What? You can't even get your story straight. I'm not taking Hutch's word for it or accepting his evidence. Hasan can't do hyperbole. That means he's a Chinese agent. Hutch frames everything in a lie. Hutch has got to stop dodging, answer the question. LOL, PISSCO's getting tired of this. What happened to vote blue no matter who? Guess you're not part of the coalition. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Hutch could barely handle Vadim. Hasan would own Hutch. Hutch would get blown the fuck out. Oh my god. Hutch, you don't believe socialists deserve to have their own party. That would terrify you. You don't want them to have a voice. You want them to do what the Dems say. If that would terrify us, then go make one.
Now over here and Trump.
My god.
Interesting. I think we are going to the same place. And if what you would like is for me not to like raise my views on the concentration thing, and just like let it go.
The concentration thing? Oh, you mean my focus?
Do you want me not to like be like, oh, you know what? I just don't know what like was gained by us spending our time going over what Hasan said about this or that. Unless there's something like truly offensive and truly whatever, right? Like obviously there's always opportunities to do that when it's relevant to do it, and sometimes it is. Sometimes I don't think it is as much. But if you would like me to not,
I would have to see how this comes up on Live and Learn, obviously, because I only watch when these types of debates are happening. Oh, not true. I watch others too. But like, if the show is like just focused on here's what liberals are saying, here's the current fight against MAGA, and like here's what's going on, and Hutch was constantly trying to bring up Hasan or whatever, I would say like, okay, well, this is kind of cringe. But I feel like when the people that are visiting your show are people like the fucking Vanguard or like these other like Hasan Dick Sucks or these like tankies that are coming to your show all the time, I feel like the conversation is much more likely to veer in that direction. And I think it's fair to say that, like, deservedly so, you know? But I don't know, I guess, what the root is or the source of these types of conversations coming up all the time. If Hutch is provoking all the time, then I'd say maybe this is more legitimate. But, you know, if they're just having these tankies everywhere, then, you know, maybe that's not a legitimate criticism. Maybe Hutch is right to bring it up, you know?
To,
I don't know.
to like, speak up and be like, I don't know if I, like, what do you want me? Do you want me, like, not like, to just agree?
No, so for me, I don't know. I think those arguments are, like, fun. They're fun
Do you want me to just agree? Bruh, he's a master. When your partner brings up a genuine issue that you have and you realize that you're wrong on it, then you catastrophize and hyperbolize the entire thing, right? I don't think it's fair that when I come home every day, you call me a stupid fucking bitch cunt. And you're like, fuck. That's probably a good argument. And then you turn it into like, okay, fine. So you just don't want me to talk to you ever. It's like, I didn't say that. Oh, so you don't want me to tell you when I'm annoyed? Well, no, I didn't say that. Okay, so I can never say a cuss word at you ever. No, obviously I'm not saying that. Okay, so I can never say a mean thing to you? Like, what is the fucking argument, right? It's like, Jesus Christ. What the fuck are we doing here, guys?
Intellectual exercises.
It's exhausting.
And they force me to think about, like, they force me to reflect, like, why am I doing this? Because if I haven't thought about it, I haven't reflected, I'm not gonna have a good answer. And so, like, I appreciate these kinds of exercises because it forces me to be sharper and more intentional. Like, I should be able to articulate very clearly what motivates me. And I think at this point in my career, I am. I could go into so much more detail and cite you like so many thousand, like probably hundreds of examples of this kind of disruptive things off the top of my head. That's not the issue.
To the point of unitary executive theory, the Constitution is pretty clear that the executive authority lies in the president, not the branch. I get what you're saying about it seeming authoritarian. You're completely and totally fucking wrong, and I don't know what single quote from the Constitution you got from whatever retarded fucking politician or pundit you listen to, but the Constitution clearly states that Congress is allowed to create offices and then vest particular responsibilities and powers into said offices, and there are a ton of norms that have governed the behavior of the executive branch and the relationship to those offices for centuries at this point. So to pretend that, like, oh, well, actually, I read the Constitution and all those people were wrong, and all the president was wrong, and all the norms were wrong, and all the prior rulings were wrong, is fucking retarded, but thank you.
The issue is that I don't feel like I'm your boy. Like, I just want you to grant me good faith. At minimum, like, don't assume that the thing that drives me is, like, personal spite instead of, holy fuck, you know, the Trump administration has been an absolute fucking disaster. The Republican Party have lost their minds. If we continue to go down this path, we will have a new kind of American neo-fascist movement in this country with the world's most powerful military and a fucking stockpile of nuclear weapons, and it horrifies me. Which says nothing of all the other cultural, like, unravelings that are happening right now and the ways that that impacts, like, disproportionately impacts people like trans people. And so these are the things that I'm thinking about first and foremost. But sometimes I feel like you don't think that that's what's driving me.
Well, I think that first, I think you granted that there's a personal aspect about it, and maybe even one that's justified. I think that there's a reflexive, I don't know, intuition that people have that personal means bad or something. I would agree that, like, personal in the context of political conversation, when there's, like, principles at play that go beyond oneself, that's, like, probably improper. But I don't think that it's wrong to say that there's a personal aspect to you. Like, the whole, what was the progressive victory stuff, lying about the nature of the Epstein hypothetical, which I do think is a lie and mischaracterizing your position. I'm happy to say that. I think it's mischaracterizing your position to say that you're, like, you actively like Jeffrey Epstein, that you actively like sexual assaults.
He did the PV thing. He did the PV thing like 2 weeks ago, bro. Like, didn't come out and say, like, hinted, you know, you had to infer what he meant, but it was obvious. He said, you know, like, PV was paying me to, and not very well, to do Israeli propaganda. But he can't. Yes, specifically to do Israeli propaganda. That's what he said about me. It's crazy. And so, you know, yeah, there's like a personal element there, but I have been talking about, like, this destructive thing before Hasan. Like, I've been talking about, like, the crazy burn your bus people that
the sincerity of that. I don't think that I ever said that you're bad faith or personal to the exclusion of a sincere belief that these people are. And if I said that, then I'm sorry. I don't think I did. But
you did say that on Monday. You did say that. I didn't feel like that was your point.
I said it feels personal. This shit feels fucking personal.
The implication being, the implication being that I was primarily driven.
Wait.
If I said that, then I'm sorry. The sincerity of that.
This destructive thing.
Wait, hold on. No, wait, I missed that. No, wait, I missed that. Hold on. Wait. PISSCO's not implying that when he said, oh, this seems personal to you, he's not implying that when he said that he meant, like, oh, like, you're personally motivated by all of the social harms that could come from, you know, another Trump. That's not what PISSCO is implying here, right? What?
And not very well to do Israeli propaganda. What he can't. Yes, specifically to do Israeli propaganda. Yeah. That's what he said about me. It's crazy. And so, you know, yeah, there's like a personal element there, but I have been talking about, like, this destructive thing before Hasan. Like, I've been talking about, like, the crazy burn your bus people that
the sincerity of that. I don't think that I ever said that you're bad faith or personal to the exclusion of a sincere belief that these people are. And if I said that, then I'm sorry. I don't think I did.
You did say that on Monday. You did say that. And I didn't feel like that was your point.
I said it feels personal. This shit feels fucking personal.
The implication being, the implication being that I was primarily
motivated by
that, like, personal spite. And instead, I wanted this conversation to be an opportunity for me to lay out.
Like, again, you shouldn't have to explain this. Like, if you find yourself explaining stuff like this to somebody, like, they're probably just worth moving on from. It's not worth keeping this person around as a friend.
I think it is totally reasonable for a, like, principled liberal to hesitate at the prospect of giving someone who is vehemently, militantly, violently illiberal the presidency.
I hear you. Okay, let me try to explain why I behaved the way I did. So we're criticizing Hassan for weaselness. And for
And
not,
then
like,
you
I think
weaseled.
adequately, although he didn't answer, he just did it in an inadequate way. But there are
Oh
other
my
instances where he does this
God.
kind of shit. Where like, this is such a ridiculous hypothetical. I'm not even gonna stomach this hypothetical, that kind of shit. And that stuff often is like anathema to me. The kind of like dodgy shit. When we're trying to get to brass tacks. And so I'm like a dog with a bone sometimes, where I see a flaw and I'm like, all right, put yourself in my shoes for that. See the other day, like, you're happy to say Epstein over Vance or whatever. And there's some hesitation here, either because you think that Hasan is better than Vance and you don't want to say it, or because you think Epstein is better than Hasan and you don't want to say it. And so in that context, I'm like, come on, like, this is so, like, if we're going to be here talking shit about not answering questions adequately, it feels like this is an area where it should be easy. Maybe that was wrong because you like rethought your methodology in between, or that this caused you to think differently about how you would approach the Epstein question again. But I'm gonna be honest with you, Hutch, I still don't know the answer to those hypos. The two hypos, which are Epstein or Hasan over Vance. I still, as I sit here, we are now hours into our conversation. I don't know the answer to those.
That's your fault.
And I think that is,
Like, you should, even if you don't know the answer, you should directionally know, like, like where Hutch is, right?
is telling. I mean, maybe you're still mulling it over.
It is telling, but it is not telling in the way that I think you think it's telling. Like,
okay.
I don't even know the answers to those questions. That's the point. The fact that I don't know should tell you that I view Hasan, if you would give him like ultimate power, to be extremely dangerous. So, like, for example, what do you think? Like, would you feel confident that Hasan gets sworn in on January 20th, 2029? Would you feel confident that he would not call Xi Jinping and summon him to the White House and share really valuable, sensitive nation secrets with Xi Jinping?
Am I confident that he wouldn't do that?
Yeah.
I'm not confident that he wouldn't do that. I don't have a view on how likely that is. I'm not sure.
That.
Oh, hold on. I feel like we're about to play another little tricky trick. I feel like, well, I don't know. We'll see. It sounds like Hutch is about to interpret that as saying PISSCO is saying he's not confident of that. But actually, PISSCO is saying, I just don't have any view at all of that. I'm actually neutral on it because I don't know. Not I have a negative view of it. But we'll see what I don't know.
Alone, I think, should move you
But that is pretty crazy, right? That, like, if PISSCO is saying he's not sure if Hasan would, on day one, sell us out to foreign enemies, but you're saying it should be obvious whether we would choose Hasan or Vance or Hasan or Epstein or whatever. That's kind of crazy that you think that that's such an obvious answer at that point. But
confident that he wouldn't do that. I don't have a view on how likely that is. I'm not sure.
That alone, I think, should move you to my side of things where it's like, well, I don't know if it's an easy call. Because I think if he did that, the consequences of that would be catastrophic for the world, would be catastrophic.
Yeah.
Potentially existential.
Yeah.
I don't think that's unreasonable. So, like, if you agree with me that you don't know that he wouldn't do that, then you should understand my hesitancy.
What are the secrets we're talking about? Like unilaterally nuclear...
Oh my God! What are the secrets we're talking about? Like, wow, what's in Area 51? How is this relevant at all? Oh my God. Oh my God, 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 oh my God. And what are we saying? Like, I will donate my entire life savings and everything I own and everything I have. This is a verbally binding contract to PISSCO. If PISSCO follows this up, and it's already happened now, so I can't, it's too late. He either had to have done it. If PISSCO says, well, actually, I wouldn't be worried about Hasan doing that at all because I don't think Hasan can even speak Chinese.
Agree with me that you don't know that he wouldn't do that, then you should understand my hesitancy.
What are the secrets we're talking about? Like unilaterally nuclear secrets and give over information of our spies in different places?
Yep.
Basically, that he's a Chinese agent working as a Xi Jinping.
Do you dispute the fact that, I don't know how many Hasan clips you've seen. I think I've probably seen a lot more Hasan stuff than you have, but...
One tactic that PISSCO has, this is a tactic of a good interviewer or an evil debater, is how Hutch is uncomfortable waiting for the answer for a question sometimes. I have this issue too. And PISSCO is not answering the question. Notice how PISSCO like answered his question with a question and kind of threw up some irrelevant bullshit. And now Hutch is rambling again instead of holding him to actually answer that. PISSCO does this quite a bit. It's how he's able to get out of answering questions so much sometimes.
You aware that, or do you agree with the premise that he thinks that China is morally better and morally better suited to be a superpower than America? Have you seen enough clips to know that about him?
No. I know that he was super SIMB to China on his, and is like an apologist for the DCP, but I don't know enough to know that he comparatively views China as superior to America.
But I do. You know, like, I know, for example, that he thinks that China was the more moral actor in the Korean War. You know, like, that was like proxy, right? Like, he thinks that China and North Korea were like the morally better kind of group in that conflict. I mean, there's like so many other examples. But, like, he talks about there was an incident where there was a, I think a dam, like some kind of central position that was surrounded by high ground, and it was like 200,000 UN soldiers, I think, that were killed by the forces in the north. And he talks about that very like, yeah, that was based. Like, he thinks that China is the more like morally better country, and he also thinks that the two most evil institutions in the world are the Republican National Committee and the Democratic National Committee. He told me that directly when we had a conversation. But when I say that he thinks that America is the most evil country,
oh, I didn't see that. That's the first time I'm hearing of it.
On the face of the planet. I mean it literally. Like, that is his stated beliefs. You know, did you see, for example, his?
I basically think that he'll be less likely to institute authoritarianism because I think that the sort of military, the courts, the sort of states are much less tolerant given Trump-like constraints. Those institutions are much more like him than they are Vance or Trump.
You might be right, maybe. And if you could, listen, I think Hasan has to earn my.
But like, you can argue that on the other side. I don't know if Hutch will or not. I don't know if the states would acquiesce to Vance, because I don't think, despite how depraved the Republican Party's become, I don't think that they would have gone this way on their own. They needed somebody like Trump and the popularity that Trump has to push them in that direction. Like, I've said this multiple times. People are like, if Trump dies, it's going to be Vance, or Vance is going to run for re-election. I'm not really that concerned about Vance. I think Vance has a much, much, much worse ideology than Trump. Well, Trump has no ideology. He's just narcissistic. But I don't think that Vance would ever be able to muster the same level of popular support that Trump does for insane shit. Like, he might be able to do some standard, annoying fucking conservative shit, but I don't think he could muster enough for, like, authoritarian. I think people would look at Vance as, like, an authoritarian leader and just laugh and just move on, including Republicans.
Vote. I don't know why I would give up leverage. We haven't even had a primary yet. So, like, he could persuade me to vote for him versus reanimated whoever, Pol Pot or whatever the fuck. He could persuade me. And if he did persuade me that he wouldn't give up our nation's secrets, they wouldn't try to end liberalism, maybe there's a pragmatic side of him where he thinks, I don't think I can do that.
Why don't you have a conversation with him? I mean,
listen, I would be down, but he does not have these kind of conversations very often. I think you mentioned that he's having a conversation with Mockler later. We'll see how that.
Why not just have a conversation with Hasan Piker, a challenging conversation about his ideology? Like, yeah, Hasan loves those. Why did he just close the door on us? Spooky.
But he's pretty insulated from these kinds of things. But I'm telling you, like...
Well, do you want a constructive dialogue with him, or do you want, like, a debate?
I don't know.
Oh, my God. And he even goes cover for on that. Well, it's not fair if you do a debate. It's got to be constructive. What does that even mean? Like, it would probably be a debate, but, like, that, like, debates can be nice, right? You can have a friendly debate. Like, these guys are having a debate right now, way more than a dialogue. And if you were to show this conversation to 100 people and say, does this sound like they're having a debate on things, or does this sound like they're just having, like, a friendly dialogue? They would say it's a debate, obviously. It can be a friendly debate.
Possible with Hasan. I'm not sure that there's like a constructive conversation to be had, because I agree with you that he is largely bad faith. I don't think that he's an honest actor. Like, pay attention to his tone in his conversation with Mockler, okay? Because I predict that he is going to, he's a bit of a chameleon. So, like,
wait, what is Hutch predicting? Because I think he's going to be incredibly nice to Mockler. He's going to try to stay away from contentious topics at all. Mockler is like his huge in right now that he sees to like the... Fuck, I keep asking this question. Is Mockler part of like the Midas Touch people? Like, I think if he can get like a good conversation with Mockler, he's going to point to that conversation for like the next like 2 years as him being nice to liberals. What?
That?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, okay, cool.
Thanks for the offer, though.
Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, that convo's in like an hour. But yeah, Hasan will point to this conversation. It'll be like my fucking conversation with fucking conservatives, although mine will be more contentious, or probably than the one that's coming today. But yeah, Hasan's going to use this as like liberal credit forever, showing that he can talk to liberals and talk to people with dramatically opposing views. But he's going to be such a little soft femboy, twink fuck, conciliatory bottom bitch for the whole conversation.
He'll hide his power level. So if he's having a conversation with like a center left person, he'll describe himself as like a progressive.
Yep. I just want healthcare. I just want single payer healthcare.
And then he goes on a podcast. Are you familiar with
the D program?
Yeah. So they're like two kind of like radical Marxist people, right? Which I'm not even using that as a pejorative. Like, they are just like radical Marxist types, right? He'll go on there and he'll talk about social democratic policies as a temporary necessary evil. That's how he'll frame it in that kind of setting. And so I think he is like Littlefinger. I think he sees chaos as a ladder, which is why, frankly, I think he prefers.
And you even have proof of that at the beginning of the show that PISSCO pretended not to understand when he's talking about how like, oh well, we need to get in good with Brian Tyler Cohen guys, so we need to be nice, right? That was literally the start of this whole conversation, basically.
Trump won in 2024 because I think for him it seeds ground, or it makes the ground kind of more fertile for like a left-wing populist, maybe even revolutionary movement. That's what I think motivates him. And so.
Interesting. Well, listen, I hope that one day you guys are able to talk. I mean, I would talk to him, and I think that it's important to use these platforms, these different people, to try to convince as many folk about the need to fight this administration. And I think that, for better or worse, and there are people in his audience who are willing to hear that message. I want you to be aware that, like, I just behave on that podcast the way I do in any of these discussions. Like, when I say, I want you to say da-da-da-da, that's just a formulation that I will often put in any kind of, like, debate situation that I'm in. It's not, like, I don't want to give lefties more opportunities to farm you for clips. It's not my motivation. And on the personal thing, I think that that's, to the extent that the implication was you're not sincerely motivated by the threat that they pose, I withdraw that, and I'm sorry. My whole point of it was to more argue that, like, I think it's not the most efficient, and I would prefer if we spend more time on MEGA. But I'm not trying to like fuck with you or anything. I'm just like, I like to argue, and when I see someone kind of like weaseling on some shit, and remember, Soy Pill started that. Soy Pill was the one who asked you, hey, Epstein or Vance, and I just noticed your answer. I'm like, what the fuck is bullshit? Get the answer. And so,
oh my god, he's so good at also like rallying support. He really is. He's like a male Kelly Jean. I think that's a good descriptor. Because like notice before he's like, me and Josiah are aligned on this. And also Soy Pill, he's the one that started this fight. It's like the problem wasn't Soy Pill asking the question. It was you drilling on it like crazy.
That's my instant reaction to it. It's not like I'm preparing to ambush you or anything. It's just like me reacting in real time. And if that offended him,
He never said you were ambushing him.
No, listen. It may be difficult to believe in this moment, but I mean this with all sincerity. I fucking like that about you. I like tangoing with you. I think it's fun. Like, I don't know if you've ever hurt my feelings. Maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit on Monday. Maybe you hurt my feelings a little bit on Monday. But like, generally, I genuinely like it, and I fucking empathize that the idea of like somebody says something to me and it doesn't make sense, and I think it's inconsistent. It's like a splinter in my mind that I can't remove. And so I can get singularly focused. I think that's on full display this last week. I can get singularly focused on, oh my God, this is a really stupid, bad idea. And hella people think the thing. Like, it's the same kind of morbid fascination that I have with MAGA. You know, oh my God, they're saying cannibals are eating cats and dogs and rapists are going to come in and fucking eat your children. This is crazy. And so I have a similar kind of draw to that. But your experience of, I just get into a mode and I just kind of, I like to argue about these things. Like, I'm the same way.
Just notice,
I don't
Ogre and I, like, I know that he's a deranged lefty, whatever. But I think that he's, you know, I'm friendly with people who I find are insane on politics a lot, and I can even have like a good time joking around with them sometimes, whatever. And I think he's been unfairly harsh to you. But just like know that behind all of these lefties or whatever, they're people too. And I'm sure it doesn't feel great when I do that kind of like questioning to all that.
I don't like this political disagreement thing. There's a difference between political disagreement versus being like, well, not, I shouldn't say interpersonally, being like rhetorically a piece of shit, I guess. That even goes beyond just being friendly or not friendly with somebody. Like, there are people that I know that are politically similar to me and that are politically different that I could have good conversations or debates with and really bad conversations or debates with. I don't think that has to do with how different their politics are. It's just some people are just geared more towards it or not. And it doesn't matter what their politics are.
And I know this sounds super soy as fuck for me to say to an audience of like probably mostly liberal people, but it is also the case that when I do that to conservatives, there's a person behind there, they feel bad about it, and lefties as well. And I know that there's like a difference between a fellow lib and a lefty and a conservative and all that stuff in terms of the friend-enemy distinction. But sometimes it's like, I'll acknowledge it. Just like, I will just want to say what I feel is on my mind. And that
my God. I don't want to ascribe too many fucking, I don't want to go into the full Kiwi Farm psychoanalysis route, but like, there's so many like red flag things. I just want to say what's on my mind. There's a way of like framing, I don't want to do this analysis. This will be the only one I do this one because it feels weird to get into this. But like, there's a way of framing disagreements such that you're only doing a particular thing, and that thing has been like stated so broadly and generally that for you to oppose it would be basically abusive, or it would be unreasonable. And people that can consistently do that are very mindfucky to deal with, right? It goes back to that example I gave earlier where like somebody calls you a stupid bitch cunt coming in, and you're like, can you not do that? And they're like, oh, well, you know, I'm sorry, but like, you know, sometimes I just really want to express my feelings. And it's like, fuck me. Like, okay. Well, I'm not trying to, I guess I don't want to tell you not to express your feeling. Right now you feel like it, now you somehow, they take the complaint that you've given to them and they've flipped it on you. Now you actually feel like the asshole somehow, you know? You're like, fuck. Am I telling him not to express his feelings? Maybe that is unreasonable for me to make that ask, you know? Ugh.
Sometimes cause people to be uncomfortable in terms of the nature of a conversation, which is more combative than they expected. You know, I can try to tone it down a bit.
Like all of this, like, and then these like bullshit. Oh, fuck me, dude. I'm sorry. All these bullshit concessions, like, oh, like there could be a conversation that makes them feel more uncomfortable and blah blah blah. Like, I don't like it too because it makes Hutch seem like a bitch boy, right? And he's not really. Like, for whatever reason or whatever. I don't know where he got his fucking black belt in fucking conversational whatever at. But Hutch has done a very 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 good job at engaging very well in these conversations. And for people to be like, I guess it's just too combative, bro. Like, I guess your like shiny bald ass head just can't really hack it. And I you know, I'll try to tone it down for you, I guess, you know? And it's like, excuse me. No. The issue isn't how combative you're being. It's that you're basically ascribing malice to his arguments. You could be not combative much at all and still do that. My guess, no, I don't know this. I do know this, actually. I would say with 100% certainty. Hutch would prefer somebody screaming at him like, you're so fucking stupid. Obviously the choice is Hasan over Vance. This is such a dumb fucking opinion. I can't believe it, blah, 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 and going back and forth like that. Versus like the calmer being like, I understand why you'd say that. I think you're just personally motivated, though. I think it's just spite-based, you know? And I don't really want to get into it more, but like, I think you're just spite-based, right? Like, the first one is more quote-unquote combative, but like the second one hurts more, especially if it's coming from somebody who's supposed to be your friend or knows you, right? Ugh.
But yeah, that's just my nature, man. And I think it's good content for some people who,
oh my
maybe
God.
Monday went too far. But yeah. One other thing about Monday.
Okay.
Like at the start there, it got off on the wrong foot because I heard Jose, who seems like a chill dude, say something I found like more offensive than the dead ending gossip voters, which was like, even if it would hurt Democrats, we should have stayed with Biden. And I'm just like, that is worse than being the dead ender on Gaza and on genocide. Like, that is such a stupid line to draw. And so when that happens, you're like, oh my God, why do you start so combative? Not you necessarily, but people, like, you have to understand, I'm hearing that, and I'm like, what the fuck? Even if Democrats would lose down the line, like, you would stick with Biden just because that's what strong is, like, that's so stupid. And so I felt that you were like, kind
Was
of...
that his whole argument? I don't think I heard that part of it, so I don't know.
I made this wrong, not letting me put that out in front of the audience so they can understand how evil that is.
No, as soon as he said that, I knew you were going to jump in and like really push back. And I had a similar reaction, I guess, with Jose. Jose is like very, very normal. He's like a very, very normal person. He was like too normal. Like, anyways, I've been following him for a long time. So if I'm having a conversation with a normal person, I'm going to change my tone a bit. Like, I'm not going to necessarily, I'll phrase it like, well, don't you think maybe that's right? So like,
that was worse than anything that like.
No, I was going to jump in, and say that. I was going to be a bit more calm about it. But like, I was starting to say it, and then you were like, why don't you say something? Say something. Like, I was like going to do it. I was going to phrase it in a more kind of like normie coded kind of way, because he's just like this normal person who's, you know, like, if anything, the juxtaposition of him being there for that episode was fucking hilarious, because I just like, that's just not his like normal thing. But, you know, touching back on what you were talking about a moment ago, to give you maybe like more insight into how my brain works and why I react the way that I do, I am fully aware. Listen, I am 42 years old. I've done a lot of years of therapy. I should probably start making sessions with my therapist again. You know, like, I'm doing like a lot better these days, but like, I am fully aware that the people that I get mad at the most, like these lefty types, that was fucking literally me when I was 21 years old.
I don't know if therapists do this in general, but I feel like it is really important. Maybe some therapists are really good at teasing it out, I guess. Dr. K could, because that guy's a genius, okay? But you really need to see the fights that people have with their significant others, or whether that's like a recording, or whether that's like having them both come in, although the circumstances might change the way they interact, but like, you really need to see how people are engaging with others, because like there's a lot of times where I'll hear somebody say something, and if you had enough experience seeing toxic relationships or not toxic relationships, or just seeing different communication styles, a person can describe a thing that seems completely reasonable, and then once you actually get the context of it, it's like, okay, well, hold on, actually maybe this is like a completely different thing, you know.
Usually
where
your therapist like susses it out though over time.
Hopefully.
Yeah, if they're good.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, because I've heard, like, Anna was a great example. It's the Anna Frills or Anna War or whatever. Sometimes people weaponize the fuck out of their therapist, which is super toxic. But I don't know if that's just them doing things that their therapist would advise them against, or that they're just, like, making up or inventing. It's hard to tell, obviously, because I'm not at their therapy sessions. Yeah.
Was the guy that was just like, Democrats and Republicans are two sides of the same coin. It's not left or right. It's the billionaires, it's capitalists. Like, I was fully Noam Chomsky coded and Howard Zinn coded for years. I mean, I had a picture of Noam Chomsky up on my wall for years, until just recently with all the Epstein stuff, I fucking took it down. But I think that's like one of the things that motivates me.
Epstein's friend, right?
Is like, it's like I'm yelling at my younger self. And I'm fully aware of it. It doesn't always produce like the best conversations. And there are ways that I can be more effective in my rhetoric. And like, I know that about myself. And it's like the same thing with like MAGA types. Like, MAGA is like, my dad is like a prototypical MAGA person. And we get along really good these days. We're like bonding over guns and stuff like that. But, you know, we didn't always get along. And so like, when I was yelling at MAGA people before, you know, that's like proxy shit for like, I firmly believe it just all goes back to your family. And so like, we're all kind of like working through our family shit. And so I'm aware of these things. I could be more productive in many ways. I will continue to work on that, and that's fine. But like, I just want you to know, I really like that you're very argumentative. And I do generally, like 99.9% of the time, like sparring with you. It is fun. I don't think that you're this like bad person. I've never thought that. So I just want to put that out there.
No, I appreciate it, man. Like, honestly, I also, like, everyone has their fucking shit. Like, I know that I will come across as, like, arrogant, obnoxious, whatever, and shit sometimes. And, like, I think sometimes it's about time and place and whatever. But yeah, no, I can totally get that. It can be looking back at who you are in a previous life and be like, no, don't do that. I mean, frankly, that's how I felt in the 2024 election generally. I'm like, guys, we can't make this mistake again. It almost sometimes feels like we're doomed to have these cyclical little, you know, fucking moments in resolving similar questions. Even sometimes questions about, like,
PISSCO's like trying to
all
find
this shit
an
comes back
answer
again.
though,
And it
or
can be
like suss out what is like the correct. Hold on. God damn it.
Haha, debit card.
I'm still on hold. Yeah. Or suss out what is like the quote unquote correct opinion. I think he's literally just trying to win.
I think so, yeah, because now they've rooted it down into this like kind of personal argument. Hello?
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, there's like this kid in the game. Sounds like he's like 8 years old. Okay. Yeah, like now you're in some like personal area where it feels bad to even push on a debate topic. Like my guess is, I don't know, I could be wrong. Maybe they'll find a way back to it, but I feel like the actual substantive debate is probably over, and now it's just going to be this like this weird
jerk sesh. We're like, are we both good?
I'm using a lot of fucking abuser language. Fuck, but like this is unironically like some fucking like cycle of abuse shit, where it's like you do a thing that you shouldn't really be doing, and it's not just being combative or being argumentative. It's like ascribing malice or bad faith to somebody, especially in front of like a guest or whatever, like all of that. And now we're in some form of like almost like performative aftercare, where we're going to explain these things happening. Oh, it's in his house. We're going to explain the things that are happening and then just say it's like, well, we chalk it up to some random differences, but it's not going to change. The same thing is going to come up over and over again going forward. And I think it's worth asking the question, like, why does this issue keep coming up? And why doesn't it seem like there's much or any progress being made on it? Maybe, I don't know, but maybe they would feel like there is. I mean, technically I'm an outsider here, so maybe they do feel like they've advanced something, but it feels like this keeps popping up over and over again. And it's not just... And I don't like how it all got framed back to like, oh, you know, sometimes I'm just argumentative, bro. And it's like, well, no, that's not really what's going on, you know?
Yeah, it like the argument started over like the Epstein versus Hasan kind of thing, but like they never broke down at all into that.
No,
like, they
nothing
never
of
talked about,
substance.
like, okay, what are the Hasan issues you have? Like,
Yeah,
why
PISSCO
wouldn't you want
is
him?
like getting closer and closer, I feel like, to kind of like Andrew Wilson, to where all of it becomes like meta or philosophy informed, like argument structure informed debates, and you don't actually really talk about the substance of almost anything, which is funny because
But that's the most
PISSCO,
important part.
Yeah, I know, but PISSCO found a way to throw that back to Hutch earlier, which was funny when PISSCO was like, I feel like it's 2 hours in and I don't even know your position on this thing or whatever. It's like, that's, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. That's every conversation everybody seems to have with you. Why do you think that's
Well,
happening?
Yeah, that's because it's like we're always having a meta conversation about the next
Thing or something
down
about
the
our feelings
like
or-
defining something. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, like and then it moves and moves and moves and moves to where we're not even talking about what we called about.
Yeah. And yeah, like I said, I'd be surprised if they found their way back to the original conversation, but who knows? We'll see.
And sometimes to see people fall into similar mistakes. I don't doubt that. I do think that sometimes though, you should you get a lot of hate, and it's tough. I mean, that is something that I think oftentimes is very unfair, and I hope that sometimes you unplug because it can be not healthy. I think always to be in the. I've been in the reply sometimes, but no, I value our podcast. I value inputs and stuff, and I don't take it personally when we disagree like that. And maybe I wasn't as charitable as I should be in that moment. I'll think about that. I was definitely having my response definitely like affected by your answer to the JD Vance versus Epstein question, which was like unequivocal and without any kind of further thing. So that was like very much coloring why I was doing what I was doing because it felt like such an easy thing. And also, I'm very like hypocrisy aware. Like I don't want us to be like caught. Like I want to be like better than the lefties who don't answer questions. And so that's something I try to force in the conversation. So all that being said, like yeah, I mean no hard feelings, and I appreciate that we could have been a little bit more, or I could have been more like tolerant of your view there.
Well, now I'm curious about your past. Are you trying to get out of here?
Yeah.
Are you trying to get out of here?
I have like 30 minutes.
Okay. We don't need to take up the whole time. First, I want to say that sometimes I like hardcore relapse on social media. There were especially in the peaks kind of during the pandemic lockdown stuff where I would spend like 14 hours on Twitter, like not even kidding. Like I wouldn't even stream because I would just be straight up. Like it was just and I would do that sometimes like for days and days and days. And sometimes I wouldn't even stream because I was like too busy arguing on Twitter. And so there are some times where I go back to that and it's like it's not great when I do that. It feels like a relapse. And then but unbalanced things are better. But I do want to say that I feel so unwavering about my perspective on things. So if there are, dog piles that these communities do, that shit does not really faze me all that much. Like I'm not gonna say it never affects me, but for the most part, I don't question my ideas or thoughts or beliefs or whatever. If anything, I get more resolved when they do that. And you should also know that they do it's like systematic brigading. It's like systematic brigading. They will pull up your tweets like on stream.
Sorry, keep talking.
And almost all of the people involved in this are active in PISSCO's community as well, but that's neither here nor there. And in his chat right now
I'm curious
too.
about like you're like 18 to 22, like what was going on for PISSCO in those years. I'm just curious now.
I bet.
Oh, there you go.
Go for it.
Yeah, no, I was asking what was 18 to 22 PISSCO like? Like what was your political like awakening genesis, whatever?
I've always been a Democrat. I've always been left wing. My influences were Jon Stewart, Christopher Hitchens.
Hitchens. That is the least surprising thing you've ever told me.
Yeah. People like.
Did you read the?
Who else?
Did you read the God Delusion, Dawkins?
I did, yeah. And God is not great. I was also influenced by like people more local to me, teachers and stuff who were liberal and Democrat. But in college, I took like an active stance against identity politics. I never fell into that like Sargon of Akkad, Milo Yiannopoulos sort of cycle. But I remember feeling a little bit excited, but also sometimes a little sad at the following. I published, I think, some articles. I know some articles that like upset certain like left-wing identity politics sensibilities on campus, and I found that exciting. I found that being I don't know, contrarian in that moment. Most of these are opinions still hold, which is like you should let white people wear sombreros and stuff like that. But it also had its like effects in terms of people being like, oh, you're an Uncle Jose, you're not like a real Hispanic, which isn't true. I'm a first generation. My family's from Peru. But so in that context, I was like very much I don't know. I disliked this totalizing framework of identity politics. I really didn't like it at all. But over time, and especially through law school, I think I always viewed Trump as a humongous threat. I voted for Hillary. I voted for Biden. And then obviously Kamala. But through law school, I felt, you know, I reasserted my priorities in that, to be honest, I don't spend much time at all worrying about CRT or safe spaces and stuff like that, because even though I think that a lot of my positions on that were right, I thought that it wasn't worth my time. I joined an affinity group, and it was a lot of fun. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. And I think...
Affinity?
Affinity group, like a Latin organization.
I'm not extracting, but you can extract. Go for it. This motherfucker try to fucking kill me. Does this count as inside? No. Stop.
From my law school, and it was it felt really good to be able to, notwithstanding my massive disagreement on some of these issues and whatever, and they did still rear their head from time to time. It felt good to know that we're all in it against this this tyrant, and he was a tyrant in his first administration too. So yeah, that influenced a lot of what happened, which is like maybe that experience of having certain ideas that were, again, I'm not gonna lie and say it was all like negative. Like I definitely got the thrill out of knowing that I would trigger some people, right? But maybe that experience like put into perspective the relative harms. I don't think I ever had it so out of whack that I was gonna vote for Donald Trump, but it did, I think, impact me.
Oh, that's interesting. Didn't know that about you. ¿Tú sabes que yo hablo español, más o menos?
Oh, no sabía, no.
Yeah, a little bit.
¿Dónde eres?
Yo nací en el Bay Area de California. Pero yo estudiaba español en la escuela secundaria por 4 años y 2 más años en la universidad. Era mi minor. Oh, how do you say it, like my minor? I don't speak very much anymore, so I can understand like most Spanish, but like I can't necessarily like speak everything. But...
No, okay, your Spanish is really good. I think it's good.
Practiced a lot.
Raised beef.
I worked at a lot of restaurants, and so like there were a ton of people back of the house that spoke Spanish, so I would just practice every fucking day. So yeah. I
was in between college and for 1 year as I studied for LSAT, I bartended. One of the reasons my name is PISSCO is it's obviously like Peruvian heritage. The drink PISSCO is like a liquor from Peru. There's some dispute Peru, Chile, but I think it's Peru. I think that's evidence. That said, also I was a bartender, and honestly, there were so many debates that we had at the bar I worked with like the kitchen staff and shit. Sometimes they even go all the way to in front of the patrons where they would participate. And so really like this has just always been my personality. It's like obsessed with these arguments, whether it's at college where the argument's supposed to happen, or whether it's at a bar when I'm supposed to be like, not having those. I think one time we had to have like a manager talk. It was like no more political debates. We did it anyway. So yeah, I mean that's. I think everyone should do some food service or some retail work. I think it really rounds you. And it makes you nicer. I think.
I don't know if it makes you nicer. It's a bond. It's like when you see someone that you worked at a restaurant with years later, there's like a feeling like you're 2 survivors of the Titanic reuniting like 20 years later. There's like a bond that you make, I think. But I had the same I was the same way like my whole life. Like I would argue with my sisters a lot, and then with my friends in grade school, especially in high school. Did you ever see that one TikTok where it's like the 2
This is the
guys
rest of the
that look
combo,
like
I'm
25 years
guessing.
old? It looks like it's like a like a bachelor pad, and they're arguing about the wicked witch of the West. Did you ever see that one?
No.
God, chat, help me find that one.
Yes,
they're like
PISSCO for
screaming
cheese
at each
on his
other.
burger, and he's like, yeah,
It's a
but
debate
what
about the
is
Wizard of Oz,
cheese, really?
and they're diving into.
It sounds familiar.
It is a classic. But that was like me and my friends every day. It was like it wasn't enough to win the argument. You had to humiliate the person that you were fighting with, and so that was like just.
There's like a kind of flow state that I got from bartending, where if you had a good crew on a given day and you're just like banging out cocktails and draft beers and like you have a good shift, there is a kind of like you just turn your brain off and you're just like operating with like great efficiency and
When's
just like moving
the
and kind of
Hasan
takes over.
Mockler debate?
30 minutes.
Felt very valuable. I mean, at one point I was like, I think juggling. I still wanted to work at the bar. I think my 1L summer, I tried to juggle my summer associateship from 1L with bartending. I can do it. But
Did you say what you
there is
think
something
happened?
I think rewarding about doing it for some amount of time.
I feel like it'll be
I
too friendly, but we'll see.
Reaction, and then I'll let you go.
Okay.
Just watch that video.
All right, let me do it.
I hope Moggler works in a shrimple as.
Wait, what'd they say they were doing? Why'd they mute?
I think they're watching a video or something. I don't know.
Well, that's gonna be
All right, PISSCO. Listen, enjoy your weekend.
Thanks, brother. Hey, so I want you to think about this hypothetical because it's really important. No, just
I thought you were serious. I was like, no.
I don't think we need to like to relitigate all that shit, but just keep in mind, I'm not coming from a place of like I want to fucking destroy you. It's counter to my interest. And if I was just trying to grip for lefties, I would be doing a better job at it. Saying anything. I can get them to fucking share my name.
I have genuinely never thought about you. Like I've always had the thought that you like arguing. That's always been my position. Chat will back me up on this. I've told Chat 1,000 times. I think PISSCO really likes arguing. But yeah, anyways, enjoy your weekend. We're gonna have Rashad Crenshaw on Monday, and we're gonna be so normal. Right? We're gonna be so normal.
So
segregation examples.
Do not. If you bring up,
did we get anywhere with all this?
I don't think so.
Did anything change?
Nope.
Nothing?
Nope. Just like every other PISSCO conversation. Didn't really. Yeah. Nope. What are you gonna do?
Okay. Nothing ever happens. Chud wins again.
True.
Holy shit, there he is.
It's a king.
Segregationist.
No.
When he comes on the podcast, I will fucking walk, okay? I will walk, just so you know.
All right.
All right?
Well, stay cool, and we'll talk soon, all right, brother?
Bye-bye.
All right, later.
I swear to God, if they bring up segregation when we have a black guest, I will fucking lose my mind, okay? We do have to watch this. Hold on. We do have to watch this. This is like literally one of the greatest internet videos of all time.
Hold on. This is right. Hold on. Her sister was a witch, right? And what was her sister? A princess. The witch was in the East, bro. You're gonna look at me and you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong? Am I wrong? Like, she wore a crown and she came down in a bubble. Grow up, bro. Grow up. Get educated.
Oh, fuck. To this day, that is one of my favorite videos on the internet. Oh my God, it's so good. I identify with that video on a spiritual level. I have been that guy. On a spiritual level, I've been that guy hundreds of times in my life. On this stream, probably thousands of times. Bad company with $10. Ooh, I feel, listen, I'm just gonna read these, okay? But we ended on a positive note, so it feels like we're
debating Mockler. It feels very counterintuitive to what Hasan usually does of go after people with more clout.
Why do I feel like he's going after Mockler?
Why do you feel like he's even debating him?
Oh, because
Or,
he's
like,
gonna he's gonna go mask on progressive, and he's gonna try to build a big bridge so that he can insulate himself from a little bit of the mainstream shit he's getting right now for not willing to endorse Newsom over Vance in a hypothetical race. So he's just trying to.
It's basically the Brian Tyler Cohen like grift that we were talking about earlier.
What do you mean?
Where he's trying to have a talk
yeah.
with BTC.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Revisiting trauma. Back company with $10 shouldn't let him weasel away with I feel it's personally driven. PISSCO explicitly said you only critique AOC or progressives because you have personal vendetta with Hasan. Ace with $5. Hutch, thanks for being a good. Oh, thanks for being a good dude. The internet sucks, but you don't. Still down to talk to Sitch and Adam, even though the last combo was tense. Actually, the last combo was not tense. I don't know if you guys recall, but the last time I went on their platform, it was pretty chill. Like we did not. If we disagreed, but we were not screaming at each other. It was more the first time. And I think me and Josiah went on Stitch and Adam together, and I think that one was pretty tense. Or I might be remembering it wrong, but the last one I think was fine because I did make a concerted effort, like a conscious effort, to be kind of more normal. That lawyer dude with 8 months, PISSCO isn't dumb. He knows how to speak with specificity when he asks you about Epstein's policy. You're clearly thinking electorally. Him wanting to ignore that and yelling, just say Epstein's better.
Yeah.
Using like moral framing.
Yes.
Only makes sense if he's clip farming.
Yes.
Slate King with $2. You need to watch Stitch v PISSCO combo for tips. Silent Assassin with 102 months. JV's box with $5. PISSCO's not pro Hasan, supposedly, but extremely skeptical of anti-Hasan rhetoric. Why? What is his objective? Please ask him as such. I think it's not even just about me, guys, just so you know. I think it's about bigger than me. I think for whatever reason he is I think sensitive has a negative connotation, like vigilant about anti-lefty rhetoric. And I can't really tell you where that comes from. I don't really know, but I think it's about like more than just like me. Travakia with $10. The whole point of hypotheticals is to see if at the end of the day will these lefties go online and vote against MAGA/fascism.
We
and
make
so
a bingo
far,
card
no,
for Moggler?
and toss their vote away.
No, but if I were to make one,
well, that's
mentions
what I think,
Israel
guys.
would be the free spot in the middle.
It took us a minute to get there. You might say that we stumbled a bit to find our footing, but we got, like, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Okay, like we got him. We fucking got him. If anything, I am so mad that I didn't think of this on the fly on Monday. My wife's patient last night in the ER. What? Oh. You want me to read this out loud? You want me to read this out loud?
Hasan will bring up Destiny,
wait, is this
giving
real?
Moggler free ammo. I would be surprised if he brought me up in that debate. I feel like it's too risky of a proposition for him.
Is this real? Is this allowed? Wait, hang on. I feel like this is not allowed. There's no way. I don't want to read this. There's like a HIPAA violation or something? No, I don't want to do it. It's weird. I don't want to do it. I feel weird about it. I feel like I could go to jail. There's no names, but no, you still can't. There's no way you can read this. There's no way, right? This feels like so private. Like, I don't want to read this. I literally don't want to read this. For some reason, I'm so like paranoid. Guys,
I think the only way you can engage in a HIPAA violation is if you are a medical professional, right? Like if a medical professional leaks something, or in order for it to be leaked, somebody who like has to adhere to HIPAA or whatever would have leaked it, and they would be the person violating. No? That's my assumption. Like if I found somebody's medical information, then I leaked it, I don't think I could ever be held responsible for a HIPAA violation, would be my understanding of that.
No way. This is not ethical. This is not ethical. This is not ethical. There's no way this is ethical, okay? For some reason, I feel like a principled stance on this. I will not violate HIPAA. I won't do it. That's crazy. Hold on. Let me read this. Oh my god.
Let me use that restroom real quick. 1 sec.
Oh no. Oh, that's a bad night. That's a bad night. That's a bad night. I genuinely feel bad for that guy. That sounds like a bad night. I'm not reading it. Listen, I'm not reading it. Those are my principles. I feel strange reading that. The whole, I obviously shouldn't have to explain this, but the whole issue that I think a lot of us had with what Hasan said in terms of I would vote third party instead of Newsom versus Vance is we find that so absurd. We look at Donald Trump and we look at JD Vance and we're like, what the, like, how bad would it have to get? How bad would it have to get before you would just commit to voting for whoever the Democratic Party nominee is? Like, how much worse could it get, right? That's kind of the vibes that I'm going with. And so if they want to do like a switcheroo to test harm reduction principle, literally we should just use their exact same rhetoric. If it's hypothetical Hitler versus Hasan, literally just say exactly what they say applied to hypothetical like Hitler versus Hasan. Just use the same exact language. Well, I'm in California, so because it's absurd, right? The whole point is like, it's absurd. Thank you, Batman. I tend to think this is like literally one of my greatest tweets ever, but like the whole point is that it's fucking absurd. And so if we can teach them that point, like you guys, there are multiple people, I shit you not, there are multiple people in my replies using the exact same arguments that I was making in favor of, well, no, you got to do harm reduction. Like, do you understand that there are dozens of people in my replies that I got to make the same exact arguments that I was making? And they don't understand, like, some of them got it eventually, but they don't understand that that's the point. That is the point, right? It's insane to be like, okay, well, who would you vote for between Hasan and Vance? Or no, I'm sorry. Who would you vote for between Newsom and Vance and be like, well, third party? Like, that's insane. It's completely inconsistent with rhetoric about Vance being a Nazi or a fascist. Like, it does not make sense. That is insane. But they don't see that, right? So this is the perfect opportunity. So like, if you ever find yourself in a conversation with these people, just be like, well, now I'm just curious. You know, this is what you say to them. Like, now I'm just curious. Like, you know, who would you vote for? Like AOC or, you know, like Mussolini? That's how you tee it up. Like, ask that question, right? Ask that question. And then they're gonna be like, well, like AOC, obviously, right? And then at that point, you come back and you say, I don't know. You see, like, if I commit to voting for AOC, then I feel like that just maintains.
Well. What do you think is going to happen today? Okay, that's good. I just think Destiny's emotionally motivated to hate PISSCO and vice versa. Both these people have valid reasons, but it's clouding their judgment, and PISSCO is surrounded by fucking losers who are trying to manipulate. Can you give me one unfair criticism that you think I made of PISSCO in that conversation? I'm waiting. It's coming, I'm sure. I think that he's very clearly always been like this, and you go hypercritical on him and say he's using abuser tactics, which I know is going to hurt PISSCO, and then he will be more reactive. I don't know what you just said that was that I made an unfair criticism or whatever. I think PISSCO has always been very kind of like hardcore debate brain. Yeah, sure, but like I enjoy those conversations, and I feel like I don't mind handling those conversations. If I feel like somebody's being unfair or whatever, I can scream at somebody or shout at somebody. I don't mind that. But I'm like very much attuned to that. If I see somebody else like going super hard on somebody, and I don't want to make it sound like Hutch can't handle it, I just think it's like really mean, or I don't think Hutch like necessarily gears himself up for those types of conversations much. That's usually where my big criticism comes from. And then when you say he's using abuser tactics, I mean, like, I'm trying to hedge. I know that like I'm still saying it anyway, but like, I mean, am I incorrect on anything that I mentioned? Like, if you think I am, feel free to say so. But
the data is pretty stark. If any group was killing themselves at 4 times the rate of the control group, people would say, there's a problem here.
I feel like sometimes you give too much credit to the anti-fans and influencing his opinions if he always had this debate bro brain. I don't understand. Like, me and PISSCO were known for having, like, massive hugely obnoxious arguments. Like I think even when I think we liked him more because he was more essentially on our team or wasn't supporting our stream enemies or whatever as much, that might influence people a little bit. But I think even back then, like there was kind of mixed opinion on PISSCO. Generally, people would favor it, but people always view those conversations being insanely pedantic or running around in circles a lot. Like even when we all liked PISSCO, I think we all kind of felt that. I don't think it's like our opinion severely changed on it. But I think that there were a couple things. Well, like here, this would be a good way to test. Can you think of a worse opinion that that PISSCO has ever had than the defending Hasan on the fucking on the TSA thing that Hasan very clearly and obviously lied about? Because I think that was one of the first big like, ooh, damn moments. Because me and PISSCO were not communicating for a long time after the lawsuit or Substack thing and everything. But it's not like I started shitting on PISSCO immediately or something. I think it was after that take I was like, "Rrrr." There was one thing you could tell Adam before his convo, what would it be? Focus on your three biggest areas of disagreement and like hammer home those, and don't let it seem like you're walking away with a lot of agreement with a person that you don't really have a lot of agreement on. But I mean, I don't know, it depends on what Adam's goal is going into the conversation and what Hasan's goal is going into the conversation. So. Can I say you go a little bit too hard on Soy Pill? I'm looking at people more holistically. I'm including their audiences when I evaluate them now. I think I should have always been doing that because I know people do it for me, and I think it's fair to do it. I think if you go into Soy Pill's community and you poll them, I'm pretty sure half of them would say that I'm like a child rapist pedophile. So at that point, I'm going to treat you like you're basically saying it, or at least you're condoning it. That's just how I think it's a better, more honest way to function in the world than just averting my eyes from all of it and pretending that's not happening. Uh-oh. Who joined?
Okay, I have a question related to this. Is it about time or?
No, you got 20 minutes. Perfect timing.
Jesus, 20 minutes. This is not a 20-minute thing. I just had a quick question. So, I mean, you mentioned this whole thing about how, like, you have a huge anti-fan community and they tend to go everywhere and flood people's chats wherever they are.
Sure. Not a huge anti-fan community, but a very dedicated one. They're not really that big. It's just like, it's probably, if I had to guess, it's like less than 20 dedicated people. Like maybe less than 15, yeah.
Right. Okay, maybe anti-fan is the wrong word.
No, anti-fan
like
was right.
People...
There's not like thousands of them or hundreds of them. It's like less than 20 people. But yeah, but go ahead. We're just clarifying.
I guess I was more thinking about like people who just like really hate you, which is probably a much bigger section of humanity, I guess, than anti-fans, right?
Kind of, yeah. But I don't fault like people from an audience hating me if they've only heard like crazy, insane shit about me. Like that would make sense, right? I fault the content creators more, or the people who are dedicated to pushing like misinformation. Like for a random person from Hasan's chat to think I'm a pedophile, like, I mean, I understand why, but like for people in like the logistical community and the doobie and all those people, like they know that they're lying about most of what they talk about. So I weigh them far, far, far worse than just people who've just like heard dumb shit about me.
Right. Okay. Because I was thinking about this because we had a conversation not too long ago, and I'm someone who pretty much never interacts with the politics community online. And I did upload I did a review of our conversation about AI.
Mm-hmm.
And my audience obviously did not like the fact that I talked to you.
Yeah.
And like at that point, it's kind of difficult for me to like. There's so much misinformation about what people think about you.
Mm-hmm.
But if I defend you, then I'm going to get attacked for defending the things they think you believe, right?
Sure.
And so I'm kind of put in this like weird situation where I'm not entirely sure what to do, except maybe I should just try to like ignore it. But then that kind of feels shitty as well. So.
Well, I mean, this
I
is
don't
like this is kind of the goal of that type of behavior, is to make it so I'm undesirable to do content with, because they know that there are going to be people showing up and calling me a pedophile everywhere. But I mean, I don't know if I would say you have like a responsibility to defend it or anything. I don't know if I would say that. If you're trying to draw a comparison between you and the soy pill, or I guess actually I don't know your content. My assumption, I thought you mainly do like stuff about art and AI or whatever computer related stuff.
I do mostly content about mathematics and game development, so it's pretty technical in general, so very much not politics or philosophy.
Yeah, so I wouldn't have that expectation. Whereas for somebody who does like politics content full time or commentary stuff, if you're like in the space full time, I would expect somebody to take a more principled stance on that. But I don't think I would expect like if I did another conversation with Sean Carroll and people in his audience were calling me weird shit, I don't think I would expect Sean Carroll to be like, well, no, hold on, guys. Like, I read through the court documents. Like, I don't think that would be appropriate. And I think having that expectation would be too much. But if you're like very much in the community and everything, I think the expectation is fair. Yeah.
Right. Like, how do you feel when people, because you had this with your election stuff as well, with like people who basically stop interacting with you because of this audience reaction? Like, how does that...
For people
like,
outside of like the politics
that,
community, I'm more sympathetic towards it, because like this is not a fight that they signed up for. Again, like it's, I mean, especially if you, like for a lot of people, again, I don't know your channel, but like for a lot of people in your position, getting that type of feedback on a video, this would be like literally the first time in their entire life they've ever seen such a response to a thing, and having the tools to fight that and what that would even look like, that's just like a lot of shit to go through. I just wouldn't expect that from most people. I think that's an insane expectation, but. I do get a little bit disappointed, I guess, when there are people who are more in the communities who I think have the ability to set the trend a little bit better, or to write if they think there's like a perceived wrong or whatever. I would have an expectation of them to want to correct the record on it, but the bar isn't held
like
for
you'd
most
expect
people.
them to have a position because you operate in the same space, I guess.
Well, and because it's like right up our alley, you know? Like one thing, I don't think I'll ever be able to get my community to understand this, but it's whatever. If I was listening to like Pokemon talking to a guy and the guy started saying retarded shit about politics, I wouldn't expect, or rather go to another area. If I saw Pokemon talking to some guy and this guy started to say really dumb shit about finance, I'm not going to sit there and get upset that Pokemon's not calling him out on like, you know, knowing what a market maker is and why the GameStop thing wasn't anywhere near as scandalous as, you know, people made it out to be, and what capital requirements are to, you know, prevent things from being short. So like, it's just not Pokemon's area of expertise. I wouldn't expect her to do this. And her channel isn't like that type of channel. I wouldn't expect any of that. But if that is like what you're up to, like if the stock guy or whatever had the same type of conversation with somebody and he wasn't calling out any of these things, I think I would be more upset with the stock guy not calling it out, because it's like, well, this is like what you do, bro. Like this should be stuff you're able to correct.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I guess I sort of feel like I should do something about this, or like it feels weird to just not respond to all the comments, but I feel like I'd be digging my own grave at that point. So I'm just like, yeah. I don't know.
The issue is there's like no payoff there for you. People aren't. I'm guessing in general, people aren't watching your channel for like hardcore or maybe even any like kind of like political or social takes. So why would you venture out on a limb to get into a very hairy political conversation when that's not even like the main thrust of your channel, you know? Like imagine you were to do a video tomorrow randomly saying like, this is how I feel about abortion. And it's like, why would you even open yourself up to slicing off some amount of audience for that position if that's not even the type of content you cover? And it's not like people are going to start flocking to your channel being like, oh, like I'm going to watch, you know, this person now because they're pro-choice. It's like, because it's not even the type of content you do, you know?
Yeah, I guess in this case, it was still related to stuff I talked about before. Because, I mean, I did make a video about AI, or it was more of a rant, honestly. But so I've talked about AI before. I've just never had a conversation with someone about it on stream.
Sure.
Or on YouTube either. So it's sort of within what I usually do, but not really. Yeah, I don't know. But then again, like you pretty much always see like a drop in audience like whenever you go outside of your most popular content.
For sure.
And I don't know what I don't know, like it kind of sucks to also make another channel to start to build that up from scratch. And so I don't know. I feel like maybe it's nice to just be like consistently inconsistent and just do whatever and hope for the best. But I don't know.
I mean, like that's like that's the dream if you can build it up to that far. But most people have to start in a certain niche, and then some people are in that niche forever, and sometimes switching out of it can be difficult. Like I think it's more normal that people kind of have a niche that they cover, and then people watch them for that. Some people are able to break out and do a variety of stuff, but that's pretty difficult to do. But obviously, that's ideal if you can.
Yeah. I guess I have realized that quite often, like, people do follow you for like your personality to some extent. Like, you probably have a huge audience that would follow you almost whatever you do.
Yeah, I would say that I'm one of the people who built out, like, I could do a variety of things and be okay generally, yeah. But it's a very difficult thing to do. But I've also been streaming also for, like, what, 17 years? And that's been a very intentional part of my thing, yeah.
Like, you've done the consistently inconsistent thing?
Well, I mean, I was a StarCraft 2 gamer initially, but then when I realized StarCraft 2 was dying and then League came out and then I played League for a bit, but then the politics thing started. Like, I was always a little jealous back then. They would call them variety gamers, and there were people who weren't, like, pros in one game because, like, a variety gamer could play anything, whereas for most people, if you switched off the game you were a pro in, like, you're going to lose, like, 90% of your audience. So I always try to be a little bit more personality-based and build out from there. It's difficult to do. But if you can do it, I mean, it's really good, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I was just curious if you had any thoughts about that. Oh yeah, I was also wanting to ask you, would you be up for having another AI debate? I know that chat hates this topic, but and you probably hate the topic too.
I don't know. It just depends on what the conversation is or how narrow it is.
I guess I would have to think about it because I did think that you would disagree
Your mic
with
just
me a lot
turned
more
into
than-
Metal Gear Solid.
Oh wait, hold on.
Patriots are talking to me or something.
Oh my god, hold on. Wait, testing? Can you hear me?
Yep, you're fine now.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that. Okay, so I do have the focus rights. I know you mentioned it at some point that it was a bad audio card.
No, you're
and,
good.
here we
I
are.
was just retarded, so don't worry about that.
Oh, what? Were you? I thought you heard like a bunch of noise on your end.
No, yeah, I know, but it's probably a setting you have on the focus right that's wrong or whatever. But I probably just didn't know how to use interfaces back then when I would have shit on that device all the time, so don't mind me.
Oh, right. Okay, great. Sorry, I didn't catch any of your answer because my audio glitched out.
It would just depend on how narrow the conversation is. Having broad conversations about AI when I know nothing about it is kind of, I can't really say anything, so.
Right, yeah. Do you mean like technically, like about the technical aspects?
Or I don't know anything about it. I just haven't thought about any of it that much. But depending on the subject matter, there's some stuff I'm interested in, but it would depend on what you wanted to chat about.
Yeah, because I feel like last time I generally center the discussion a lot more on the like philosophy of art and the meaning of art and what it means to make art in general. I feel like that's the more interesting conversation to me.
Sure.
And I feel like it's not being had enough, at least not in your community.
Yeah, sure.
From what I could tell.
I mean, yeah, if you wanted to chat about that at some point, sure.
But yeah, I kind of feel like we probably agree too much, and you like contentious conversations a lot more. So
Usually, yeah.
do you have any hot takes about AI and art that I can disagree with, or?
Probably not. I don't think so. Other than artists should learn to use AI because it's almost certainly not going anywhere. So you probably have to find a way to integrate it into your workflow. But I think that's like a pretty standard take. I feel like everybody says that now.
Not in art communities, no. But outside, I can imagine people say that, yeah.
Inside artist communities, nobody is saying that you can use it as a starting point, or you can... Didn't they, for E33, didn't they literally build some of their early demos off of like AI-generated art pieces or something?
I think they had so I haven't looked into this, but I think they had like a few, like they accidentally shipped some placeholder assets, I think. But it was not that much at all, and they got a lot of shit for that, both from the game dev community as well as in the press. But yeah, I mostly see people like being anti-AI when it comes to the art community.
Yeah. Yeah, for the communities
Which
themselves,
I
yeah, for
understand
sure,
why.
yeah. But I feel like, for the artists themselves, yeah. I guess, I don't know. I guess we'll see if it ever gets integrated in. I feel like I saw so many programmers like be anti-AI and joke about how much the tech debt accumulation and how horrible the AI programming was and how it's going to be dog shit slop code. And I saw this so much. And then, yeah, now it's like everybody is like jerking off like, you know, what version of Gemini or whatever, I don't know, the Claude or whatever the fuck they use for coding. It's like figuring out how to integrate AI into your workflow seems to be like it's very, very important now with programming, but I don't know.
Yeah, with the programming, I feel like it's very different. Like, I don't know, I think most programmers look at programming as like a means to an end rather than
your
something
problem solving, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But with art in general, it's different. And so I think that's why there's a pretty big difference there. And like I used to hear a lot of arguments about how, you know, AI looks bad and therefore it's bad, or it doesn't perform well in code or whatever and therefore it's bad. But I never really liked those arguments because I feel like it's just getting better, better and better all the time. And now it's reached a point where like the output looks convincingly human made for both like art and code.
Yeah. I think you're going to get into areas though where, because for some reason, what people never factor in, I think, when it comes to newer technologies is they never factor in like the opportunity cost of doing things the old way and how much other stuff you could do if you were to embrace something, which I think is an argument that's going to be fairly hard to argue against. Like, imagine you are, imagine you're making some video game or whatever, and you know you only have so many artists, you only have so much time, and you want to have like a city with people in it, and you want to have like buildings and everything. Like maybe you sit there and you only have enough time to, you can make kind of like placeholdery boring buildings and like try to like animate or detail the people more, or you could kind of like just have every person look the same, and then you kind of like animate and make the buildings look better. But like, what if there's like a middle ground AI world where you can draw like a, you know, like 3 or 4 different characters and have an AI generator like spit off, you know, 15 or 20 different models, and then do the same thing for houses, or and then like put your time more even on like some other animated thing. Like not only do you have more stuff there for the player to consume, who's not even going to know if it's AI generated or not, number one. Number two, you can make the argument that like I was able to do this artistic thing that really needed my artistic touch even better because I had the extra time to do it because the AI was able to generate all the other trivial stuff for me or something, you know? I feel like at some point you hit like places like that and then it becomes harder to argue against, but I don't know, who knows? Maybe that won't happen.
Yeah, I think that kind of goes for a lot of tooling in general. Like, I mean, I use Unity. Unity is a game engine. I did not make Unity. I'm using Unity as a tool to make my process easier and to develop stuff faster, right? But yeah, I guess that kind of goes back to the stuff we talked about earlier in the previous conversation about how like you kind of remove humanity from it in a way that you previously haven't. Like even if I use a game engine, at least humans made that, right?
Sure.
But with AI, I feel like it's a different category. And it's hard to find like analogies. I guess. Wait, I'm sorry. I feel like I just tricked you into having another AI conversation.
Yeah, basically. But we still have 5 minutes or 4 minutes, so.
Okay, cool. One last thing. I thought of an analogy that I think is probably pretty good when it comes to this. So, okay, so let's say that someone invented like a pill that is kind of like your ideal food. It's got the perfect like chewiness. It tastes great every time you eat it, and they just like this is something that's just amazing. Everybody loves it, and it kind of just releases everywhere at once, and it's easy to make. And let's say that it doesn't like solve world hunger or whatever. It's kind of just like another piece of food. But then let's say that it's so tasty and so simple that pretty much every restaurant shuts down, and there's now only like one restaurant left in every single city. Because nobody wants to go out to eat anymore. It's such a hassle. You have to go all the way there. You have to wait for the food to be ready. Like it's a whole process and kind of sucks. And it's way more convenient to just eat this pill that has the perfect like chewiness and the perfect flavor. Like I feel like in this world, there's a similar kind of like cultural like extinction in a sense that can take place where it's just kind of like dumbed down to this very simple and kind of boring future. Like if you consider like how important food is for spending time with your family, eating food, going out on a date, or traveling and having food from different countries. And like you can sort of say that it's like, oh, that's just the future of food. But I feel like it's just a very sad future if that's the case.
Yeah, it could be. It's just hard to get people to fight against it if it ends up, you know, working out, right? Like you can make a similar argument that ultra-processed foods have replaced a lot of traditionally better, healthier, more culturally significant foods. You know, they've been replaced with a cheeseburger. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily disagree, but there's only so much humanity can take when something's before them that wouldn't require some kind of like social or state intervention in order to keep people from choosing otherwise. Like everybody knows that fast food is not healthy for you and you should eat other stuff, but that doesn't keep them from, you know, choosing it. So you would have to have some other kind of government or legal intervention to prevent people from actually consuming that stuff broadly.
Well, what do you mean fast food's not healthy for you? There's many healthy options there.
Well, like when I fuck
Which
your mom
restaurant?
in the eye socket.
Ooh,
got him.
Red haha for me.
So do you feel like it's kind of like all of this is just inevitable and we should just...
That's like my
Just
kind
give
of.
up,
Well,
or-
I don't know if I would say we give up. Like I don't know how. I don't think I would be opposed to like legislating against some type of oncoming stuff like that. But that's a conversation of how you'd have to do it. But then you'd have to get everybody on the same page, like actually making the good arguments about what are we losing if the human part is removed from art. You know, like what is of value there? Because that's a really hard question that is not easily answerable. And I mean, you said it yourself. For a long time, a lot of retarded artists were just arguing that like, oh, they can't draw hands. Look at Will Smith eating spaghetti. Oh. And if you're just making the argument that like the tool itself is not that great, once the tool becomes passable, you know, for human created stuff, well, now you have to create a whole new argument, and that new argument's probably not going to hit as hard when you just told people that the main reason why they shouldn't accept it is because it's never going to be as good as humans, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I feel like a lot of the arguments people bring up against AI, I feel like kind of missed the mark for me, because, I mean, the theft one is a good example of that as well. I do think that it is really shitty that all of these, like, especially the like Midjourney and all of those things, like kind of just stole
And
the
then
entire
Starmer will
internet's
have to resign.
like work and just made AI from it, and are then profiting off of it. I feel like that is shitty that they did that. But I do also feel like it's like I still wouldn't like AI art even if all of that art was sourced consensually. Like I do still feel like the like lack of humanity is a huge issue with AI art.
Sure. Yeah. That's fair. It's just
I don't find it just shitty. I find it like is there not lawsuits over this kind of stuff?
Yeah, there is, but it's like
there have been a few, yeah.
This is like I think this is a very fundamental art question of what is art that a lawsuit's not going to settle, and most of society just hasn't really dealt with it yet because the concept of something besides a human creating art is not a thing that we've ever really thought about in the way that, you know, generative AI or whatever could fucking do it. But who knows? All right.
Yeah.
Well,
all right. Oh yeah, sorry. I don't want to go over time. But yeah, thank you so much for having me. How do you want me to contact you? If I want to have a conversation in the future about this, like should I email or should I just like hop on stream and yell at you?
Or DM me on Discord or whatever, yeah. I'll tell you what's going on.
Okay, great.
Yep. Be careful.
Right, bye-bye.
Well, come on then, unmute him.
I'm not discounting them. Calm down. What do you mean? I literally collab with the fucking leaders. What are you talking about? The party's run by a Hasan head. Hello?
Who's he talking about?
I don't know. His Twitter community or something?
He's the man.
He said the party, so I hope he's not talking about New York.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
He said the party's run by a Hasanabi head, which makes me think that he was talking about like a political
Very
movement or
embarrassing,
something.
very grave. We have no idea this is where this is leading.
You endorsed Jill Stein for crying out loud? No, I didn't.
I only endorse
did
mainstream
not do
Dems,
that,
guys.
chatter. I have no problem like working with third-party movements and shit, but don't make up nonsense. What are you, one of those fucking liberals that lies about my shit?
Oh, Jesus.
Bro.
I did not endorse Jill Stein. And I'm not saying that because I'm like scared of like what the liberals keep saying. I just, you know, I care about the truth.
Did he say who he voted for yet, or does he lie?
I don't even know. I don't know if people even asking that question, so.
And this is totally unprecedented and embarrassing, uncomfortable for the monarchy and indeed for the country.
Really a surreal day. Our correspondent in London, Benedict Pavio. Benedict, thank you for bringing us that breaking news.
Now let's bring in our Patrick Reeville just outside Buckingham Palace. So Patrick, we're being told that Andrew has been released, but is under investigation and not charged. What exactly does that mean?
Yeah, Kira, as you say, just in the past half hour or so, Andrew has been seen leaving the police station. He was captured on camera by reporters there. As you say, the police saying that he's being released and remains under investigation. At the moment, it does not yet appear that charges have been brought against him. We had heard from prosecutors saying they had not yet advised the police on whether a case could be brought against him. You know, usually in the UK, police do the investigating and then prosecutors assess the evidence and decide whether enough can be brought, whether the evidence is sufficient to bring a trial. But obviously, we still know very little about what these allegations are. We understand that it is related to these emails in the Epstein files where it appears that Andrew was basically passing sensitive information to Jeffrey Epstein about his travels as a trade envoy. And as a trade envoy, he would have been, in theory, bound by some rules of confidentiality.
Only one thing.
Under British government policy and law. But as you say, for now, we don't yet know too much more about that. But clearly an absolutely extraordinary day here in the UK, one that is unprecedented for the royal family. No royal has been arrested in modern history, and so a very difficult day for the royal family and for the monarchy.
Yeah, 400 years since that happened last time. So what comes next for the former prince?
I mean, that's a great question. You know, obviously we've seen him now leave the police station, and frankly, nobody knows. Will now this lead to him having charges brought against him? Will he?
What do you think? You think I'm fasting? Does it seem like I'm fasting?
Is it Ramadan, Mooten? Uh-oh.
Oh my God. I forgot. Is that the answer you think is going to happen here? Oh no. The food just fell in my mouth. It was just in front of me, packaged, ready to be consumed, and I forgot that I'm supposed to be fasting. Is that what you think? That what's going to happen here?
He's mad.
You're on Mecca time? Yeah.
Go on trial. If he goes to trial, would it be successful if he was convicted? You know, he's currently being arrested on suspicion of misconduct in public office, and so you know there's a very broad range of penalties for that. It can be up to life imprisonment, but of course it can also be much less severe than that. I think if it was related to leaking information as a trade envoy, it's probably likely to be less severe. But equally, we don't know if the police could have perhaps found something else while they were investigating it. It's possible that these emails and the enormous pressure around Andrew that has come out because of the Epstein files in the US, because of that enormous pressure, the police have been pushed into looking into this more, and it's possible that they've discovered something else, perhaps even more serious. We do not know, but for the time being, of course, Andrew has always vehemently denied any wrongdoing. At the moment, he is under investigation. So huge numbers of questions and an extraordinary development, and this story very, very far from over, Kira.
Patrick Reevell, we'll stay on the story. Thank you.
It was the latest release of the Epstein files, 3.5 million of them, that piled the pressure onto Andrew. Now he has been arrested. And they contain embarrassing documents, photos like this of him on all fours at an undisclosed location. But the police investigation doesn't appear to be about his interactions with Virginia Giuffre or any potential allegations of sexual abuse. Allegations Andrew has always strongly denied. Instead, it's his time as a trade envoy, an official position that is under scrutiny. The timeline here is really important, so let's start with that.
It's so funny that the British government's like, the international pedophilia is fine, but it's a bridge too far to reveal trade secrets, okay? I can excuse the international sex trafficking of minors, but if you fuck up the bag, if you touch the bag, we're gonna come after you. But like I said, the positive here is that this is directly
Is this on the side of like everybody's a
to a
pedophile
much
and they're all
broader
billionaires and there's a big
investigation that will take out a lot more figures in
So
British.
he's on like the populist side or whatever.
Yeah, he's a populist.
In British politics.
Was his dog in the spot?
Yep. It was back in September 2001 that Andrew was appointed trade envoy. In June 2008,
Why is he
his
saying
friend
envoy when it's supposed to be
Jeffrey Epstein
envoy?
was convicted
Envoy.
in
Fucking
Florida
idiot,
for
bong
procuring
fuck.
child prostitution.
Cool.
Just over a year later, Epstein was released from prison. In December 2010, Andrew visited Jeffrey Epstein in New York. In 2019, he said that this is when he broke off contact with him. In February 2011, Andrew continues to email Epstein, and we'll come back to this. In July 2011, Andrew was forced to quit his trade envoy role. April 2015, and allegations against Andrew emerge in court documents regarding Virginia Giuffre. And in February this year, police started assessing claims over his links with Jeffrey Epstein.
Wait,
now, the latest
after this I can,
files
okay?
appear to show
I
correspondence
just want to
between
miss this because people are
Epstein
going
and
to, it'll
Andrew
be
when
done.
the latter was trade envoy on non-personal business. So let's start with this email. It's from November 2010. And what it is an aide forwarding to the Duke
When
of
is it supposed to
York
start?
attached reports for Vietnam, Singapore, Hong Kong and Shenzhen in relation to your recent visit to Southeast Asia. That was as trade envoy. 5 minutes later, the Duke, as he was known back then, forwards that on to Jeffrey Epstein. There's another one too. This
said it
is
was at
about
5?
Afghanistan.
Wait. Isn't it?
Someone troll you?
Wait, I thought I saw that on Twitter. Am I crazy?
Mockler, Twitter. $1.8 million on YouTube. Brady Vance, something there. Full video.
I never saw a time.
Pedo Cabal wants Iran. At Adam Mockler convo.
Wait, why did I think 5 o'clock?
I don't see a time. Hasan and I are having a convo today.
Did I hear somebody say this? Oh, Mockler's Instagram says 5:30. Oh, is that where? Maybe I saw it on Instagram.
Mockler Instagram. Yeah, Instagram says 5:30.
MI6 is logging in. Bro, it is literally full blown. Like, the theory now is, was he a Mossad guy and a CIA guy?
Or just a Mossad guy.
Or was he something above Mossad?
Okay.
And definitely
What?
still work with the Israeli state, but like at what capacity?
The
his brain
global,
broken.
the
Oh, that's
global.
GG.
What? This is Hasan, of course. What do you mean?
That's the only question that is taking place. Like, there's no
He's with the
one
Supreme Jews.
no one who is even remotely sincere
Refresh, right?
about making accurate assessments about
We should leave
Jeffrey
right here.
Epstein's entanglements with espionage agencies is saying that this is not related to Israel or America and it's like Russia or whatever. Like, liberal media will say, oh, he's Russia. But who was he serving? Or were the agencies serving him?
Trade envoy, an official position. He has denied all wrongdoing. And
Les Wexler's
We're supposed
attorney,
to RFK Jr. Hasan.
Les Wexler's attorney did not like this man's answers to the questions during the House Oversight Committee deposition. He told Wexler, I'll fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words. Okay, wait, what?
Answer
the question. Okay.
It's a good lawyer.
True.
That's a good
Everybody
lawyer.
needs a lawyer like that. Everybody needs a lawyer like that. Holy shit.
Is this?
That's fucking awesome.
Is this? What? Is this AI? Is it a fake video? Am I getting duped? Is it a fake video? What the fuck was that?
That's some scary shit, says his chat. I need to end it. It's
Oh,
done
wait,
for
are they
me,
going to
man.
pretend? There's like
Do
two
we know
ways you
what
can go
time code
here.
it's around
You
so
can
we
go retarded or you can go mega retarded. Mega retarded was that like the lawyer is there as a servant to the state of Israel who's giving him a genuine threat that if he reveals anything he'll be killed. And then the kind of retarded thing is being like he's telling him not to say anything more because he knows he's implicating himself in child rape. It's probably more just like your answers to every question when you're giving testimony should be short and sweet, just what you know, nothing more, nothing less. That's
Yeah.
it. But I don't know where they're at.
Why go on a long tirade?
It's from the original
man?
video. I mean, it
5
looks
seconds
exactly
will
like the original video,
suffice.
but I'm trying to figure out if it's like somehow manipulated or
When
we
you
need
did the
chat.
big
Is this
political
real?
lefty,
It's probably
like,
a
exile,
joke,
you really
but I
got
want
rid
to
of
see
all
the context.
retards, huh? They
Every
all
single
went
one,
here.
right? God.
Well, I'm still here.
Just regularly done. Answer another question. 5 words, okay?
Wait, his voice there kind of sounded a little AI-y, right?
Answer the question. Okay.
But it could just be like the sound or whatever.
Could just be the shitty.
I mean, he just straight up says, "I'll fucking kill you." He whispers, "I'll fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words." Okay.
Okay. Oh man, I need the Hasan interpretation of this. Oh boy.
That's AI.
This is
on?
gonna be
No,
good.
it's not AI, bro. Notice would not fucking post this.
Oh.
42505. Thank you, chatter. Jesus Christ, y'all are. No one else is doing it like
Shut
this,
up.
chatter. It's probably a joke, but I want to see like what came after it or what came before it.
No, it was a genuine death threat.
Those clients. Is that
It's gonna be like, is the lawyer Jewish?
3 or 4 days a month, certainly a week or a day a month, just focusing on these things because they're accountants and tax lawyers and other people. And then what's in setting up, as an example, I didn't have the idea to inventory furniture or valuables. And it's like, how could you have all silverware in your house?
Yeah, lawyer's about to lose it.
And count forks and spoons. And it's like, Jeff said people could be walking out with forks and spoons. I said, gee, that's a good idea. We ought to have an inventory. And then there was
oh no.
I hired a lady to be like the house manager.
For being the L brand guy, pedo fucks got no drip. Yeah. 42508 is coming.
Who had run the U.S. Embassy in Rome. And
What's 42508? What's that mean?
This. And I said,
I assume
well,
when
why
the
don't we
guy
keep
says the
inventory?
Oh, sorry, I'm retarded.
Stop
Okay,
it.
sure.
She said, well, yeah, I could do that. So she did that. That's kind of a puny example, but I wouldn't have had the idea. But then all the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done. Answer another question. 5 words, okay?
Answer the question.
Okay.
A discrete question on a different topic. We know that at one point you owned a property in Palm Beach. It was a large oceanfront estate. We understand that you sold that estate to a guy named Abe Gossman, and that later Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein got into a bidding war over that property. Do you have any knowledge of, or did you have any involvement in that dispute between Mr. Epstein and Mr. Trump?
No.
Good job.
He locked back in. He's locked in.
He's
good,
locked
yeah.
in.
Look, he looks back at his lawyer and goes,
He's like,
see,
oh,
I
we
did
fucking
it.
go.
Yeah, I don't think it's a real threat. I think he's just literally saying, like,
No
you're
shit, Sherlock. Good
fucking
job.
it up. You're making it hard for us. Like, you're making it hard on yourself, and therefore, for me to defend you. This is a fucking deposition. Stop yapping.
Aw, good job.
He got there.
I don't know how, like, high-powered attorneys work. So, I don't know if, like, high-powered attorneys will tell their multi-billionaire pedophilic clients to shut the fuck up or I'm gonna kill you like that. Like, is that normal for, like, attorneys like this? Like, the relationship between an attorney and a client at a high-status situation like this one? Maybe.
My guess, if I had to guess, is it's probably a friendly relationship because my guess is going to be for people that are this wealthy, you probably have attorneys that you've worked with and known for quite a while. Like, you're not
Forever,
picking up
yeah.
a brand new attorney for some huge case. It's probably one that you have an ongoing relationship with because they have some familiarity with your business matters
Like,
and
this
everything
guy's
else.
on his fucking retainer. Like, this is his lawyer. He works for fucking this guy.
Probably, yeah. Would be my guess.
And I mean, I
High
would assume
power
if I was a
enough
fucking billionaire, this is what I'd want. I'd want a lawyer who's fucking upfront with me and, like, you know, we have a mutual respect, etc.
Sure, yeah. Would my lawyers tell me that? I doubt it because it's... I don't think we've known each other for that long and that would probably be pretty sketchy.
It's literally just hyperbole. You shouldn't shut the fuck up. You're incriminating yourself the more you speak. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Because, like, when you see the clip without additional context, it leads you to believe that this is like, you know, someone's making the boss call. Like, it's a literal threat, but it's not.
True.
I think it's just a joke. Like, I think he's just
Has
like
a prank show ever gotten a lawyer?
being hyperbolic. It's not his hand.
And then, like, acted like a client who was, like, just doing the wrong thing on purpose? I feel like that would be really funny to see a lawyer have to deal with that.
Wasn't that kind of in the Not exactly, but do you remember the Nathan For You episode where they got the one lawyer for the dumb
Yes.
Starbucks thing? He like jumped over the table. Yeah.
That was awesome.
I'd like to touch on a few specific allegations that have
Also,
been made.
chat.
Legalize comedy.
Come on.
Legalize comedy.
Like, don't make me do it, you know?
With respect to Mr. Epstein's crimes, Maria Farmer has been discussed several times.
Epic
today.
soundboard.
I'll try not.
Oh my
to
God, that's so
repeat that
epic.
Too much.
Your elder millennial fans are making Hasan Abi soundboard memes on TikTok? This is elder millennial shit. Oh my God, we're so cooked. I'm
getting
There
mogged
are
right
a
now.
few aspects of her story that I did want to touch on with you. Ms. Farmer has said that the home that we've discussed, you said Mr. Kessler sold it to Mr. Epstein. It's adjacent to your property. Ms. Farmer has said that that home at the time was guarded by your security staff.
Wait. Oh my God, did you question the question? Did you write this letter to Mr. Epstein for his birthday book? The same letter that Donald Trump, a similar letter in the same book that Donald Trump denied writing and doodling on. This was Les Wexner making titties as well underneath it. Retrousse.
Whoa, boobs! Whoa, 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 whoa,
For the real ball knowers.
Hold on, those are big boobs.
Okay.
You
I'll
yourself write this letter to Mr. Epstein?
Sadly, I did.
Did Miss Maxwell approach you to write this letter for Mr. Epstein's birthday?
I'm gonna be honest, like it's actually it's far better drawn than Donald Trump's shitty ass fucking drawing. I'll be honest. Like this actually is
Why would
decent
you?
handwriting. Like
You don't
this
have
is
to give him credit for
from
that.
a purely
He's like, I'm an
aesthetic
artist.
standpoint. Like
Okay.
this is a stylistic choice, and it's actually
This
not
means Hasan wrote something similar to this
bad
one.
at all.
True.
It has perspective. It's actually a decent fucking drawing. All right, bro. No, it is. What? I mean, come on. All
It's
the
a great
fucking
drawing.
art.
I'll see.
All the
Josiah.
art
Thank you
students
for
in the
like
chat
that.
are 100% going to agree with me. Being able to show depth and perception with such simple lines requires artistic talent.
Okay. Also, that right boob, like stage right,
Like,
from
he
our
literally-
left. I don't know if that's a realistic boob. I feel like you
Like,
probably have
he-
some issue
he-
going
he
on there.
has- This is a 3D image with like 1, 2 lines and a dot. Okay. As a boob drawer myself, like I know game. I game
There it
recognize
is.
game.
Uh-oh.
I was right again.
Fuck. I feel like the people in here are doing this, the tick thing. You said we're not shooting anybody, right? We'll just try to out tick them, I
Yeah,
guess.
we're not shooting anyone.
Okay.
We can do the no Russian shit next time.
It's funny because like the actual like art chatters are going to agree with me no matter what. Like it's just
I think the request was to write a card or a note or something for a birthday book.
And did that come from Miss Maxwell?
I don't remember.
Hi.
Mr. Wexner, would you please read the main body of the birthday note for the record, please?
I wanted to get
Kaya?
you what you want. So here it is.
Bad dog. Beat the
Happy
shit out of her.
birthday, Your friend Leslie.
And what was your understanding of what Mr. Epstein would want?
He was a bachelor, so I drew a pair of boobs.
You've
As a kind of a joke and offhand.
He's talking too much.
Understand.
I hope you do.
You said a few times throughout this deposition today that you did not consider Mr. Epstein a friend of yours. However, you signed this letter, and I quote, "Your friend Leslie." Why would you sign your friend Leslie to someone you did not consider to
If
be a friend of
you're
yours?
sending someone a birthday letter, you're their friend.
know.
Probably.
Yeah, triple S.
Shrimple eyes.
on meeting Trump with Epstein.
Did you ever spend time with Epstein and Donald Trump?
Together?
Yes.
Just so you don't know.
I want to answer this question accurately. I would go to some of the Victoria's Secret fashion shows because it's very important to the brand. At some of the fashion shows, Jeffrey was there and some Trump was there. And I remembered because Trump would always introduce himself to me. And I always thought,
to be fair for this guy, this guy was the CEO, I think, of like Victoria's Secret, right? So it makes sense that he's at these things, I think.
Yeah. What's the Mockler debate? In 7 minutes.
Oh shit.
Did you?
And then we'll get back to the Epstein stuff.
And
Bezos mentioned? Oh shit, that's Boss Man.
He would talk about
Christ.
the founders of Google, that they were friends, and he'd visit them. He would talk about, you got to come out to San Francisco. You should meet the Amazon guy. Bezos.
Oh.
And I said, no,
Why are they doing
Too
this?
busy and I'm interested.
Why are these guys
in
hoarding batteries?
And I said, but he's really a smart guy.
Yo, these guys were stacking these batteries in the corner to like hide them. Why? Is there a strat for that?
I don't even know.
Okay. Oh, there must be. Yep, they're killing me now. Fuck, I'm not allowed to shoot at them?
Preferably not. I'll just run.
This is
The
normal.
RT
Remember,
thing you
shut the
did
fuck
today
up,
was
stay as
enjoyable
little
to
as
watch.
possible. Okay.
The what?
The RT thing you did today was enjoyable to watch.
Thanks. It was okay. I didn't know it was going to be over trans shit. Okay. They can't open that door until
it
I
was
open
going to
it,
be
right?
over?
Well, no, it was the subject matter was supposed to be him interviewing me about like the state of alternative media or something. That's what the subject, that's what they brought me on for.
That's what they pitched to you, and then they were like,
Yeah, so I don't know how it
"Psych."
became like a another trans debate.
Knowledge of illegal activity by Mr. Epstein prior to his arrest in 2006.
The only thing I recall is my
Maria Farmer and Brace both said Wexner had hidden shooters with M4s
God
hiding in
damn
the
it.
wilderness around his compound. Brace said he met some of the contractors on Shruanon. I mean, that's not surprising. He's an immensely wealthy individual.
Okay, well, I'm basically locked down. I can't run any of this over here because I think these guys are, for some reason, they're hoarding it off, or they're just trying to do it. Should we extract and just try to go next, or?
We can extract, honestly. Also, your lobbies are fucking cancer.
My? Well, it's not like they only shot me once I opened the, once I opened this thing. Otherwise, they were pretty friendly.
press, whether it was the newspapers or radio or TV.
This lobby wasn't too bad.
Yeah. I do. I feel like these guys are going to kill me when I leave, but okay. I'll try to come. Pray for me.
I don't know, being aggressive. And I remember calling him and saying, "What the hell is this?" And he said, I was being shaken down and by a hook.
Here's where the patriarchy conversation comes into play. In some instances, because of the patriarchal systems that we exist under, it is very easy for men to turn a blind eye to this kind of
Now we're
defense.
talking about the patriarchy? Oh
And
my
in Les
God.
Wexner's case, because he was so deeply connected with Jeffrey Epstein, it's bullshit. But he's now using that established blind side that many men have to his advantage to create a plausible defense. Okay? It's a double bind. Because most of the people in that room are going to be just as misogynistic, even the women, right? That's how patriarchy works. He's saying, oh, I simply did not know. I simply did not know. Oh, it's just someone, some random hooker was like shaking me down. You know how it is. I'm a rich guy. I'm a powerful guy. And you know how it is with powerful men. Women want to come after you. They want to steal your money. And the reality is, right now,
He's on the other side.
he's using that
We can probably get
as
in.
a defense
I'm gonna
of
try
his
to hold the right
innocence.
side. That's a fair forget.
And unfortunately, plenty of people will believe him.
And I believed him.
Good job, Drive Me to Frenzy, for giving him a tier 3.
And I think the follow-up that conversation was, I hope, you're not bullshitting me. Because
That's cap. That's so fucking bullshit.
Bullshit.
Like, you can use this line of defense in a court of law
We'll get out together.
if you're,
Did you fucking kill him?
15 steps removed from
Why?
Jeffrey Epstein.
I had to!
No, you fucking
can't
didn't. Just
use
lose
this
your
line of
shit, dumb
defense
fuck.
If you're Les Wexner, okay, a guy who was straight up
He's bad.
so deeply involved,
See, this is why
and
this
there's
game fucking
allegations
sucks,
that they might
dude.
have been
You can't
actually
even
having
fucking kill
sex.
anybody without fucking your
Like
lobbies
Epstein
for a
and
week.
Les Wexner. That's the other side of the
the
story.
penalty of being a
which I
trialer.
wonder if they get into in the 5-hour deposition. I believe they do, but straight up, dude, straight up, like when he says, "Oh, I believed him," when he's listed as a fucking co-conspirator. Nonsense. Jeffrey Epstein used the Victoria's Secret brand to his advantage. Jeffrey Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel, who we will be talking about because
Bring up
there's
the
new
Jews.
details about his mysterious death as well. Straight up were in line with the L brands and were using L brands as a mechanism of recruitment, as a way to make
Find the next
themselves
game. I got
come
it.
across
Steve's
more
not ready for it yet,
legitimate.
though.
He was directly involved.
He'd like Mugenics, and I think he might be okay with Deadlock.
Uh-oh.
But he would
they
love
do get
Mugenics,
into it.
and that's a game you can play while you're
did
streaming.
you personally have a
yeah?
sexual relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, 100%.
Les Wexner, no. Where's the Moggler? In a second. Yeah, 5 hours of Les Wexner's testimony about Epstein.
That guy if we farmed friendlies.
Here's his reaction when he was asked if he fucked Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, the issue is
Are
that.
you trolling?
Wait, what did you say? What did he say?
He said he wouldn't have to shoot that guy if we were farming friendlies.
Oh, no.
What are we doing right now?
We're in friendly games, but the issue is that these people are doing trials. Those weren't PvPers, they were trialers, right? So some people are going to kill people in trials because they're trying to do the trial, which is probably what we're going to have to do if we really want to get this done. We're probably going to have to come through and do like an assassination run while we're killing ticks, I think, right?
Yeah,
we can try.
But that's not gonna.
Not gonna what?
Indisposed, right? We should just farm friendlies for a while so that happen in like an hour and a half.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, that's what we're doing now. Extracting.
Yeah, well.
As that business relationship became closer and you eventually hired him, I assume he pitched his services in some way. What was his way of framing what he...
Was that him or you?
That's him.
This is like... people will say, like, how are you not a conspiracy theorist?
You're gonna have to
Because
remove it, dude.
I don't think the Rothschilds are fucking unique, brother.
Okay,
That's
this
what
lobby?
the difference is.
This.
Yeah, it's you fucking guys. I
This was a danger lobby because you killed someone. This is on you. This is on you, crying. They weren't even trialers. They were just murderers. They were murderers.
3 fucking days.
First
Or
guy
any
in
other
3 days, they're losing
billionaire's
it.
a fucking billionaire. Capital owners are...
Bite the bullet like I did and make a goddamn second account. You should never be shooting at player. You should be downloading anti-player shoot hacks. So if your Chrysler is over another player model ever, you can't even push the trigger, okay?
Like, even down to, like, the Illuminati adjacent stuff of them, like, doing ritualistic sacrifices or whatever the fuck. I see all of that stuff as just being a part... All of that stuff as just, like, hardening support for one another and creating new units within that same class structure, right? I think, like, not all billionaires are fucking pedophiles, even though seemingly a lot of them are, okay? But I believe that all billionaires, all class, all members of the ownership class are operating along their class interests.
True, thank you.
Okay? They do like frat hazing, shit like that, but that's all just to further indoctrinate you into a different part of the same the same ownership class. So like basically create a system of support.
He uses just so many fucking
People act like Bohemian Grove is real.
Yeah.
Bohemian Grove is a great
Ownership
example of
class.
exactly what I'm talking about. That's
We're not-
precisely
we're
what I'm
not
talking
doing
about.
the
Anyway,
Starship map again.
I'm gonna talk to
We're farming
Adam
friendlies. We'll just keep fucking
Mocklib.
with it or
No,
some
we're
shit.
not farming friendlies. We're queuing last 10 minutes, full PvP.
Are you sure?
No, that's a massive troll.
We got 2 hours till fucking hidden bunker. We gotta trade in our.
Okay.
He's itching, man.
Let's
He
just
hasn't killed
do.
somebody in 2
Let's
days.
just do. Then like we'll just continue to just hop in lobbies and extract and do nothing. And then in the last 10 minutes, we're gonna go Terminator mode. But I'm not gonna be on voice chat, so we're gonna. But that's okay. We'll just kill everybody we run across 1v3, no problem, right?
Yep.
All right, sounds good.
This is
Boom. Adam Mockler, everybody, from Midas Touch.
Shut up, Bobsy, you pussy ass bitch.
Not in the building, but hold on. Let me see where the.
There he
Wait,
is.
that's not the
That's
right.
not what you called me the other day. You had a different name. You called me Mock Lib.
I said I said it right now too. Right before. Okay. But I also said Adam Moggler.
Okay, I like.
Went on the CNN panel. Adam Moggler. Here he is known as Adam Moglib.
That's fine.
Hold on.
And lib is bad, by the way.
I'm trying to get the scene right real quick. Oh, boom. There it is. Okay, fixed it. Perfect. All right, Adam. Welcome to the broadcast. I think we're going to have a wonderful and productive conversation, even though I know that there's a lot of people on Twitter that hail you as their debate champion, and they're like, it's finally time. It's finally time to
Please,
fucking
Moggler,
destroy
kill him.
Hasan in the marketplace of ideas.
Oh my god.
I don't know if that'll happen, but wait, is there audio echo chat? Is that what's going on? Oh yeah, you're hearing me a little bit, I think, from your end.
Let me fix that.
Yeah, and I'll also up your
okay,
volume
let's-
as well.
1 sec. Thanks, Raider. Yeah, there's a few things. Let me make sure you can hear me correctly.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
I cranked
I
you
want
up.
this to be a productive conversation. I want to make sure we can make some progress because I think we're all united in one goal of beating fascism at the end of the day. And I'm not here to shame anybody for voting one way or not voting one way. I honestly don't even think you guys all have to line up behind Gavin Newsom 2 years before the fucking
It's
primary.
over.
We're 2 years out ahead of the primary.
Nah, that's
We have
fucking
an
dumb.
exciting ideological
gotta believe,
battle
okay?
coming up. So I'm not asking you to like jump up and down for Gavin Newsom. However, I do want to talk about your response to Jennifer Welch on that podcast because I do have some thoughts, and I think I can bring a pretty good faith version of what a lot of people on Twitter are trying to say, but kind of getting muddled in. But yeah, we're going to agree on a lot regarding criticism of the Democratic Party, probably where the Democratic Party needs to go. We'll agree a lot. I'm very disillusioned with the Democratic Party as well, but I think there's some good faith criticisms of the way that you approach that question or the way that you talk about this. But
Yeah, if you want to know what my positions are, and I think you're already pretty familiar with my positions. I know that like you've probably heard me speak on these issues for years and years at this point. But my primary goal, especially in the interim, especially in the short term,
is defeating
the
conservatism.
defeat of fascism.
Oh my God.
I believe that the
Okay, he's
Republican
messed
Party
up
is
then.
an illiberal party, a post-liberal party, whatever you want to call it. And I think unlike
This is White Hasan right now.
Historic inception of fascism as a revolutionary movement at a time when liberalism was failing only 100 years ago. This time, we have two liberal parties in
Liberalism
America.
is what failed 100 years
as a political
ago?
theory, we have two liberal parties, right? Like we say conservative, whatever, but like technically the Republicans are also a liberal party.
Yep.
And now the Republican...
Well, not MAGA.
Yeah, the Republican Party is historically a liberal party, but is now turning away from liberalism and becoming an illiberal party, a post-liberal party, and turning into a fascist party. I warned about this the first Trump election as well. I warned about the proto-fascist nature of Donald Trump. I thought that it was important to make that distinction. I didn't say that Trump, like season 1 of Donald Trump was fully fascist, but season 2 of Donald Trump is. And I think it's important to make that distinction as well because, like, you can see the
MAGA
difference,
is not
right? Like,
different from
there were a
neocons or
lot
any
of-
other
there was a
fascist
lot of
liberal.
naked corruption, a lot of things that were going on in the first Trump administration, but the second Trump administration has been so brazen, so obvious, and it's not like they've hidden that reality at all, especially when they were running to become the president, when they were running through the
Please turn emotes
2024
on.
election season.
I'm on the verge of losing my mind against
my
hearing
primary
liberal
goal is to defeat
enthusiasm
that
for dead-end
completely.
institutionalism. Nice.
And obviously, I also want to build socialism. I want to build a working class movement. And I don't think these two goals are at odds with one another. I think both historically and also in general, I believe that the evolution away from the liberal system that we exist under that is now failing for the second time around and making way for fascism. The only solution out of that is
failing for the second time around. How does he even say Nazism is like a failure of liberalism? I don't understand. Because in Germany you failed, or what?
Those are my two main points. If you can...
I mean, I guess I want to ask you: do you think it would be easier? Do you think it would be meaningfully easier to build this working class socialist-based movement in a liberal society or an illiberal society?
Oh, historically speaking, most likely an illiberal society. At least historically speaking, socialist and communist movements have unfortunately
there we go.
only
the Red-Brown Alliance, baby.
Successful when material conditions have worsened.
Yep.
I don't want that to happen though, because I don't want to live through that, and I don't think that is like an appropriate thing to move towards. I don't think that that's good for people. I think it's very violent and very deadly. I don't want the material conditions to deteriorate.
Yep.
But if you're asking me, like, honestly, from a historical perspective, no, it absolutely
I'm basically asking. I'm basically just asking if we get to a 2028, and like, I guess we can get into the hypothetical of Newsom versus Vance, but it's not even about that. They're kind of just stand-ins. I don't even want to concede who our nominee is going to be 2 years ahead.
He should be willing to fight on this point,
but
but
meaningful difference in building a pro-labor movement under a JD Vance presidency, which would be much harder, versus a Gavin Newsom presidency. I mean, JD Vance's entire career has been trying to step on top of workers. He wants to.
I agree.
He endorsed Project 2025, which literally wants to bring child labor laws back to 1938. He's fundamentally illiberal and doesn't want to let you organize. I mean, like, a lack of organization is part of not living in a liberal society, right? They will squash that. They will kill communists. They will kill socialists. That's what they did in other fascist societies. They killed socialists and communists.
The Democrats
Meanwhile,
do the same
Gavin
shit.
Newsom, however insufficient you
Wrong.
may think he is,
It breeds
and this is not
complacency.
an endorsement of
Organizing
Gavin
isn't
Newsom.
liberal.
I'm just trying to illustrate my points of, the
That's
different
full
realities
cap.
we
It's
could
two sides
enter.
of the same coin.
However insufficient you
This
think
guy has
Gavin
nothing to
Newsom
offer.
is, he would allow for a really strong
If it's
labor
nuke
movement. He
scum,
would
we are
allow
cooked.
for
Oh
you
my
guys
God,
to
using
at least,
Trump nicknames.
Organize, and he would probably communicate with you guys.
Ask him if he would vote for AOC. Imagine a liberal saying no to that.
You're not against like
So
organizing a labor movement, right? But
No, I'm not
also,
against that.
What does that mean, though?
Also, can you crank up your volume a little bit on your end? Because I maxed it out, but people still are having a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, my bad. A lot of calls.
No, it's all good.
Dan Mike.
As far as like what's better rooms for organizing, it's not even a necessary part of this discussion because I know that.
It is.
Wait, maybe these are peaceful
The
lobbies?
reason why I'm saying it's not a
Should we
necessary part
try
of
to
this
kill some
discussion is
ticks and
because given the option between Gavin Newsom and
true.
JD
Fuck, I don't
Vance,
either. Never mind.
I'm not saying that Gavin Newsom is going to be a situation than JD Vance. I understand and agree with, in theory, the harm reduction narratives. My argument is always around doing away with harm reduction narratives because the harm reduction narrative has
leading to
led
more harm.
to two spectacular failures thus
my
far,
God.
both in 2016 and also in 2020. And as far as like playing hardball with Democrats who don't want to listen, who still want to hold on and maintain this like harm reduction narrative, who still say that they want to appeal to this like mythical moderate voter, who's outside of
Get the talking time going. The timer.
Jesus
who
Christ,
isn't a
bro.
normal Democratic
He's
Party
running down the
voter,
clock.
like these guys that they want to
Yeah,
turn
he's like, I gotta get
to
out
the
of this
Democratic
shit.
Party. I'm willing to play hardball with them and say, like,
True,
look,
Mockler's in a
I'll
peaceful
hold
lobby right
my
now.
vote
True.
back. But the reality of the matter is, if you're asking me sincerely, like, do you think that
No, he's trolling you.
Gavin Newsom is going to be better than JD Vance? Of course. I mean, this is not something just like Kamala Harris is objectively going to be better than Donald Trump.
Walking it back.
The miscommunication, the miscommunication around this comes in large part due to me openly saying like it's out of my hands at that point, because that was the second part that I mentioned. It's openly out of my hands at that point, and there's no way for me to
imagine a
overcome
PISSCO
the way
versus
that the
Hasan
party
debate?
is communicating what they want to do. And the fact that a lot of people hear that and immediately go, "Oh, this guy, he wants the Republicans to win." I don't.
Yeah, I don't think you want the Republicans to win. I don't think that at all. And here's where we agree on, actually. So I keep hearing you say that you don't want Democrats to run on the harm reduction narrative in 2028. And I totally effing agree. If we're running on a harm reduction narrative in 2028, we have failed somewhere massively. We want to build an exciting, forward-looking message that can turn out not only our base, but Americans
He hasn't
who have
even
been
got to
struggling.
speak yet.
We need
How
to
can I
have something
say
that is not
that?
just us unified to our opposition of Donald Trump. For the past decade, we have been defined by our opposition to Trump, and we need something more exciting. So I agree. We should not run on a harm reduction narrative in 2028. But like what you just said, how you just worded your statements, was
Way
not
different.
how you worded it when Jennifer Welch asked you that question.
No, I
You
thought
said
I
at
would
that
vote.
point
I would vote third party because it's out of my hands at that point.
No, you said at that point it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, at
Like,
that point,
at that point,
sorry,
it doesn't-
yeah. That what I meant is it's
My
out of
one
my hands,
singular
which is
vote.
The
Oh,
argument
what he
that I made
meant.
with
So
Kamala Harris
cringe,
after
bro.
like urging the
No,
campaign
you misunderstood me.
to listen to the warning signs that the people were giving them about their reluctance to address Gaza in a meaningful way, like signaling that they would truly be like an anti-war a party, even though Donald Trump is like a fucking warmonger. Trying to get them to communicate that there are meaningful differences between their design overall, not leaning in and not conceding on the white nativist anti-immigrant narratives, knowing full well how devastating Trump's mass deportations were going to look
Filibuster
like.
time.
I poured hours and
What'd you
hours
say?
and hours of commentary into this,
Filibuster time.
thousands of
Oh,
hours of
we're back.
commentary into this, and
Thousands
it's
of
always reduced back to whatever like reasonable soundbite that people can cling on to say, "Oh, we got him. He's a third party guy."
What do you mean it's out of? Well, you said you would vote third party, but what do you mean it's
Yeah.
out of your hands?
Oh, perfect.
Like you
So,
mean like we would lose? at that
Mockler
point?
might be the chosen one.
I don't know if we would necessarily.
We
I don't
might
know if
win,
we would
but
lose.
fascism
JD
will
Vance
still
is
come
uniquely
after.
Uncharismatic. But
These are all pointing
I mean,
to
we
or
see that
dodging the
every
point
day,
of the
right? I mean,
fucking
he's
hypothetical.
fucking disaster.
Oh my god.
I still
PISSCO
think that
strat.
Gavin Newsom is particularly weak against JD Vance, unfortunately.
How?
So I
Because he
don't
thinks
know.
he's
I feel like it would
uncharismatic
still be a
or
toss-up at that point.
hates trans people or
partially
whatever.
Absolutely
because
charismatic.
while JD Vance is not capable of holding the Trump coalition together, I don't even worry about JD Vance as much necessarily. I don't really worry about Marco Rubio. I worry about Tucker Carlson. I think Tucker
The
Carlson
Russian
has
guy?
the real.
For running?
He's the real torch carrier of the MAGA movement. I don't even know if Donald Trump recognizes that yet or admits that
The torch carrier is
personally,
MTG.
but I think it's there.
No, I think she's stepped
And
out.
If
I
it's
don't
the
think there will be a
bold
torch
design
carrier.
or
I think the
populist
torch is
anti-establishment.
extinguished after
Television
Trump is
guy
gone. But
who
we'll see. I
understands
guess.
how to communicate. He is charismatic as well. So
That is really scary.
So he is the one I'm actually terrified of, more so than Marco Rubio, who is like a straight line neocon. He's not going to be able to do the populist shit. And JD Vance is basically like evil Pete Buttigieg, like role reversal Pete Buttigieg, where like he also has that like consultant, McKinsey consultant vibe to him. I like to say when JD Vance comes into your neighborhood, you know that like the coal mine is shutting down. Like he has the attitude of a guy who's going to be like, we see you, we hear you, but we have to eliminate some redundancies. And I think most working class individuals, regardless of the MAGA cult, kind of see that he is insincere. So he doesn't have that populist element. And he tries to make up for it by being like this gross little groiper, even though he has a Indian wife and Indian
what was the
children, and
question
therefore
I don't
even
know.
the super racists don't like him for that
He was
reason.
pushing him on the
So,
voting thing, and then he went off on a tangent.
These are just like the two default positions that the Trump administration is like, looking at right now. But I do think it's like possibly going to be Tucker Carlson. Now, going back to Gavin Newsom versus JD Vance, Gavin Newsom, unfortunately,
what do you mean by it's
has
out of his hands?
a lot of the California stink associated with him. I love California.
Where's
I
the
live
Dr.
here.
Disrespect song?
But
I'm still
there's a lot of
in.
exaggerations
Exactly.
about how devastating California is, like how terrible the conditions are here. People are all doing crime and doing drugs, and everyone's homeless on the street. But there is a real problem from the policy side of things with
my
California.
God.
Gavin Newsom is, and he's demonstrated this already, beholden to corporate interests. And will pretty aggressively go out to bat for corporate interests in general.
Sometimes
The
he's pushed
billions.
back on a lot of special interest groups in California.
Does
though.
he have
They're
any
pretty
fucking
stable
examples?
overall.
But the number one
Climate
problem
change,
facing all
something
Americans,
being opposed to, like,
I
a
think you
wealth
and I
tax,
will agree
basically.
on,
The
other
billionaire
than
wealth tax or
healthcare, is housing, right? And California has a huge issue with housing. And we have
basically every
voted
state
for
does, but,
a million different
It's not
ballot
just a
initiatives
US
at this
thing, it's an
point
everywhere thing.
to pay for shelter, pay for additional tax revenue so that we can go and build new homes and things of that nature.
What?
And none of it ever gets done. There's a lot of institutional rot here as well. Not to get all abundist on.
Yeah, he's abundance liberalism there, Hasan.
On this conversation, but there is a little bit of truth to what the abundist guys say. And
man, we're all over the place right now.
That homelessness narrative will stick for the uneducated, but even for the educated, the educated voters, they will also recognize, people like myself, recognize the setbacks that Gavin Newsom has presented to combat the housing market issue in the state of California.
Jesus.
Yeah, so I guess a few things that I want to respond to. I agree with you about Newsom's electability problems, and I think a lot of people would agree. I mean, I have a massive liberal audience, and even they're not fully behind any candidate right now, especially not fully behind Newsom 2 years ahead of the election. 3 years away. I think that now is our time to use the leverage we have, and I think that's what you're trying to do during the Jennifer Welch podcast. And I want to keep returning to that conversation that you had, because you said in the conversation at that point it doesn't even matter, but you at this point mean it was out of your hands, right?
Yeah.
Can you clarify? What do you mean it was out of your hands?
So
he's asked it a second time,
and I also talked about my refusal to endorse Kamala
Another
Harris
pivot.
as well, and we can get into that too.
Woo!
What I mean
pivot.
by that is exactly what I said in the 2024 election, where it was
another pivot.
You can't, as a singular individual, or even with the entire might of the media behind you, outflank the actual campaign.
Chud, no one can do anything.
Gavin Newsom is running as the Gavin Newsom that we know so far, he'll say certain things like, "Oh, I refuse to take money from AIPAC." Great, but then when push comes to shove, he will still be inconsistent on the issue of Israel. He won't fully subscribe to
Not Israel
to punishing Israeli leadership, or fully subscribe to refusing any sort of arms sales to Israel. And outside of Israel, of course, beholden to corporate interest when it comes to the real estate lobby, anti-Medicare for all. If he runs as that, okay, there's no amount of advocacy that I can engage in that will make him look better. I can consistently talk about how much worse the Republican side is going to be.
You were asked if you would vote for him. And I'm not even saying you should have said yes in that moment, but you were asked, would you vote for him? And you said at that point, it doesn't even matter. Here's what I'm getting at here.
Yeah.
I think there was a very solid answer you could have given that didn't outrage the liberals online as much. And I know that a lot of people flung a lot of shit at you on Twitter. That's always what happens. But I think there was an answer where you could have been like, listen, I refuse to pre-commit to any candidate 2 years ahead of a primary. They have to earn my votes, and that's what I want to see. And I totally get you're on stream 8
Fuck
hours
the
a
libs.
day. You're not
Who cares? Whose child is this? Ooh, they hate him.
Here's where a lot of liberals online are mad, and here's where we're all kind of talking past each other. I see a lot of people online saying, all liberals want us to line up behind Gavin Newsom 2 years before a primary. And that's not even the argument that any of us are making. I think where a lot of liberals have problems with the way you speak about the Democratic Party is that you try to minimize the gap between the Democratic and Republican Party. So
Mega true.
I can totally grant that you meant to say you were asked, you were asked, would you vote for J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom? You said, I'd vote third party. At that point, it doesn't even matter. It feels like you're drawing a false equivalency. And then a few days later, you basically said, Gavin Newsom will only be marginally better than whatever Republican candidate there is. Then you said, Democrats have literally written you out of existence regarding trans people.
Wait, did you see the rest of that quote?
I watched the video, but I watched what's the rest of the quote?
Did you hear me say that marginal differences between each candidacy, marginal differences between two parties leads to drastically different outcomes for marginalized populations? Having said that, however, from the eye of a voter, they don't make that distinction at all, especially if they are coming at it from a privileged position, if it doesn't attack, if it doesn't harm them at all. And not only that,
there's not a marginal. So you're kind of conflating two things. When you say there's a marginal difference between the two parties, I think that signals to people that either way they vote, it doesn't really matter that much. That's how people take that. When you say trans people you said Democrats would shoot trans people in the back of the head, that signals that Democrats aren't really that different than Republicans, when that's not true. There's not a marginal difference between Democrats and Republicans. There's a very meaningful difference. If it was like Obama versus McCain and you said there's a marginal difference,
I said
fine.
Democrats would, it's exaggeration. Democrats would kill trans people if it meant securing additional electoral votes. And that's not an argument that Democrats are going to run on a policy of killing trans people. It's a hyperbolic statement about Democrats cutting out trans people, which, as you saw probably in this last week, in the aftermath of the fucking neo-Nazi MAGA dad, or not MAGA dad, the trans shooter that was a fucking huge neo-Nazi, who's apparently his son was also a neo-Nazi, who's in prison as well, which is, you know, not very shocking. There were a lot of people floating around bad polls about, not bad necessarily from a, like the polls are fine, but they were polls that made it seem as though the trans issue is something that we as Democrats should not actually advocate for. It was Laksha Jain. And I always go back to obviously the first week after the Kamala Harris election defeat, where a bunch of prominent Democrats who got yelled at, to be fair, by other Democrats in the caucus, but a bunch of prominent Democrats went on television and immediately were like, we lost because of the trans stuff. They put a lot of overemphasis in the Kamala Harris is going to give bottom surgeries to Guatemalan transgender prisoners in immigrant detention facilities. My argument always is, if the Democrats actually put forth policies that people have to attack, like the Republicans have to attack, then the trans issue just becomes unserious and a relic of the culture war that people don't pay attention to.
Yeah,
and
they don't.
In the absence of definable policies that you can associate with the Democrats,
how do people listen?
Very
oh my
defined
God!
By what their enemy, the Republicans, define them as.
Yeah, so
that's also.
I don't actually I don't disagree with your analysis at the end there. I do think that if we had a more affirmative, unifying message, then people wouldn't care. Like Medicare for all would be really exciting for so many people.
Okay, we're killing. Good luck.
And I actually agree there. But just because some Democrats went on TV after Kamala lost, and just because some Democrats that are floating polls around on Twitter that are showing people don't like trans, that doesn't mean Democrats don't care about trans people or have written them out of existence. Like the difference between Democrats and Republicans on trans people is not marginal. It is not slight. It is very, very meaningful. If you grew up in the state of Indiana, where I grew up, and you tell a counselor that you are having thoughts about, you know, like gender dysphoria or you want to change your name, they have to go tell your parents. But if you go across the state borders in the state of Illinois, someone who you probably think is like a moderate billionaire, J.B. Pritzker, he's turned it into a sanctuary state where you can get your.
No, I like JB's policies. Yeah, I'm very aware of this distinction.
Okay, but wait a minute. So J.B. Pritzker, Andy Bashir, even Governor Newsom turned California into a sanctuary state. It is a very progressive state. So can you see how people are bothered when you then go on the stream, and I'm quoting you verbatim, you said Democrats have written you out of existence, Democrats don't give a fuck about you, and then you said later on, the marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. You're kind of drawing a false equivalency, and then that brings me back to the Jennifer Welch clip. I'm trying to give you the strongest liberal argument here as to why people are mad. It's not because
and by the way, I've heard this argument. I used to make this argument myself.
Yeah, but you said at that point it doesn't even matter, and that kind of feeds into the broader apathy that you seem to be pushing towards. So there is a meaningful difference between Democrats and Republicans on trans issues, right? If you grew up in a Democrat or a Republican state, there's a meaningful difference between your quality of life. Can you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so a meaningful difference. There's a big difference. Okay, so
no, there is a meaningful difference between living in a democratic state, hopefully one that isn't captured by Republican state legislatures that will then, even under Democratic leadership within the White House, take advantage of the state legislature apparatus to still undermine trans existence, and then take that all the way up the courts to the Supreme Court. There's a meaningful distinction between having a liberal Supreme Court majority versus a Republican Supreme Court majority, a super majority even. These are all things that I fully understand and fully agree to and don't want to happen. When I talk about the Democratic Party's lack of interest in like
he's saying this to minimize the bullet he just had to
fighting
bite.
back and counter messaging against.
Well, and because the more that he rambles, the friendlier
around trans people.
It makes the other guy kind of
what
have
I'm
to
talking
be.
about is Democrats running from a place of fear. What I want the Democrats
he's just
to
like,
do
it's all just meaningless,
is to
whatever
one,
bullshit.
not compromise at all when it comes to putting forth a counter messaging operation to go back and fight back against the Republican Party when it comes to trans issues. But also, this isn't even just about trans people either. This goes back to even undocumented migrants and migrants in general, like Haitians eating cats and dogs, all the endless amounts of attacks, and the notion that like undocumented migrants constitute a national security threat, the way that the Republicans present it, it's pure hysteria. Something that I've told Democrats over and over again, urged Democrats over and over again, even when Joe Biden was president early on, down to the DNC where I talked to them directly and told them to address
Gaza
over and over again with the hopes that they would at the very least, push back against this so we wouldn't have seemingly a more, like a bigger mandate, a bigger popular mandate for Donald Trump on issues such as that. I think every moment that the Democrats waste, not on the offensive, on affirmative policies and affirmative policy vision that is easily definable, is a moment where the conversation revolves around culture war issues, specifically attacking trans people, and it ends up harming trans people that way. There is a big difference between a blue state and a red one in terms of trans existence. To deny that would be silly. I don't deny that at all.
Good. What about between like a Newsom, if Newsom got everything he wanted in America and JD Vance got everything he wanted in America, do you think there would be a meaningful difference for trans people?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I mean,
so this,
like Donald Trump's first action when he came into office, like this might come as a surprise to people maybe in your audience or people that have seen these clips and assume that I don't think that there's any difference between a Democratic leadership or a Republican one. I will never work with the Republicans. Well, I guess maybe Thomas Massey on like a very random issue, you know what I mean? A random issue that's like the Epstein files, something like that. But I don't agree with Republicans ideologically, and my criticisms of the Democratic Party revolve around their closeness to Republicans or their endless interest in conceding to Republicans on certain issues, because that concession doesn't actually end up causing them to win elections. The only thing it actually ends up doing is those concessions actually normalize some of the Republican agenda items in the eyes of the base of the Democratic Party. And only until people realize how devastating the outcome of those policies are, do they turn around and go, oh, I have buyer's remorse now. Fell for it again award. I didn't realize that the party that said they were going to do mass deportations is actually doing mass deportations. The talking time is literally like 3 or 4 to 1, I bet. Those mass deportations are going to look so fucking violent and so disgusting that my neighbors were going to be in fear.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with a lot of that. And I don't want you to think I was just watching clips of you. I watched your entire stream.
No, I know.
Where it just felt like you were saying two different things at once. You take these really
Let's clear 6 and medical, kill anybody we see there, and then move. We'll do like one rotation around the map and kill everybody we see, okay? Go, go, go.
You quite literally said Democrats, or you said the marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. And then you go on to explain in a little bit more nuance that yes, growing up in a trans state or a red state would be better than growing up in a blue state would be better than a red state as a trans person. So you do clarify that in the video that I watched. But can you then see how Democrats, or at least liberals on Twitter, who are just like seeing you repeatedly say this, Gavin Newsom will be marginally better than whatever the Democratic candidate is, but you then just said to me that you think he will be meaningfully better if he got into
marginal differences.
This is such a stupid point that he's making.
In the way that they communicate it. Like Gavin Newsom, I don't know what he's going to run on in terms of
marginal differences could manifest in huge ways. Like, so it's a huge difference.
I don't know how big of a part of his advocacy this will be. I can only look to what he's trying to do, what he's trying to present himself as right now, right? Because we can look at his experience as a governor in California.
We should get these guys right here. Come on.
But then, if there is a significant difference that he's communicating now because he has ambitions in higher office, it's only causing to assume that he is going to probably pivot, like many other Democrats, to this mythical this center for the mythical moderate voter. Do you think that that's an unfair assessment? Let's just start there first of all.
Going assembly next
to the center.
No. That judging by the position between what kind of trans protections that he has signed into law when he was the governor, when he is the governor of California, versus how he's communicating now about certain aspects of trans identity and trans issues is probably a pretty reliable way to comprehend whether or not he is going
you guys coming assembly or you're going somewhere else?
To the center on trans issues a little bit.
No, I don't think
you don't think so?
Conflate the way he talked. No, I don't think you can conflate the way he spoke to Charlie Kirk on the podcast with the way that he's actually ruled California. There is a very, very meaningful difference between the way that he's ruled California versus the way that Republicans would. And here's
no, I don't disagree with that. The reason why I'm asking that is
but here's the problem. There's a category error happening here where you keep saying that there's a marginal difference between the parties. And I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying. You think there is a marginal policy difference between the parties because you think Democrats should be farther to the left and stand up for this stuff. But when you say that, a lot of liberals think that you're arguing that there's a marginal difference in outcomes. And you are conceding right here, there's not a marginal difference
No, there's not a marginal difference in outcomes.
Okay, so yeah, I think that needs to be clarified more because that does kind of draw some apathy between voters. But going back to Gavin Newsom.
Also, he said concedes.
He has quite literally changed the way California looks at trans people. Just because he gave an insufficient answer on Gavin Newsom's podcast doesn't lead me to believe that he's going to entirely throw trans people under the bus. Let me just go through this. He signed
hold on.
107.
Not entirely,
Yeah.
but do you feel? And I'm not trying to debate you on this. I'm just asking you sincerely. Do you think that it is indicative that there is
let Hasan speak,
at least in the way that he's communicating, a pivot to a more moderate position on trans issues because he calculates this as more electorally viable?
No. Was he asked about trans issues or trans sports in particular?
Going back to his teammate in the tunnel?
The pieces that I've seen is mostly talking about trans sports and saying that trans sports is a bridge too far or something like that.
Yeah, and that can.
If they want to
totally
extract,
be
we can let them. That's
insufficient
fine.
for your worldview, and you can say that is not sufficiently progressive enough. But I think that to say that Gavin Newsom, because he said that to Charlie Kirk, that nullifies the way that he's actually ran in California. You're using that one comment
Hopefully we've cleared enough. Or does somebody want to come seat vote with me? Because people might be coming up.
Let me just lay this out. Newsom has signed a law. Sorry.
I'm making an assessment off of. I know Gavin Newsom, just like Andy Bashar, who I have given tremendous props to, more so than Gavin Newsom because he's doing it in fucking a Trump 35 state, right? Trump plus 35 state.
Yeah, he's holding the line
with a hostile state legislature too. So it's it's infinitely more difficult. He actually shows the rest of the Democratic Party. I use him as an example to show the rest of the Democratic Party that you don't have to be compromising. And the way he's talked about trans people is actually wonderful. Where he says these are, Christian. These are my neighbor. God teaches me to love my neighbor, not to hate my neighbor. I remember when he stood up at that state legislature member where he was like, you have to apologize to these constituents. These are your constituents as well. Hold on one second. Can you take it off of emote only mode? What's going on? Why do people keep saying robot? Why do people keep spamming robots?
It's lagging.
Is there an issue?
Is my mic better now too? Sorry.
No, I've been hearing you clearly this entire time, but I don't know what the fuck's going on. I took it off emote mode.
No,
is it
I think there's
effing?
another.
It's just a small lag
Up here,
and people lose their fucking minds over it? Is that what it is?
Liberals and leftists are agreeing, so the deep state's taking us down. They're like, we can't have agreement on a stream between the two.
Oh, fuck.
It's stuttering on Hasan.
Oh, we're
only.
dead. Frank's not even with us. I didn't realize. It was a third party.
5 minutes? No.
Rip.
Audio is an audio disaster, but it was only 8 seconds or so. It's fine now. Okay, sorry. They were just spamming the robot emoji over and over again, so I thought there was something devastating happening. Okay. What were we talking about? Oh yeah, I was saying Andy Bashar is glazing Andy Bashar for uncompromising on his values.
Business, bro.
Yes, that's especially within the confines of what he is capable of doing. I mean, that's very impressive, and I think it should be a lesson that other Democrats should follow as well, and some do, and some are cowards. But as far as the Gavin Newsom thing, I am aware. I think it's 49 LGBTQ plus bills that Gavin Newsom as governor has signed into law. I mean, as a mayor of San Francisco, his first nationally prominent act was literally to defend gay marriage in San Francisco. I'm very familiar with Gavin Newsom's background.
Wow.
He's my governor.
Now Hasan's
pro
Newsom.
Now
now
he's
the Newsom's biggest champ.
What I am fearful of and what I worry about is the same exact pivot that we have seen from many Democrats that
pivot
that they're invested in selling
This is so
out
stupid.
trans people, or
Oh
at
my
least
God,
certain
it's so
aspects of
boring.
trans
Holy
identity,
shit.
whether it be sports, a conversation that starts off with the most appropriate angle to tackle that Republicans spend hundreds of millions of dollars against and create controversy around, this being, trans sports, to very quickly moving the conversation over to gender confirmation surgery, and a litany of different anti-trans bills that basically lead to making it illegal to be trans in public. The conversation.
I don't think Newsom would go that far.
No. I don't think Newsom is going to go that far either.
Yeah.
But my point is any concession that you're making about trans existence in public, instead of just simply moving the conversation back to a territory that is appropriate, a territory that is pertinent for every single person in America, something that is more consequential for the average person, groceries, mobility.
Is this on me or is everybody's Twitch doing
that
this?
Nature is lost ground for
He's
no
like Clancy.
reason that then justifies
Lag
the additional
switch.
anti-trans bill come after that. Well, so you're opening the door to that conversation rather than stopping it.
Imagine if the debate ended right here, and he's like, I think we basically did it all. We're good.
That's good enough.
No, dude, I totally agree that Democrats should stand on business when it comes to trans. Am I lagging at all? Is it good?
No, I'm the one who's lagging apparently a little bit. It's
so
crazy because it's not even fucking anymore.
I think it's happening. You can't like. Yeah, now it's lagging.
Yeah, that's it, man.
What's happening right now?
But
Uh-oh.
here's where
Oh,
I
no,
think
wait. It's...
The difference is, you know, like the big dog, small dog.
You know what's going on.
You say something tense, and you kind of...
You know what's going on. It's the
When
elite.
you're on the podcast, when you're on your show, a lot of these statements are so Yeah, the Moot and Bailey, of course. I feel like you're pulling a little bit of a Moot and Bailey right now for non-Gen Z.
No, not at all.
Meme.
I always
lingo.
glaze Newsom
you're
like
on
that.
your show, and this isn't even meant to be like a confrontation or anything, just so you know. But like, I think
No,
this
I
is
understand.
genuinely where a lot
They're
of
saying
liberals
it's bad.
have
Wait,
friction.
let's hold off for a
Yeah, I
second.
think
Let's hold off for a second.
It's over.
Just wait it out. Sorry, it's gonna come back in a second. The lag comes and goes. To be honest, it's gone for me now. Is it good now? No,
Let's go to the
chat.
next point.
Adam is not the one who brought up Moot and Bailey. I did. Okay, they're saying you're engaging in debate pervertry. I'm the one who did it. Okay, I'm the one who said Moot and Bailey. All right, go on.
Yeah, I don't want you to think this is some like confrontation where I'm trying to like pin you down or anything, but when you go on your show and your stream and these clips go viral in liberal circles, I think the friction comes from you saying stuff, and it's just important that I quote you verbatim. Like, Democrats have literally written you out of existence regarding trans people. Marginalized identities have been left behind by the Democratic Party. Democrats don't give a fuck about you. They would shoot you if it meant they could secure votes. And then I come on here and you're like, wait a minute, I do acknowledge that Newsom would be meaningfully better on trans issues. I do acknowledge that J.B. Pritzker is meaningfully
wrong.
better.
I kneel.
Blue states are meaningfully better. I do, and then your strongest argument as to why Democrats are throwing them under the bus are some polls that you see on Twitter, not from Democratic Party leaders, but from like Lakshaya Jain or whatever. Some people after the 2024 election
What's his
going
chat
on
saying,
TV
Steven?
and saying something
They're
to the effect
mad.
of, oh, we lost because of trans people. That's obviously bullshit. Get those people out of here. And then Gavin Newsom on Charlie Kirk's podcast. That's your evidence that the Democratic Party is throwing marginalized people or leaving marginalized people behind.
Why does Hasan look retarded? He looks like he's like...
It's not just trans people either, by the way.
I'm sorry. I'm just- New
this
pivot.
This argument extends not just
New
to trans
pivot.
people in general. It
Also
extends
black
to,
people. Black people.
Different backgrounds as well,
But do
including
you
but
get what
not
I'm saying?
limited to
These are
immigrants.
these are two different arguments you're making, though.
No,
True.
because
Like,
and
you're-
the reason why is because of what you've also
Let him speak,
seen
Adam.
that comes
Let him speak,
usually
Adam.
fairly
Stop interrupting
closely
him.
after the end of that clip, which is the assessment that corresponds to my broader outlook, my viewpoint, which is that there is no reason to make these sorts of whatsoever. Like bull. These are
Somebody
people
would just
who
fuck
are
with him, dude.
infinitely
Their
more
legs switching his ass anytime he
influential
talks.
within the Democratic Party's ecosystem.
It's
than
probably one of his
someone
own
like
fans who are
myself,
DDoSing. He's like, we gotta get
That's
Hasan
when
out of
I
here.
talk, it
Hasan,
starts
this is a
fucking
bad
going
idea,
down.
bro.
Can
We
you
gotta
hear me? Can you
DDoS
see
you.
me?
We gotta take you out, Hasan. I'm
Sorry.
sorry, bro. You can't do this.
What
I don't
the
know why you
fuck?
thought this was a good idea.
I hate the fucking ISPs. It's
Hasan,
insane.
don't talk to Mockler.
Okay, I think it's back. They're saying we're good. Okay. I have a... Would you agree that I have a more
How are we gonna get
nuanced
wasps
approach
on
to
Stella,
this
you fucking
issue
retards?
than the way that clips present my perspective?
No.
Because even when we had the conversation... Because even when we had the conversation with Jennifer Welsh, like Jennifer Welsh and I had that conversation, there was an additional, 2 minutes of back and forth that we had where I was talking about how, like...
I watched it, yeah.
Yeah, harm reduction narratives are exactly what a lot of establishment
should've looted his
Democrats
bodies. What the
lean
fuck?
on in an effort to moderate their positions for the mythical moderate voter and this is like their primary vehicle for driving voters to go out and vote, and it's been an abject failure every single time. It's bad it leads to bad policies in general.
These are just like his go-to retard
as well.
Talking points.
Because you and I both agree that we want a fighting Democratic Party, one that fights uncompromisingly for not just individual marginalized identities, but fights for the entirety of the working class in a holistic way. And
absolutely,
when they don't present themselves as such, and they've been pretty bad at it. I mean, I think I saw you even criticize Hakeem Jeffries as well, or Chuck Schumer at least, like recently, saying like they must resign.
Yeah, our approval rating sucks.
Yeah, there's a reason for that, and there's a reason for why
controlled
there
opposition.
is like, I think only a 77% approval rating for Democrats within the party, right? Like we have a historically high disapproval rating right now for the Democratic Party. I think is like 21%, which is unprecedented for when a Republican is in office, a Republican that is as devastating as the Trump administration has been. That is a fucking massive alarm bell. And I feel like instead of recognizing that, we're still following along the third way neoliberalism of the past,
more buzzwords.
all the way from Bill Clinton to even to a certain degree Barack Obama as well, where we just keep looking for a more moderate approach.
And that's absolute bullshit. We should not do that. It's absolute bullshit.
Okay.
But sorry, I want to keep going back to the Jennifer Welch thing really quickly. So do you think that Democrats have literally written trans people out of existence? Or is that just hyperbole?
Yes or no?
Because if it's
Of
hyperbole,
course, no.
that's
It's hyperbole. Like Democrats are
okay.
Because the Democratic Party is a big tent party.
Oh my God!
Here we
but
go.
More
the
yapping.
Democratic Party also is, and this is just how it is for the Democrats
Can I
in
finish
general.
my thought really quickly?
Before you like, yap
I
again?
was having really quickly.
No,
Sorry.
go ahead. Sorry.
You said a minute ago, like, hey, don't I have? Sorry, no. I just
Still
want to finish
lagging.
this very quickly. You said a minute ago, like, hey, don't I have a more nuanced view than you would have thought?
You
that I
guys better not be
had? And it's
PvPing
like,
up there.
Sure, but you're also just like saying two completely different things. You're giving a completely different argument. You've said
He's a king.
I'd vote third party because at that point it doesn't matter, and then you switch that to at that point it's out of my hands. You've basically
that
said
was
like all of these statements
that
are
was
hyperbole.
that was
so when
the
you're
argument that I
repeatedly
was making.
But when you are repeatedly hyperbolizing the Democratic Party as being basically the same as the Republican Party, that creates a level of voter apathy.
True.
And I think that is why liberals on Twitter are very mad at you.
True.
I mean, there's going to be like the crazy fucks who are always going to say some random shit. But I mean, like, I think that's the legit criticism that people have of the way that you approach this, is the way that you draw this false equivalency between the two parties.
Okay.
And then, like, when you get confronted on it, or when someone asks you about it, you're like, well, it's just hyperbole. It's like, no, like, we shouldn't hyperbolize about trans people, like, getting shot by... I know that that's not a serious thing you mean, of course. I'm just saying we shouldn't, like, hyperbolize about how one party treats trans people versus another when there's
What
a
is this, like,
meaningful
looking around thing?
difference.
Is he,
And then
like...
When we're talking about the marginality between parties, you've said a bunch of times there's a marginal difference. You
Hasan's
said
in a group DM
Newsom
getting
would be
fed
marginally
responses?
better than whatever the
I think so.
Republican is. But then when we talk about it, you say, no, there would be a meaningfully different outcome.
Marginal
for people on the
differences between
ground.
both parties
So
lead to meaningful differences for the marginalized identities. That is something that I have consistently.
Oh my
that's something that
God.
I've talked about.
This is the
for
dumbest
the past
point
10 years
I've ever
This
heard
is
in my
something
entire
that I
life.
acknowledge. I don't think that there
Yeah.
is no difference between two parties,
Of course
except
not.
for certain issues. There are issues where there are no differences, or at least there is like broad consensus politics, right? And if you wanna explore that, that's actually the biggest part of my argument. The consensus that, for example, healthcare is going to remain privatized, and that with the exception of a couple Democrats on the edges,
Bruh.
right? But the party is broadly seen as a party that also wants to maintain private health care, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Well, the Democrats want to maintain private health care. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Oh shit. Now I'm. Oh god damn it. I'm effing now. Hold on one second. Oh god. I'll vote for any
man.
fucking. I will vote for
Hasan
any
losing it.
Republican
Oh,
that
no.
fucking fixes my ISP.
Good joke.
Any Republican that shatters the oligopoly of ISPs in major markets like California, I'm voting for. Fuck it. That's a joke, by the way. Don't take that seriously. I know this is a
I
serious.
was writing that down so I could quote it. I was
Yeah.
writing
I
that
need a
down
laugh
so I could
track
quote
for
it
him.
back at you later. And
Yeah,
try to
yeah,
confirm
yeah.
it. No.
That's,
I'm in
I'll
all
never-
seriousness. I'm not
I'll
trying
never
to be like,
advocate for Republicans. I'll never vote for a Republican.
I know.
I fucking
I
despise
know.
Republicans. So
I'm not trying to make it seem like I'm like here to like confront you on these
Let him
questions.
speak,
no, it's
Adam.
fine.
I think this
no,
is
I
where
think
genuinely
this is a
people
good
are angry.
conversation. This is a good conversation. Okay. So we were talking about like between the Republican Party wants to deregulate healthcare marketplaces even further at the behest of healthcare companies. Correct, right?
Yes, yes.
And the Democratic Party's solution, at least post Barack Obama, has been at least to offer subsidies to the population, subsidies that end up still not tackling like the for-profit healthcare structure that exists, but tries to keep that system alive. Would you agree with that?
Well, so what? So
yes,
do nothing?
But just because Democrats are insufficient doesn't mean there's a marginal difference, and that doesn't mean there's a marginal difference in outcome. Like we agree on
but
this.
from the perspective, but from
Don't interrupt
you see
him.
where I'm going with this.
Let him
From
speak,
the-
Adam.
From
Let
the
him
perspective
speak.
of the everyday working class individual, it's the difference between someone who is going to get their health care denied, right? Because they deregulated it. There's no more protections for people with any sort of health complications, right? Like
It's on
they've
your stream, Adam.
let's say they're completely destroying that on the Republican side, and the Democrats are saying no, we need to keep the current system and we need to give the healthcare companies more subsidies so that at least like it's easier to pay for. Like you can still keep your coverage even with a pre-existing condition, but the healthcare premiums are going to continue to go up. From my perspective, harm reduction of that sort actually reflects the consensus between two parties, because the real two different planks here is private healthcare versus socialized healthcare. And the Democratic Party, unfortunately, unlike the Republican Party, is always judged by its weakest link. Because in order to advocate for more government in a country like the United States of America, where there's no confidence in the government, and in the post-Reagan era, unfortunately for the Democrats, they will always be judged by whoever is a part of the rotating villain structure that ends up undermining the policy agenda that Democrats are running on. And from the perspective of the average person, from the perspective of the average American individual, they don't actually look at it and go, well, the Democrats are trying their very hardest to make sure that at least my health care is affordable. Some might, right? But most don't. Most look at it and go, okay,
I want single
neither
payer.
party is doing anything for me. What the fuck is this? So that is why I say, from the perspective of, for example, healthcare, this bipartisan consensus on private healthcare as opposed to socialized healthcare is a major one. The conversation should not be kept within the confines of what can we do within the private healthcare system. The conversation should expand to socialized healthcare versus privatized healthcare. And as long as the Democrats don't do that, the differences between them are marginal.
In policy, but not outcome.
Yes. Yeah,
okay,
because
that's a really important.
Yeah, because
dude, that's
like,
a really important
like,
distinction. Let me just say.
I can celebrate
Let him
Barack
talk,
Obama's
man.
accomplishments of like
Let
adding
him
pre-existing
speak.
condition coverage.
It's not your
to
stream,
healthcare,
true.
or allowing people to stay under their parents'
It is
insurance
so
program
misleading
for
when you
26 years
repeatedly say
old,
there's-
or getting millions, tens of millions of people health care through
What a dumb
Medicare
fuck. Did you hear Adam try to
even
talk? What an
you know,
idiot.
I mean, let
even
fucking
though the
Hasan
Republicans
talk,
basically
dude.
stopped that in red states for a very long time, and it led to tens of thousands of people dying. But at the end of the day, from the way I approach the subject matter, the difference is Democrats are offering, let's say 100,000 people a year are dying. If 100,000 less people would die every single year if we had socialized medicine, and there was no issues between access to coverage at the point of purchase, right? Because it's free, versus 200,000 people die with the Republican agenda, but with the Democratic Party's agenda, 100,000 less people die. So the difference is still, from where I'm standing, 100,000 people that should get access to healthcare, but they're not getting access to healthcare.
Just because it's insufficient doesn't mean it's marginal in outcome, though. Like we agree on this. We totally agree on the difference between policy and outcome. And I could even concede that Democrats and Republicans, in the capitalistic system, like I get what you're going at. They're both upholding the same liberal thing. But
well, there's also plenty of capitalist countries that already have these programs. I mean, virtually every
yeah,
one
but
of them does.
I still don't think you should say that there's a meaningful difference between the parties without saying you mean policy, because that could just, from my point of view, as a young 23-year-old,
I'm so sorry.
There's a lot of voter apathy.
But I might
in my
have downed one.
generation. You obviously influence a lot of young people, and I have friends that I went to high school with that have texted me like before the 2024 election saying there's no difference between the parties. Both parties are the same, and we've obviously illustrated throughout this conversation, no, both parties are absolutely not the same.
Well, if
Now,
they're
I don't
watching
get where
me
they
and
got-
not just watching the clips, they would know that there are differences. There are marginal differences in policy that yield massive differences in outcome. Having said that, however, another area where there's no difference, almost
another
no difference
pivot. Let's
whatsoever,
go.
is
Huge
foreign
pivot.
policy.
Didn't even know that.
Because there is one.
So
there is one.
There's a lot of. There is a difference on healthcare, though. You said there was almost no difference. So we already established that there's a difference on trans issues. There's a difference on healthcare. Meaningful outcomes on healthcare. Let's talk about foreign policy for a second.
But
because I
wait,
do wanna
before
say-
we move on to foreign policy, by the way, sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't correctly
Before you
word that,
pivot,
but I'm
Adam.
going to get to the foreign policy thing in a second. You understand where I'm coming from, though, right? Like, because from the perspective of people that are not, from the perspective of the average American, the difference between being able to pay, $1,000 a month premiums and then having your service coverage denied at the aftermath of like a significant medical complication and not having that at all for tens of thousands of people is still it's still a devastating outcome, as opposed to the alternative, which is that they pay a significantly lower share in taxes and have that healthcare be financed by the government in a single payer style system. Like that's
Who knows,
that's
bro?
a
Everything
massive
bad But I know that
difference.
Hassan's
One is
audience
the
thinks
Democrats
he's
are
spitting
not
right now.
presenting, as a unified
Democrats
vision.
Are insufficient. Democrats are insufficient on healthcare. Yeah, I agree, but there's not a meaningful difference. Okay, so we went through trans issues. There's not a marginal difference there. There is a meaningful difference. We just talked about healthcare. I think that there is a meaningful
like, I don't
difference
even know what
between
we talked
parties. Would you say regarding outcomes?
No, what I'm saying is in terms of
I mean, Adam's an idiot.
socialized
He
You don't think
medicine.
there's a meaningful difference between outcomes between the Democratic and Republican Party on healthcare? Is there a
Between the
meaningful difference in
Republican Party
outcomes?
and the Democratic Party,
100,000
there
is not a meaningful difference in
consensus
its
on
example.
maintaining private health care. Would you
But
agree?
there's a mortality gap. Yeah, but there's a mortality gap of
Yes.
30,000 people that would have died over the past decade.
Yes,
My uncle,
absolutely.
when he was like 22 years old, got diagnosed with this rare form of cancer. The ACA saved his life. That's meaningful. This is meaningful to Americans. Is it insufficient? Absolutely. Should we spend as much time as we can pulling Democrats to a more, public option version of healthcare? Absolutely. We can do this as much
Okay.
as we want. But
if we're looking at numbers though, what we're still getting back to is the very meaningful difference between socialized medicine and privatized healthcare. And the reality of the matter is that while
Actively.
the mortality
Has
gap
he said
exists
actively yet?
between the Democrats subsidizing the healthcare system, even though maintaining its private structure.
Do you know what the numbers would exactly look like? So
I
we
don't.
have the
I actually
mortality
don't
gap
know what
between
the.
Democrats.
I don't
So
know
how
off the
can you
top of
say
my
it's
head.
marginal
I don't know
then?
off the top of my
So
head what the socialized
Oh,
medicine.
Let's say it is
gap would look
100,000
like.
people. Do you think 30,000 of those people are marginal?
little bit
Let's say it is an
perverted.
extra 100,000 people that would have died. Do you think those 30,000 people are marginal or meaningful?
No, you understand the argument I'm making, right? I'm saying that 100,000 more
He just
people
keeps saying
would
that.
survive if they didn't have their medical care covered, or if they didn't have their medical care denied. There are people right now in the United States of America that choose to forego diabetes medication and die because they just simply can't pay for it. Like that's
awful.
not. That's. I think you and I both agree that that's completely unacceptable, right?
Someone said he's brainwashed and he's
Absolutely.
fixating
I
on
think the
meaningful.
U.S. healthcare system is pretty
And from
awful.
my
and meaningful
perspective-
matters.
And from my perspective, that is a meaningful difference, is what I'm saying, especially when compared to the consensus that is represented
Oh my God.
as far as maintaining a private healthcare system. So it's even a much larger number, is my point.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. So I think that
Because
regarding
I will always agree with you when you say that Republicans are worse than the Democrats, regardless of
Oh
like
my
the
God, pivoting
hyperbole
back to the
moments or
pointless
whatever that
agreement.
people clip to present a false narrative that I very quickly will explain
Holy
after
shit.
the clip ends, usually, which is
After the clip
unfortunately
ends.
outside of my hands.
Out of
'Cause, you know,
context.
we do live
Out
in a
of
clip
context,
culture.
guys.
It's a
Adam's already said he tries to watch the full thing, but out of context,
You
guys.
seem to minimize how different the parties are a lot, though. Like a lot. And it's harmful,
Yeah,
dude.
because
Like I said,
because
it creates voter apathy.
the perspective that I'm coming at is the fact that a Democratic Party that still maintains that same consensus on maintaining private health care
It's still meaningfully better.
But it doesn't. It ultimately doesn't matter.
Whoa,
like in the
what?
grand
What doesn't
scheme
matter?
of things, if we're saving 100,000 lives and the Democrats are saying no, we're only going to save 30,000 lives, then there's still 70,000 lives that are lost.
That
in the
doesn't matter to
process.
you? What do you mean that doesn't matter?
I think we're talking past one another. There is a
sorry.
far larger number
I
of
hate
people
him.
that are dying in the uniparty consensus.
What is Adam? Adam is like
I
15,
absolutely
by the
agree.
way.
There's
Hasan
a
is like
far
55.
number of people that
He
are
can't do
dying
this?
in the uniparty consensus, and due to that, the healthcare
75,000
system needs to be
Gazans
reformed.
died
It
under
is
Biden.
currently insufficient,
Hmm.
but I can grant that, and both say the 30,000 people that have saved their lives are meaningful, as we've agreed. So I think that we
don't have a disagreement on like that's the reason why I was also an advocate for the Democratic Party shutting down Congress when the Republicans were ironically
Another
trying to do the harm
pivot.
reduction
Another
narratives on their
one.
side when they were like, well,
Ah.
every day that Congress is shut down, where we're not conceding to your very reasonable demands about funding healthcare and adding, the additional COVID subsidies back, you're allowing tens of thousands of, or if not millions of public workers to be furloughed and,
Wait, how
and
does Salsa
possibly
die?
die.
What the fuck?
Like the point I'm trying to make is in a much broader vision that is both politically beneficial, electorally beneficial.
More
the Democrats
rambling.
refusing to take seriously because of the donations that they get from healthcare companies that want to maintain, that have a financial interest
corporate
in maintaining a private
ah.
healthcare system. The Democrats are writing off the additional 70,000 people, and they're getting away with this argument by presenting it as a lesser evil argument because it's true. Lesser evil argument is the lesser evil argument.
Can someone
harm
find the
reduction
time
theory
disparity of
is
talking?
correct.
I gotta know.
But because of the harm reduction theory being correct, the Democrats lean on to that rather than actually advocate for a bold vision. And at times they even lose the election, but it seemingly doesn't matter, right?
I think what we should do before the 2028 primaries is push our party as much as possible to reject the type of special interest groups that have led to this over the past decade, have led to the Democratic Party kind of feeding into this. But so I don't mean to keep hammering down on that point, but I do want to go to foreign policy because I think we can illustrate that Can you just say if you agree, yes or no here? So the Democratic Party has meaningfully different outcomes when it comes to trans people. Yes, right? The Democratic Party has meaningfully different outcomes when it comes to healthcare.
Or I'll shoot at them, but I won't actually hit them.
Marginal or not, in terms of their different approach to both, well, healthcare is even more marginal, but the Democratic Party's approach to these issues from the perspective of the people that are receiving it, from the perspective of the people that are looking at it, from the way that they angle the conversation, the way that they move to a centrist position on a lot of these key positions is marginally different, but marginal differences yield significant outcomes for the people.
So the average person views the policies as marginally different, even though they're the ones who are receiving the outcomes. Like the person who either gets insulin or doesn't get
100%. Do you think that the average American is making a reasonable, a rational decision when they're voting?
Not the average American, but the Americans that are affected. Like
They're
if you
just
need
too
insulin
stupid.
and you get
See, guys?
rejected due to a Republican Party, that's meaningful. There's meaningful outcomes there.
And yet they still make irrational choices all the time.
See, this is what I'm saying. They just don't know. If they just knew our platform better.
Yeah. Well, how many people with like immediate undocumented family members voted for Donald Trump?
Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
They are insanely irrational in their decision making. That's why I always say you have to have a definable agenda that makes you that makes you viable at the elections. There's two different problems here.
People are going to be irrational actors no matter what, though. People are going to be irrational actors no matter what.
That's why you got to fucking bludgeon them in the head. That's why you got to bludgeon them in the head in the same way that Republicans unfortunately do very well. And they have less structural hurdles than the Democrats do, obviously, in this situation, but they bludgeon people in the head by saying, make America great again. Here's what those values mean. And then they just like add a bunch of nonsense into it. They engage in hyperbole. They regularly will be
Notice he moved off the yes or no
by their
question.
policies. Build the wall. It's like very simple. It's very simple stuff that they actively harp on. And the Democrats are constantly running on a defensive posture. And my argument is, The reason why I think they're running on a defensive posture is because they can lean into the harm reduction narratives, because the harm reduction narrative is a correct approach. It is correct in theory, but given that most voters are making irrational decisions, unless they're literally fucking bludgeoned in the head with it over and over again to spell out those party differences, they're not going to make a rational choice, and many of them are not even going to vote at all. My community, on the other hand, by the way, overwhelmingly voted for Kamala Harris, but that's besides the point. I mean, virtually every single person in my community voted for Kamala Harris, contrary to what people say.
If it's 2028, man, and we're running on like harm reduction narratives in the general, I will be very, very disappointed. I hope that we have a really. I'm excited.
Okay, you'll be disappointed, so you understand what I'm saying, though, right? Then don't you feel like it would be out of your hands as far as like what you can do? Because at that point, I can.
Wait, out of my hands, what I can do,
to my audience. At that point, I can lie to my audience and be like, no, you guys don't understand. Kamala Harris, when she says we're going to have the most lethal military, what she actually means is that she's going to be anti-war as opposed to Donald Trump. No one's going to fucking listen to me.
You say to your audience, listen, we had an ideological primary, and if Gavin Newsom is the nominee, this obviously did not go our way. We will continue to pressure his administration, but the difference between voting for Gavin Newsom and a J.D. Vance, or voting third party and abstaining and lowering the threshold for J.D. Vance to win, is the difference between quite literally 15 million people dying due to USAID cuts, which Gavin Newsom
They don't care about that.
Restore.
Not the right type of person.
It's the difference between like a mother in Sudan having a malaria vaccine for their infant son versus that malaria vaccine not being there and the son dying. There's multiple studies and models showing that 12 to 14 million people will die by 2030 due to the cuts of USAID. And
they don't believe in USAID, by the way. That's a CIA op to them, by the way.
Or another candidate to be at the end
Look
of
at
the
them in
day,
chat. Fuck USAID. Oh, they said it. There it is. USAID.
I hope that Gavin Newsom never runs on saying, even if
he
he's
said
going to restore USA,
CIA.
I hope he doesn't try to run on restoring USA, because I feel like that will lead to a
even worse.
He should not run on restoring USAID.
No. Even if he's going to do it, I'm not even saying that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
I'm saying he should not be.
Other
should not
people
be running around being
would
like,
say
I'm
that's a
going to
bad
restore
thing.
USA.
Other people.
And that's why you should vote for me.
No, that's totally fine, but this matters. This matters. There's
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you on that either.
So what do you mean? It's
maybe it'll come across as a shock for people, but
what do you mean it's out of your hands at that point? I don't think it's out of our hands at that point.
What is out of my hands is that no matter what if people ask me about why Kamala Harris was not coming out and
being on my stream
and releasing a statement about
Gaza,
the significant differences that she presented as opposed to the Biden administration's Gaza policy, because I think we agree that like she did not separate from Joe Biden in a meaningful way at all.
What
right?
about Israel?
Like,
yeah,
she did, and that's a big part of why she lost.
It's not.
So,
or at least not with
one
respect
of
to
my biggest points of contention, especially leaving the DNC where I got basically blackpilled, I was like, I could not believe like how much people were celebrating it and how much people thought like, oh, we got this in the bag. When the situation on the ground showed a very different reality, at least from my perspective. When Kamala Harris refused to sever ties with Biden, and I know that would have been a complicated process regardless, and there would be a lot of drama surrounding it, but I think with expert messaging, that would have been very beneficial for Kamala Harris. Similar to like Mark Carney versus Justin Trudeau.
Probably not.
Like cutting the dead weight, basically taking out an unpopular figure and then rising from the ashes and presenting a bold new vision. Even within 107 days, she could have tried to do this. When they didn't do that, and they tried to win by hugging and kissing Liz Cheney, and tried to win by like
not Liz
going
Cheney
after
again.
this mythical moderate voter in the exact ways that Matt Iglesias and Jonathan Chait and all these other people presented as a positive. Like a lot of these commentary folk that the Democrats do listen to for some reason, I don't know why. When they ran around with this pivot to the center and kept repeating it, and the consulting class kept repeating that this was like the appropriate thing to do.
So many classes. It's hard to keep up with them all.
When I had two options. I could have just been like, well, guys, you have to understand Kamala Harris is actually going to be much better than Donald Trump, which I did bring up with regular frequency, especially as it pertains to what Donald Trump was presenting, mass deportations, and what that would look like. And there are many, many videos where I, presented how terrifying a vision Donald Trump was spelling for the future of the country. versus what Kamala Harris was presenting, which conceded, because this was another holdover from the Biden administration.
Weaving
right now. Holy shit. Yeah, it's crazy.
Undocumented migrants were actually a national security interest, a national security issue, that they were actually leading to crime, and that the only solution was a compromise position that wasn't mass deportations.
I'm calling it. Somebody call it. Somebody else call it. I'm gonna go down.
Deportation of some. That was completely unnecessary, because the main point that the Republicans drove home was built around a lie that undocumented migrants are responsible for a higher share of per capita crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens are. That's never been the truth.
Are you not okay with some deportations if someone's actually committing crimes? Because the stats say that undocumented immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than native-born citizens. They commit crimes at very low rates. But if somebody does commit a crime and they're caught here, are you okay with deportation? Say it's not ICE.
It's entirely dependent on what the crime is, but I'm always going to be an advocate to make sure that like justice is served instead of like just immediately trying to deport someone. I would much rather have them sit in the prison system if they've done, especially if they've done a heinous crime.
And then what?
Because there's no.
Oh, hey, that's my talking point.
There's no assurance that that person is actually going to stay in prison when they are sent to a different country.
True.
So
I actually don't even fault you for not endorsing Kamala in 2024. I mean, I personally think she was way, way better, and I'm sure that I mean, we can talk about the impacts that Trump has had, and we'd agree.
He lost me.
But I mean, yeah, if she's gonna run in such a risk-averse way, I can understand that. I just yeah, I think. Before we move on to the forward-looking message,
my argument is
she ran
Kamala Harris didn't
way.
present
she was trying to
that
unite
vision
the
appropriately,
United
and that's
States.
why she lost. Like she should have sat there and been like, "What do you guys think mass deportation is going to look like?" This is verbatim, bar for bar, what I told both Democrat consultants and also party members, including Ro Khanna and many others, both privately and publicly. I was like, "Explain to people what fucking mass deportations are going to look like." You guys are running
let him get away with this on now.
I know you see the polls that say 66% of the public want mass deportations. They don't know what that looks like. It's up to you to explain to them what that looks like. And when they don't do that and they cede ground unnecessarily on this argument, they end up causing a spectacular defeat where Donald Trump does come in and actually does start the process of mass deportations. That was my argument. And that's precisely what I mean when I say it's out of my hands at that point, because no matter how much I yelled both at the Democrats, no matter how much I advocated for every single day about how devastating a vision Donald Trump would look like if he actually won, the Democrats still chose what they chose to do. That's what I mean when I say it's out of my hands. I don't know exactly how Gavin Newsom is going to run. We don't know yet. It's too far out. But my assumption when I say it's out of my hands is that Gavin Newsom represents the same old business as usual politics that Kamala Harris ran on, that Democrats have run on in the past, with the notable exceptions of Joe Biden and also Barack Obama. Both ran on an objectively progressive policy agenda. They didn't legislate that way, but they did, objectively run on a much bolder policy vision than they actually ended up.
I don't even know what the question is. I'm barely listening. Sorry.
My point is,
no fucking idea what this guy's talking about.
If you don't do that, if you don't run
like progressive policy.
Bold
I mean, he kind of compared to, but not like what Hassan's people consider progressive.
You are going to lose to the Democrats, and I fear that that's what Gavin Newsom is going to do, and that's why I meant like it's out of my hands at that point. There's nothing I can do.
Just not like socialist or whatever.
To salvage the reputation of the party, because I've been there. I've been there in 2016. I was there in 2020. Luckily, it worked out. And I was there in 2024, and it didn't work out again against Donald Trump. That's my argument.
Yeah, so I agree that Kamala Harris definitely should have taken more affirmative stances. One of my big problems with her is that she was super risk averse. I think that as a
pressure off Hasan, now you
can
chill.
She was just very meticulous with every single thing she does, and I think that's representative of a broader Democratic Party that is just very risk averse. And while they're risk averse, they'll also finger wag and shame you over and over for not voting for this candidate in that way. I mean, the Democratic Party definitely has me disillusioned. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it is out of your hands at that point. I mean, the messaging maybe, like the messaging apparatus of the Democratic Party, if Newsom and Vance are the nominee, it's not out of your hands. But there's still an entire administration that you can pressure and push if Newsom were to win in your direction. It's
Yeah,
not
I mean,
out
I'm
of
going to
your
keep
hands.
doing that
And that's-
regardless.
You also said, but it's not what you said. It says at that point it doesn't even matter, and I can understand.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
you're,
What I
you meant something
what I
wrong.
back to it
meant,
again.
and if you listen to what the conversation I was having afterwards, is what I meant is like it's impossible. And
Like
this
Jordan
is a
Peterson fans,
thing
you got to
that I
watch
brought up
all of his
over and over
episodes.
again
You
with
need to see
Kamala
all
Harris
of his
in
lectures.
2024, is that there's nothing I can do to outflank the party. And one example I'll give you, I think you'll agree with. Kamala Harris.
Oh, another pivot,
got $1
another
billion,
example.
Right?
Oh,
Massive
Kamala
war
again.
chest. She comes in hot. She comes out with this like. I thought it was going to be a visionary agenda. They choose Tim Walz. They're coming out of the DNC. I'm a little shook in my confidence in the party. And they dump $30 million to the television market in Pennsylvania. And the polls didn't even move a little bit. That was a major sign of alarm, major sign for concern for me. At the time, I said, this implies that people are hearing the message, but they're not identifying with it. They don't like it. They don't like what Kamala Harris is presenting. Because at that point, no matter how much money you spend, no matter how much you tell people that you're going to be better, that you're going to be better than the Republicans, and here is why, they were not responding positively to it. And that should have been...
You know what it sound reminds me of? This would be like if like AI slop existed for a politics streamer. Like that's what this sounds like. It's like AI slop. Just like a ton of Markov chaining together political terms and words and just...
For change. They didn't do that. And that was that's precisely what I mean when I say it's impossible for me to outflank $1 billion of ad spend, Taylor Swift endorsements, Beyonce endorsements. I'm not saying I'm a small bean and I'm just like utterly irrelevant. Of course.
No, we're not. I don't even think you can change the results of the election. That's not even what I claim.
That's what a lot of people yell at me over. They make it seem like I was the singular kingmaker or
No,
something.
literally nobody
really
said
dumb.
that.
Any liberals
Nobody
saying
said that,
that
Hassan.
dumb. Any
Nobody
liberals
said
saying
that.
that
Adam shouldn't even let him use that as an example. Nobody is saying
It's
that.
2 years out.
Hassan is the perpetual, like he picks his one guy.
Liberals were mad at that Jennifer Welch clip. What's your steel, man? If I could ask.
What do I think about it?
Like, no, why do you think so many liberals on Twitter
I
were at your throat?
It's the same. It's the same reason why everyone said the Bernie bros were the reason why Hillary Clinton lost. It's the same reason why people still say third-party voters are the reason why Kamala Harris lost, even though if all third-party voters, and
I
I'm
don't
sure
think anybody says that. There weren't
voted
enough.
for Kamala Harris,
Yeah,
she still wouldn't have won the election. It's people looking for an alternative. It's not that their vision of what the Democratic Party should be doing is incorrect entirely. It must be something else. So they're
Plenty of
just
people blame
looking to
leftists
blame
for the
someone
loss.
else. And I'm fine
Leftists
being
are
that
not
guy.
third-party
I honestly
voters, retard.
disagree. I think a lot of the liberals I talk to,
Nice steel man,
a lot
by the
of
way,
people
Hassan.
in my audience, don't think what you just said. I've got a massive liberal audience online.
Yeah,
I didn't
true.
ask them about this. I don't know, but I genuinely think a lot of the criticism I saw on Twitter goes back to the conversation that I was kind of trying to like. Not pin you down, but I was kind of trying to return to it over and over, is the way that you word these things on your stream. I genuinely think liberals take problem with that. I mean, yeah, some people will be looking for a scapegoat and will say that third-party voters like cost Hillary the election or cost Kamala the election. I mean, it's not. I don't think it's true in the case of Kamala, but I think that no one expects you to change the results of the election. Or maybe not no one. No reasonable person expects you to change the results of the election. No reasonable person expects you to jump up and down and start throating Gavin Newsom 2 years before we even have our candidates there. Like, no reasonable person is going to say, if you would have said, I refuse to pre-commit to any candidate, and I want to use my leverage, and I want to make sure that we have an ideological battle, and I want to come out on top, I'm not going to commit to anyone, I think you could have minimized the amount of liberal damage. And you did explain right after why you didn't vote for Kamala and how it was the same.
The clip was way before. The clip ended way before that.
Yeah, but you're saying something different too now. You're saying it's out of your hands, but you did word it, and you're live a lot every single day, so you can't word everything perfectly, but you literally said, at that point, it doesn't even matter. One day prior, you said, like, Newsom is marginally better. When liberals see all of this in totality, it's like, wow, this guy doesn't think that the Democrats are even different, and this guy has a lot of apathy towards who wins. It came off as apathetic. And, like, I mean, I think there's a common criticism online where
do you feel like some people want to feel like I'm apathetic? Do you feel like, well, one, there's two different reasons for
Bad faith, out of context clippers.
One, the plurality doesn't vote, and therefore the plurality is apathetic, right? my audience, as I've demonstrated already, is not apathetic, and they are voting for the Democratic Party when push comes to
I think the
shove.
plurality would be less apathetic if we could illustrate more. I think the plurality is apathetic because people say there's a marginal difference between the parties.
Why? He looks like he's like Nick Shirley's brother.
So this is a good point.
Is this guy okay?
So you think it's people like myself and others that are creating this apathy and not the multi-billion-dollar messaging infrastructure of the Democratic Party?
Yeah, you do it for free. Well, no, he doesn't do it for free. Actually, he gets paid millions of dollars
seem
for it.
as though the differences are either completely irrelevant for them,
No. It could
or
be both. I think it could be
inconsequential.
both. No, I think it could be both. It can be both and.
Who would pay money to make it sound like there's no difference between the two parties? Wait, what? Why would you do that? Why would you waste your money like that?
Incredibly insufficient. Okay, sorry, keep going.
Sorry. Well, that is precisely my point, which is that I can't outflank the party. If the party is constantly communicating that, like, they're going to be moderate, they're going to have only marginal differences, but, like, they're going to be the adult in the room, and that's what they're communicating. My reflection on that as being devastating is not going to actually change people's minds that were going to previously vote for the Democratic Party and don't. And that's precisely the reason why virtually everyone in this community voted for Kamala Harris, regardless of the setbacks that she, regardless of her election hangups. And that's the reason why I don't necessarily care what liberals say on the internet. Like, if they want to yell at me, it's fine. But one of the things that they consistently mention is like, oh, he's popular because he's shitting on the Democrats. And that is the problem. Like, you're basically recognizing that the Democratic Party is an incredibly unpopular brand, and we have to fix that if you want the Democrats to actually consistently and reliably win elections, which I care more.
Why would we take your advice when you guys don't win elections? You guys lose. You lose all your elections. Why would we take your advice?
Right? Sure. So that is the issue, and these guys don't understand that that's the issue, and constantly recycling harm reduction narratives over and over again doesn't actually make people on the outside, the plurality of voters that do have that apathy, take a different look at the Democratic Party. It just makes Democrats look like smug elitist assholes who are entitled to your vote. And for
I
them,
think it can be both and. It can be both and. The Democratic Party definitely needs to message better and draw the difference better. But I also think that the way that you speak about it, I'm not blaming it all on you, by the way, not even blaming it mostly on you. I think that the way people speak about it as if the parties are the same does create that type of apathy as well. When they're not the same, we've walked through this entire stream how there are meaningful differences.
You do recognize. I talk about the differences. If people that are watching the clips actually came and tuned into my to my live broadcast, or even watched any of the YouTube videos or whatever, they would know that that's not all I say.
No,
right?
I watched multiple full-length videos, and you really blur.
Oh, wait, hello. Wait, is this just me?
The lines, and I'm not gonna. When your audience. You do. In the video, you said two things back to back. You said Democrats have literally written you out of existence. Later on, you say Democrats would essentially shoot you. It's fine to use hyperbole, but then
you're watching
clips.
You're bringing up two clips.
Those are two different clips. No. It's in the same video, though. It's the same video.
I know,
Later
but they're clips.
But I already explained to you
video,
that. But there's additional things I say in between those two clips.
Between these two strong declarative statements, you for a second
the nervous
say,
laugh
yeah,
coming
sure, being a trans person in a blue state is probably better than a red state. And then you go back to saying the next statement.
The idea that and there are a million examples I can show you if you want to see
the frat laugh.
But the idea that I don't actually maintain the validity of the harm reduction argument, I just don't present it as the #1 solution. I recognize that there is a difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. The clips that people oftentimes will recirculate will be on issue-specific things like Israel, Palestine, like the continuation of genocide, right? Like both off of the genocide that unfolded when Joe Biden was president and Kamala Harris was vice president, and also the way that Kamala Harris communicated.
But he doesn't care about USAID.
What she would do differently from Joe Biden, which was unfortunately nothing, right? Like there are certain aspects of we have a difference of opinion, or we have a different approach between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party that's just like not translating to the population at all. And there's good reason for them to actually there's good reason for the average person to not think that there's any major difference between the two parties. As far as genocide is still genocide. One is being conducted in a way where Trump is also saying additional unhinged shit. The other one is being conducted where Joe Biden keeps saying, "Oh, we have red lines," and then Benjamin Netanyahu keeps crossing them, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think the Democrats need to stand the fuck up, and I think that this is an issue where Democrats definitely need to be meaningfully better than Republicans.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even just like because it's electorally beneficial. It's also unconscionable in general, and that was the reason why I said that given both Kamala Harris's lack of interest in like communicating a different vision for what will happen with her leadership between United States and Israel, and given her tendency to lean into Joe Biden's agenda on migration,
People were looking for
the
a
right-wing
change
bill,
agent, for sure.
the right-wing bill that they passed, that they packaged as a bipartisan bill that was like almost single-handedly written by that fucking Oklahoma senator that basically offered money to build the wall. Like all of these things that they went back on, people are stupid, but they're not that stupid, right? If you say you're like anti-build the wall for years and years, and then you're like right before the election, on October 6, 2023, you unveil a spending package that has money to build the wall, people are going to look at that and go, oh, so Republicans were right all along, that immigrants do constitute a national security threat, and you guys were just fucking lying to us. And all you end up doing in that situation is you don't get the moderates to come to your side to go, well, there's a reasonable immigration agenda here, and the Democrats are the only party that's going to advance this reasonable immigration agenda. No, most people in the Democratic Party say, oh shit, I guess undocumented migrants are doing the rapes and the decapitations or whatever the fuck the Trump administration is saying.
I think
maybe they were
Kamala
right.
was pretty clear that that's not true, though. I mean, Kamala drew the line. I don't think she played into Trump's anti-immigration criminal rhetoric as much as she did.
But the concession is within the legislation. The concession.
I thought people didn't care about legislation or
you don't
understand that.
Come forward with well, first of all, she had plenty of fucking "I'm going to be strong on the border" videos.
Wait, were you okay with strengthening the border from Biden era? Did you want to continue Biden era policies? Because right now,
I thought the Biden era policies were horrendous because
Jesus,
the first 100
what the
days
fuck
of
does he
immigration
want?
that he ran on,
He wants an open
he did
border,
not
man.
accomplish at all. If you go back to 2021, I
Well,
believe
no,
it's
it
in the
sounds
month
like
of
he
February
did
where I
want it
said,
closed more.
if
But
the Biden administration, when the images came out of Customs and Border Patrol whipping the Haitian migrants,
or maybe
at the
I don't
Texas
even
border.
fucking know.
You remember?
He thought it needed to be more open
on horseback.
He just wants to bitch.
And I said, the Biden administration promised a comprehensive first 100 days of dealing with the humanitarian crisis at the border. And they had a lot of really good policies in there. And those policies were supposed to revolve around expeditious processing of migrants that are coming in and offering them temporary protected status, going through expeditiously on their asylum applications, and making sure that they are relocated, okay, appropriately all around the country. And they got so scared that the Republicans started instantly hitting the immigrants are coming in to do rapes lines over and over again that they completely backed away from it. And they thought, as long as we don't address it, it'll go away. And then Greg Abbott came out, Ron DeSantis came out, and they did the whole human trafficking scheme, if you remember, where they took undocumented migrants that had crossed the border to legally apply for asylum, and then they shipped them to Long Island and all these other places with the express purpose of ruining the immigration process that was already underfunded. At the time, I said, Joe Biden needs to punish Greg Abbott. He needs to throw Greg Abbott in prison for human trafficking. He needs to do the same thing for Ron DeSantis. He needs to play hardball. They didn't do that. No one was held accountable. And all it did was create a $12 billion budget shortfall in places like New York City that the federal government did not give immediate aid to.
Oh my
that
God.
They could not give immediate aid to because they purposely bricked the immigration system that exists. Because these guys are supposed to be processed in Texas. The courts have adequate funds to have these guys be processed in the state of Texas, right? And they didn't do that. They didn't do any of that. And that's the reason why over the course of the 3 years, Joe Biden went from having a popular agenda on immigration, winning the popular vote, on a much more progressive agenda on combating immigration with a more humanitarian framework, moving towards amnesty, which again has always been broadly popular as opposed to mass deportation. And he didn't do that. And then they conceded on the right-wing attitude, on the white nativist anti-immigrant sentiment. And that's the reason why they lost the election.
Yeah, I think that Biden's immigration policy left a huge vacuum for Donald Trump to then come in with the most far-right immigration policy possible. I don't think they tried to act like all immigrants were criminals or tried to demonize them in the same way. But yeah, they absolutely messed up. And that kind of brings me to like a more affirmative message for the Democratic Party and how we need to not only run on things that excite people, run on things that actually turn people out.
It wasn't just Biden, by the way. Democrats completely
Let him
conceded
speak,
on the
Adam.
issue
Shut
of
up,
immigration.
Adam.
You don't
Let
agree?
him speak.
Like as a national party. As a national
He wasn't done.
I think that the Democrats are kind of just moving where most Americans are. They're just basically saying we should have a stronger border. We should make sure that people can come here legally in a safe way. We should make sure that people can come contribute to this country. But I think they're trying to end the abuse of the asylum process we saw under Biden. I don't agree that have they conceded fully to Republicans? Is that what you're asking me? No, Democrats have not conceded fully to Republicans.
No, not fully. Have they conceded to the Republicans on the false notion that immigrants constitute a national security threat? You think?
I haven't seen that. No. Wait.
You don't think that the October 6, 2023 bill was a concession to the faulty notion, the
one written by Langford?
Yeah. The one that.
Can you name one mainstream Democrat who's called immigrants a national security threat?
No, of course not. But that bill was packaged as
of course not, silly.
a reasonable and just approach to the problem of criminal migration. Like migration that was, and also then there's like the Lake and Riley Act and all this other stuff that came along after
bill,
Donald Trump.
I think that bill increased funding for asylum judges so that asylum seekers could be processed in a more speedy way. The bill was absolutely not perfect, but after 2 years of Biden, were we even in the majority when they were trying to pass this bill?
Biden went in and acted as though this was a bipartisan bill with little to no, and this is according not to me, but to numerous other advocacy organizations,
many others,
that said that this bill, unlike any other Democratic Party bill that was ever passed on immigration, that was ever advocated to pass on immigration, had little to none.
What did he not like about the bill?
What you're talking about in terms of the courts? There was some funding for the courts, but
there was
the bulk of the courts was going to.
It looks like
the bulk
Kamala
of the
ran on a stronger pathway to citizenship too.
The bulk of the funding. Hold on. The bulk of the funding went to the apprehension, the ICE facilities, Department of Homeland Security, and funds that were about combating immigrant crime
and border patrol,
that
not
was the main
ICE.
focus of it. And the
border
Democrats
patrol
still had some residual fears about that, which is precisely the reason why a bunch of Democrats not only have voted to fund ICE, both under the Biden administration or give additional funds to ICE, but then also on top of that,
is he asking AI? True, because I don't know where, because he is like reading.
You and I both agree on that,
his
right?
talking points.
Yeah. So that's. And the reason why they found themselves with their pants down now, when the issue has completely swapped to our side, my side, maybe not even the Democratic Party side necessarily, the way that they were communicating around it, because you still had Chris Murphy in I believe January or February talking about how, well, Joe Biden actually deported more migrants than Donald Trump did, but he didn't do it in such violent ways, as though that's like somehow supposed to be better. Because all of that is a concession that like migrants need to be removed from the boundaries of the state. Like
Adam needs to throw him a curveball and ask him, did you ID any of the girls that were sending you nudes on Snapchat?
You and I both agree that migrants are our neighbors.
Bro, his mind would be destroyed.
An undocumented person and a documented person is paperwork.
His mind would be destroyed.
For 23 years
he would never
to the
recover.
existence of the Department of Homeland Security, were there deportations? Of course there were, every now and then. Having said that, they were conducted by the INS. It wasn't like this militant organization known as ICE that was specifically doing interior removals, because it was a civil offense. It was a paperwork violation. And that's what I want to get back to. I want to bring the clock back to a time where we had a more reasonable approach, because this is a nation comprised of entirely immigrants, with the exception of the indigenous and the population.
Oh my God. Yes,
you could
Hasan,
choose
king.
how the Democratic candidate in 2028, even throughout the primary, messages on immigration. How do you think they should do it for the vast majority of American people who think that Biden was weak on the border? And this is just what people think. I mean, I think that Biden had a lot of errors, and I think a lot of American people think that he was incredibly weak on the border. That obviously led a pathway to Donald Trump. Kamala Harris, obviously, I don't even think she conceded as much as you're saying. I mean, her platform looks
counter
to me
message.
like it was
Counter message.
Oh,
no,
just,
at no point.
Just
at no
tell the voters
point
they're wrong.
do you see ground
Kamala Harris
to the
was running on a
Republicans.
pathway to citizenship.
Yeah, so was Joe Biden, and then he didn't actually do that at all. That's my point. Like the amnesty framing is good, but that wasn't the. Not only was that not the primary vehicle of her immigration agenda, the primary vehicle of her immigration agenda was the bipartisan bill that was actually more reasonable. And that Donald Trump was actually trying to undermine that because he wanted to use immigration as like a talking point, right? Like that was the communication
Kamala
strategy.
didn't run on Langford's bill. Kamala did not run on Langford's bill.
No,
Kamala ran on a pathway
He's
to
typing right
citizenship,
now?
and I believe they did talk
Gemini?
about how mass
ChatGPT,
deportations
help?
would be bad. Definitely not sufficiently
No,
enough.
they ran border ads like talking about how she prosecutes transnational gangs. Like they were very clearly
I mean, it's okay
that they were going to take a
to
much
do that,
harder
right?
approach because they were afraid.
They were
afraid
communicating
of-
a harder
they were
approach
running
than
scared, and
Trump
they were
or
afraid
Biden.
of the
So how, if you're the
66%
Democratic
of Americans
candidate-
saying that they want mass deportation?
Adam, shut
They
the fuck
saw
up and
that
let him
poll
speak.
And they freaked the fuck out.
Why does Adam cut him off
If you're
so
the
much?
Democratic candidate in 2028,
It's
how do you
ridiculous,
message
man.
around
It
this
is.
so that people in America don't think you're weak and soft on the border like Biden was?
Just telling
Not
you
saying
love
are, I'm
immigrants.
saying so people don't get
Americans
the
love
idea
immigrants. Just
that
say
it's gonna
that
be
even
another
more.
Biden.
Yeah, there's also like Kamala Harris did blame
No
Donald
answer.
Trump over and over again for killing Langford's bill. By the way,
because Donald Trump
including in
did.
debates. You know that, right?
I think that she's trying to illustrate the point that Trump doesn't care about immigration.
Yeah, but what does that say to the average person? That doesn't say that Kamala Harris is not running.
That Trump and the Republicans are not going to responsibly deal with this issue in a long-term way. That they're likely just going to use this as a political cudgel and then do mass deportations that are violent.
Adam, I think. Look, I'm not your enemy, but I do think you're debating a little bit here. I
Oh
think
my
the whole
God!
point is that was a failed strategy, and Donald Trump ended up winning on immigration because Kamala Harris
didn't
was
counter message,
presenting herself as accepting of the right-wing framing that the Langford bill was good, and that the Langford bill was also presented as like a very militant approach to immigration because they were afraid. They were afraid that they saw those polls that says 66% of people want mass deportation. It never should have gotten to that point. It never should have gotten to that point at all, right? Like people. No one in America should have ever said 66% of us believe in mass deportation. We're a nation of immigrants. It got to that point, and guess what? Even then, the polls also still showed that given the option between mass deportation and mass amnesty, Americans have never historically chosen mass deportation over mass amnesty. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. But what's your affirmative message?
But you would have known that if you watched me, or even if you watched my Rokana video or my Rokana conversation. Because
bro,
I brought
don't
it up
let
to
him little
Democrats
bro
over and
you.
over
He's
again.
so fucking
This is what I'm saying.
retarded.
Like
this guy
this
is like a he's like a
like I have a
85
broad
IQ
vision
version of
for
fucking
a
Nick
better
Shirley,
future,
who's
and
like
I
87
try to
IQ.
communicate that
Oh
to the
my
Democrats to the best
god.
of my ability. If they don't want to fucking listen, it's out of my hands, and that goes back to the same point. I want to have a conversation with Gavin Newsom. I want to communicate to Gavin Newsom.
I need to
what
coach
these
him how to be a
spectacular
good
failures look
on
like.
how to be a
But
good
if
politician.
he's too busy yucking it up with fucking Steve Bannon,
Oh my
Charlie Kirk,
God.
Ben Shapiro, talking
You were
about
gonna
how
yuck it
his
up with
son
Charlie
is
Kirk,
a
bro.
major Charlie Kirk fan, talking to Ben Shapiro and apologizing to Ben Shapiro on Israel not being a genocide, or apologizing to Ben Shapiro
Oh
about
my
what
God.
his like social media team
I
said
don't run.
about
I don't run
ICE.
Gavin Newsom's podcast strategy. I don't know, but
No, but his podcast strategy is deliberate because he wants to. He thinks.
Oh, don't
faulty
interrupt
or
him.
not,
Let him
that if
speak.
he communicates a certain attitude to as many people as possible, that he positions himself as a
Adam is
moderate
sitting in the
figure who's going to be
cup
tough
chair
on
right now.
crime, who's actually going to be conciliatory to Republican figureheads. That's how he's going to win the fucking election. And I have no other way to approach what his advocacy is going to look like, what his policy agenda is going to look like this far out. But my assessment is, judging by his pivot to the center attitude with his policies that he's presenting on the podcast that he's doing so that he can win the election, so that he become the presidential candidate, judging off of that, there's not anything I can do. It's out of my hands if he runs in the same way that Kamala Harris did.
I think that's why we pressure them hardcore in the primary. But I do want to ask, so you're running Newsom's campaign. I guess we don't have to use Newsom as a stand-in.
No,
you're
we can use Newsom as a stand-in. Okay, there's good stuff. There's good stuff in Newsom.
No, okay, so you're running it. How do you model the immigration platform so that you don't scare off people and that you
Is he going to answer this question for once, or are we going to get another crazy pivot?
We're a nation of migrants. Donald Trump and the Republican reactionary forces are constantly pitting neighbor against neighbor. These people are the backbone of the American economy, and they've been here for 10 plus years. They work tirelessly to make sure that you have
the exact same retarded talking points.
The
ones that America is universally rejected.
On your Chipotle,
so far, this is the Democratic
Chipotle
Party's
burritos.
Stance.
What?
So far, that's the Democratic Party's stance entirely.
No, hold on. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to fucking concede on Langford bills or say that like ICE is supposed.
Also, quick reality check for you guys, in case you want to see what it looks like when your politics aren't 100% spite based. Oh, did Hasan end up saying dumb things to Mockler? I stopped watching 5 minutes ago, and Hasan had totally won. Did he jump off a bridge? In my opinion, he did, but you probably wouldn't agree. I'd be happy to talk about it if I disagree. Haha. Not completely and totally defining your entire political outlook spite-based, by the way.
Major Democrats are refusing to say that, and they're saying, no, ICE actually wants body cameras. Technically, from a harm reduction standpoint, body cameras are better than no body cameras, right? Even though Jonathan Ross was filming himself when he shot Renee Good, technically body cameras could potentially bring about some semblance of accountability. That's
and
harm
that showed
reduction.
us that he murdered her.
But the difference shouldn't be between body cameras versus no body cameras. The difference is abolish ICE versus keep ICE at the current level of funding versus take ICE's funding away, then inevitably abolish it and go back to the previous structure that existed, where the Department of Homeland Security wasn't this massive Palantir-backed Israel-style surveillance apparatus, but instead was there was a more just process that actually yielded American prosperity for decades and decades, when people knew that they could come here and work fucking hard and become an American citizen, because that's what's beautiful about the United States of America. No matter where you come from, you can't live in Turkey and become Turkish. You can't live in England and become English. But if you live in the United States of America, you can become American. You know who said that? Ronald Reagan.
Who the Republicans hate, by the way.
And that's what I would say. I would be like, listen, that's the beauty of America.
Wow.
And the Republican Party of today has become this hate-mongering behemoth.
Oh my God, I'm feeling so inspired.
Pedophilic cabal.
Hasan should just run for office on this messaging.
We're no longer entertaining these false notions that pit neighbor against neighbor.
Wow,
and we're going
neighbor against neighbor. Do that one again.
Radical vision that says you work hard and you get more of an earning. You get a bigger percentage of the pie that you have actually created. We're gonna work. We're gonna work at the behest of the working class. We're no longer gonna care about the billionaire pedophiles. We're gonna fucking arrest them. We're gonna apprehend them if they're doing crimes. We're gonna bring about accountability.
Just everything. You would just say all the things you believe in.
ICE is abolished, which I totally agree. We should be running on all of this. But after ICE is abolished, I think that Democrats need to run on something like a new law that has criminal penalties for any government actors that just recklessly, knowingly, or purposefully violate American rights.
Hasan doesn't give a fuck about that.
That's the framework that we're working on, because
Democrats would never do that because they lie.
Division, which Trump has totally corrupted, and which people have resigned from like multiple times since Renee Good was shot. So I do think that Democrats need to run on a more affirmative immigration message. That's what I've been working on as well. I've been appealing a lot to my family who moved from Syria in the early 80s and saying that, look, they became incredibly successful, have hired dozens of families, or hired dozens of people, fed dozens of families. They have, helped build a great community.
Business owner, capital class.
Yeah, I agree that Democrats need to run like that.
Okay,
I mean, we don't disagree.
This guy is Syrian. He shouldn't have brought up the Syria stuff because they're going to absolutely fucking hate him on that.
Done with this conversation. I totally understand.
Do you want to be done with this conversation?
Kamala Harris also vowed to sign the border bill that Trump derailed, as she spoke about on her DNC speech as well.
Feel like he got his one own and now it's over?
Because they were presenting it
Did he
as
even get
Trump
an
is a
own?
derailer.
He got nothing.
Well,
Trump
he feels like
Trump
he got
is
an
actually
own.
I don't know.
serious
He would have
about
watched
tackling
my
the
stream, then
immigrant
blah, blah,
crime
blah.
narrative.
Oh, it's retarded.
And that they were, that they were going to be serious, unlike Donald Trump, which, again, I kept saying over and over again that was a major mistake. But if, let's say, Gavin Newsom runs scared in a similar fashion, do you feel like we will be able to overcome voter apathy, or should we rely on how scared people are with how devastating Trump has been and hope that like whoever the Democratic Party presents is going to eke out a marginal victory.
No, wait, should we rely on harm reduction narratives is what you're asking?
Well, my point, the thing that
Now he's gotta yap more.
The thing that I'm trying to present to you is that
my God.
if Gavin Newsom, the way that he's communicated so far on his podcast and whatnot, if that materializes
like, pay attention
into his,
in chat. Like
presidential
Hasan is
candidacy,
coherent at all.
and he puts a bid out there for himself as a guy who is going to run scared or going to be more moderate than the way that the Democrats have been presented so far. They're too woke, all this stuff, and goes along with that, and then he ends up losing to J.D. Vance. Do you feel like that will be because of people like yourself and myself who had differences in opinion with Gavin Newsom, who still tried their very best to communicate that like J.D. Vance is going to be, you know, even more devastating and somehow more Palantir backed than this current administration?
Say Palantir again.
Or do you think it'll be in the hands of the Democratic Party at that point?
I agree with you. I've agreed with you this entire time. It's in the hands of the Democratic Party. It's in the hands of, honestly, us to have a good ideological battle and make sure that whoever wins the primary is somebody who is not going to run or concede to Republicans. My entire thesis this time has not been that, or my thesis the entire time has not been that it's us that does this. I think that it's on the Democratic Party, absolutely.
Okay, I think a lot of people that yell at me don't want to come to terms with that reality, because that's my argument.
It's
I'm
not,
like,
listen. It's not your fault if the Democratic Party loses. It's not your fault if Gavin Newsom wins the primary. My entire point earlier, and the steel man I was trying to make for the liberal movement, is just responsible platforming and speaking about the Democratic Party in a way that doesn't minimize the gap. And I disagree with you that that's just based on clips that have been spread out there. I watched a decent amount of your content. It just felt like there was a repeated minimization, but
yeah, there is sorry, I'm getting
Had to be.
blasted.
Yeah, had to watch my chat GPT.
I just look.
I gotta go.
Simply put, my community, myself.
Sounds all tuckered out now. He's got to leave.
We work hard to get Democrats elected. It's the only feasible option for people who are on our side of the ideological spectrum. There's no third party viability. And also, I've never, contrary to what people think, I've never actually supported Jill Stein, for the record. I told people that I won't endorse Kamala Harris. Having said that, if there's one person I would urge people not to vote for, it's Donald Trump. And I also did communicate to people that Jill Stein is, a little bit of the closest I would ever arrive at like someone being an op, right? Someone who is just materialized every 4 years. A lot of people got mad at me for that. That's just my assessment, and I stand on that.
Yeah.
Having said that,
Jesus Christ.
Let him speak, Adam.
the reason why I did not go out on an affirmative campaigning for the reason why I didn't affirmatively campaign for Kamala Harris over and over again is because of the things that I just already explained to you, and I think you seemingly agree with that, and that's precisely where I'm at as far as like where the blame lies. I think at the heart of the Democratic Party, there's still this attitude that like Democrats are entitled to the votes of marginalized people. Democrats are entitled to the votes of the working class because after all, the Republicans are far, far worse for labor rights than the Democrats are. And this is true, right? But why don't people recognize that? Why do they still go back to culture war narratives? That is what I want to solve. And I know what the reason for that is. And I think a lot of people don't want to recognize that. A lot of people that
the Democrats
say,
aren't revolutionary
no,
enough.
you're wrong. And the Democrats keep losing because you're just not voting hard enough for them. Don't want to recognize that Democrats are judged by their weakest members as a national party. They are judged by the Joe Manchins. They're judged by the Kirsten Sinemas. They're judged by Mark Kelly sometimes when he's being weak on union-related issues. They're not, and it's totally understandable that they're judged by the weakest figures in the party because those weakest figures in the party are the ones who actually completely destroy the comprehensive policy agenda of the Democrats. And because I will constantly shift the blame back to people in positions of power, whether it be the Democratic Party or the National Party or their capabilities to whip these votes that are necessary to go forward with a comprehensive vision that they advocated for, understandably, when that legislation doesn't happen, people look at it and go, okay, so you're not on my side. Like, you're just not on my side. You don't care about these issues. That's the real reason. And that's why there's such a massive disconnect between a lot of consultants and the public in general. I see it all the time with the consultants that I read, with the writers that I read, where they constantly talk about, like, why don't the labor movement understand that the Democrats are far better? Joe Biden walked the picket line, right? I mean, Joe Biden walked the picket line for the UAW. That's massive. That's unheard of. There's no president I don't think any American president has ever walked an active picket line, right? That's a huge deal. And yet the labor union, or the rank and filers in many of these labor unions, still ended up voting for Donald Trump. Why is that the case? Don't you want to find out why?
Yeah, because
people aren't revolutionary enough.
Understand
because they're not socialists.
No, it's not the reason. That's not the only reason, rather. Because harm reduction doesn't fucking work as a
I agree with you on that,
force.
though. Yeah, I've agreed with that.
And
I've agreed.
The average person, you know what the average rank and filer thinks?
Oh my God.
They think at the end of the day they stopped the rail strike. And I fucking consistently kept explaining to rank and file union members that are in my chat, labor organizers in my chat, that the Biden administration quietly actually made the railway companies concede on some of the demands that were being made by the unions, but they didn't care because they stopped a fundamental vehicle of change for the labor unions when they openly went out and said, you can't strike, you can't do a railroad.
I agree with you that harm reduction isn't a sufficient way to sell our policies. I've said that a few times. I definitely think we need something more affirmative. I just have you been following the Tallarico versus Crockett primary in Texas at all?
Yeah. I mean,
he hates Crockett.
That
It's
one's a doozy.
You hate Crockett.
Dude,
She's black
this one's really
and liberal.
blackpilling me on the way that like the way that people listen. I really respect Jasmine Crockett as a candidate or as a person.
No!
I think she's
Adam is gonna side with
a firebrand who's
Hasan
stuck
on
with
this.
Trump and was
They're
a great
gonna
representative
it's gonna be a
of that
circle
district.
jerk on this.
But the way that people are attacking anyone online who endorses Tallarico is really just not cool. I've seen my friends get called like white supremacists.
Yeah, this is the James, not James Gandolfini. This is the meme of the first time when we're at the fucking, when we're at the gallows, and I'm like, first time? This
James
is what
Franco?
it is. Look, I've been doing this. I've been doing this since 2016. Yes.
No, I don't like the identity politics, like weaponization either. But I don't even think that just happens from liberals. I see it happening on both sides. You know what's interesting? The way that I saw Tallarico people being attacked by Crockett supporters, I've seen it happen from lefties to
Who's better? I think there's a strong argument to be made that the Tallarico guy is more electable, but people like Hasan don't give a fuck about that. They just don't like it's just the populism versus like standard liberalism thing. That's the only reason they give a fuck about it.
Is being conducted.
No, I don't either. But unfortunately, that's been a primary method that Democrats, especially establishment Democrats, have deployed against the left with regular frequency. And
most of my establishment audience is very pro Tallarico. I don't think like I'm sure
but
some
there's a lot of people. There are a lot of people that
there's like random creators or whatever.
Yeah, there are a lot of random creators on the internet that will deploy those cynical lines of attack. And not only that, but when asked, okay, well, where were you for Ilhan Omar when she was being unjustifiably smeared all up and down the timeline? Where were you for Cori Bush? Where were you for Jamal Bowman? Where are you now for Summer Lee when she needs help every now and then? They're noticeably absent from that conversation because there is an ideological slant there. There is an ideological slant there where they think these guys are actually different than the establishment Democrats. It's actually not on the basis of a defense against white supremacy at all. It's almost always about potentially where they're getting their bag from.
Oh,
that's what I think at least.
Do it.
Or,
do the Jew thing.
I want to say on that note, like I see that you've been talking a lot about Chorus on your timeline too. I know a lot of Chorus creators who are very pro Tallarico, so I don't think they're being paid to be pro Crockett.
No. I don't think Chorus has like a whip over all of their creators at all. I don't think they're like, you have to go out and like attack Hasan.
I think there's a lot of unfair attacks against Chorus. I get it. I'm not even a.
It's over. Adam lost.
I was like on one meeting when they launched, but I think that it's a pretty solid group that is not funded by Israelis. I don't know. There's a lot of really
APAC.
pro-Palestine people in the group.
Nope.
I don't know who's in the group. That's kind of part of the. Well, we don't know exactly who's in the group, and we don't know who's.
Some people have openly talked about it and have said that there's like there's people who have said openly that they're part of Chorus and have also called Joe Biden Genocide Joe. I see a lot of people in my comments always asking me like, "Are you taking Chorus money? Is that why you're such a liberal or whatever?" And it's like, no. I mean, I don't think. I think there's a lot of really unfair attacks of Chorus when it's just
I think Chorus is a good answer to. I think Chorus is a good answer to like the Daily Wire, where
it's just like a funded group for like
is,
liberal content creators,
there's
basically.
There's a necessity to combat Republican disinformation. There's an endless faucet of money that is being dumped.
Endless faucet of money
into quote unquote independent media.
Oh wait, he means in general,
the
not
exact same
just
corporate
Chorus,
benefactors that fund the Republican Party, that fund the think
maybe he
tanks,
does, who
that
knows?
fund that run ads on Fox News. And I
Don't
think
touch me.
that
Oh wait, actually, I need you to
there
touch me. I'm
needs to
sorry.
be a faucet.
Bro, what is that
of,
skin?
of
Are you okay?
pro-Democratic Party content out there that is addressing that misinformation, that's fighting against that. I agree with it on principle. I personally don't think that you should take any money whatsoever. There's plenty of people that have approached me to give me money for my advocacy, whether it be like PACs or advocacy groups. Like I don't think you should do that on principle. That's what I think. I think that is that's what's so good about being an independent content creator is that you can be beholden to your audience and your audience only. And you can, I mean, that's part of the reason why my only revenue comes from.
Bro, these three guys are going to die to the Rocketeer. I can feel it, bro.
To my Twitch channel.
Really?
I think that gives you longevity as well. It gives you editorial independence. Having said that, what I was talking about with like the one Chorus content creator was he was straight up in the tank for Wesley, what's his name? Wesley Bell in Missouri. I mean, that is Wesley Bell was entirely an APAC puppet. $20 million in that race against a wonderful person, Corey Bush, who was a spectacular fighter, who was an incredible champion of human rights and was a fantastic congressperson. And Israel literally straight up punished her because she was right too early. And that Chorus creator saying, fuck Corey Bush. I don't like Corey Bush. I love Wesley Bell. I'm like, okay, like Chorus creators who are known to be Chorus affiliated shouldn't be running around saying shit like that, because then you look like you're being paid by Israel. That's my point. Like dude.
I absolutely agree. But your tweet kind of reads like you were implying that Chorus is like full of Israeli assets. I don't know. I think that
I don't. I think there are a lot of content creators that are obviously.
Let him speak, Adam.
More.
Uh-oh. Oh wait, fuck, wrong thing. I don't know. I think this was 40 minutes ago. What has PISSCO been saying? God, what a fucking epic convo.
Jesus fucking Christ. This is fucking killing me.
Selecting group of
what else
people,
did he
but
say?
there are some
Somebody
people,
posted that in chat.
from what I understand, that are also Chorus content creators who are outspoken on the issue of genocide.
Yeah, that's fair. I see a lot of unfair attacks, but
I think that's how it works in not to bring up manufacturing consent so close to Noam Chomsky's new revelations and his connection to Jeffrey Epstein, but usually it's a self-selecting process. It's not people are not being bribed to do something. People are more so already inclined to do something, and then they are the ones who rise up through the ranks or get rewarded for it. And I do think that if the project of Chorus is supposed to defend the Democratic Party, then of course the people that they're going to select for the most part are going to be people who defend the party. And if the party is defending Israel, then they're also going to be going after people who, for the most part, defend Israel.
if you could ask Gavin Newsom a few questions, what would you want to ask him?
Oh, I have so many questions to ask him. I wonder how he thinks he will overcome the "Don't California my state" narrative that will destroy his campaign. I would ask him what why his solution to combating homelessness after years and years
was to
has
murder
not been around
all
a
homeless
housing first policy.
Oh my God! Why don't they just build more houses? True, because the governor can do that. Yes.
Hurdles, hang up after hang up, an overall refusal to try to fix the housing market in the state of California, which has some of the most expensive housing markets in the world. You know, those would be probably my main concerns, because like I think Gavin Newsom's going to get hit on everything, but I think if I were to think of like the most consequential thing for Gavin Newsom, it would be housing.
Wow.
Also, why won't he talk to me? That's the other thing, because I know that he has fans of mine that work on his team that I've like communicated with, and he's done basically every podcast but mine for some reason.
Holy shit! What an entitled fuck.
I think I know why. He doesn't want to have a contentious conversation with someone that will, that will come at him from his left flank.
Well, dude, it seems like we agree on a lot, which we predicted. I think that we agree on a lot of the flaws of the Democratic Party, and even a lot of the prescriptions. But yeah, I mean, I hope I was able to at least bring the strongest liberal argument as to why people are mad at you online. I genuinely do think that there are some very valid criticisms.
Actually cooked.
And I tried to bring them up, and we talked about them. But yeah, I mean, people are.
Sounds like, thank God I talked enough.
And I
we
think
made it.
There's a stronger argument to be made.
Yeah, I mean, look, if there's one takeaway that I hope liberals who came in here like that wanted you to fucking destroy me in the marketplace of ideas came in, if there's one thing that they should sincerely listen to me on, it's that I first and foremost despise the Republican Party.
Wow,
and
so
I
brave.
want to destroy the Republican Party. And my criticisms of the Democrats stem from sometimes their closeness to the Republican Party and their conciliatory tone to Republican policies. Because I personally believe that that's not only bad politics in general, because it makes people just go, okay, I guess the Republicans are right. And I also believe that it's bad policy in general as well. Because I don't want a D name associated with reactionary policy making and then assume that it's still going to be far better than whatever the fucking Nazi party is going to present.
Was he
Because they will always destroy the Democrats
Democrat.
when it comes to being more militant, when it comes to being more racist. You can never outflank the Republicans on hatred. You cannot present a more moderate approach to hatred. It's just not going to work. And that's the reason why there have been a sequence of electoral defeats over and over again. But I do think that most liberals are finally waking up to that reality, that the electability argument is not on the side of moderates, but instead on the side of people like Bernie Sanders.
I'm excited to have a good primary. Who would you, who's your dream ticket right now? Or I guess, who do you want to see just like in the primary put up a fight?
He's not going to have an answer.
I like,
it's going to be a crazy.
The candidates I like are, I mean, obviously AOC,
Mm-hmm.
Ro Khanna, Chris Van Hollen. I would say those are, and then my sleeper pick, depending on how he.
The sleeper pick.
Like, of course, I love Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and stuff, but like, I'm talking about like who has ambitions for higher office in general, and Summerlee as well. But as far as like the three contenders that I brought up, those are three. The dark horse is, again, entirely dependent on how they would design their campaign. But like someone like Jon Stewart could be interesting, even though I don't think he's even remotely invested in that.
He's glazing all the who do I want to do a show with?
On Fain, for example, like an outsider pick, and then my sleeper pick. Once again, depending on how he actually communicates on the issue of Israel, because he's both been really good early on and then really bad. Jon Ossoff. I think Jon Ossoff is a very. I think Jon Ossoff is the reason why I call him a sleeper pick is because I think he's a very interesting guy. I think he is more progressive than he lets on, and that's and I'm saying this only as someone who's like paid very close attention to how he has communicated at times. And my chat is already fucking up my ass for saying that. Jon Ossoff, when it was not even remotely favorable to do so in fucking Georgia, came out and had an anti-Israel position out of nowhere, and he's Jewish. And he came out and then he got fucking yelled at. Like every like Jewish advocacy organization immediately came after him, and were like, "What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you saying?" And he quickly conceded. He was like, "Oh, my bad, my big mistake." Obviously, there's also the Lake and Riley bill, the vote that he made. But for me, I remember the moment where before pressure, in the absence of pressure, he had a unique moment there. Not to say that he's like my favorite candidate at all, but I do think depending on how he presents himself.
No, I mean, if he came out and he was like, listen, let's not take a single penny from AIPAC. Let's not give a single penny to Israel. Let's hold accountable special interest groups and let's challenge them. Let's run a vigorous anti-corruption campaign. John Ossoff, he used to run like an investigative company that would investigate corruption. So I think that's why he's got such strong anti-corruption messaging. It stems from that. I think that Medicare for All, I think that running on an affirmative message that can unify people. My team has been talking about reforming the tax code to end all the special tax breaks and loopholes for corporations. That could raise quite literally like trillions in extra revenue. And there's like 80 special tax breaks that need to be completely erased. We need a Democratic Party that comes out and is able to just message on this in a very, very excitable way.
Team,
I think Ossoff could do it. I like Pritzker, obviously. He's not perfect, but I think that him being a billionaire could lead to an interesting campaign where he basically doesn't take any. He could run like the Trump type campaign where he doesn't take much money.
But also him being a billionaire, also, you know, I have an inherent distrust of billionaires. I'm discriminatory towards POWs, POC, people of wealth, of cash.
Cash, yeah.
That's epic, bro.
POWs, people of wealth.
That's epic. Holy shit, that's so fucking epic.
The only minority in the country.
I think he'd run a hell of a campaign.
People want me to ask you about Zoran and his platform. You like Zoran, don't you?
Everybody likes Zoran.
When he was before the primary, like literally like months and months before the primary, I got an interview with him.
You know, Hasan helped him get elected.
His wife is from Syria, and my family immigrated from Syria, so they kept sending me his clips and everything, and I was like, okay. I reached out, and they were down to talk to me. I like him. He's incredibly captivating. I think that he proves that if you just have simple, intuitive policies that can reach the American people, that excite the American people, they'll show up. He kind of fits the mold of the anti-establishment, populist, outsider who's going to come in and shake up the system, and I think that's the mold that really works right now. Kind of how Trump is run.
I think that's the mold that has worked always.
Yeah, it's kind of the mold in American politics that works. I don't even think it's how sufficiently left you are that matters, because weren't there exit polls showing that people thought that Kamala and Zoran are basically similar on the spectrum? So it's not even about it's just how intuitive your policies are, how captivating they can be. You said this earlier, but saying
people think Kamala Harris is more woke than more left than Bernie Sanders. People think Kamala Harris is more left than Zoran Mamdani.
Yeah, and that's a messaging failure, obviously.
No, but that's not just a messaging failure though. That to me shows that like
tell him, Hasan.
People define you as what either you are capable of defining yourself as, and with Kamala that was a failure. So she was defined by what her opposition was defining her as. And then also there's the obvious side of the story, which is that she's a black woman from California.
Yes,
and I think that was what was the reason why people were like, oh, she's so woke, she's so liberal, she's far too liberal. That's my point, is that like Americans don't actually make these sorts of decisions. 80% of them make it on simple team sports, D versus R, and then the 20% that vote on ideological grounds for the most part. But most people bracket themselves on just simple team sports. Like that's it. That's usually what it is.
Yeah, I agree. One of Kamala's campaigns was, or one of Kamala's policies, I can't remember. It was like student debt relief only if you live in a certain area and you're under a certain income. It was like the most not only confusing, but the amount of qualifiers that were in there, honestly, just made me
$50,000 in tax credits for small businesses. Like this kind of stuff sucks. And I was regularly railing on the campaign for putting this out there. I was like, this is not her best.
Why don't they just
Kamala
hire
Harris's
Hasan?
best fucking bold policy was literally
He knows what the fuck's
price
going on.
checks.
Exactly.
She straight up came out and said, and she framed it perfectly. She framed it in a liberal way. She said, we're going to go after price gouging. Okay. She said we're going to go after price gougers at the grocery stores. That was polling at 70%. Okay? And then the Republicans went crazy. They were like, price gouging, she means price controls. That's communism. That's communism. And for 2 months, they railed against her. The New York Times wrote an article about how silly this was, how stupid this policy was, how it would never happen. You want to know what she was polling at 2 months after those attacks?
What?
89%. No one gives a fuck if something is called communist or not. If someone's like, I'm going to use the government to force the prices down, no one gives a shit about the ideological impact or whether or not this is like appropriate or not. That's my point. I kept repeating it over and over again. And then her brother-in-law, who is legal counsel at fucking Uber, came onto the campaign and was like, cut it out with this like anti-billionaire populist shit. There are good billionaires out there. You need those good billionaires on your side. And then Mark Cuban was tapped as a spokesperson for the campaign, and then the campaign
and then
took
Liz Cheney.
A very different turn.
Then do Liz Cheney. Do Liz Cheney.
A very different turn from that point on. These are all things. Like, I was there when these decisions were being made. I saw it happen in real time, and I couldn't fucking believe how bad the strategy was. And they were, quite frankly, running as though they didn't want to fucking defeat a fascist administration that was coming, but instead they wanted to win with their own ideological goals. They wanted to win.
I like this. This is like, it's just like a Hasan stream, basically. Except with another guy in the
crowd and all
corner.
these people that were spoilers in the Democratic Party, and that's precisely why a lot of liberal content creators at the time kept saying over and over again, we don't need you. We don't need you. We don't need the left. We will win without you. There are plenty of them that are probably watching this debate right now, and they know exactly who they are, that kept saying, finally, once we win, the Democratic Party, once we win without all these fucking, pro-Hamas, free Palestine protesters, we will show the country that we don't need them. And lo and behold, it didn't work. And it wasn't because people like myself had apathy for the party and didn't go out and vote. It was because all the fucking people that had previously voted for the Democratic Party were like, I don't really care. This doesn't seem
because Israel-Palestine,
all that different for me. It's just, the exchange of power between Republican and Democrat doesn't matter to me at all. That's the average voter's position. I wanna defeat that apathy, but I know that there's no way to defeat that apathy if the Democratic Party doesn't actively present a radical vision that corresponds to the people's needs.
Yeah, I feel like Hasan mind fucked him a little on the.
I've got to go to a watch party for Raja versus Juliana Stratton.
Oh, he's running
tonight.
He mind fucked him on the. You're debating me, bro.
What do you think about a universal tax rebate, where it's like an intuitive policy? We end all the special loopholes that billionaires are able to take advantage of, and just do.
Hasan doesn't give a fuck about shit like this. No,
obviously not far
UBI. Hasan won't care.
That's intuitive. What do you say?
I mean,
I don't know anything about that.
He just doesn't care.
Glance, it feels
good, but it's just capitalism. We need socialism.
Like, it doesn't.
It's too complicated for
what?
him.
It would be less complicated.
Like, it's not. It's not
we can
easy
simplify
to.
it. Billionaires don't pay a lot of taxes because they're able to take advantage of loopholes. Let's end these loopholes and give that money back to the American people.
Yeah, that seems a little bit like I'm. I feel like I'm more sympathetic to
billionaires.
To that. I wouldn't call it a rebate though.
Okay, I'll send you my document on it, and we're coming up with a project 2029. It's the most. We're calling it the most vicious anti-corruption campaign to end special interest group control and revive our democracy.
I love an anti-corruption
billionaires just need a leaderboard.
That's what Donald Trump was doing.
I'm telling you.
Like Donald Trump in 2016 when he said drain the swamp. What do you think that was? That was an anti-corruption campaign.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously he wasn't ever going to fucking drain the swamp.
But it's just crazy that's what he ran on, and then he pulled the rug on everyone so much that he started a Trump coin.
Yeah,
it's
no,
wild.
but that's what I'm saying.
Guy.
He also said he fucking was the most peaceful candidate. We know he wasn't the peaceful candidate. He was fucking president, and that was so frustrating to me that like they didn't just go, "What the fuck do you mean the most peaceful candidate? You were president for 4 years." And you like assassinated high-ranking generals of a foreign adversary in contravention of like all rules of war, and you were dangerously unstable at times over and over again. You accelerated drone warfare aggressively. You said you were going to fucking pull out of Afghanistan. You didn't. And then you left that negotiation to be handled by the Biden administration. And then you punished Biden for actually being courageous enough to pull out of Afghanistan. Like there were so many opportunities. Anyway, I know you got to go. There's so many opportunities for the Democrats to present themselves as like different than the Republicans, and they just failed. It's so frustrating to look back at. I wish they would, release the autopsy that they conducted. I don't know. Even the fact that they won't release it, and even though like the autopsy itself is, I assume, conducted by like, the very same consultants that want to engage in some level of ass covering, implies that it must have been devastating.
Well, as we get closer to the primary, we should have more.
Are these supposed to be peaceful lobbies, guys?
I think that healthy ideological debate's good.
First, and
I think
then
that
you use the
when you're
jolt
limited
mines.
to
Jolt mines are
280
peaceful.
characters or
It's just
whatever
shocking the
fuck, everyone
balls.
online is just so incredibly
Can you bait
condescending.
I think Twitter is making people dumber. It is what it is.
I get it from the left. Like, here's the thing. The condescension that I see sometimes coming to you from liberals, I also get from the left. So I think it just creates an environment where we're all kind of talking past each other and creating tension. I saw so many strawmans where people were like, Hasan needs to endorse Newsom. And then I saw people saying, why does every liberal want Hasan to fall in line? I don't know. It just feels like everyone was talking past each other when...
no one says he needs to
Well,
endorse Newsom.
here's what you can't do. You just can't listen to them. I don't. I just, I hope that people will be smart enough and intelligent enough
Hutch,
to basically come in here and see what I'm about.
I'm dooming. Hutch is right.
How many liberals are always confused? They're like, why do the Podjons always associate themselves with this like dangerous terroristic individual or whatever? And it's like, yeah, because they're fucking adults, and I talk to them and they know what, like, they've known who I am for years and years. They know what my advocacy looks like. They know what my organizational principles are. And perhaps that's the reason why they don't have the same opinion that like random Twitter users do. But again, my hope is that people will remain charitable and will eventually come in and they will hear what I have to say, and they'll realize, oh, okay, he is actually making a more comprehensive vision. It was
just out of context before.
What I saw in a 30-second clip. That he's not.
I might rather talk
saying
to
that there is functionally no difference between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party at all, or that like, there's more to this assessment. Because people love using that one clip when I was talking about like Kamala Harris is not going to represent a difference for the Palestinians than Donald Trump.
No, I understand the context around that clip, but I still will stay firm that there's like a dozen occasions I was searching through where you do just say something that is really either hyperbolic or irresponsible without following up afterwards. And I think we talked about that because then you said you do think, I think it's really important for your audience for you to keep repeating.
But I do that. I already do that if you see it.
I don't know. I have people saying that Gavin Newsom is quite literally, not you, but people are like, Gavin Newsom is just JD Vance with a blue tie. And I think they get that from the type of, way that you word this. Democrats would shoot you in the head to get trans votes or shoot trans people in the head to get extra votes. Like when I see people in my replies then saying Gavin Newsom is the same as a Democrat or same as a Republican, but just with a different color tie, I'm like, I don't know. It seems like a lot of people think that both parties are just marginally different, or at least.
But he already said marginally different can be massively different in outcomes, right?
I think this is so funny. I think I'm looking at the comments and people are saying, I used to be an Adam Mockler fan, but watching him sane wash Hasan the Hun is making me sick.
What? He's reading a gesticle tweet. Oh my god. The signaling to all of these fucking losers is so obvious. It's so hilariously obvious. Oh my god. I wouldn't expect any different from a guy who rapes kids in fucking Germany or whatever. Wherever Hasan went off to do his little sex bat tour.
Have
oh my
god. Much more nuanced vision beyond like whatever the clips that go viral, oftentimes by liberals, ironically enough, that want to present me as like having a very unnuanced point of view on the Democratic Party. But the apathy, I am not capable of making people feel voter apathy towards the Democrats beyond how the Democrats are representing themselves. So we gotta keep yelling at them is my point.
He's not capable
and
of anything.
I hope you do.
Oh, sorry. I didn't actually show this earlier. I saw somebody. Wait, did I show this earlier? Or no, I think I showed a message in chat. He was reading verbatim a gesticle tweet. This is the signaling that they do. Yeah. to each other.
Move back to
yeah.
the marginal debate because it's mainly that word that I really just don't like. Unless you want to talk about that one again.
19 likes?
No,
Because
it's all
Justigal and
good.
Hassan definitely,
There's not a
they
marginal
DM in the background,
We can do it
100%.
we can do it at a different
Hassan probably
date.
gets a decent number of his
Next time
talking
people are
points
yelling at me
from
about some
me,
other shit,
or
you can,
about me
you can
from
come and
Justigal.
hold me to task.
Let me know.
Not spite based though, by the way. Definitely not spite driven.
So,
All right, we'll do another one of these then.
Yeah. Peace
All
out,
right,
brother.
bye.
Oh my god.
All
Kai's
right,
like, let
that
me the
was
fuck
Adam
out.
Moggler, everybody.
Let me out of this room.
I think that was a productive conversation. I
Oh
feel
my
like,
god.
I hope people aren't too mean on him.
Oh my
Not even in my
god.
community necessarily, but I think people are going to be very mean to him in the edge communities on the liberal side because they'll
The
be
edge
like,
communities.
this is the #1 enemy of the Democrats. Like, how didn't you just fucking destroy his ass? You know? You've made a million Adam Mocklers. I feel like they're gonna fry him.
Well, he got his friendly.
He got his clip.
Yeah, the worst part about it was
He got his friendly Moggler interview. Now he can say to everybody else, yeah, he challenged the libs. Well, I need to go eat. That was depressing.
You're leaving?
My God. Yeah. Jesus. Peeps, poker, disco, stew, shovel, braise,
Oh, you're fucked today.
basket, bellows, boil. John Travolta, tongs, dye, platform shoes, eggs, sear, and polyester suit. Jesus. Okay, wait. Oh, things associated with Easter. Easy. Peeps, basket, eggs, and dye. Okay. Tools that you grab and stick things with, maybe? Single-handed tool, shovel, poker, tongs, and a... No. Oh, things associated with the 70s or 80s or some bullshit, probably. When is disco? 60s? John Travolta's not that old, right? Braise? I don't know what the fuck that is. Elements of Saturday Night Fever. Oh, okay. Okay, hold on. The bellows, boil... sear and this is some fucking witch thing or something. Poker, shovel, tongs. Fuck. There's like a... Oh my god, I know it. Wait. No. Something to do with like a fire? The bellows is the thing you pump. I'm a god, Mootin. I am a god.
Jesus Christ.
I'm
Do you
a
know the last
god.
one?
Boil, stew, sear, braise. Oh, it's homophones for cooking things.
Holy shit.
Jesus Christ. I am a god. I am a god. I am a god.
Christ.
All right. Well,
it's been fun. I'll see you tomorrow.
So much fun.
Ripperino, Pappuccino, Cappuccino, Mappuccino, Dappuccino.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
If you guys want to save democracy, do not fucking forget destiny.gg/merch. We have glow in the dark, morally lucky tees. Okay, we got a hoodie with the guy in the back, plain, wicked heavyweight tee, That's the guy. He's on the back. Look at him. These things, okay? Don't ever be caught outside without your glow-in-the-dark, morally lucky tea, okay? My God.
Don't forget about pragmatic papers, too.
Oh, shit, that too. The pragmatic
We're
papers.
supposed to bring a guy in.
Release another thing. We'll bring him in tomorrow, okay? And I'll give them time. I'm hungry. I'm dying.
You know what I am?
Your mom? Got him.
Hung.
What? Okay, be careful.